Streaming, so let me start making some phone calls or Skype calls and get us started. So we've got a number of people to start with, or a number of people who said they'd be here waiting, so let's see if we can do that. I'm going to call our first individual, and this is going to be a horrible set of noises everyone's going to hear as I throw this around. There we are, honey. How are you?
I'm fascinated by the strength of this storm, and you?
You're so delightful. I'm so glad you're safe, and our prayers are with you. Let's bring on George Knight, who says he's going to be with us, and so that being said, I'll call him, a few others who might want to join, and bring them on at once. Here we are. Okay, there's George, and much the better, of course, for speaking with yourself. That goes sans saying, young lady. And with that,
but I don't mind that you say it.
Oh, there we are. Thank you. And call the lovely Brooke as well. And let's see now. Who else comes to mind? Of course, Sammy Romero. The Real Tech Geek we'll bring on just in case he wants to come on later. Other than that, I think most immediately we've got everyone who usually participates. And so we're calling 5 other people. Maybe we'll have half a dozen people on the call, but this will definitely be George who dominates the opening hour, since he is getting up specifically to do that. That being said, young lady, whatever comes into your mind that you want to make people aware of.
Hey guys.
Yes, hello, dear lady. Are you safe?
Hey.
You're in Florida, right? No, you're in the South. You're in the South.
South Carolina, she is.
Yes,
I'm
yes.
in South Carolina, yes. And I am answering because I love you all so dearly and thank you for calling. But my son, I'm in an urgent care right now. He's got 103-degree fever.
Oh, God.
So everybody just prayers.
Yes.
We don't know. We're getting tested. He's getting tested for COVID and all that right now. But yeah.
Of course.
So I will have to hang up and
Understood.
hopefully listen to your... Yeah.
Before you do, whenever 2 or more agree, all the holy books say that.
Yes.
So Douglas and I and Brooke, we agree that your son will be fine and come through unscathed.
Yes.
Thank you so much. And he's listening, so he appreciates that too.
Yes.
So I will repeat it. So thank you so much. And yeah, I just wanted to let you know, like I heard it and I was planning on being there. As a matter of fact, I had a microphone because I heard my voice last time and I'm like, God, my voice is bad enough. I'm at least going to have to be on a computer with a microphone if I talk again. But yeah, unfortunately, I'm now in urgent care. So you guys have a great night. I mean, hopefully I'll get to jump on later, at least listen. But we're waiting for the doctor to come in now.
Understood.
Yeah, you got your priorities as a mom.
So I love you guys.
Yes, our prayers for him and yourself. What's his name again, honey? What's his name again?
His name is Noah.
Noah, that's right. Oh. Noah, you are in our prayers. You will be well.
Okay. He said thank you. All right.
Wonderful.
Thanks, guys. I love you. He's got a mask on, so we're all masked up in here.
Understood. Your sound quality is excellent. You sound better than you ever have. You really ought to just go to the urgent care just to broadcast.
Maybe that's where I need to talk from. Yeah.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Okay.
We'll talk to you soon.
All right, good guys. Talk to you later. All right, bye.
Hugs. Bye. That dear lady, I hope that everything goes well. I know it will. And hopefully they're not impacted by the weather. And as for, it looks like it's just you and I right now. Oh my God, I reached out to so many people already and nobody responded. Oh, that's a pisser. That's so, in terms of holding the opening hour with us, we can always bring on, who do you suggest, dear lady? Let's see who we've already called. And see who else comes to mind. There's Brain Dancer, of course, which is our lovely Mirthling. Id est how far is away in the chat, which is Deanna Fraser. Oh, by the way, honey, just for future reference, I think, barely get the message of what you were trying to say in your written text. I think what you were trying to say here.
I know, my daughters tell me, like, why don't you speak more plainly? And I'm like, and be ordinary. So I will decipher as best possible. Would you read it so I can decipher it for you?
Oh, sure. I mean, we could do that. Let's try some other people first. I mean,
okay, but just don't read out the cell phone numbers. And you didn't text me anyway.
No. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. That would require.
I'm not I'm not
planning ahead.
dispensing admonishment. Good golly.
Yeah, that would require planning ahead. I don't usually do
Oh.
that for these things. But I appreciate you giving those to me. What I am going to do is basically put those on my speed dial, so I will have those. So George Knight has
There's
joined
George.
us.
Hey,
And
George.
So
Hello.
George, the stage is yours, young man. Take over. We're here for you. Yes.
Oh, hello, Douglas. Hello, Deanna.
Yes.
Nice to
Hello,
speak to you.
George,
Go on.
and
Yes.
the Mrs. and your youngster.
Yes, is the young woman he married. Yes, that's right. It's Sarah, I think. Sarah? So did I get that right? Oh.
Yeah, that's correct, Douglas. Yeah.
So,
Yeah, wonderful.
yeah. By the way, how are you? Your voice is a little low. Where?
Yes.
Yeah, where are you calling from? Where are you?
Yeah, just from home. Yeah, it's 1 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, I've just received the invite. So yeah, really appreciate it, Douglas. I was waiting for it. I do apologise that it took me a couple of minutes to sign on, but yeah, grateful to be here. Yeah, thankful.
Well, we're definitely thankful to have you. I mean, just so people understand, today was an extraordinary day in England. The British Central Bank took some extraordinary historic measures, and this was to intervene in the market to head off an economic crisis. I don't know how much our man George knows about that, but what's so ironic about that, or so almost occult, is that 45 years ago this date today, on September 28th of 1976, was when the British pound fell to a low of about $1.64 in the foreign exchange market, which was about 2/3 of what it had been worth at the end of 1971. So that was due to double-digit inflation, and the Labour government was generating a lot of fear. A lot of people didn't think they'd be able to stem the inflation of the day. George Knight will take over now and tell us about other things. He's not here to talk about that, but in case he knows anything about the British intervention in the market, because the basically the government itself, I think it was, what's the name of the guy running the economy right now? Got the Tories all spooked about his economic package of unfunded tax cuts, sent the pound tumbling.
Yeah, absolutely, Douglas. Yeah, the bank's 65 billion move driven by pension fund fears. So yeah, I just had a look earlier about that.
Okay.
Yeah, the BOE is buying long gilts. Yeah, so the intervention is to prevent basically the British economy going into a crisis. So yeah, that was what happened today. It was such an an eventful day today for the British history. Yes, thank you. And yeah, I believe it was the Chancellor is Rishi Sunak, but I think at the moment he's not appointed Chancellor at the moment. Let's have a look. The British Chancellor. It's Kwasi. That's it. Kwasi. That's
Kwasi,
the man.
that's
yeah.
right. Yes, and I keep thinking he's a black African. Is that the case?
Yeah. Let's have a quick look at him. Yeah, the Chancellor Kwasi. He is. Let me just have a look at a little Wikipedia entry on him. So he is. Beg your pardon, it's just loading up. Where is he from?
No worries. It's the internet is slow for all of us everywhere.
Yeah, so I'm trying to have a look, see where he is. Native to, but yeah, it just says it just resides in the United Kingdom. Okay. Not much else. Secretary of State, Business, Energy, and Industrial Strategy.
That's so bizarre.
There's nothing there.
Yeah. Oh my fucking god.
A bit right.
What are they hiding? At any rate,
thank you, Douglas. Yeah. Thank you, pardon. Yeah.
So that being said, though, you're here to talk about other things. Tell us about them. Now, my apologies, Brooke Gibson is not with us because her son has 103-degree fever. She's in the what would she say again? The non-emergency room, basically ambulatory care, essentially walk-in. She's in the walk-in clinic with her son. So, but she will be listening. She is listening, and she very much enjoyed her speech with you last time, her encounter with you last time, and was trying to jump on again with us again tonight. By all means. Do carry on as you were leading, as I said, the ladies out of the woods with your knowledge. Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, I did. I actually recapped on that last transmission. It was it got a bit interesting, and a little bit somewhat on her stance, a little bit somewhat heated to a not to a very civil level. Nothing, not for any malevolency or anything like that. It was interesting to see like some people's perspectives, and that's the issue that we come across day in day out with people. They have their own paradigms, their own beliefs, and when they encounter people such as yourself and I, they really do. It's sort of like it challenges their beliefs. And so when she was talking about war, she was saying that war is evil, war is bad, and it's just like, no, but that's the human. That's what defines us as humanity. That's like one of the human. Basically, it's down to our genome. It's down to our very, what do you call it? It's the human genetics. It's just down to our
nature. Yes, it's our very nature.
Nature. It's down to our very nature. Yeah, thank you, Douglas. I'm trying to think of the word that you use. It's down to our.
Yeah. If anything, we've without over dwelling on the war aspect, because I feel that we can get back to that when she's with us, because that way it'll be more fun. But that being said, let's see now. Brain Dancer says, as per Vincent Bridges, we are killer monkeys. Okay, yeah, Vincent Bridges said that. Was that in Death Race 2000, the Corman film as well? But that being said, without getting too facetious about it, I can understand why she takes her stance, and somebody has to take that stance, obviously. But one of the things that I would say, just to put this in context, is that as a species, we've done an enormous job in suppressing our violence to the point where we are now literally highly overpopulated as a planet in terms of pushing the boundaries of our ecosystem and the ability of nature to sustain us. So the argument could be made from a Malthusian perspective that we aren't killing nearly enough, that we've somehow managed to really ratchet down our aggression to an unhealthy level even. But this is why I've suggested expanding into space where conflict can take place without basically threatening the very planet itself. And it's not necessarily even war that threatens the planet, really. It's unsustained population growth and pollution therefrom, really, is what it threatens the planet, as opposed to active war. So a great example of this, would be in World War II. The whale population actually managed to recover to a great degree because Japan and other nations stopped whaling throughout World War II, just so people understand that, there's an example thereof. All that being said, however, we turn back to George, and George has other things to speak about as well. And if you were here to talk about the war issue, then by all means, that as well. But of course, the one thing that I would, how would I say it? The one thing that I would, I wouldn't say take issue with, because we actually had some fun with it, was the fact that she brought up kind of like, just because I'm talking about war being natural to the human condition doesn't mean that that George Knight and I personally go around hatcheting people to death or something. But it's just, we do speak about these things in a grander sense or a more abstract and cultural sense. But such being said, a man who's not ready and willing to kill or die or something on behalf of protection of his family or his loved ones or something, I mean, what use would that man be? I mean, just what?
Yeah, exactly.
So that being said, so George, do take it from here.
Yeah, thank you, Douglas. I'm happy to take it any direction. But that was something on the last transmission I wanted to actually raise with you, is to bring up, the importance, and that is, it's the solution to the crisis that is currently going on in not just in Britain but also throughout the world is, this climate crisis that's going on, and for the British people and for the entire United Kingdom, the immediate solution is to basically overthrow the Putin regime in Russia.
Yes.
And then, turn Russia into the new British Raj to tackle the crisis, the cost of living crisis. imminently, which will happen, straight away. But then to the long-term solution is to basically, turn towards moving into space, and that will definitely solve the climate crisis, is by just putting all industrial output of the carbon emissions onto other planets, as opposed to polluting this planet.
Well, beyond that, also as well, just simply orbital space stations. We don't even need to put them planet-side. And in space, in empty vacuum, we can pollute to our heart's content. This is really the what's ultimately going to be the common sense solution. And I remember, who was it the other day who brought up, why don't we just take this? I think it was Sammy Romero. Sammy Romero said, why don't we just take this nuclear waste and put it into the sun, which of course is just basically a giant nuclear furnace. And one of the things that's when I started talking about these supermassive space elevators or cable vaders into beyond the atmosphere that would help with trying to get us out of the gravity well. The reason I brought that up, and as always, I usually get into a tangent about the technical aspects of these things and don't necessarily complete the thought process. But the thought process I was trying to complete at the time was to say that basically the biggest problem right now is getting out of the gravity well is so expensive that it basically would be like sending a Rolls Royce or a Cadillac, some very expensive car, to pick up your garbage every week, and then throwing that into the landfill, literally driving it into the landfill with your garbage every week. That's what the cost equivalent would be, disposing of that expensive car along with your garbage into the landfill to actually take some kind of space shuttle or one-shot deal, some kind of space capsule to take our nuclear waste into the sun. So that's not the solution right now. The solution is to get us out of the gravity well, where we can, once we're out of the gravity well, we're halfway to anywhere. So that's the important point to be made. And with that, aside from that, when our man brings up what the inevitability of the new British Raj. For one thing, Britain has faced this challenge before. Britain was basically ejected by the Americans off of the North American continent, and they basically went out and started another empire elsewhere. And so this is where we're at again. The British have decided. And of course, initially, all the arguments were made by sensible people, George Knight himself, John Warrington, and myself, about the impracticality of leaving European Union. But now that Britain has done it, it's time to. It's forced into a situation where it has to establish its own new common market, and so its own new common market. Russia really is the most immediate viable common market. It is essentially at this point an open frontier in terms of both the population and in terms of both the natural resources that it has. Just simply, if the British were to invest in a massive Marshall Plan for redeveloping Russia, it wouldn't just help the Russian people. It would provide the British with the natural gas they need and so many other resources. And I wrote about this further in there was this map that I published on my timeline, and I've been adding to the text every day. So I do recommend people go back to that map. I'll probably put the link into the chat room again. In fact, I'll do that now, and you'll see what else has been added to that. So I've really expanded that text. I've continuously revised and expanded it. So I do recommend people look at it. And our man George Knight understands this almost better than anyone, because he's done so much to read and review my work and to follow up with research of his own. And a little bit, since he's on the Skype with us, I don't know, can you see the screen share, George? Can you see the cursor moving around? Can you see the screen?
Yes, it's perfectly clear. Thank you, Douglas.
Okay,
yeah.
So I'll go to Messenger. And you can start by, let's see now, this Chris Collins is a wonderful friend of ours. And of course, I respect message privacy and everything, but this is something I'm sure he's not going to mind. Let me see if I can dig our man up. So Chris Collins brought up, this is actually a Facebook friend of mine. And by the way, this
Yes.
picture doesn't do her justice. She's this gorgeous girl who probably dyes her hair blonde. But she was saying, I was interviewed by the Spanish TV on my hybrid nature. P.S. Hybrid does not mean gray hybrid. I am not gray hybrid. I am an Anunnaki human type, not reptilian type hybrid. Oh, but of course. And so this is Marina Sarin, who, of course, she's just, go to her timeline. She's just gorgeous. She's just this, I think she dyes her hair, but nevertheless, she carries out the Nordic look very well. And of course, she calls herself a vril dame. And a psychic medium, ET contact ace, super soldier, SSP, secret space program insider. I'd prefer to be in the space capsule with her rather than Penny Bradley any day of the fucking week. But anyhow, so I told our friend Chris, who says, oh fuck, what did he say exactly? I don't recall where I found this young girl, but she's always posting hella wild shit. So I said, yes, I know. She's a Facebook friend of mine who is too narcissistic to know I'm alive. I would be the same way with her as I was with Sarah Rachel Adams. Just agree with everything she says in the hope that she finally puts out. So I would just basically say, yeah, Anunnaki all the way, baby. Yeah, whatever you say. But such being said, you can take it from there with that and tell people why we're not on this wavelength. This is not our wavelength, just so people understand. There's an element of it, though. She's somehow, what's going on with her is that she's resonating with 1,000-year Reich and Exel. When she says that she is a psychic, she's getting psychic vibes. This is what's going on. And she's resonating, but she's bombarded by all this other noise. So it's like she's getting reception, or we'll call them transmissions, but they're bombarded by so much other noise, the static is confusing her. Does that make sense?
Yes, yeah, absolutely, Douglas, and that's the thing. We're on a completely different, like as you said, we're on a completely different wavelength to what most people can comprehend. So when it's just like when I do my posts on Facebook on the Dietrich Reich Imixel, people interpret that as I'm talking about extraterrestrials. I said, and that's the problem. I actually explained that to just Sarah yesterday. That the problem is when I present these videos to people, they're looking at these videos of these discraft, but they're looking at them and they're not sure what the hell they're looking at. Right. And that's the problem. I'm telling them what they're looking at, and it's still not enough for them. They just don't understand what they're looking at. So to them, it's like, it's got to be alien because it's something so out of the norm to them. They cannot comprehend that. They cannot comprehend that it's innovation of humanity's condition. This is beyond their own level of physics. It's beyond their own comprehension of physics. So that's why it's so out of the norm for these people. So that's
the other important point to make is that in a sense, they are right about the alienness, in the sense that when the Third Reich was here on Earth, on the surface world, it was too alien a society for the rest of the colonial, capitalist, and imperialist powers to comprehend. They couldn't understand it, and they hated it automatically because they feared and hated that which they could not understand. And the reality was that even then, the Reich, as established by my biological sire Adolf Hitler, was intent on breeding humanity up to a higher level. And this was also perceived as a profound threat. And this was something that the Allies felt they could not abide by because they were not interested in breeding their populations up. They were, in the case of the Soviets, interested in breeding them down, literally degenerating. With the Americans, it really was no different. I've explained this before with their own plans for a hybrid human labor force interbred with monkeys, as Robert Yerkes, surname spelled Yerkes, was conducting experiments with impregnating Cuban women with monkeys. One of the reasons the Cubans hated the Americans and rebelled, because this is what the Americans were doing, abusing their colonial power. And with these kinds of activities, none of these powers had any thoughts of bettering humanity. And so they looked on the Third Reich with hatred and propagandized against it incessantly to this day. And the reality is, at this point, the Thousand-Year Reich in exile is bred to a degree where their citizenry is no longer it would probably be comprehended as aliens by baseline humanity on the surface world. They would probably not even comprehend their communications. So this is like where we're at. We are now at a level of true alienation, a true breakaway civilization that has become, for all intents and purposes, not even human. Whether you consider them subhuman or beyond human or ultra human, based on whatever prejudice or prejudgment or bias that you have, depending on whether you think that breeding up or eugenics, which is all that means is healthy or positive breeding, if you feel that that is intrinsically evil, then of course you would look at this with a viscerally rejective response, a reflexive reactive response of rejection. But otherwise understand that what George and I are trying to do is educate people so that when the inevitable happens at some point in contact or recontact is established on a just either by accident or on a general level, then or if it ever happens to you, because there's been plenty of contact, but it's generally covered up by your own government. Most of the time, whenever there's contact made, your own government will conspire to make you look like an idiot and discredit you anyway. As a matter of fact, George Knight, it can prove that there's various cases where men had these like contacts and then suddenly their entire lives were destroyed by those around them. Essentially, yes? Was that not the case?
Absolutely, Douglas. It's happened time and time again. And it's that is where they become very facetious, very, very malevolent towards the contactees, so to speak, the people that make contacts, or the when the Third Reich make contact with them through circumstances or through intervention or deliberately. They very malevolently will discredit you, and they will make you feel like your life is at threat. And that is some of the contactees that I've seen the testimonies to, they say, we had an official from London, from the government, telling them that if they talk about it again, their lives will be in danger. And so that's the level that they will kill you if you talk about it. So, or they'll just make you look stupid.
Right. So
then people will just automatically disregard you. It's kind of like what happened to me in my former profession, my former employment, when all the people around me were saying that I'm just a conspiracy theorist. Don't listen to him. If he tries to talk, just ignore him. And that was the level that I got. And so automatically people would just laugh me off, just ridicule me. So that was
that basically the government has done such a good job, or the Allied society has done such a good job of indoctrinating its subjects, that they do the job for the government. In the case of someone like George Knight, the government didn't even need to send anybody. The average subject of the crown was just more than willing to just draw their own conclusions based on a lifetime of indoctrination to basically do their best to discredit him, as if it were their patriotic duty. Go on. Yes, take it from there.
Thank you, Doug. That's a very important point to make, actually, because this is what I've kept reiterating to Sarah over and over again, because when she tells me, she's worried about, the safety of her own family, I explained to her that just bear it in mind, Sarah, the government don't need to send anyone. I mean, it's never happened up until this point. They're not going to send an official or any like so-called, quote unquote, an assassin agent or someone to take me out, or someone who's, in the federal government or anything like that to that level or degree. They don't need to do that. They rely on the people around me to do that for them.
Yes.
They rely on you, like you're doing right now, telling me to stop talking.
Right. Absolutely. They rely.
They know that.
Yeah, and that one man who encountered basically what would be called a UFO encounter with Nordic aliens, he basically, his wife divorced him, right? Wasn't that the case?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, that's what. I'm trying to beg your pardon at the top of my head, try and remember the names of these individuals. But the officer, he was he was an officer for a department of. I'm going to look it up in a second so I can reiterate it in detail. But yeah, he was later on divorced. His wife divorced him, and he went under hypnosis treatment to therapy to try and recount the event. But I think that was just literally the government were trying to get any information they can from him, and then later on just ridicule him.
Yes.
So, and that's how they operate, because they know they are trying to get out the information that they need, that they want. That's why they send a federal agent or someone. This is how they used to operate, over to them. Because before, in those days, there was no such thing as the internet or anything like that, or communication was so scarce. So they'll send someone, actually a body agent, over to actually conduct an interview with the contactee and actually find out get a description of what they were actually encountering. And they were getting them to go under this hypnosis or hypnotic therapy to try and get out any information they can to a level of detail. I mean, the guy that was divorced, he went to such great lengths and detail when he was under this hypnotic therapy. He described everything that they needed to know about the craft itself, because he was actually inside the craft and he actually was talking to the content. And they're very clever, the 1,000-Year Reich Exile. They actually deceive a lot of the people that they come in contact with. So they will tell them they are from out there. They will point out to the stars, but they won't say where they're from. But they will never describe or tell you where they're from. They'll just say they're from out there. And so that's why a lot of these people say that they encountered these extraterrestrials. And just like as Douglas has pointed out, they have now turned to a point where they are, truly, they have now evolved to a level or state where they're not even considered borderline human anymore. They have truly they're interterrestrial, because they have gone subterranean, but they are certainly not on the same level as any normal human being. Right. So to people they are truly alien to them. Right. But that was the degree that they worked at. So, and it's like with people like myself and Douglas, what the government tend to do is just listen in and get whatever information they can. Yes. But they rely on the people around us to certainly in my case, to ridicule,
to basically suppress us and even persecute us to a degree. Yes.
Yes. And that's where you get the phenomenon of gang stalkers. That's where they come from as well. And it's like, I'll just be generally speaking to people who I know, and they'll be like, "Oh yeah, I know George. I know you're working for Overreach. I know you're doing this. I know you're doing it. How the hell do you know that when I'm not posting what I'm doing in my personal life? How do you know what I'm doing in my personal life?"
Yeah, that's incredible. So when you encounter that, when you encounter that, how do you respond to these people?
You kind of like go, well, how do you know that? Oh, I'll just get told. And that's their response. I'll get told.
Oh my God.
Like, who? Yeah, it's very bizarre.
I mean, that's really disconcerting. I mean, By the way, just so people understand it, in my case, of course, we have far more than just what we're talking about now. We have, of course, the case of the Presidio military base, my former affiliation with Michael Aquino. There's the entire deep state cult that's involved. By the way, I have good news to report that was relayed to myself by Eric Laystick, the man who ran Gurn Radio Network, Daryl Neely, who many people thought of as just a kid, and who it turns out is like 53 years old at least. He was arrested, and as a matter of fact, just to show our friend George this, because this is important, just to point out the depth, and of course our dear Mirthling, our dear Deanna Fraser is with us. I'm going to show him just what was sent to me in Messenger, and I do want him to understand some of this. In terms of what I'm dealing with is obviously there's more intensity involved, but when it comes to what George is dealing with, it's not like it's without a level of real sinister activity. There's been times when he's been in his car at work, his truck, and people have just driven by and then driven by again. Like they're making repeat rounds to... it's almost, do you think they're making it known that they're watching you, or are they just so careless about watching you that they don't care that you know that they're watching you? But people have made like circuits, like a few drives around the block, so to speak, to keep an eye on you. You've had this experience, yes?
Yeah, we were on live on transmission once, Douglas, when that happened. It was just like this car pulled up. There was a couple guys in there. They just pulled up right beside me, looked in my van, looked at me, and then they just drove off. And then they did a lap, and then they came back, circled around, and then did the same thing again. Like, that was just bizarre. They stopped up, but their vehicle was the opposite way. Stopped and then just looked in my window, just looked at me, and then just drove off.
Yeah, I mean, there you go, and it's hard to interpret that, whether that's a threat in terms of, or whether that's just careless observation, or both, kind of like reconnaissance in force, like let him know we're watching him, or yeah. But here we are.
Yeah.
In terms of Daryl Neely here, for those of you who don't know, this man was stripping the body of a police officer on January 6th. Who may have been dead or unconscious. It's never really specified. You can't tell on the footage which caught him doing this. And he's been a fugitive because I reported him to the FBI when he and Penny Bradley started basically saying that Peter Moon and I were criminals. And what's interesting in this footage of him, this is Daryl Fitzgerald Neely, seen on U.S. camera. And the first thing that you'll notice is, first off, he's walking down in such a manner, he obviously looks like just a thug, and he's just hiding. The one thing he reminds me of is the nautical looking Negro, as Howard Phillips Lovecraft described him. One of the few colored figures he's ever written about in his novels or his writings was at the end of the Call of Cthulhu, the narrator is killed by a nautical looking Negro. And this is what he essentially looks like in these government photographs. But what is even more bizarre is he's walking down in the middle of what's obviously an open public area, a commons. And he's first approached by a white guy who's whispering in his ear. And then this white guy moves on. They're immediately followed by a woman who dresses like no woman ever dresses anymore. This woman is dressed like straight out of 1930s Paris. She's wearing film noir. She's dressed like a Parisian woman in a beret, and she's wearing a skirt. There's almost no woman who wears skirts anymore in the United States. And stockings, skirts and stockings. Very few women dress this way anymore. It's almost like she's in costume. And then she comes up and she's holding this man's hand, Daryl Neely's hand, for several moments while she hands him a note. Okay, these are obviously people of interest. If these people were not federal agents who were basically setting him up to be finally arrested, then these are people who are of themselves of interest. These are obviously people involved with him in some kind of network.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and he was like raiding a U.S. Capitol police jacket, badge, name tag, and their baseball hat, as they call it. That's not the proper name for it. It's supposed to be called a tactical hat or something, but it looks like a baseball hat. And he raided all this off this man's body. The guy was either really unconscious or dead, so he's desecrating a corpse. Shows you what this son of a bitch is about. And he took 4 china plates from the U.S. Capitol. I mean, really? What a piece of shit! What a common criminal. I mean, yeah, let me take advantage of this and bring these home. 4 china plates. What a piece of shit. Anyhow, and that's exactly what he looks like on his thug shot, his mug shot. And this was the guy who ran Gurn Radio Network, 52 years old, which, everybody thought he was like in his 30s. He was still living with his mother, it goest without saying. And of course he was like, basically, so they caught him now. So, and of course this is one of the factors that shut Gurn Radio Network down. And this is because, that was Penny Bradley, who claimed that she was a pilot for the 1,000-Year Reich in exile. And of course, George Knight can go to town on why that was impossible. We do agree that she was basically a tool that was meant to discredit the entire thing. I was as tolerant with her as I could be for years, was very kind to her. And then she decided she was going to accuse Peter Moon and I of being criminals on behalf of Salman Sheikh, her new friend, she said, who had his own show attacking me on the Gurn Radio Network. Well, that all fell apart. I'm always the last man standing, even when I'm wearing a dress. So these people are all in the dirt now, and the saga continues, but we'll explain that if not tonight, some other night. But so do go on, dear man, take it from here, whatever that means.
Oh yeah, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, it brings so much to mind, so much to bring up. Actually, it's that's exactly the stance that this is the reason why like you said, they would, it would be a great achievement for them to try and get me to come over to that side, but that's never ever going to happen.
And they've tried. They've tried. They've reached out. Tell us.
They tried.
Yeah, tell us.
Yeah, late. yeah, Lena before I blocked her.
Yes.
And yeah, Salman did just sent me that 5-minute YouTube video. It's like, all right, okay, interesting. Okay, you can prove that Douglas is a liar, right? And then that's what that Pavel was saying. I can prove he's a liar. Okay, then I want to see I want to see the evidence. Go on, then, because I've verified everything Douglas has said to be true. So I'm obviously looking in the wrong place if this is what they're claiming. And then when I ask him to present any evidence or any information about it, there's nothing there. Literally nothing there. Oh, okay. You're saying he's not Douglas.
Yes,
is that the best you got?
It's always something weird. It's always something bizarre. It's always some weird shit like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
no, it's just yeah. I'm just shaking my head. It's just like no. I've got to, I might not be the brightest spark. I might not be the sharpest tool, but I certainly got my I can see straight through them. Yeah, absolutely. And it's just.
So when it comes to when you explained that to Sarah and told her
yes.
that they've got you just by this kind of reflexive reactionary response to what you're saying, it's kind of like she was doing the job for them. I mean, once you explained that to her, did she see it? Did she ultimately helped you out? I mean, she kind of backed up your story when your mom was around and kind of brought up something she had seen even in the end. So she actually I think she's overcome that to a degree, right? That kind of
she resonated. Yeah, she certainly resonated, and she certainly reiterated it to her mother, because it was her mother that thinks that when I post things about the 1,000-year Reich in exile, she thinks I'm talking about extraterrestrials. So she used to go back a few weeks ago. She sent me the links to like, oh, look at this UFO video, and I said it's CGI. You can see straight away it's CGI. I don't know these people that actually believe all this, but you can tell the difference between real, authentic image or footage to even amateur footage compared to CGI. CGI is just so completely out of place in footage, and I said no, this is just CGI. It's not authentic. It's definitely not real. And but she said to Sarah, after I explained about the 1,000-year Reich in exile to her, only briefly, it only took me 5 minutes to explain, show her a video, and just say, look, this is what I'm talking about. I'm not presenting information about anything that is presented like from these people that you get off the Ancient Aliens channel, anything like that. Something completely different, and what I'm presenting is what the government believes, is what the government knows. So that's the difference. It's not my opinion, and this is where they keep getting it mixed up. They keep saying, like even Sarah said to me yesterday, she goes, George, what you got to realize is people have their own opinions, and what you got to do, George, is be quiet and shut up and don't talk. And I said to her, but how come these people are allowed to voice what they believe and what they think? I'm not even presenting any opinions or anything that is, a hypotheses or theories or my opinions. I said I'm presenting things that are factual, that you can verify.
Yes.
These are not. Why are they allowed to voice what they believe or what their opinion is? But why am I allowed to talk about what I know, what the government knows? Why am I allowed to say that?
Yes.
Obviously, they're doing the work for the government themselves, because the government want to suppress this information, but the people around me are going to do that for them. They don't need to invest any money. They don't need to spend any taxpayers' money to send anyone out to stop me.
It's true, and they basically have everyone around you just doing that for them on the basis. Now, of course, she's doing this from, unfortunately, the best of all possible intentions. She's worried about your safety, worried about the safety of the family. But as you said, she doesn't need to. She doesn't need to. In the end, we're past that point at this point in history now. We're past that point in history where the government is going to take you out for this. Here's something is the kind of crap they would do. So one of the things that happens is this attack is like based on an hourly basis. Here we are. I don't know if you can see this on your screen share.
Yes, thank you.
So here is an opinion that an idiot put up. Basically this is this is on the level of Michael Aquino's professional psychiatrist. So in other words, this is a true psychological operator, what Michael Aquino would call a psi warrior. And these are people who would be working for the government. And what happened was that all of the mass mobilization of their human expendables failed. So they started attacking much more subtly. This one, of course, when I went to this person's channel, and they took the name of No One. I mean, just taking that name, and I went to the channel, and there was no content. So the entire channel was established to enter this one comment. And what he wrote was, "Douglas is definitely a paradox. I try to believe in the words he has said, but I don't know." So this is the kind of professional attack that Michael Aquino would pay people to launch who are actually educated. These are like college level assailants who are actually PhDs, holding doctorates in psychology or the like, but are working as psychological warfare experts. And these people would say something like that. So when they say something like this, "I try to believe in the words he has said," this has nothing to do with belief. This has something to do with, like, Penny Bradley would always scream, "You don't believe me! You don't believe me!" Or like Selena Khan, when she began to truly express very hostile stances, is when she started saying something like, I don't believe what you said about World War II. And none of this has anything to do with believe. If you take a look as, like, Peter Moon would do at the etymology of the word, it's like belie. It's the word belie, meaning that it belies something. None of this has to do with belief. You can refuse to believe in the law of physics and think that gravity won't impact you personally. And of course, once you jump off the top of a building, you're going to die. These are facts that I trade in. And if you don't listen to the facts I trade in, your history is going to be all wrong. All the actions you take will be wrong based on a faulty history, and you will pay the price. This is what America, the Allies, have all done. Look at Russia. Look at the price Russia is paying for believing it won World War II. Then he's, "But I don't know." It's this trying to look reasonable, trying to talk about belief systems, and try to say that this is a question of belief. It's not a question of belief. These are facts. We are dealing in facts, and the facts are basically damning. They are damning to this false paradigm that people have been inundated with for generations, and it's destroyed them. It's destroyed generations. So, by all means, take it from there.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, that just brings to mind what my former boss said to me. She goes, when the young lad who said to me, "Oh, yeah, George, you're talking about your..." No, he would never say this just when it's just me and him. He would never say, "Oh, yeah, your conspiracy theories." Wow. Oh, so World War II is just a conspiracy theory, is it?
Oh, my God.
That was my response in my head to him. Yeah. But then my boss intervened straight away and said, "Oh, no," I said, sorry, my response was, "No, I'm only dealing with facts. What I'm presenting is facts." And then my boss said, "No, George, a fact is something you see with your own two eyes. It's something you hear with your own two ears."
And that's what she could verify if she just looked it up, followed up the circumstantial evidence. Yes.
Thank you. And that's what, yes, as someone who's supposed to be pragmatic, she's supposed to do that every single time, but like she doesn't. And I remember, because her daughter did archaeology at Solent University in Southampton, and I showed her images. Now in the last century, people could vet this. The British government actually, the Stonehenge monuments that exist in Salisbury and Salisbury Plain. There is this. They intervented using basically what they did was they were using cranes to basically take apart the monuments and then put them back together, but using reinforced concrete to structure them, because they were quite they were worried that they were collapsing. They actually collapsed several times. And so because all the tourists going there, they were chipping away at the stone, they were taking home fragments of their own, carving their names into the sides of the rocks. They were like, "Oh God, this is going to fall and kill someone one day," because these are tourist attractions. Yeah. So 3 events happened last century, at the start of the century, and in the 90s, I believe it was, I've got to remember these dates, but they go back, people can look this up, 3 times that the government intervened and actually structured these monuments, and they took them apart and they put them back together again. So I said to my boss, these are not historical monuments. They have actually, been rectified. They've been modified. Yes. They're not in the actual locations they were like formally presented in, where they were laid out. The foundation is basically they've been dug up and they've been put into reinforced concrete what do you want to call it, foundation blocks, so they can actually, to
continue standing.
Their integrity,
yes,
their integrity structure will keep them standing for longer. Yeah, like they do with every archaeological dig. They will make sure that it's safe to work in, or to work around, or to walk around. And she went to her daughter and showed her all these, and the people can look at some Google images. They can see the images where they've actually got these cranes to actually lift up these monuments. And they're heavy. They weigh several tons, these rocks. Absolutely massive structures. And they're moving them using machinery. I said, look, they're in different formations to what they previously were. And she presented these pictures to her daughter, and then she went to her university professor, and he said, it's all a lie. Yeah. And so she came back to me with the professor's response, said, it's not true.
Told her daughter that this wasn't happening?
This never happened. Yeah, this is not true. Yeah, my God. Yeah, because they're trying to maintain that it's historical, that it's 4,000 years old and they've never been touched before. That these were moved. Yes, because it makes so much money from tourism each year. So he's continuing that lie, that narrative, but at university level.
Right, and I believe you. Believe me, I believe this. I believe that.
And and that's the thing. This woman was telling me a fact is something you see with your own two eyes and what you hear with your own two ears. When I'm telling her what happened, giving her the dates, telling her what the government did and why they did it, they had a very legitimate reason to do it. Yes. And yet she doesn't believe it. Because she went to her daughter, who then went to a university professor and said it was all a lie. It never happened. But I'm showing her the pictures in and they're black and white images, literally black and white. There's no grey areas. Yes. And they just don't know what they're looking at.
Yeah.
No. What?
That's
the level I'm dealing with.
We all are. That's the level you and I are dealing with, and anybody.
Yes, you and me, Douglas.
Yes, anybody who is trying like us to explain anything. Peter Moon's still dealing with that as well when he tries to talk about my book, and this is the kind of denial that we are facing. But obviously, when it comes to the powers that be, the deep state, they consider us a great threat, or they wouldn't be responding the way they've been responding with everything that they can throw at us. And it's so definitely everyone knows we're going to win in the end, simply because no one will be able to deny what we're saying when they finally look it up themselves. And
facts speak for themselves.
Right. Yeah. So. That being said, I do want people to know we've got a few minutes left with George. It'll be about 7-8 minutes. I'll be bringing Peter Moon on at the top of the hour, of course, and then George might be able to drop in later tonight, or later in his day. And oh my God, so we really thank you for joining us at 1 a.m. your time, and hopefully you can do this a bit more often in the future, if it doesn't impact your health, of course. How does it feel? So when you got up in the middle of the night like this, kind of like
I went to bed early. I went to bed a bit earlier. I had a few beers before bed, because I do it every night. It's just for my own sanity.
Of course.
Just so I can unwind. I do. I've never done that before in my life. When I was a health freak, into my bodybuilding gym, which is not healthy at all.
Right.
Yeah.
No, I agree. Being profoundly healthy is in itself unhealthy. Believe me, you're doing the right thing. You're fine where you're at now. You'll live longer, believe me. So go on.
That's what I believe. That's what I know as well, Douglas. Yeah, thank you. And I know. I just went to bed. I set my alarm clock. I actually woke up before my alarm, and I've developed a slight cold. That's why I'm sounding the way I do. It's a bit snotty and snuffy. So that's how I feel. But I've taken I've had a couple of paracetamol, and I've got. Even though you're not supposed to combine alcohol and paracetamol together, because it's very toxic for the liver. But there was several hours between it. Yeah.
What was this other element you were talking about? Something for the cold? What's it called?
Oh, I just took paracetamol, but I'm not taking anything for the cold. I'm just gonna, when I go to bed, I'm gonna wrap up nice and warm. Hopefully, it will go away by the end of the night. Yeah, but
I've heard of this paracetamol. I'm sorry. Go on with what you were going to say.
Yeah, no, thank you. Yeah, I just took paracetamol. It's just to clear the head, just to clear the head a little bit, just to make you clear, think clearly. But Oh, bless, yeah.
Do me do me a favor and enter that into the text in spelling while you talk about what else you were going to talk about. Enter
Oh,
that in
yeah,
spelling
thank
so
you.
we can look that up because it's something
Yes.
that we've never heard of this side of the Atlantic. But go on talking about what else you would talk about besides that, because obviously there were several other subjects you wanted to bring up.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, so the other thing I wanted to bring up is what was presented in the last transmission. I don't know what the woman's name was. You might remember, Douglas, but she said about the question about what's his, is it Richard Gage? Richard Gage, is that what's his name? Not
Right.
Richard
She
Gage.
called herself Dog Cat Party. She called herself Dog Cat Party or something like that. Yeah, so she was asking about Richard Gage and nano. The nano explosives is what he brought up, Richard Gage himself, but she didn't reference that specifically, but she was asking about a number of other things about 9/11. Do you want me to look that up and refresh exactly what she said? I can do that.
Oh no, that's all right, Douglas, because what she said after that, she mentions Richard Gage, who I do remember briefly, looking at his, his research and his investigations, what he was presenting, basically. But then she mentioned the other guy, Christopher Bolin, and that's something I wanted to, just to let you know about, some Douglas, because before I discovered yourself, I had the hero I had in my eyes before you was Christopher Bolin.
Oh wow.
Because his investigations in 9/11, he worked. I think he was a columnist or he was a journalist.
So that's what she was referencing. Please discuss the Sweden speech by Christopher Bolin. Okay, so go on. Yes.
Yeah, Douglas. Yeah, because you mentioned that I'm not familiar with Christopher Bolin, but I was familiar with him just before I discovered yourself, because of course his connection with his investigation into Zionism is what led me to discover your video about the Holocaust, because I was investigating 9/11, and then I looked at the backstory of Israel, but he's definitively in my eyes, he's definitely Judeophobic. He did marry an Israeli, but in my eyes, he's definitely got this he's got a massive, great big what do you want to call it? He's very antithetical towards Zionism, right, on a pathological level in my eyes. But also, it's very interesting. I stopped listening to him immediately after discovering yourself. But then I also, because after discovering yourself, then I learned about Michael Aquino, obviously throughout the years. But Michael Aquino is very supportive of his narrative about 9/11.
Interesting.
And that's what made me.
Interesting.
That's what made me. Yeah. That's what I thought. Well, obviously Michael Aquino reached out to Christopher Bolin.
Oh my God! I mean, see, George knows so much that I don't even know. So go on. Yes, by all means.
Yeah. If you ever look up any of these forums that, or basically YouTube videos. You'll see, and on Michael Aquino's actual YouTube channel, where he's got something like 400 subscribers on his actual, on Michael Aquino's actual YouTube channel, you will see his playlist, and it's still there. And he's got on his playlist Christopher Bolin's presentations on 9/11. But I've seen him actually write on these forums and in these comments that he fully, and even in interviews when he's been talking, Michael Aquino's been talking, he goes, "Yeah, Israel done 9/11."
Okay.
And he admits to it. And I actually saved a recording. It's on my iPad somewhere. I have to get it up. I've actually recorded and saved it. That he mentions that. Oh yeah, Christopher Bolin. He's done fantastic work and he's investigated 9/11. And yeah, it was an Israeli coup. It was an Israeli insurgency in the United States that conducted 9/11. And so it was just very interesting. And that's when I was like, I'm never going to listen to this guy ever again, this Christopher Bolin. But it immediately stopped after I discovered Douglas. But yeah, in my eyes, he was my hero before Douglas.
Oh my God!
But yeah,
that took courage to share. Thank you. Go on.
Yeah, thank you. But even though it's just like with Michael Aquino, when you listen to with Douglas, when Douglas worked under liaison, when he was assigned liaison status to Michael Aquino, obviously what Michael Aquino says has certainly amount of credence. It brings so much, it brings so much light into what the reality is around you. I could bring up several examples, but it's like with Christopher Bolin, what he presents is definitely, it's all factual, and that's the thing. It cannot be disregarded, but that's the thing. They're very good at psychological warfare and psychological disinformation as well. So
the best way to explain it is that Michael Aquino's information can never be dismissed. The problem is
Yes.
we have to understand the context or what his agenda is with what he releases. So he's going to release something that is serving some purpose of his that we have to take into account. But definitely the conclusions that are drawn when they're that extreme, they are obviously intended for evil. He's obviously promoting some form of Judeophobia with this. And that's so that's, thank you. I had no
Exactly.
idea about any of this. I completely keep forgetting that Michael Aquino had his own YouTube channel up, which is true. It's George Knight that makes us aware of these things. I'm going to bring on Peter Moon now, but definitely keep
Yes.
round up what you want to say for now, and we'll continue later in the course of the day if you're able to rejoin us.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, thank you very much, Douglas. Yeah, really appreciate that. But yeah, that was I just wanted to bring that up to you. But yeah, I can go into further detail. And it's also on Michael Aquino's playlist, these sexual recordings of these, like, you get like these what they call them, like not podcasts, but these they're basically like audio book recordings.
Right, audiobook recordings. Yes, of what was it again?
Yeah, and he's got all these erotic stories, these that are being read from a book on his playlist on his YouTube channel. People can vet that as well, but also things about the Third Reich in exile also, and that was the other thing that Michael Aquino would always talk about in his forums, that there is no such thing as the Third Reich in exile. This is the technology is basically, BMW manufactured engines. They were using gyroscopes, and I remember seeing him write all this. So he was presented that they did have dish-shaped technology, but he wasn't talking about the advanced technology that they had. Right. So there is an agenda behind everything he says. Some things brings credence, which are factual, but also he's not presenting the truth entirely. But it all depends on what agenda he's bringing. It was just like when he was on that Sean Stone interview, when he was presenting, the one that, what's his name? The guy who runs Silicon Valley, one of the...
that's Stephen Outram Creep?
Stephen Outram, that's it. Yeah, when he replied to him, in that text form, he basically, Michael Aquino was saying that, what was it? That when he worked for the NSA, the National Security Agency, when he was looking at the skies, they were monitoring, surveilling the skies, and it's all full of space junk. There's no such thing as UFOs. But he was going, but they are UFOs because they're unidentified. Things like that. That's how Michael Aquino presents it to the public. Right. That's when he's ever talking in public, in the public forum.
Right. He definitely was engaging there, and so say good day to our man Peter Moon.
But before George goes, could you just? I heard just the last couple of minutes of what you said, but how did you discover Douglas?
Oh, because I was doing research into the Holocaust, going back to the basically the roots of Israel. Mm-hmm. From the United Nations resolution when it was formed in 1948. But I look back because Christopher Bolin was presenting a lot of the backstory and a lot of the individuals, because the founding fathers, like David Ben-Gurion of Israel, the first prime minister, a lot of them are part of the basically the Irgun. They were terrorist organizations, and the British government recognized them as actual terrorists. They were conducting these terrorist acts against British embassies, and the King David Hotel bombing by Menachem Begum was the corporate, or the what do you call it, the fugitive behind that, right? The antagonist.
Oh yes, that. George, and terrorists who take over. Yes. They become world leaders, politicians, if they're so quote unquote fortunate to be able to affect that. But yes, I understand. But carry on.
Yeah, thank you, Peter. And that is how I discovered Douglas, because Douglas did an interview with a channel that was called 911.org, and they presented a 2-part video of Douglas talking about 9/11 and the Holocaust. And that video I watched. But what I used to do is I used to clickbait a lot of videos and talk and discover a lot of people that would talk in what you call what I discovered later was called alternative media or alternative information. So people that would speak out, or they were called whistleblowers. So I'll literally just skim through each video and then see who I can work out immediately who's telling the truth. But because I already did enough back story, I did enough investigation, I could verify what Douglas was saying immediately, because he later on talked about the Havara Agreement. So I knew, and that was on the thumbnail. You got the picture of the book by Edwin Black of the Havara, the transfer agreement. So I was like, this guy knows what he's talking about. And then he mentioned about the Saudi connection with 9/11. So I already knew enough to know that Douglas was telling the truth. But after that, I didn't put it down. I listened to it over and over again.
I have another question for you. Did you ever receive the document I sent to Douglas? I don't think I sent it to you, but it's a document about the Polish concentration camps.
Yes.
Did I send that to you?
Yeah, you did. You did, Doug. You did, Peter. Thank you so much for sending that to me as well, because I keep referring back to that, because that was that dates back to previously to September 1st, 1939. When Adolf Hitler, declared, we're going to go in, we're going to fight back, we're going to get our men out of these camps. And that's the thing that I present to a lot of people, like on my stag do. I said to all my friends, I said, you're told that Adolf Hitler and then, the Soviet Union invaded Poland, but you're never told why they did that. And I said, where do you think all these camps came from? They emerged and they were constructed straight after World War I. They had the Germanic peoples that were living on this land. It was German territory in World War I. And I said to them, they were indoctrinated under communism. And then the Polish took over and they had all these prisoners in there for decades and they were dying. And then throughout the months, prior to World War I actually commencing, they were killing thousands in these camps. Why do you think they went in and liberated them? Where do you think these camps came from? And it was all in Polish territory. But yeah, thank you, Peter, for bringing that up.
So you found that document to be accurate?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah,
well,
that was.
I once sent it to a guy in Poland.
Yeah.
And he just completely, acted like,
they do.
Oh no, I never heard any of it. I mean, it was like he was so dense. I got
They do.
The jerk.
Yeah, because what the Polish will say, because I've got friends who are also Polish.
Too young. He was too young to be one of them. But go ahead. What did the Polish say?
Yeah. Oh yeah, thank you, Doug. Thank you, Peter. Yeah, my Polish friend Philip. He said to me, "Oh no, George, the Germans created these camps. These camps were. It was not, because I presented these articles that actual professionals have actually written about how the Polish were involved with the Holocaust themselves, because it wasn't in German territory during World War II. It was in Polish territory. That's where Dachau, Treblinka, Auschwitz, they're all in Poland. Yeah. None of them are in German territory.
It's true.
But I said these camps were there post-World War I. They were created post-World War I. And I said, why were they liberated by the Third Reich? Because they were liberating them against the indoctrination under communism from the Polish. Because what did they do with all these prisoners? All these people that were captive after World War I? They kept them in these internment camps.
And
they were killed.
Just to emphasize this, your Polish friend also, don't forget, is under pressure because in Poland, they've created the so-called memory laws. Talk about thought police. They've created memory laws where if you say that the Polish people were responsible for any of the Holocaust or atrocities or crimes in World War II, you will go to prison and you will be fined.
Yes.
So so this is, your Polish friend
he wasn't my friend. He was just somebody who wrote to me from Poland.
Oh, understood. But what I mean to say is in the case of George Knight, and just so people understand this, if you talk to anybody in Poland and they're residing in Poland, they're going to respond to you with extreme reaction because they will go to jail or they will be fined if they're caught. If somebody goes through their email and they find that email, the government can put them in jail. They can spend years in jail. And they will be fined to the point where it will break their families. This is not something that they're going to respond violently to any suggestion other than that they were innocent angelic heroes throughout the World War. This is the kind of madness that we have. It's that way in Russia too, just so people understand this. And these are called memory laws that they have in Poland and Russia. So you're fighting against that. There's no way you can fight against that unless there's a regime overthrow and democracy is restored. And so I do want to Oh, by all means. So continue, both of you gentlemen. You're both on a roll. If you want to take this further.
Well, if George has anything else to say, I'm happy to hear it, because this is a topic that it's even hard to generate any discussion on. And, you know, I mean, I understand the Holocaust is a sensitive issue, but this is one issue that I just never hear even brought up, even by the, you know, what do you call it, the Holocaust deniers or whatever,
Right.
the Holocaust.
Yeah, even the Holocaust deniers don't talk about this. Yes, go on.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, or the revisionists don't talk about it either. And of course, you know, it goes without saying that the Polish and the Germans don't like each other. A long history, and that, you know, Poland was, you know, the seat of so much Hasidism.
Yes.
You know, so it's a Jew. In fact, you know, where I first got interested in it was in a movie with Orson Welles, where they started talking about the white slave trade. There was just a mention of it in a white slave trade operating out of Poland prior to World War II.
Yes.
And it was just, they were just alluding to it. They weren't embellishing it, but it was obviously, it was, I said, what's the historical context of this? A white slave trade. And then there was, I also saw a video during that time period on YouTube. I've never been able to find it, about it, called The Six Kings. Six as in the Roman numeral 6. And when you put the Roman numeral 6 with kings, it means Vikings, saying that the Vikings were Jewish people who had a white slave trade. And of course, the Dons, the Danube is named after the tribe of Don, and they migrated, and the Vikings were Jewish, a Jewish tribe of Don, the Danish. It was called Jutland. And it went into this, making the you know, portraying the Vikings as evil slave traders that were taking slaves up the Danube. Called it the Six Kings. I don't know. Could never find it. It was probably banned from YouTube.
Yeah, probably. Yes. And by the way, the Vikings were not nice people, and neither.
Of course they were.
Yeah, neither were the Jews, nor any of them. I mean, in general. But the one thing I would like to beseech of both these gentlemen, if either one of you could send that essay to me again. I believe this is the same one that Peter Moon said that he saw about World War II. He never found it for years, and then suddenly found it again. And then, is this the one you're talking about? And then I don't believe I ever received it, or maybe I was so overwhelmed.
Oh, you received it for sure.
Maybe I did, but if you could send it to me again, I'd deeply appreciate it, because I was so overwhelmed.
Could find it,
you know, I mean, you know,
I do have
got it.
Yeah. Okay, you've got it, George. Then you send it to me.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want either one of you to bust your ass doing this, but it's just one of those things where I was probably so overwhelmed at that time that Peter sent this to me. I probably couldn't, you know, I probably just didn't register it. It was just one of those things. So Deanna, you're trying to tell us something until midnight your time? Are you okay? Everything's okay? She's in the middle of a hurricane, just so people know. So she's holding out. And
Did you ask me to say something, or are you just mentioning?
You said something until midnight your time. Everything's okay. You're going to be with us after that, right? Or what do you say?
Right. Well, Peter usually is on stage for 3 hours approximately, give or take. Yes.
Yeah. Yep. That's right.
So, you know.
Oh, so what you were going to say was at that time you could add the fact. So what were you going to add? Add that fact now. The third hand at a waitstaff hotel restaurant. Andy said he was a guard in Poland. He said so.
Back in mid-90s, I was working at a hotel restaurant as a cashier. Oh, you cashiers. I'm not a cashier. I'm a remittance technician. So for whatever reason, the topic came up, and Andy, who is Polish, said that he back in the day, he was one of the guards in Poland. So I can verify what these gentlemen are speaking of. And with that, I'm going AFK until approximately midnight Eastern time.
Great. What's AFK mean?
Away from keyboard.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Yes. Okay. So thank you. Okay, so there, you all heard that. And by all means, gentlemen, continue your discussion. What I'm proud of is our man George Knight was emphasizing that he turned off to this Chris Bolin or whatever the guy's name was, because he was obviously Judeophobic. And he shocked me by pointing out that Michael Aquino was openly in contact with this man and bringing this man's name up on his forums. And this
who was this man? Who was this man?
Tell us again, George, who this man was and what he was about.
Yeah, Christopher Bolin. He was an investigative journalist. He worked, I believe, in New York at the time of 9/11 happened. But then he become this, he wrote these books, Solving 9/11. Solving 9/11 will end all these wars on terror. So, he became like this. I discovered him in 2016, just prior to me discovering Douglas. So I spent an entire year looking at his, what his work that he's presented, through his investigations and his research into like the state of Israel and what they have, all the terrorist acts they have conducted prior to their establishment as a state, under, because it was mandated, Palestine was mandated by the British until it became recognized as an Israeli state, after the United Nations resolution, which established it in 1948. So I went, it goes back deeper and further. So, but yeah, that's who Christopher Bolin is. And he married an Israeli, which I believe was probably a cover up, which was to try and cover his Judeophobia.
It's a good way to cover it up.
Because I believed, this guy's not Judeophobic, or he's not he's not anti-Zionist because he married an Israeli.
But do bear in mind, as George Knight will attest, one of the things I've exposed over the years is that when it came to Netanyahu and his Likud, they are directly affiliated with many neo-Nazi organizations, to the point where David Duke was calling Netanyahu's son, I forget his son's name, Izzy, Bibi, whatever, but he was saying, he's my bro. And they were basically promoting all this Judeophobic bullshit themselves. And they felt that the fascists in Europe, like Viktor Orban in Hungary, were their next of kin. These are the biggest supporters of Israel are people like Viktor Orban in Hungary, and these places where you've got these like neo-fascists or neo.
Well, Douglas, this is like if we created an anti-Douglas Dietrich thing and spread all these vile lies to get attention to who he is, and then we start explaining who he is. It's a way, but this is much more than getting attention. They're getting attention to build their own political base of power. And Israel, extracts huge amounts of money from different things. It's very clever.
Yes, it's true. The Israelis are still getting Holocaust reparations. It's fixing into generations now.
And they have a base of what I would call, solid citizens who are Jewish by, genetic reasons, and many of them are not passionate about their religion at all. They're rather ignorant about it. They're
even disdainful. They're even disdainful about it.
But they will do anything they can to support their own people, which is understandable. Whether you agree with it or not, it's understandable. And so they're playing the regular rank and file Jewish person.
Right, absolutely. And just so people understand, there is definitely a bifurcation in Israel where there are many people who are much more secular and much more liberal, and then there are these reactionaries that are more or less along the Netanyahu party line. In general, it's all very, it's extraordinarily complicated to explain. And in general, much of the Jewish diaspora finds what Israel has become to be either revolting or they protest at least. It's definitely a complicated situation, but definitely they have as much problems domestically as anyone else. Just like Brexit was just a win by less than something like a percentage of 1% was the victory for Brexit, and Britain's very divided, and just like America's divided, Israel's also divided. But so that being said, by all means, go on, gentlemen, with anything else that you feel needs to be expressed about this.
Well, I appreciate that, George. I thank you very much. If you have anything else to say, I don't know.
Oh, yeah. With the whole Israeli background, I can go on. I can talk about it for hours and hours and present a lot of things that many people aren't even aware of. It's like with like how what Douglas has said in the past. They had such a massive influence or a grip hold on Hollywood for many, many decades. And one of the major producers in the United States, who's also dual nationalist with Israel and the United States, is Anon Milhon. He's a producer, and he produced the film Mr. and Mrs. Smith with Angelina Jolie and Brad Pitt. And you look at those pictures of Arnold Milhon and Angelina Jolie and Brad Pitt. Arnold Milhon is in between both of them. He's the man who joined them two together. Major Hollywood stars. He brought them both together. And he's the man that got them to marry. He's the one who introduced them. They met on the set of Mr. and Mrs. Smith. And this man produced in the series, The Lone Gunman, the pilot episode. And prior to 9/11, they actually did a shot where... Just so people know
what you're talking about, The Lone Gunman was the Canadian spin-off series from The X-Files, which was really a Canadian series produced by Chris Carter, and they had the science consultant was that Richard Allen Miller was the doctor whose brain was fried by going through the scanners in and out of Area 51 every day for several years until they turned him into a raving lunatic. But so go on from there. Yes, that's The Lone Gunman.
Thank you, Douglas.
By that, so go on, yes.
Yeah, thank. I'm so glad you mentioned that, because that was the other individual I wanted to talk about besides Bob Lazar. But that's a discussion for another time. The pilot episode was actually it was an episode based around the events that happened on 9/11. This was aired just a week before 9/11 actually happened, and the trajectory of the aircraft, because it went on autopilot where it was going to crash into the World Trade Center.
The plot of this episode was a plane was hijacked remotely and they were going to crash into a tower. So go on.
Yeah, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, and that's exactly what was shown and aired prior to 9/11. And who Arnold Milhon is a multi-billionaire who's produced all these major movies. And he's an Israeli intelligence officer also. Yes. So he had prior knowledge himself. And it's just, I can go on and on and on, present all this information, and people can vet all this.
Yes.
But that is...
But by the way, that episode was taken, and it was like, they did something with it so that you... I don't think they ever aired it again. I think it was, taken out of that loop. But I remember it distinctly because I watched it with my dad. And I remember it distinctly because that was when the main character's father was involved. And his father worked for the government and was basically the drama that was there that was legitimate was the father was saying, why can't you people ever say anything good about the government, anything good that we do, instead of saying that we're responsible for all this evil, is what this man's father was saying. This was the man who wrote the stupid little newspaper from which the series takes its name. The Lone Gunman was supposed to be their e-zine, their e-magazine, their rag in which they spread conspiracy theories through. So that was, for those of you who don't remember. I mean, I know all this stuff because my dad had a crush on Gillian Anderson, which, as Peter Moon said, considering who he was married to.
Keep talking. I'm going to have to answer that phone. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Yes. So, yeah, as Peter Moon said, God knows what was going through my dad's brain when he had a crush on Gillian Anderson, married to a woman as exotic as my mother was. As Peter said, it's amazing what men are like. But that being said, because we have to keep talking until Peter comes back. So Richard Allen Miller, he was like you said, he was like Bob Lazar, except much worse because he had gone through the scanner much more often.
Yes.
And now I don't know if you know this. He's gone totally off the deep end, went flat Earth and everything else, right? Did you know that?
No, I didn't, Douglas. But oh my God.
Yes. I mean, flat Earth, when he used to say, the Nazis all got eaten up under the earth by the lizards, the reptilian people. The reptilian people ate the Nazis, But here we are, and it's flat, too. Somehow it's all that, That's... it just, there you go. And he was always, I mean, I could go on about, I don't hate the guy. He's fucked, they put him through the ringer. It's like Bob Lazar, you feel bad for these people. But
Exactly.
but yeah, I do hate him in a sense. I resent him for it because Richard Allen Miller was the guy who fed us all this black goo shit and threw the black oil on the X-Files. Which, by the way, for anybody who remembers the X-Files, they had what they called the black oil, which was this slime that got into people's eyes and shit, and that's when somehow they were all hijacked as people, and that's where we got the black goo shit along with that red mercury shit combined. It was all conflation of all these paradigms and wild ideas that got everybody saying black goo was coming out of Max Spears' piss slit and his anus and his nostrils and everything and all that other shit. And yeah, that was Miles Johnson reporting that before Max Spears' own mother knew he was dead. Disgusting. And so go on.
I'm back now, Douglas, just so you know, I'm back.
Oh,
Thank
okay.
you,
Our man is back now. And
Thank
by
you,
the way,
Douglas.
I do have the essay now, and I'm certain Peter's sent this to me before, but now I have it. Now, Peter, just to confirm, this is the essay that you said you couldn't find for years, and then you found it again.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
good. This is it. So I would definitely dedicate time to read this. Bless you. And so anything else to say before you take off for the present, dear George?
No. I'm very happy to for you guys to proceed. Yeah, very happy. Yeah, I can come back on later on or something to carry on.
Sure, if you can. You're always
Thank you
welcome.
so much.
Bless you. Hugs.
Thank you, and it's lovely talking to you, Peter.
Yeah, you too.
Thank you for coming on. And thank you for everything. Yeah, really appreciate that. Thank you, Douglas,
Thank
for
you.
having me.
Yes.
You have a blessed night.
Blessed night. And so, our man Peter, now that you're here, by all means, take it away.
Yeah. Can you hear me okay?
Absolutely.
Because it sounded like your voice faded away there.
Oh, that's probably my tone of. Is that better? Is this better?
No, it's better. It's better. Okay. Thanks for George for that. That's not a subject I'm particularly ready to go down the rabbit hole of.
Understood.
But they say it was very hidden or occulted knowledge that I certainly think should be people should be aware of, and it should be acknowledged, as are so many things that are ignored, so on and so forth. Okay, so what I wanted to start off with tonight, we're going to get back to my idea for the one-man show of Douglas Dietrich and all that, which I think is very important. But we have those of you who don't know Douglas or listen to the show and we mentioned this, and I'm not going to stop mentioning it. We don't have to spend the whole night on it or even a long time on it. But he is consistently and chronically under the scrutiny / attack of various factions. And we were going over some of these today that are current. We're not going to discuss them because we don't necessarily want the, counter or the attackers to know, trollers to know what we're doing.
Right.
But these things happen, and it's like Douglas is really getting really good at not only recognizing them, but neutralizing them. It's like, wow, look at this. Wow. For example, and I will mention the one that, he showed me in screenshots of Derek Talley, who was one of the co-hosts, actually getting arrested by the, Capitol Police for stealing a Capitol policeman's uniform who was dead.
Yeah.
He's stealing the uniform. In other words, he was definitely, this showed him to be a deep state operator.
Thank you.
A deep state operator that was active on January 6th. And lo and behold, he's Douglas's quote unquote buddy. He's assigned to go be Douglas's buddy and help him with his show.
Right. Yeah.
Keep your friends close and your enemies closer. Well, they keep Douglas as close as they can. And the problem is they don't assign high-level people. I don't even know if there is such a thing as a high-level person who does this type of stuff, because you have to be so programmed to not have a conscience.
Yes.
And you have to be a denier of truth, justice, and the American way.
Yes.
You know, to use a phrase, the American way, but these things are chronically and consistently, they're attacked. Now, most of the trolling, or all of the significant trolling, or insurgency against myself going back 30 years, was done in a way that I couldn't see it. I was censored. And so and of course, I have commented before, it's in the Roswell book, how it's only been the Axis countries that have published translation of my books. None of the Allied countries will publish them, or have published them. Romania was an Axis country that switched. China was an Axis country that switched. So Japan, Spain was really an Axis country, although it was neutral. And Bulgaria was an Axis country.
Yes.
So on and so forth. So it's like, what's going on here? And people, just as you will see, many people of a Catholic persuasion will have pictures of Jesus and the Sacred Heart. Well, most people have a similar, picture. It's a metaphorical picture. It's not an actual picture of Hitler being supremely evil, that he's the epitome of evil. Now, of course, in this context of Hitler being evil, they have his opponents as being good. They may not have FDR close to their hearts in that regards as they have Jesus, but he kind of fits in because he was an opponent of Hitler, so he's good. They have no idea of their history. Now, I'm going to give you a similar analogy from one of my Romanian friends who currently is in Poland. And she facilitated one of my sacred tours. And she what was I talking about?
We were talking about the fact that the Axis nations in particular.
Yeah, the Axis nations.
Publishers of your books. You have, of course.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. She. I'm all of a sudden picking up all my memories of her, and I'm going like, wow.
And that was enough to knock it out of your head. Your thread of thought. Yeah.
Yeah. It was because she was in China. She went to China, and I'd tell Paula about Catalina's new life in China, and she'd laugh. She'd say she's crazy. Her new life in China. It's like Paula thought she was crazy to go to China.
I could understand why. I mean, Paula has a point. Go on. Yes.
Yeah. Well, see, this woman is actually quite worldly.
Mm-hmm.
She's worldly.
Yes.
She speaks Spanish fluently. She did my translation of the El Proyecto Montauk. Did a very good job, I'm told, by people who speak Spanish. She's lived in Spain. She's lived in Poland. She's been around South America, Europe. And she went to China to work on this co-op. And my friend Nicole, who's in China, I connected the two of them, and Nicole vouched that it's not a scam, it's a camp. She went to the camp. It didn't work out well because they were depending on her for too much. They were depending on her to bring all sorts of people And it's not what, was really the job description. They wanted more from her than she could provide. So there was really nothing there for her to do. It wasn't there was an actual camp that was trying organic gardening and all this stuff. So then she ended up going to Inner Mongolia.
Wow.
And where she was basically a Chinese culture that was dominated by communism in its day.
Yes.
And these people she said, were fascinated to learn about their own history from her. She told them about their history. Now look, she's not a historian. I don't know what she knew of Mongolian or Chinese history, but whatever it was, she's not a history professor. And she's telling them about their history because they don't know.
So sad.
Of course, it was all programmed out of them from communism.
So true.
And they're interested. They were interested to hear about things like Halloween. Of course, she's not, they don't really have Halloween like we have in America, but it's been spreading to Europe. So of course she knows about Halloween. So, she's like educating these people. It's kind of like, you out there in the listening audience, the average person going in to a high school chemistry class, or maybe a junior high school chemistry class, and teaching the kids about chemistry, and you don't really know anything about chemistry except what you learn in high school. So, but they're fascinated to learn because, they don't have nothing. They don't have books or anything. So you're teaching them what you know because they don't have anything. And you're there to teach them chemistry. And if you happen to be an expert in chemistry, it would be in some subject that you don't know. It's like going in, if you did Spanish for 2 or 3 years, and you're going in to teach a Spanish class to like a bunch of 5th graders who don't know anything about Spanish. So this is the predicament we are in with Douglas's book, is the Roswell deception and all of the information. People are so, except that the difference is they don't think they're ignorant of history except to the degree that they haven't read the books in the library or in school. So they think that all of this rat-a-tat data about World War II is right because you see it on the History Channel. The historians cover that. But the historians are writing flagrantly false information. So this is the ridiculousness of the situation we're in. It is just absurd. Now, I sent Douglas's book to a journalist friend that I know. He's a true journalist. I mentioned him before. And we had some Facebook exchange. And I said, did you ever read the book I sent you? And he says, yes, it's it's the most interesting book you've ever done. Douglas's book.
Thank you.
He's read the Montauk stuff and he's helped me with it. He actually wrote an article on it. And he was paid to kill the article because they don't want to publish it. They say, oh, go see what's happening with this Montauk stuff. So he came over to my house. I fixed him lunch. We knew each other. And, he finished the story. And of course, he basically reported that there's much more to it. It's much deeper. It goes on. And they didn't want to do the story. They wanted to make it a big, ha, 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 whatever happened to the time travel guys. They don't want to hear this stuff. He also told me at that time that his job as a journalist was impossible because they just want fluff pieces. They don't want to go into corruption at the school board or whatever's corruption's going. They don't want that. They want puff pieces. Write about the Little League, Lord. Write about, senior citizens doing Tai Chi or something. No. So this is the problem he has as a journalist. But he says he wants to talk to me about the book soon. So I said, sure. I don't know that he's even in a position to even write a review on it anymore because I don't know what he's up to. But he used to write for Dan's Papers, which is the, tongue-in-cheek paper of the Hamptons. He'd write serious articles for it though, because they did have some serious articles. East Hampton, Dan's Papers is all out through the East End, the South Fork of Long Island, by Dan Ratner, who likes to call himself Dan Ratney, who looks like Colonel Sanders, and he's interviewed everybody. I mean, celebrities galore. And he's just, he's quirky, he's weird. Everybody knows he's weird, but he is the staple of the Hamptons with his paper. He said he was going to write quite a bit about the Montauk Project. He never wrote any serious articles about my work, yet when this, unauthorized Montauk movie came out, he covered it diligently, and promoted it. So, these guys have their own little Aquino-esque network that they belong to, that is to, not be kind or friendly or helpful to me. So, and as I say, I had one guy who was a author, journalist of some kind, and he had a long talk with me one time. He was from the East End and says, I'm writing this article. I want to talk to you. You cannot separate your name from the legends of this area, this legend that's been created. And he's, I'm going to do a piece on it, and da-da-da. He never did anything. But it was like, people find this story. They find it magnificent. They want to do something on it. And then they can't get to the goal line. There is a characteristic of bad teams in sports. It could be any sport, but you see it in football and baseball a lot. It's a team that is ahead of the other team and cannot finish. Can't finish. They can't hold the lead, or they can't get the final score. They might be ahead by a field goal or a touchdown. They can't get that extra score that's going to cement the game. They just can't finish the game, or they will. And on top of that, they will lose the lead in the later part of the game. They can't finish. And this is a problem with people when it comes to the subjects I work with. They can't finish. Or they get discombobulated, or they start getting huge doubts. Gee, if I jump on Peter Moon's bandwagon or Douglas's Dietrich's bandwagon, I'm going to be forgoing everything that, normal people believe in. I'm going to, I mean, I don't know what the hell that means, but it's some kind of, I'm going to be going on beyond convention. How dare you say that, the conventional authorities that have issued their proclamation that time travel is not possible how can you dare contradict this?
Or worse yet, that yellow house nigger, that Jap trash American, Michio Kaku and shit. How could you go against him?
Well, he doesn't say it's impossible. Instead, he's got too much knowledge in his field. His field has too much. He can't deny that. But he knows the knowledge is that you have to have considerable power to produce, time-like curves and closed time-like curves, and to manipulate time. It needs tremendous amount of power. And he says, there's no power source. When he doesn't read the thing, it has a power source. It's explained. There's videos on it that show the power source. It's inarguable scientifically. So he just gets up and lies. He just lies.
By the way, for those of you who don't know, Michio Kaku pulls shit out of his ass all the time. Go on. I'm sorry.
Well, yeah. And but so it's people who are not even as educated as, how dare you say these things? Now, I was thinking about that when my daughter was, I don't know, 8 or 9 or whatever. I don't know what it was. But I was talking to her about my work or time travel. And she says, oh, that's not possible. No, that's not possible.
Wow.
Now, she's saying this,
reflexively, I would presume.
Yeah, I didn't teach that to her. It's just sort of like it defies all all of her time anchors, her time references. It does not fit with her psychology. She is a Capricorn with Virgo rising like myself, and she's very skeptical. She wants to see things. But she is open. I mean, I didn't teach her about chakras and whatnot, but she acquired this knowledge. She worked at a yoga studio. She knows stuff. She knows spirituality, certainly at a, rudimentary level. Yeah. Just because she was exposed to it and absorbed data. And she does, of course, she saw the interview I did with David Anderson, and she even met David Anderson when she was younger, but she doesn't really remember too well. Okay. I took her and her friend to Taco Bell with them. I took them all out to Taco Bell because we needed to eat. So David liked Taco Bell, so I took him there. But but yeah, so it's like people have a endemic resistance to time travel, but then here we're also talking about the censorship issue. We're talking about the heavy evil and suppression that people have their blinders on. Now, I want to give you another example. My brother-in-law is visiting with his stepbrother and sister, Paula's stepbrother and sister. They're here on Long Island right now. And I met with them the morning after our transmission that we did last Sunday. And I sat down and was telling him my idea about the one-man show and all the props I wanted to put up. And when I mentioned Hitler, Paula says, wait, hold it. Don't go too far here. Don't go too far. She was not, now I wasn't going to go too far. I wasn't going to go too far at all. I was just mentioning having the mannequin with the kimono. Right. Hitler's kimono. Right. And not his actual kimono, but and I wasn't going to, but she was afraid I was going to mention that Douglas was Hitler's, prodigy or son, and that maybe I was going to go into the vampire. I wasn't going to mention any of that stuff. I was just talking about the one-man show. But, and she did not want, Tamara and his kids to hear this. Now, the kids are very nice kids, very intelligent. I like them both very much. But they're not interested in their mother's, spiritual work. They're not. They might later. Paula and her brother fed off of it. She saved their lives with it. Literally saved their lives. Wow. They're like brothers. All of them are brothers and sisters. But her own kids, she says, I never approached them with it at all, because if I did, I would lose. So she just made sure they had good upbringings. They have good jobs. They're doing well in life. But she never pushed her own spirituality on her own kids or her own teachings or whatever. And they're amazed that she has such a following. I haven't gotten a chance to ask them about it. I want to. But they're just visiting America and checking it out, particularly New York. So, but when I had this reaction from Paula, and I understood where she was coming from, I didn't resent it, but it told me we have to be very astute and considerate about how we present information. Yeah. Now, we have this friend who was very generously contributed to Douglas's cause. And Robert, thank you. Robert, you're probably listening. Yes. And it's just great that he contributed to Douglas's cause, but he made a comment that he loves listening to Dietrich's monologues. Now there are so many of them, and he was stating, understandably, that that these things should be preserved. Now, I sent a short message that all of L. Ron Hubbard's tapes were put into book form. In fact, the woman I met with a couple of weeks ago, she was on that project. And there was a whole team of people imagine there was a bank building that had been purchased, like inside of a bank. Like if you walked into the bank, a big bank, it had big pillars in front of it and everything. And so anyway, this whole bank was where they did the Tapes to Books project. And they had a whole staff there that filled that whole room. And they had all these tape recorders, all these typists. People were signing 5-year contracts to come and work for this project, and they really weren't being paid anything significantly. They were, being given services, courses, training, whatever they were given, and room and board. And they would type these things, edit them, put them into book format. It was a whole team. This thing went on for decades before it was all done. Now, you can imagine, and as I say, literally millions of dollars went into that. He'd stated that, his iPhone is, translates. Well, if you've ever really tried to do this, I can talk into my own Apple stuff, and it really butchers the talk. It does not do a good job. So even if you have it all recorded and translated, you're going to have to go over every step of that tape recorder, that recording against the original, and you're going to have to listen to the whole thing. And then you're going to have to edit it for common English, rudimentary punctuation, rudimentary spelling. This is not even refined editing. So it's a monster job. And of course, there's no way it could be done.
Well,
it's even
not by us, but yeah, it's something.
Who is going to do it? No, nobody's going to do it.
No,
it's like it's so laborious that, when I did Douglas's book, this took me a long time just to do the book, and it's like I go into certain videos that he did, audios he did, and I'm transcribing them in toto. Not the whole interview, but the key parts of it. And I can't tell you what a mess it is to mix paper A with paper B with paper C with paper D. And then I've got to re-scramble them, put them in order, and then write an intelligible narrative about it. It's very difficult. Most people are incapable of doing it. It's a monster to edit something. If it's raw data, there is a certain value in reading the raw data, but when you're trying to compose a narrative, it's very challenging. As I say, that book took me a year, at least. And Douglas would have put more stuff in it.
Yes.
He would have had it about 5 times as big, at least twice as big, and that just breaks all economic reality. So it's and of course, most people, as Robert is so appreciative of, most people, or there's not enough people who are going to take the time to read that, because the world does not live in the tomes of monasteries, reading tomes that are in monasteries of any type. The world is listening to, what's that program? I've never seen the program, I've seen snippets of it. The View.
Right. Okay.
The View. It's like people are more interested in what so-and-so said on The View. Who would care what anybody on The View said? You know, they're more interested in the takedown of these Catholics. I saw a snippet on Tucker Carlson. He was just outraged. He was outraged that these Catholics had been harassed and prosecuted, or no, because somebody attacked their anti-abortion stance.
Yeah.
And, you know, I mean, it's like, and they were blaming George Soros. Somebody was blaming George Soros. It's like, you have to think abortion is a horrible thing. But if you legislate against it, people aren't going to do it anyway. Now, I can understand the impassioned rhetoric to not kill a fetus. I can, but it's like there is such an impassioned vehemence, including violence, to have rights for abortion. And this violence is not being perpetrated by women who want to have abortions at all. It's totally political. When it gets violent, and it's like, we have a right to kill a fetus. That's basically what they're saying. But as they say, when you legislate, what happens in reality is you're going to have people getting abortions anyway. And if they do butcher jobs, which inevitably is going to happen if it's not done under a supervised situation that's legal, then you're going to have a function from some doctor who's got to patch up the person who got the bad abortion. So it's like, it's inevitable that these issues have to be dealt with. And legalizing it just gets it gets messy. And then what is the agenda of both parties? It's just extreme stuff. And this is being put in front of people's face. This stuff must be psychologically, you know, so it's like, well, if you're conservative, you're anti-abortion, you don't like COVID vaccines, you don't like immigrants, or you like immigrants, but you want it to be all done under control. And if you're liberals, you're the opposite. And it's like they're building up this polarity. It's like there's no gray areas, and that they're building up polarity against gray areas. None of this stuff it's all asylum fodder. And it's a crazy world. And why is the law so important? Because in the case of the Constitution and certain other free speech things, these are not followed. So if you have a law, a constitution that is the law, and it's not followed or honored or backed up, you know, it's all a big joke. So it has to do with the prevailing political winds and who's creating the prevailing political winds. It seems to be very violent, you know, or like the violent rhetoric about LGBT, you know, who point a gun to your head if you don't believe in LGBTQ plus, you know, it's like, it's very militant. And it
can be, yes.
It's almost exclusively militant or militant rhetoric. It's like there's this force there. You know, I don't have time to get involved with it because it's just noise. It's just media noise. And in actuality, and you know, I don't know about all the individuals. I mean, there are instances that must be, one would assume would be true, but I don't necessarily hear people complaining about these problems that I know. You know, people with real families and stuff. You see it on TV a lot. The biggest, somebody with a real life example is JoJo, whose kid is non-binary.
Yes.
And she said that, her kid is being watched. That everybody in the school is watching what's going on with this, because they're kind of, now she lives in liberal Haven in Massachusetts. From what I've been able to gather, we don't really talk about it. Her views are not really liberal at all. But she's like a real person. She treats her kid like a real kid. And everything seems to be just fine. There's not all this drama. There are sometimes situations she's had to deal with, but it's not all this drama that you see. But back to the discussion of your work, and we're going to get more into that. We'll also say my experience with L. Ron Hubbard. He said that of all the suggestions he gets, I think he said only, less than 5% are even worthy of consideration. And then out of those, only very few of those have any long-term value. Because people will suggest things that are they're completely clueless as to the whole picture. They see things from their picture. They're a customer of Scientology. And what they say is understandable from their viewpoint. Why don't you do this? Why don't you do that? Why don't you do this? It's kind of like, why don't you get coffee machines for the mechanics? Say it's a dealership. Why don't you get a coffee machine for the mechanics so they stay awake, do a good job? Now, this might be written by somebody who's got a coffee addiction. So he's worried about the mechanics having coffee. I mean, it's that ridiculous. It might be not, that inapplicable. It may not be that ridiculous, because I can't quite see anybody recommending a coffee machine for mechanics. They can just go into the showroom and get the coffee there if they really need it, if they don't already have a coffee pot somewhere. But it's, just people that don't really have all the information. They are not clued in. So their viewpoints are naive or just ignorant. And I don't say ignorant with malice. It's just they just don't know. They're not clued in on the scene. They're a customer. So this is the environment that we're working in. Now, I mentioned this thing, how hypersensitive Paula was, because Paula knows Douglas, and she knows how crazy and deep this stuff goes. And it's really not the type of information she has time to process on her daily job. And I can talk to her if I want, but I seldom talk to her about it because there's no need to. Sometimes I might mention something and she gets it, but it's like, we have to be very sensitive to what we say to people. Yes. Now, when we talk on the air, most of the people who listen to you are pretty much willing and open to listening to anything. Whether they agree or not, they're going to listen. But we don't want to offend the sensibilities of people because they're, so it has to be handled very delicately. Now, but what we do want is to invoke the sympathy of the audience. So they will have a sympathy of your life, of your situation, as opposed to being polarized or scared from it. Yes. They have to be able to relate to it. from their perspective of a human situation. When I go back to what I said earlier about the things that we've done right, one of the things, or I guess a slew of things that I did right in my Scientology experience, was that I took the subject very seriously. I did what I learned. I got fantastic personal results. These were not results I needed to show off to anybody. They were between me and the earth and the heavens. It was absolutely fantastic personal experiences dealing with my own life, my own mind, my ability to communicate, my ability to increase my ability. Sold. Wow. And most people had some shade of gray on that. And that's what attracted them to Scientology and to drink deeper. And drinking deeper is where the problem becomes for people. I was ready to drink from the well very deeply, very early on, because it was my destiny. And I took the subject very seriously, and I learned, and I applied. Hubbard always stressed results and application. And if you didn't get a result, you didn't apply it right. And you have to get the result. It's all about results and application. People in life tend to not apply and not get results. That's generally speaking. And then a lot of people were intellectually challenged with study, the subject of study, and he tried to deal with that. And, you know, you had to look up every word in the dictionary. I don't mean every single word, right, but every common word, pretty much. And when you did, this gave you a very fluid understanding of the English language. And that if you did it correctly, you knew what you were talking about. So, and if you don't know what you're talking about, you shouldn't be using words. So, you know, this was a great advantage that I took to heart and did. So I always felt that whatever I was doing was outside of the box of the normal Scientologist. And I suppose there were many people, or certainly more than a few, who thought the same way I did, because you could see it in them. But so what did I do right? I learned what I learned. I evolved into the organization to a rather unique and sophisticated position of results and application, where I could view any result, and I had ecclesiastical authority to evaluate the result and provide correction on it. Mm-hmm. And if you were to ask some of the executives of that time about me or what I was doing, if they even knew who I was or what I was doing, they would have been rather probably condescending. Mm-hmm. But that wouldn't matter, because they were fools, because they didn't know. Nevertheless, from that position or perch in the ivory tower, I could see that there was something Hubbard called the esprit de corps. That's the morale of the entire, not only the entire Scientology staff, but the field, the people, the public.
Yes.
Their hearts, Hubbard had worked for 30 years. And with all the work that he did and what he filtered out, he had won the heart and soul of a body politic. By that, it's more of an ecclesiastical body.
Right.
Of people they loved him. They knew very little about him, what I did. But if they knew what I did, it wouldn't have changed their minds. It was just, wow, this fantastic apparatus that he'd done to help people. It was, and what he always said is the best PR was word of mouth. The word of mouth was fantastic. 1980, 81, incredible. And with the de-oppression techniques of technology, he called it, that was very confidential, this unleashed an enthusiasm. Scientology was then positioned to take over the world, literally, in a positive way. But this was not to happen. And I watched the whole thing go down because it was petty. And people really don't know to this day what Hubbard's role in it was. He ended up in a negative role, but he was fed such bad information that if I could have written to him and got through to him at that point, as I could speak his language, he would have gotten it.
Right.
Because I knew both sides. So I was in a very unique position to witness things and see all the gold turned into lead. Just turned to lead. And because the heart, esprit de corps of the people was completely ruined. I remember going in to some office and saw a public person from Dallas, and he was just crushed. He was like in tears over what was being done at his mission. And I talked to him, and I basically, what would happen is if your heart was crushed over this stuff I'm talking about, you would be sent to ethics instead of counseling, and you were to not have these thoughts anymore. It was thought stopping, thought police. You couldn't feel a certain way, because if you did, you're on the wrong side. So I said, this is not the way you treat human beings. This was over a long period of time. I say a long period of time, about a year. And when it happens with such persistence and consistency, and there were many different aspects of this, to the point where, you go up to somebody that you've taken to the doctor, in your own car, go out of your way to help people. And then you go back and ask for similar help, they vomit on you. I'm being metaphorical here.
Right.
And you have enough vomits happening at you, you see, you people are crazy. You're not human beings. You're not human beings. This is not human. So at this point, you divorce yourself from them. Because if you choose to be like them or accept them, you will become a non-human. And, the Scientology, trauma of people with what they like to call PTSD. They call it, what do they call it now? PTSD.
CPTSD, complex post-traumatic
Complex
stress.
PTSD, yes. Yeah. They, at some point they chose to dehumanize themselves on some level. And this was something I could not participate in. It took some of them 20 years or more after I left to figure out they were being dehumanized. And of course, they blame Scientology. They blame Hubbard. The only person they should have blamed is themselves, or should blame is themselves. But when I'm getting back to what we want to find in this one-man show I'm talking about is putting together a 2-hour one-man show with Douglas presenting information. And we're just going to do it as a dry run, just because we want to get all of his information into a 2-hour story format, because this will be an intro to his work. It will invite sympathy into his cause and touch the humanity of people. Touch the humanity. You know, when I talk about Scientology to people, I think, I don't really know, that people are hearing something that they're learning about when I talk about it. Because what I have to say about it is such a contrast to what they're going to hear elsewhere. Because there are people who will tell you all the wonders and joys of it who practice it. They call the independent or free zone, whatever they call it. And they practice it, and of course they probably like you to come and get services from them. I don't do that, nor am I going to do it. It's not a criticism of them. It's just not what I do. And so there is obviously a real human experience that I talk about. I focus on the humanity of the situation. Now, this is what we're dealing with Douglas's work. What is the human element? Now, it gets very complicated when we bring in the Christian element and all that story of the, revelation of the Magi that he's talked about, and you can look that up on YouTube and whatnot and hear some of that, but in how the stewardship of Christianity, which was really pre-Christianity to the Christianity we know from the New Testament, was in the custody of the vampire colony. I mean, that sounds like a fantastic fiction story. But this is the heritage that Douglas comes from. This is not something we need to lord over people because it's too polarizing. Because it's bad enough if I talk about Transylvania, they'll immediately equate that to vampires.
Right.
Whereas my Transylvania diatribe has nothing to do with vampires.
Right.
So it's people, will associate things. So I think if we begin the story, with your early childhood and your father, grandfather rather.
Yes.
This is a horrific subject. But there are elements. Your mother is a very intriguing woman. Can't tell the whole story of her, at least in the first episode, because it's too much.
Yes.
She's a prodigy. She's royalty. She's beautiful. She's a movie star. She's gifted with languages. That's part of her prodigy. What an incredible person.
Thank you.
You could talk about your mother for 3 minutes and have the audience hooked,
Yes.
in my opinion.
Thank you.
Your father, intriguing character. Intriguing character by reason of the places he was. Just the locale. Intriguing. So what I did, I actually began working on this. I reached a certain point. Let me see if I can find this. Here it is. Outline. And now you can help me with this. And I'm just trying to take bullet points of what could be included. Born in Taipei.
Okay. Yes.
Your birth status.
Yes.
Your first kill. Biting off your grandfather's penis and being referred to as a monster.
Yes.
going to San Francisco, growing up in the Tenderloin, learning cross-dressing, ninja / kabuki heritage. And I mentioned kabuki and Chinatown gangs, but I mentioned kabuki because kabuki is theater.
Yes.
Okay, you are, aside from being a complex character, you have a very interesting, I guess what you say, psychological structure. As a librarian, you are just have this complete left brain of linear logic. People are just fascinated, overwhelmed, and in awe of how you can rattle off such information.
Yes.
They're just like, I mean, people have told me this. People like Aaron.
Yes.
Just wow. Aaron really values you. He values you.
Yes. I value him in turn, of course.
He's a great guy. He's a great guy. And then the other side of you. Now, this is where we have to go. Not disparaging that side, but the other side, the right brain, creative side, the artist side. This is where we have to get the artist side. You are an artist. So therefore, this is the art. Now, Joe Matheny taught me something about, he says there's two arts. The art is, of course, what the artist produces. Then there's the art of getting what you produce to be consumed. Okay, that's part of an art.
Yeah.
So if a starving artist is a starving artist, he needs to be good at the art of getting his work now. And I would say that, when I was a teenager, I decided I wanted to be a writer. And I graduated from high school. I began to write, and I said, I couldn't write for crap. I actually had an ability to write, but I just couldn't write anything. And I said, there's no way any publisher would accept anything I wrote. That wasn't a knock on the publishers. It was more of a knock on myself. This is not going to happen. And certain books would say, well, if you're young and you want to become a writer, go out and get some life experience, then you have something to write about.
That's right.
I didn't like that advice, but it turned out to be true. Eventually came to a point where I did have something to write about. And one of the things I learned in the process of living was how to market, how to advertise. And it was something that I kind of not really passionate about, but I learned it because Hubbard was so adamant about it.
Right.
I even ended up in, what do they call it? The Dissemination Bureau, which became marketing. It's like he started focusing on marketing. I ended up there for a while, and I learned a lot. I'll never forget. I wasn't there very long. I was actually illegally posted there. And as a result of that, and I resented the whole situation. But I remember his messengers coming down into what they called the tween deck area where our offices was, and I sat at the extreme end. I was the receptionist. And of course, they didn't come to me. They went back and they had all the art staff there, and Hubbard had given his messengers to give everybody a big baby bottle. He was insulting them like babies.
Yes. Oh my God.
And I thought it was so funny. I was like laughing. Nobody laughed. I was the only one who laughed, and I didn't laugh out loud. I thought it was hysterical because I was in sync with him. I saw things the way he did. He's right. I wasn't offended. I wasn't embarrassed because really he wasn't targeting me. I was too new.
Yeah.
And then when they did a survey saying that I wasn't being properly utilized, I petitioned to work for his staff, and I was accepted. So I said, I'm not going to work for these people who need the baby bottle. I'm going to work for him. And there was such in other words, I recognized and respected him. Therefore, all that respect and recognition came back to me, because I don't want to be like the guys who need the baby bottle. That's not where I'm coming from. And I'll tell you, that gained me so much wherewithal. I don't know what the word. It was like I crossed a line. Yes. I said, I work for you. I don't work for them. And I can't tell you what an advantage that gave me on so many levels. Because people who would go into his office and would treat it casually or leave, they could get away with it sometimes, but he didn't really like or respect them after that. He felt they were rejecting him on some level. Mm-hmm. It wasn't always the case or always personal, but it worked to my advantage to recognize him for whatever reason. It could be looked at mechanically, because it really wasn't so much like a personal thing, like this personal camaraderie whatsoever. It was more of a, just worked out good. So with your situation, the theater, the artist in Douglas, I don't know much about kabuki theater, but whatever works. I think one of the problems with kabuki to Americans is Americans don't really know what the hell's going on.
Yes.
It's part of their tradition. There's this incredible magician named Jeff McBride. And I saw Jeff McBride a couple times. I met him, gave him my book. Really nice guy at the Starwood Festival in upstate New York. And he has a magician's school. Was in Las Vegas. It probably still is. He'd teach all these musicians like Chris Angel you see on TV. He was their teacher. And he believed in real magic. Mm-hmm. But he teaches these magicians. He'd tell me, I said, what's this trick? Oh, yeah, he'd tell me the trick. Just like a regular guy. You wouldn't know he was had this incredible magician school, because he didn't act like it. He used to hang out with the rainbow people. But he was a true pagan.
You'll need to explain the rainbow people to our listeners a bit.
The rainbow people were, I don't know if they still exist, because probably they're like old people now.
Yeah, I would think that they kind of died off, but go on.
But they would meet in gatherings that were never advertised. It was all word of mouth, where they would go in different places in nature. And my friend Tantra used to go to those sometimes, and she learned a lot. It was over a period of a long time. They would teach her secrets and whatnot that she learned, and they just meet and gathering. And it was, I guess, people from the outside would probably call them hippies or nudists. I never went to a rainbow gathering, but of course I knew people who did. The Starwood Festival had many of those crossovers. But anyway, Jeff would do these presentations. He would perform. He was a musician. He was a magician, a musician, and he dressed up as a kabuki in one of them. Wow. There weren't a lot of people there either. It wasn't like a lot of people showing up, because it was just a casual festival. And he dressed in this kabuki thing, and it turned out that he learned kabuki when he was in Japan. I didn't quite know why the hell he was doing kabuki. I didn't know. I didn't ask him. But that experience there, I was like, well, what is this about? It was, I suppose it was entertaining. But because at least the paradigm I want to work with is a theatrical paradigm where, okay, wow, I thought of these props, and you're going to say this, and you're going to invoke. You don't want to overshock the audience. You want to. I think the lead-in might be with the intrigue of your mother. Such an incredible lady. Like, who is this person? Wow. You have a nice picture of her. Not a manicured picture,
Yes.
not a Photoshop picture,
Right.
but a real picture that really shows the beauty of this woman.
Yes. Oh, plenty of those. Yes.
And you talk a bit about her. You don't have to say too much about her, but you want to intrigue the audience. Who is this woman? A woman that history's never heard of, yet had such a substantial influence
Yes.
that, this is my story. Perhaps it should be her story.
Yes.
We'll work out the dialogue to that. Perhaps it should be her story because she's a woman who history ignores. But this is my story. I'm talking in your vernacular. This is my story. But perhaps it should be my mother. Perhaps we should tell my mother's story. But because it's my story, I'm only going to introduce my mother. This is who she was. Boom. A prodigy of royal Chinese blood who was part Japanese. Very unique combination. I heard you say what you said about it. We have to get the dialogue straight because we're trying to create an emotional impact on the audience that's not just going to reach their head, it's going to reach their heart.
Yes.
Like, who is this woman? And all of a sudden they're learning something. They're learning about a person that history knows nothing about. And you have quite a bit of information on her and about her. And it's like, we can probably only put, a tenth of who she is into because it gets too complicated.
Yes.
And wow. And, but I'm saying what else, other key points that would go into your life, at least for the one-man show.
Oh, well,
I've got a few more I want to mention here, and then I'm going to add from
take your time.
Letterman Army Hospital,
Yes.
the, nano blood,
Yes.
vocational arts school with the Albanian
Yes.
lab secretary,
Yes.
Gary Hambright, job at the Presidio, research librarian, burning documents. The Aquino relationship is obviously got to be mentioned. It's a key point. It has to be handled delicately, and his desire to initiate you into his tradition, and also whatever we want to present about the people, you being bird dogged by your mom being bird dogged by military intelligence because of who she was. They're going to keep a close eye on her.
Yes.
They knew who she was. God damn, they knew who she was.
Yes.
And then Aquino comes on the scene later,
Yes.
much later.
Yes.
So, he fits in. We don't have time to go too much into Aquino. That could be a whole show in itself.
Right.
And then, I mean, the Marine, Saudi Arabia, mercenary, that stuff could get too complicated. It could be mentioned. Certainly the night of the Broken Circle.
Yes.
And I guess the shutdown of the Presidio. I mean, I mean, the art elect, I'm kind of fumbling now.
But you're doing well, actually.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no.
What were you gonna say?
By all means, continue what you're saying, and then when you feel you've concluded, I'll just.
I have.
Yeah.
I've hit a impasse because as I began to write these things down, which I did,
Right.
I actually started bullet pointing them, and I'm saying okay, I'm getting brain lock, because once we get the information out, it's like then we have to summate it down and then learn how to present it in such a way. This is not like reading a diatribe. It's like it's a presentation of salient points that will help the audience bond and sympathize with you, so that they, we have a simpatico vibration, because so many people can hear this stuff and they can either reject it for a number of reasons, or they just can't process it. And if they can't process it, it's all going in one ear and out the other. And this is our challenge, which we're capable of meeting. So anyway, over to you.
Oh, yes. So I was just going to say, what I'm reminded of is when I first really opened up as a public informant, and this was before Lorraine Ann Fenton was even assigned to myself. Then one of the things that we might bring this up later tonight. Depends on how organically it comes out or not. But there's still a little bit more to be said about the Selena Khan situation. I'm not quite sure.
We're going off topic now. We can go back.
I remember it only simply because it's part of the topic in the sense that at this point in my life as a public informant, the gang stalking, the deep state cult is definitely always there. It's ever present. And this started when I became a public informant. Of course, the first person that I was approached by was already the sleaziest and just deep state agent that you can imagine, and that was Olaf Phillips, whom no one has ever heard of. And of course, what people might not realize is, of course, he was the lover of the man who is known as Clyde Lewis, who became nationally syndicated because of his interview with myself. And back in the early days, of course, I was making careers like that of John B. Wells. And all of these men were telling me personally up front that they could never have gotten started without me. And then once they got started, they avoided all contact and it just went on to the usual list of suspects that became their regular clientele, the people that they would interview day in and day out, again and again forever. So all of these slime buckets, in terms of the people who were aiding and abetting them, one of them was Olaf Phillips, and he was someone who basically had parents that were very wealthy, and they were commissioned officer status in the United States Air Force, particularly his father, who was an Air Force general. And so when it came to this kind of slime and just the one of the things that that was done at the beginning, when I was coming out as a public informant, and I'm just surrounded by these people, I knew I was jumping into, of course, a swimming pool full of sharks. And the only thing I could do is just try and get as much out there about myself as possible, knowing that they would do as much damage as possible while I'm doing this. It's like jumping into a swimming pool full of these sharks and trying to get enough attention to yourself so you can be pulled out before your limbs are all removed. Just a horrible situation. And the end result was that one of the things that I produced and had distributed out there was called Biobomb, as in a biographic bomb, a bomb of, and that was when I first introduced Douglas Dietrich with the sub name, the brand recognition name of Human Weapon of Mass Instruction, as opposed to Human Weapon of Mass Destruction. And so I had subtitled that further, of course, as an explosive attachment of autobiographical ordnance. So this was like just a bit of the email that then became kind of like an essay itself that was floating around out there on the internet. He's probably still out there. And this was the first thing that was attacked by Stephen Outram. So this came under attack right away. And he was attacking every point in the biography, just everything on this pathological level, where he would set up a straw man saying that I was saying this inside of that when that was nothing I said at all, and then claiming that such could only be impossible, etc. And interestingly enough, you might have heard George Knight earlier when in the opening hour he was referring to Steve Outram, and he was saying, yeah, that guy who ran Silicon Valley, which is just just put it this way, this is George Knight's way of just remembering this individual, that's a claim that not even Stephen Outram would have made.
He's paying him too much.
Credit, far too much credit. So what Stephen Outram basically described himself as was "quote unquote" Silicon Valley's secret weapon, which you never hear anymore, because you never hear of Stephen Outram anymore, because he's basically completely faded. But when it came to the miniature autobiography, one of the points that I had made was, of course, that my parents flew into the San Francisco airport at the time that it got locked down because of a tremendous terrorist attack that was taking place on San Francisco the day we came in to San Francisco. And it was the Indians, quote unquote, they referred to them as Redskins at the time at the airport. The San Francisco airport police basically said that the Indians, or the Redskins, had taken over Alcatraz Island. So what had happened was that at that time we were brought in. The Alcatraz Island was overtaken by Native Americans who were establishing basically a government in exile based on the model of Taiwan. And so they basically were establishing what to them was an exile government from which they could represent all of the tribes on the mainland that was under U.S. occupation. And so this was Alcatraz Island was supposed to have been given back to the American Indians based on a treaty. Now, when I was very young, all of this was brought to my attention with my father explaining this to me very patiently.
It was in the San Francisco Chronicle every day.
Yeah.
I remember.
Yeah.
You know, it was something we all had to put up with, in terms of reading about it or hearing about it.
Yes, yes. And it was similar to, like, for a while there when I was growing up, AIDS was on the headlines of San Francisco's newspapers every day. Yeah, that was what I had to grow up with later, was AIDS was everywhere, and just AIDS was all anybody talked about. AIDS, AIDS, AIDS. But in terms of that, it was emphasized that this was my first concept of a hero, and it was Richard Oakes the Mohawk. And basically you had this individual known as the mayor of Alcatraz at the time. And I explained, of course, that sadly this man was attacked by an insurgent Indian, an Indian who was working for the U.S. government, who basically drove his family off the island. And they did this through the murder of Richard Oakes' 13-year-old daughter. So that occurred, if I remember correctly, it was around January 3rd of 1970. And so the reason that that's important is because this, again, profoundly touched my life later, when the individual who was a mercenary, a professional mercenary, and very much a child predator. The way Peter Moon kind of phrased it was perfect when I described how whenever I was traveling with this individual, he would just approach kids with every malevolent intent of having sex with them, and just had candy on hand and everything else you could imagine. The way Peter described it was like a Batman utility belt full of whatever might attract children. And that was pretty much the case. This was the individual who wanted to pimp myself out to Saudi sheikhs, which he had many connections with. And this was something that I was so desperately poor, impoverished growing up as a child, and the situation was so extreme, I seriously considered this. And of course, to show you the evil, the just sheer pervasive corruption of the Presidio military base, when I was talking to the operations manager at the library, Andrew Mingeris, about this, he was, go for it, just go for it. And of course, I never wound up going for it. I became instead a mercenary, which of course, Lionel Allen Curtis was this child molesting mercenary's name, was convinced I could never become a functional mercenary, thinking I was only fit to be basically a child prostitute. I became such anyway, and certainly feel I did better with my profession than he ever did. Though his profession was nothing to sneeze at in terms of his career and what he had done. But the majority of these people are international criminals. It's illegal to be a mercenary. And it's not surprising to find out that many of them are criminals in every respect, far more respects than a normal person would imagine. They would think of them as basically macho types with some code of honor or ethics, and such is not the case at all. These are just international criminals that are on the loose, that are vaguely supported by your U.S. government. They fly all over the world using the Military Airlift Command for pennies on the dollar, and pull out murder contracts and everything else on behalf of the U.S. military. So they're expedited in acting as the military strong arm as retired veterans. This is exactly what he was, and of course, these were the kind of people who slept in the hospices, the hostels that were available at the Presidio military base. The kind of people I was asked to organize and gather for the assassination of presidential candidate William Jefferson Clinton when he was running for office and was visiting San Francisco, staying at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. So this is the kind of crap that I was growing up with and dealing with. And it was in the process of learning about what it would take to be a mercenary, the certain kind of things that would be required to really pursue that career, that I found out over time that it was Lionel Allen Curtis who had raped and killed the 13-year-old daughter of Richard Oakes the Mohawk on Alcatraz Island before he threw her off the third story staircase that was on one of the buildings. That was about as high as the buildings got on Alcatraz Island, would be about 3 stories. Certainly enough to kill her. 3 floors down a stairwell to her death, 13 years of age, raped and murdered. At any rate, it was shortly after that, June 11th of 1971, that President Nixon ordered an invasion of Alcatraz Island. Now, this is very pointed. My father, on the day of that invasion, took me to the Presidio military base to look at the military becoming mobilized, but the military wasn't deployed against Alcatraz, really. It was a operational invasion force of federal marshals, the FBI, San Francisco Special Forces, meaning the police department, the SWAT. They all attacked it, and there's a very serious reason for this. It's because the Soviets, the Communist Chinese, and the Japanese had warships that were outside of American waters, but in international waters, where they had threatened to intervene if the Americans invaded Alcatraz with the military, because they were considering maybe a kind of recognition of this Native American government in exile. And so Nixon made certain not to deploy the military to retake Alcatraz, but all of these civilian forces, so it couldn't be considered a military invasion. And of course, all of these people turned out to be unarmed, and then when they brought them back on the mainland, a number of the braves, the men, escaped, and they wound up capturing a U.S. missile base that was across the bay, and that was connected, of course, with the Presidio military base, in that these were like defense missiles that were meant to take down any incoming Russian nukes or ICBMs. So all of this was something that that idiot Stephen Outram would rephrase in such a way as to make it sound ridiculous. But when my dad took me to the Presidio parade grounds to watch that mobilization, those troops ultimately were deployed, and they were deployed on land in the community outside Kensington at the secret Nike missile installation that was hidden in Marin County, and these Native American men who had escaped from the FBI, who had taken them off of Alcatraz, they basically declared a First Peoples National occupation of a secret Nike missile base hidden in the hills behind the community of Kensington. And so that was ended in about 72 hours. It took combined services force of the Richmond police. It was in Richmond, what they call it, unincorporated territory of Richmond, which is like Greater Oakland, really. and regular U.S. Army troops from the Presidio just took them out and went in there and massacred them. And so it was like my father had me witness the mobilization of the troops that participated in that. And he told me this was one of the last massacres of a vanishing race, and that I too was a Native American, and this was something he explained.
He was teaching you this to prepare you for the potential inevitability of being persecuted yourself.
Yes, yes, and he himself, of course, went to his grave thinking I was his biological son. And my mother and I never disavowed him of that belief. And even though when I was in the hospital with him, like I said, there would be incidents where like one white nurse came in and, you're in a job like that long enough, you just have no sense of tact. You just, after a while, you just become callous. And she walked into the room and just said, "You two don't look alike." And but at any rate, it was September 20th of 1972 that I didn't even bring that up with this month because it's just so painful for me. I never even tried to relive that horror, but that was when Richard Oakes was assassinated in the United States. He was killed by a YMCA camp manager with a history of child abuse directed against Native American Indian children. And that man was basically brought to trial, and they called him a hero. And they said he was a hero for killing a terrorist. He never spent a day in jail, even though he had a history of raping young Native American boys. It was at that point I really realized the world that I lived in. And to find out later on, of course, Lionel Allen Curtis, who himself was of Native American heritage, but was a U.S. Army Ranger and considered himself of the tradition of what they used to call Alamo Scouts, or these ancient Indian scouts that would serve the U.S. Army against their own race or ethnos. They would be race traitors to the Native Americans because they felt that the Native Americans were on the way out, and that they would just think of themselves surviving as individuals and not worry about the preservation of the race or the ethnos. So Curtis was one of those in that tradition. Just so people understand this, at the time that Truman was president, he instituted, because he had lost the war against Japan, he took it out on the Native Americans and had instituted an eradication of Native American tribes policy. People can look this up themselves. You don't need to believe me. Harry Truman instigated this eradication of all Native American tribes as a official government policy, and that was not ever overturned until after Nixon was no longer president. It was shortly after Nixon was impeached, or had to resign to avoid impeachment, that they finally withdrew that termination of all tribes policy. That's what it was called. You can look that up. Harry Truman, Eisenhower, they both initiated that. Truman did. Eisenhower insisted on carrying it out because, they lost the war against the Axis, so they figured they could at least kill all their own Native Americans. It was kind of like this, what would you call that? Displaced aggression or something. So the termination of all tribes started officially with Truman, and it ended shortly after Nixon was president. And he carried out the invasion of Alcatraz based on the termination of all tribes. And this way he was able to claim, by using all of these police forces, that he was simply enforcing American law against American prisoners of war on American soil. In other words, all Native Americans, according to the termination of all tribes policy, all Native Americans, meaning all women and children as well as the men, are considered technically to be enemy prisoners of war on U.S. territory, and therefore can be killed in the event of their trying to escape, which is what they were trying to do on Alcatraz. That was the legal rationalization for sending in the police forces. Of course, when they took a military missile base is when they sent in the army. So these are like my earliest memories, is this kind of madness. And all of it, of course, later on compounded by finding out, Curtis had raped and killed Richard Oakes' daughter. He felt he had done his duty to the U.S. military in the sense of still thinking in terms of a frontier army. And of course, he was a child rapist, just like the man who had killed Richard Oakes the Mohawk. It seems to be like one of the most common conditions you can find in the American male. So there was all of this that was ongoing. It definitely is part of the story. And of course, the fact that when the Presidio military base closed, I had really succeeded in destroying my parents' lives because their lives were dependent on the American military base that was open at the Presidio. And I had to get them on civilian life support, some kind of hospital treatment for my mother who wasn't allowed to go to the VA. I was able to transfer my dad into the VA. Now, of course, anybody who's familiar with that system realizes that any veteran, theoretically, their spouse should be allowed treatment in the VA. In my mother's case, of course, it was simply that their rationalization was she could not be treated at the VA because she had never been treated at the VA before the age of 65. And now that she was over 65 years of age, they couldn't let her into the VA. This was all the bureaucratic stuff that was literally written down that they could use as an excuse for not treating her. So I was able to get my dad in there, but then I had to get them both insured by the Medicare and Medi-Cal so I could get her treated for everything at civilian hospitals, get her insured. And this was just monstrous. There was, it was like no one had ever done this before, gotten somebody who was a military spouse, a dependent who theoretically should be going for free treatment at any military base, which we could have access to, were they in reach. The closest one was Travis Air Force Base, that was days away. And we would either have to relocate there, which my parents refused to do, or I could get my mother on Medicare and Medi-Cal if she divorced my dad, but they refused to get divorced. So I had to go through all of these hearings with the state of California, which are like court trials without juries. They're just like, it's like Soviet lawfare, where they go into your home literally and set up these hearings where a administrative law judge of the Court of California decides whether or not she'll award you this privilege. And they all, after multiple hearings, which took months and months for each hearing to take place, half a year between each, would refuse until the city just got tired of fighting it and allowed me to get my parents integrated into the system through the city and county of San Francisco. But it was done because I had to pay share of cost, which meant that all of my salary earned as their care provider, which was just thousands of dollars, went straight back to the state of California. And so I was actually paying for the privilege of caring for my parents because I had to pay union dues. I had to become part of a very large healthcare workers union, Union SEU 250, very large healthcare workers union at the time. And it was, aside from all of that, I had to pay all my taxes. But all of that paid off in the end because, you know, at least that's what got me on SSDI, since I was a career care provider. Of course, I had to pay, after all of my parents, both of them died, all the money that the state had taken from me. I was taxed on by the federal government, and I owed over 10 years of back taxes, and I was going to go to federal prison. So I had to hire an attorney so that I only paid half those taxes through an offer in compromise, which was still something like $40,000, and $20,000 to the attorney and $20,000 to the IRS. So it was like to stay out of federal jail, because as far as they were concerned, I got all that money in cyberspace, even though in cyberspace it said it was all paid back to the state of California and share costs. Just shit, because this was a pioneering situation, a legal precedent. No one had ever done this before. So I was able to accomplish that. It was madness, just a life of an endless sea of horrors. And aside from all of that, the fact that I had to get recognition from all kinds of witnesses for my father and his combat experience, which ultimately resulted in his being awarded by the U.S. Congress concurrent receipt. So my father got both his disability and his military pension combined, which is completely illegal unless you get awarded for concurrent receipt, which is better than winning the Congressional Medal of Honor because you're actually getting paid. With a Congressional Medal of Honor, of course, you get the privilege of never having to pay income taxes again. So I guess it works out either way to the same thing, really, in the end. But in terms of what I got from my father, it certainly helped us immensely until his death. When he died, they wouldn't give concurrent receipt proportionately to my mother. In other words, they gave her only a proportion of the higher income, the disability, as opposed to a proportion of the disability and the pension. But of course, I had the option where this is the craziness of government, the sheer insanity, as the sheer insanity of the military, because most of the people awarded concurrent receipt were officers. Go figure, because officers are politicians in uniform and they can sign themselves all kinds of awards, award themselves all kinds of medals. They award each other the medals, but you get my point. Great way of example of this would be during Vietnam, where some young officer would give orders to his troops, literally to fire at him when he came in range. He'd say, "We're going to fly a helicopter over the fire base. I order all of you to open fire on us so that the general sees we're under fire." And so basically what would happen is these guys are under orders. The helicopter would fly nearby, and these guys would obligingly thwack off a bunch of rounds in the direction of the helicopter. And what the young officer would tell the senior officer is, "We're coming under enemy fire right now from the VC, who are apparently besieging our fire base." And then the senior officer would say, "Get us out of here!" And then later on award himself and the younger officer medals for being in combat because they both came under enemy fire. This happened all the time. And it was like, this was like standard operational procedure. So they all wound up, many of these high officers, with concurrent receipt. And so because of that, their widows began to lobby, saying, "Hey, my husband died. How come I don't get proportionately a fraction of both incomes like he was getting while he was alive?" And so enough of them rallied to the point where Congress set up this insane regulation where, okay, most of these older women who are widows get married to someone else. So if the woman gets married again, you get the concurrent receipt back. Now, none of this makes any sense because logistically speaking, if you marry someone else, then theoretically they should have their own income and you wouldn't need extra income because anyhow, that's
what's happening here. This is, I mean, so much of what you said is relevant and interesting, but
yeah, it's taking us off of, say, for instance, the
it's
conciseness.
like
The conciseness.
you're going into a diatribe.
Yeah.
You're going into a diatribe, and it's like so.
Well, it's such a painful memory for me looking back at my own life.
Well, it's okay. It's okay. We can do this.
Yeah.
It's okay to get all this out cathartically. I'm happy to do that.
Yes.
And it's relevant, but yeah, well, yeah. So this becomes part of the problem. It's like, okay, how much catharsis do we need? It's fine if we need to spend, 10 weeks doing catharsis. That's fine too.
Yes.
If that's what we need to do. And I appreciate that. I understand that because this is part of the processing of the energy. What you said about Alcatraz is all of that. It's worth me listening to it over again.
Yes.
Because, yeah, you see, okay.
And the jealousy. Just think of the resentment, the envy I had with someone like Olaf Phillips, for instance. This creep who's the son of an Air Force general. His parents were so wealthy. Because they're in the military, they're commissioned officers, they had portfolios and investment. They were so wealthy that they traveled all over the world to do stupid things like climbing up Mount Everest, this stupid thing, which is like, everybody's climbed up Mount Everest at this point. Anybody who pays for that privilege, they would be led up there, and they have basically like assembly lines of people going up to the top of Mount Everest, but they would be doing shit like this, and they had in their employ a private plane that would come and if they ever had a heart attack at high altitudes or something, was supposed to land in the nearest airport, and a medical evacuation team, what they call a medevac squad of paramedics. It's basically a special forces team of paramedics, would rescue them from wherever they were at, make certain they got back into the plane where they had a flying hospital to basically keep them on life support until they were flown to a full-fledged hospital. I mean, that kind of privilege that these people would have from a non-combat career in the military as in commissioned officer status compared to what I had to deal with the human train wreck that was my father, with his own complex post-traumatic stress disorder and his alcoholism, which he ultimately overcame, but did nothing for us when his unemployability rendered us living in the Tenderloin and growing up the way we did. There's no limit to the horror of that experience. When every morning that you pour your breakfast cereal, there's cockroaches that come out with the cereal. That was without exaggeration. This is what it was, and the cockroaches would be in everything. They ate at anything you had, Vaseline, Noxzema. They were in these jars. I don't even know how they got in there when the lids are closed, but they would get in through these closed lids. It's just a nightmare. A horror story that any horror writer couldn't even begin to do justice to. This is one of those kinds of things where I don't even know if it's a wise idea to try and describe my life in some kind of
no. Well, exactly, because well, keep in mind, first off, you've been talking, and that's fine. If it's cathartic, that's totally fine. And maybe I'm not approaching this right from trying to get you into becoming the performer rather than the,
Well, this is, I consider this more of a thought experiment as opposed to.
No, it's fine. It's fine. No, I'm saying, but you're becoming the therapy. Look at all theater is cathartic, basically. It's cathartic for the audience. It's supposed to be cathartic. For the audience. I mean, they're the ones having the experience, but the performer is giving the experience. This happens to be real, meat of your life. So it's like, it says, here's I'm looking at a description here online. It says, the idea is somebody saying, I would pay to see that. I would pay to see that. Like, I'd like to see Mike Tyson's show. He gets up there and what does he say? I'm sure it's all very cleverly constructed.
For him, they would have to. He's not exactly the best public speaker in the world.
Oh, he's a fascinating character to listen to. He's very intelligent. He just makes a lot of, he's very intelligent. But, he made some major mistakes. He still does. But I'm saying he's iconic character.
Yes.
So it's like, he's interesting. If you've ever seen him interviewed, he's originally back in the day when he was a boxer, they said he was a very tough interview because he wouldn't talk.
That makes sense.
Yeah. But now he talks his tail off.
That's good. I mean, no, that's good. I mean, that's
he has, and he says immediate recognition factor. Like, wow. Like, if you were to see Hillary Clinton get up and talk about her life, it would be very interesting because she's such a familiar character. You say, oh, God, I'm going to see the real Hillary here, or at least what she's saying is a real Hillary. It would be interesting to see her do a one-woman show.
She does that on that, what do you call that? They have that master's class that people can look up, and she does just that. So
yeah, but then it's I wouldn't pay to see her in any case. But
yeah, understood.
But it's like, okay, wow. And now it says, being a solo actor takes huge amounts of courage, technique, and dedication. If you have to love the project, invest your being into it for at least 3 months after the show has been written, because then that's where you got to refine it, where you perform it in front of the Blood Boys. You perform it in front and say, oh, how do you like this? How do you like, and you get, is this any good? You got to, refine it. Say, oh, that sucks. I mean, But what works is that's how you do it. The script has to be as tight as a drum, as frugal as a prayer. Frugal. There must be no indulgence, repetition, fluidity, and plenty of substance. You have tons of substance. We need less detail. It must drag the reader through and surprise them. Surprise. Is the script written? Has the show done before? No. The actor must know their lines so deeply they can do the washing up, the ironing, go for a run, drive a car, cook a meal while reciting them without hesitation. So we're talking about scripted. And but first, I guess what I was doing is, kind of saying, I was listing your experiences.
Yes.
And you mentioned the Olav Phillips, Alcatraz stuff.
By the way, Aloma Albert says, "Wow, Peter knows Jeff. Tom loved Jeff's work, and I know the McBrides very well. You know this lady?"
Well, I saw Jeff in 1993 or 94.
Yeah.
So I met him. He might remember me because I gave him my book, But, yeah, it's not like Jeff and I are buddies or anything. Yeah, I know who Aloma is.
Okay.
Oh, she knows the McBrides very well. Oh, good for her. I like this woman. She's a friend of Tom Mattingly.
Okay, wonderful.
Yeah. So, yeah. Well, I have always enjoyed her comments to me. But, yeah.
And
Thank
so,
you. Hello.
Yeah, definitely. I appreciate the effort that you're going through to make me more accessible to the human race. But we'll see what. Someone would have to write this out for me. If somebody would summarize.
Yeah. But first, what I'm just asking are bullet points
Understood.
of your life.
Yeah.
And you mentioned Alcatraz. That's fine. It's like, I'm asking for more.
Yes.
It's okay.
And
I'm asking for more. I mean, you mentioned the whole thing with Olav Phillips.
Yeah. And so when it comes to that kind of jealousy and resentment, I feel for this kind of privileged individual, and then the fact that they're utilized by the government to just come and offer their services to myself as a computer programmer, because he was information technology specialist. Then basically,
where did he come into your life? At what point?
Oh, the moment I opened up as a public informant, the moment that I came out and began talking about Roswell, then he was the first person to show up, and he tried to claim like ownership on the quote unquote the subject. And
okay, now this is good stuff right here.
Yeah, it gets worse. So
no. You don't understand. Yeah. This is meat.
Yeah. Well, it gets worse. It gets worse.
No. Stop. What you were saying before is like, recounting a bad experience at the Dairy Queen. Yeah. It's just kind of goes on and on and on and on. I mean, it's interesting in itself, but I'm talking about from a theatrical perspective. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It's all, there's B. You know what B-roll is in movies, right?
Okay. Yes.
Background.
Yes.
What you were just saying there in terms of theatrical production is C-roll. Okay. It's way too much detail for even B-roll. There's no such thing as C-roll.
Yeah,
I just made that up.
Yeah,
understood. But what you just said about him coming on the scene when you became a public informant, now those words I just said, okay, I'm going to try and, what is the word, co-opt your vernacular and say, okay, I became a public informant. I was a research librarian, the Presidio military base. I was a document destruction specialist. I destroyed things the government doesn't want the public to see. As soon as I became a public informant, I was met by this character.
Yes.
And, that's that. I didn't necessarily say, that's not the way I would say it,
Right.
but that's the meat right there. That is, wow. If it could be, cleverly discussed or cleverly presented, that's okay. So he shows up, and what did he say when he showed up? How did he show up exactly? Where did he appear?
Oh God, it was like he was at the conferences that I began to appear at simply to ingratiate myself with that George Norrie. Now that's where I began to tell George Norrie basically the keys to the kingdom, as we would call them. These are the passwords to make him think I was a member of the Temple of Set. Passwords I had learned from Michael Aquino. And basically George Norrie was a church member of Michael Aquino's, so this way I could get on Coast to Coast AM, see him enough times, get into his trust, so to speak, become a familiar person to him, and then get on Coast to Coast. This is ultimately what happened, because
but where did Olaf Phillips?
So
how did
Olaf
he
showed up at these conferences and was basically one of these parasites at the conferences, and he was promoting his gay lover.
Clyde Lewis?
Yeah, Clyde Lewis. Thank you.
But how did he approach you? How did he show up in your face? How did he ingratiate himself with you?
Well, the big fat fucker, him and his lover Clyde Lewis were both big and fat. They were what in the gay community are called bears. Anyhow, so he showed up and basically said, I can help. I'm an information technology specialist. Know all about computers, of course. And he very much was an IT guy. He very much was working in information technology, and he definitely was all that. So I obviously knew nothing about computers, knew nothing about anything online. And again, just to put this into perspective for people, when I worked at the Presidio Military Base Library, we brought computers in. They considered it a failed experiment, and they considered it ultimately a threat to national security, because basically they felt that it was better to have hard copy of everything, because nuclear war would wipe out any floppy disks anyway, or anything on a hard drive. So they just figured keep everything on Rolodex and hard file, and that way we can access it and it won't be wiped out by an EMP, an electromagnetic pulse. So the whole experiment was brought to a close. But for a while there, what I had learned about the OCLC, our Online Cataloging and Library Cooperation Program, was through my operations manager, who pretty much kept a monopoly on the computers. And there were all heavy-duty computers in the back, where I had showed Peter Moon where they were kept. And these were, of course, they belonged to private companies. These were defense contractors who were working with think tanks. And that was the area where I would hide many of the things in the computer room that I would ultimately smuggle out, because a lot of people wouldn't think to inspect there to basically, because it was private company shit, and therefore not necessarily within their jurisdiction. Or maybe it would be illegal if they went in there, because they're actually violating private property of companies, etc. Just so people understand this, the computers belong to the defense contractors that ran them for the government. So they weren't government property, they were private property of the computer company. So, all these nuances. But when it came to this guy, because I had never really learned to operate with computers as they are today, computers as they were then, of course, at the time that I became a public informant, were still somewhat similar to what we have today, but they were extraordinarily different from what we had at the time I was in the Presidio military base. So understand that at this point, he came up, he was working with computers as they existed today, and I needed help. So it was like a marriage made in hell. So it was like, let me help you, and I know Clyde Lewis, and we can get you on shows. And ultimately, through my interviews, he became nationally syndicated. We wiped Rush Limbaugh off the map with the ratings he had when he had me on. And of course, once he got nationally syndicated, he never had me on again. So this is like the norm for a pattern. But this is like how Olaf came into the scene. And he wasn't there for too long, because he was just too overwhelmingly obvious in his sabotage. So basically, when I had him produce the DVD, because I didn't know how to produce the DVD, then he put it under copyright and sold it to a private company whom then I contacted with an attorney who then severed from him. And then, basically I had some young lady changed my password. Well, it wasn't too young. Oh God, her name was Audrey something. Audrey Van Helsing something. Something very similar to that. I'd have to look it up. I could find it. Audrey von Giesmoss. And Audrey von Giesmoss changed the password and fucked Olav over. And then some other individual, I can't remember who it was. I think it was my 3D graphics modeler. Maybe went back and dug up what Olav Phillips was trying to erase. And this implicated Olav Phillips in crime, basically stealing my property and then trying to copyright it himself. And therefore, because he was threatened with the potential for a jail sentence if we pursued it, he basically then came begging, "Why are you doing this to me?" What?
I love that.
Yeah, they're all like this. Why are you doing this to me? By the way, I let him go because he had a Filipino wife and 2 half-breed sons, and he was appealing to me because of that. By the way, don't confuse him, any of our regular listeners who have been listening for years, with Gary States. Gary States has, sometimes I've said 2 sons with Gary States. He's got 1 daughter and 1 son who are half Filipino, and his wife is Filipino. So don't confuse these 2 people. It's like they're totally different people. But yeah, Olav Phillips, everything about him was so slimy. Big, fat, gay. His wife was there only so he could get his parents' will, so he could inherit his parents' estate and their will, because he had to get married and produce children, or they weren't going to give it to him. They apparently were either in denial, or they didn't know he was gay, or they knew he was gay, and just so long as he was producing kids and grandchildren for them, they didn't care. So, but his real love was Clyde Lewis, who also married a beard, as they call it in the gay community, to look straight, but the real love was each other, which is just really sickening to imagine, because they're both big fat bears, and imagining them rolling together with each other would be like disgusting. But so there you have that. It'd be like 2 elephants mating or something, but or hippos or something. But anyhow, there you have that. And so was how I met him.
You get in front of the audience and say, I know a couple of big fat gay guys.
Yes. Oh, disgusting.
I'm just joking.
No, honestly, it'd be like the Pillsbury Doughboy. Like there was 2 of them, and they were rolling around together, becoming one giant dough ball. It's like that comes to mind. But so yeah, and so that was part of that story. But like I said, it got worse. So one of the people I had to work with to film, if you ever see the Roswell and the Rising Sun, which I think is on my channel, or Satan's Crusaders, which I think is on my channel right here on YouTube, same YouTube channel you're on now. If you ever look at those, the person who filmed those under contract that I paid for was this creep named Mario Escobar, this slimy, greasy creep. And this is like, bear in mind, like I said, the moment I became a public informant, I knew I was throwing myself into a tank full of sharks, and that I was going to lose everything anyway. So he did exactly what I knew he would do. And people might say, this is a self-fulfilling prophecy, Douglas. You keep thinking this about people, that they're all slimy, that they're all going to be slimy. No, it's because all these people are slimy. It's not because...
No, that's I mean, one could say that, but that oversimplifies and denies what's actually going on.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So with this Mario Escobar guy, what happened was he demanded, he said he would set up my Facebook page. He set up my first Facebook page. And then he basically said, I'll maintain it for you. And bear in mind, I didn't know anything about any of this. This is all, I'm just Jordan Maxwell at this point. Just Jordan Maxwell, a product of the 20th century. I operate with a horse and carriage. These people are in a different technology zone. And so he, quote unquote, maintained my Facebook page. And he said, I want $100 a day. I want $100 a day, or I'm shutting your Facebook page down. And I think that's cheap. And so eventually this is something that when my mother died, which was very shortly after this, it was around this time my mother died, And
what a horrible way to behave.
Yeah. Oh, this is just how they were.
Like, what a horrible way to behave.
And that's when these two teamed up. They said, now his mother's died. He's vulnerable. We got to get him. Kick him while he's down. So they took me to court. And so they took me to court and said, Douglas Dietrich has ripped us off, and and all this shit. And of course, they lost in court. The case was dismissed, and basically there you have that. But this is the horror of what I meant by how it gets worse. It's just like no matter, there's never a moment of peace. It's just always the gang stalkers are striking. This is why what I said about Selena Khan is not off the top. It's just endless from then to now. It's just every day is the gang stalkers striking.
You wanted to speak about her, so go ahead.
Oh, I mean, no, we don't need to.
I thought you did mention it.
Yeah, I did mention it, but it's like, it's only, it can be brought up later. I mean, basically what she demanded was that I speak to her now or else. And it was like, this is the first thing I see in the morning when I wake up, because normally I'm, of course, up through the night and I sleep in the day, but on transmission days I tend to sleep through the night and I'm up in the morning. So the first thing I see is her demanding that I speak to her or else. And it's like, it's a threat. Of course it's a threat. And I decided not to, because I couldn't see what would come of it, but I had to change all my passwords. I had to change the passwords on my PayPal, and they taught me at PayPal, make certain to log off all machines, because it was logged into maybe certain machines she could access. So I had to log out of everything with the PayPal and change that for personal security. Had to change the password on the website, again, change the password everywhere just to secure myself, because God knows what she would have done. She had like maybe the password I was using because I had used it before, but she had problems with the English, and therefore she could never. It was kind of like Lorien and Fenton. She had like my original password that I still used for decades after she was gone, because she had such dyslexia because she could never spell certain words. And so I could use those words even though she had seen them multiple times. The one thing I knew from personal experience is that she could never spell them no matter how many times she tried. So I was thinking that way with, Selena, but I couldn't take the risk, so I had to change all the passwords again. So there we are. They're all changed now, and that's pretty much what there is to say. But, just so people understand this, there's never a moment of peace from these people. And all she needs to do is just walk away. She says I'm like some idiot who like stole, from her cards and was asking her for money nonstop. I mean, why doesn't she just walk away? But no, it's this, it's that. And honestly, it just is, shall we say, this is because their mass mobilization attack recently came to a complete and total failure. I mean, they're on their backs just the way the Russians are in Ukraine. They're flat on their backs. I'm the last man standing, and so they just have to throw some other stuff at me. We won't bring it up right now, but there's someone Peter and I both know. He very likely, unless it's a bot pretending to be him, approached me with a friend request, and this is really just them sending in bigger guns now. This is because they're at the point now where let's try this. So in a sense, it's the best of signs. But like Peter said, to try and summarize all this, this is kind of like what I was dealing with the beginning. After Olaf Phillips and Mario Escobar came Lorien Ann Fenton. She was basically just I'll have to say this. I blame myself with Lorien Ann Fenton. It's just she was so overtly sleazy and slimy. All the money that I lost to Lorien Ann Fenton is something that I've never faulted her for. It's just basically, my fault for dealing with her. But it was one of those things I couldn't say no because I needed someone to help me. She was the first. This is where the cycle comes in and why it made sense to talk about Selena Khan. They both were in a long line of people, from Lorien Ann Fenton to Laura Lee Solomon to others, Pavel Edward, and then later Selena Khan. All these people had passwords to everything. I'm talking about my bank accounts, my my different, well, not my bank accounts, but just basically everything. And I toned down. It was probably the bank account with Lorien Ann Fenton, but then I changed banks. And then it was the everything else that was I was going through with everyone else, they all had the passwords to everything, and it was only a miracle I didn't lose everything I have on the net in the cloud. With Pavel Edward, it was because Judith Ager basically intimidated him. And it was exactly as Lena Shea had said, who came after Pavel Edward, that basically he was so used to being pussy whipped because of that handler he had, that Polish chick, that he listened to Judith Ager. But it was Lena Shea who warned me, you'd better change your password on your Google because he's going to erase the entire account. And like she knew. And then it makes sense why she knew. And then
it's funny how these people are helping you genuinely, and then
well, in a sense, they're not. In a sense, they may be helping genuinely if they're completely unaware that they're assets and they're just assigned to me and then say, you got to do this. And it's because they do have contempt for each other. Initially, all of these people had contempt for each other, but then they all wind up at the same place, back at Richard K. Cole under the Payo.
Exactly. Yeah. It's very peculiar.
Yeah, and when it comes to Selena Khan, that's the other thing to say. I guess there's one more thing to bring up that's important here, is that she was so adamant about something that Peter Moon actually remembered years later, that it's important to bring this up because it's part of the I began to realize she must have been assigned from the beginning. She said something no Bangladeshi person would say. She came from Bangladesh, which, as we have brought up before, was liberated. Northeast India, under the Raj, was liberated by the Japanese. Two of the biggest battles in World War II took place there. These are the Stalingrad and the Leningrad of Asia, or the Orient, that the British all know of. Americans have never heard of them because the British know of them as the attacks on their Raj, their main colony, the jewel in their crown. And it was Kohima and Impal. These were major armored confrontations between the Japanese and the British Empire. And the British Empire was striking back at the Japanese with Lend-Lease Sherman tanks from the Americans. And so these are like Stalingrad and Leningrad in the Orient. But what it resulted in was the Japanese liberated the Bengali people, who later on formed the nation of Bangladesh. And that's why they fly that Japanese flag with a green background, a green field to show they're Muslim, but they're flying the Japanese rising sun, the Mon. And the British, of course, after World War II, they were under siege in Malaya fighting the Japanese insurgency, the Malayan Races Army, that was armed with Japanese weapons, uniformed in Japanese uniforms, officered by Japanese, and they kept claiming it was a communist insurgency, even though the Malayan Races is not a communist term. They would have been using the term People's Army if they were communist. But then the British declared victory and withdrew, and then they were also under siege from Subhas Chandra Bose, who had retreated to my Taiwan, where it was known that he continued launching his Surkov submarine and raiding British ships. All of this insurgency forced the British to leave, and they just credited it all to Gandhi. They said, oh, Gandhi wants peace, and we're leaving because of Gandhi. It was their way of saving face. In reality, they left because of Subhas Chandra Bose and the Free India movement of fascists. So then what happened was Bangladesh was born, but the British wouldn't recognize it, so they signed it over to Pakistan. They said, this is East Pakistan. And then the Pakistanis happily invaded Bangladesh until the Bangladeshis evicted them, like the Ukrainians are evicting the Russians now. And they evicted them violently. Many Pakistanis died, and they couldn't reinforce because their navy wasn't worth a shit. They couldn't reinforce the troops, and they wound up retreating. So your average Bangladeshi would never say, I'm East Pakistani. It's just something, but she insisted that. This is what Selena kept saying to Peter Moon when Peter brought up Bangladesh. She said, I'm East Pakistani. So it would be like a Mexican saying, I'm really a subject of the French Empire. It's something that would seem very self-effacing, very bizarre, and it's just something that your average Bengali would find offensive if anyone called them East Pakistani. So that was a very strange thing for her to say. And no, she doesn't love Pakistan, and she feels that Pakistani people are abhorrent, and she certainly never liked Salman Sheikh. So very bizarre that she would say that. And then again, when she wrote to Peter, she said, remember, I approached you long before I knew about Douglas. which was not the case at all. She approached him and was actually asking him about me. And so when she said something like that in her, this is something that Brendan Zoget pointed out, when she said something like that, it shows the fact that she's lying, that she's actually trying to claim that to Peter, when in reality, she came there trying to find out about me. So she's definitely was assigned to me from the beginning. And by the way, Brendan Zoget wants to relate the fact that he was under attack by Miguel Andahar, who was definitely a friend of Selena Khan's. They all claimed that, Lena Shea, Selena Khan, and Miguel Andahar. And what happened was Brendan felt he was very much under a cult attack. You know, in a past episode, I was asked by Sammy Romero for defense against occult attacks because he had a friend who was suffering a very terrible occult attack. And when I provided advice from various occult books on self-defense against such assaults, one of the things I brought up was a personal experience with a young lady who was assaulted by one of Aquino's acolytes, and her grandfather died during that psychic assault, a period of terrible, coincidental, quote-unquote, rather synchronous misfortunes, which plagued her family and almost killed her. One of the dreams she had was of a terrible arachnid entity sucking the life out of her grandfather the day he died. Our friend Brendan Zoget, he basically felt that he was under attack by a giant scorpionic entity, that he had never seen anything as monstrous like this in his life. He had visions of it, and he's never had this kind of experience before like that. And he's going through excruciating pain in his lower limb right now, his feet and whatnot. But he's one of the things he realized was he had a bunch of crystals sent to him by Miguel Andahar. So he took a bunch of these crystals out, and the cheaper ones, the glass ones, he just threw in the trash. The more expensive ones of amethyst and precious materials, he buried some of them by a crossroads, at the corner of the crossroads, within the cross of the crossroads. And then the others he threw in a nearby lake. So these are miles from his home. But it was only that brought a general stop to his misfortunes, which he was suffering, which were, again, tethered to Selena and Salman Sheikh. He was, like, herded by all of these Pakistanis at the school he was doing custodial work as. He's a custodian for the state of California, works in the capital, and he works at different facilities. But at one point, there was a bunch of Pakistanis inexplicably in the yard that they kept surrounding his car, and then they finally herded him to where he crashed into some lamppost or some safety marker, like that wound up costing him thousands of dollars to fix his rear sensor. So with this kind of stuff going on, he felt he broke the spell only by throwing these various attachments to Miguel Andahar away. So then I asked him about the Scorpio. I said, did this look like, really elongated? He told me he was looking up these various scorpions that people were breeding, and he never saw anything like what he saw in his visions. And I said, well, think of it this way. Did this look really large? Big, like man size? And, you're looking in the wrong place. Think about prehistoric scorpions, like sea scorpions, bigger than a man. And it looked really elongated and much more like an earwig than a scorpion, and bristly with horrible hairs that are more like porcupine quills. And he said, yeah, all of that. He said, exactly like that. And I said, yeah, I know, I've seen them. And I said, those are basically what Michael Aquino started a project to breed them, to try and basically bring the ancient prehistoric sea scorpion, bigger than a man, back into the living biosystem. At Letterman, they were trying to breed these creatures. And the smaller ones, Aquino gifted to his acolytes. One of them was probably Miguel Andahar. They shed their carapaces. And even if the animal died after a few years or even a few months, if he couldn't feed it or maintain it, he would have the carapace that's probably on his altar. And he said that makes perfect sense. So all of this is definitely the kind of psychic warfare that we've all been undergoing. With Brendan, poor fellow, he never chose to be in any of this. And he told me, this is all because of you, And yes, I know, yes, that he's been targeted. So Peter's very fortunate, of course, that at least he doesn't go through any of this. But then Peter's not accepting amethyst crystals or other gifts from these people either.
I also don't talk about a lot of stuff that goes on.
Yes.
Because some things are better handled in silence.
Understood.
And I'm doing very well with that.
Yes.
It's not the same, but it's like, one of the powers of the Sphinx, 4 powers of the Sphinx, the first one is to be silent. There's also other powers of the Sphinx is to know, to will, and to dare. To know, to will, and to dare. To be silent. I mean, silence, I'm not saying you should be silent about these things at all. I'm not implying that.
Understood.
But there are many instances where silence, like if you have a thought, a bad thought, a discordant thought, an unharmonious thought, just shelve it. It's like it can buy you such a gain if you just don't invest in negative thoughts. I'm not saying ignore negative thoughts, but saying, okay, so many times I see such streams of stupidity on a daily basis that you just don't, when you react to it, you lose. Let people think what they want, because you're probably not going to change their mind anyway. Sometimes, you can, you will, but why do you want to be the mind changer? Unless people are ready for it. And this is the challenge I'm having with Douglas's information. And I'm realizing that this is, turned into much more of a therapy, but that's okay.
Thank you.
I can roll with that because it's like, okay, like look at all this, you can't talk about this stuff theatrically because you're having to process it. But that's okay. It's relief. I just have to, had to just pick up on that, which is okay, because this is a lot of stuff you went through. And it's like, okay, we're trying to get to the heart and the core. But basically what we have here, where I see is so important is that you're a public informant. This is who you are. This is what you are. And that's the way to present yourself. A public informant with attachments. Just the concept of being a public informant is fascinating because this is not something we have in this convoluted world. The public informant is you go in the haunted house at Disneyland and the girl comes out and says, okay, welcome to the haunted house. This is, and she starts talking, this is the public informant. She's like a PR person that's actually doing an amusement park experience. Or the person that comes to see you at Cape Canaveral comes out and talks to you about, what they're doing at NASA. It's like, okay, we're doing this. This isn't public informant. This is canned chitter chatter. It's you do better at a museum where they're actually talking to you about, historical stuff, if not facts. So it's like public informant. What's that? What's a public informant? A public informant is like when they had this whistleblower during the Trump administration. The whistleblower. They wouldn't identify the whistleblower. And Trump went, who's the whistleblower? And it's like it becomes this invisible, person that, we've got to protect the identity of the whistleblower. He was full of shit anyway. But it's like they're protecting the whistleblower as if they have, they're doing a protective, arm of the government. We're going to protect whistleblowers who tell on, who tell tales, that the government doesn't want you to hear. We're protecting the whistleblower. Oh, no, they don't protect whistleblowers. That should have been enough to tell anybody that they were, full of crap.
Thank you. Yeah.
Oh, but they protected him. They're so disgusting, and they're so transparent that it's, as I say, you just, you can't watch the news and get angry. You have to turn the news off.
Yes.
And because it's not going to benefit you. If then you start watching, I was kind of watching a little bit of the hurricane today because, you want to know what's going on. And, but you see, I don't know, nobody knows what the hell's going on. They say there's 1 million people without power in Florida. That's horrible.
Yeah.
Good luck. I thought of calling, one of my friends down there. What they need to hear from me for? I'll call them in a few days, when next week and say, how did you make out? I hope you, didn't go down the tubes. But it's pretty, so much for the news. But yeah, this is right now, the two anchor points I have are your mother, two fascination points of interest. Story of your mother, boom, which can be told in a couple of minutes, and turning public informant. These are two key ingredients. Blending the two things is a little tricky because, what does she have to do with public informant? Well, she has to do with public informant because of who she was, what her role was. And her role was, just to bullet point it, she was, could you just delineate it for me? She was a envoy.
Yes.
She was an
Reich. So basically, let's put it this way: because my mother was of nobility and of a royal bloodline, nobility of a royal bloodline, because she was of nobility, because she was of a royal bloodline, and because she was a prodigy, and could speak languages and translate them with a great fluency. She was assigned to accompany the Japanese.
You're getting broken up.
Oh, sorry. She was assigned to accompany the Japanese envoy to Berlin. Yes. And so it was there, of course, that she was introduced to via Otto Dietrich. Otto Dietrich was the Adolf Hitler's press chief, and he introduced her to Adolf Hitler personally.
Mm-hmm.
And so he was a relation of my father, George Dietrich, who my mother later married. Of course,
How close was the relation?
But it was fairly distant. I think that they were like distant cousins or something like that. It was something that, it's not that my father was ever ashamed of it, but his family was. So it was like they hid whatever information they could about that. And it was like this great badge of shame to them. But Otto Dietrich was one of the...
You didn't even know your father at that point. This is...
No, definitely not.
Appears to be a coincidence on the surface. But just to bullet point, she was picked out by Emperor Hirohito, correct?
That's correct, yes. Definitely.
And how did he find her?
Well, she was a member of the royal family at that point.
Well, how did he find her? How did she come to his attention?
She came to his attention because of her talents, and because, of course, he was concentrating on establishing connections with Manchuria. So people might remember that Emperor Puyi, anybody watches the movie The Last Emperor of China, remembers Henry Puyi as the quote-unquote last emperor of China. He was really the emperor of Manchuria at that point. Though he was the last emperor of China in the sense he was the last child emperor and then became the emperor of the Manchu state. the Japanese sponsored him. And of course, one of the connections between Manchuria and Japan was my mother, in the sense of she was of both Chinese and Japanese heritage, and therefore
Why did
was.
she become a connection with Manchuria, though?
Oh, because her father was of the old Kyushu dynasty of Japan that retreated into China just thousands of years ago with the wars between their dynasty and the Yamato dynasty for the islands of Japan. And so when they retreated back into China, there were the Chinese family of royalty that became involved with the vampires that maintained Christianity. And they were, of course, ultimately through that, certainly connected with the Manchu dynasty, because the royal dynasties respected each other's scions and their legacies. And the royal dynasties, as they changed in China, there was no real war or struggle with the Kyushu dynasty from Japan with any of the Chinese dynasties. So they always maintained relations through the vampire clans with all of the incoming dynasties. And the incoming dynasties.
Now, the vampire clans were it was just because they were a dynasty. It wasn't because they were vampires. They were just one of the dynasties, so they deserved respect.
Well, in terms of the vampires, they were more like, we would call them kind of like think of like an isolated hermetic kind of existence of people who were in monasteries that were deeply respected, and people would bring them their criminals for sacrifice, essentially. And these people were these were the most intimately involved people with the Kyushu dynasty that had left Japan. So when the Kyushu dynasty had retreated from Japan, they became involved with the vampires, who were the original keepers of the Christian faith, proto-Christianity, you would call it. And these proto-Christian vampires, the people who baptized the Christ, coronated him the King of Kings, if you will, the people who led the invasion of Israel, in which they sought out the Christ child and basically coronated him as the Christ, which is a title, not a name. They were the people who became most intimately bound with the Kyushu dynasty. So when one of their scions, one of the heirs of their legacy, my mother's father, went to Japan and was allowed to take a Japanese bride in Tokyo, then that cemented that those two dynasties, the ancient dynasty, the Kyushu dynasty, and the Yamato dynasty of Japan once again. And of course, she also served as a great connection to the Qing dynasty, the Manchus that had retreated into the northeast to form the Manchurian state.
And that was on her mother's side?
It was basically on neither of her family's side, but it was essentially kind of, they became involved through her mother's side because her mother was Japanese, but her mother now being married to a Chinese man, they felt could easily act as a bridge to Manchuria. So her mother was definitely involved with her friends in Manchuria. And so because the royal dynasties were kind of all intertwined and intermarried as they are in Europe, that was what allowed the Manchurian connection to kind of flourish. It was one of these things that she was certainly used as an interpreter in Manchuria as well as she was anywhere else. And she was probably one of the last few people in the world to speak the Manchu language, which, as Peter and I brought up in the book, the Roswell Deception, there's almost nobody left alive. The communists exterminated the majority of the Manchu people. There we have that.
This is very good. I mean, I've heard this before, but it didn't sink into the point where I remembered it that well. So her father, so she was 50% vampire, you said?
Yes. That's
and right. Her father was been 100%?
Yes.
Okay. And that was, so he married into the Kyushu dynasty?
No. He was a product thereof.
He was a product, and he married the mother, who was Japanese.
Yes.
She was not part of Kyushu. Okay, I get it.
Yes.
And yes, this is good.
Yeah.
This is actually, I didn't want to go down the vampire route, and maybe I don't, for the episode but describing the dynasties is good.
Yes.
The dynasty.
And by the way, I do want to bring up something. I had Peter watch a YouTube video recently that was produced by, people who also produce a bunch of, shall we say, videos emphasizing Japanese atrocities. And also they put out some videos on American atrocities during the war as well, to their credit. I didn't get a chance to review the video, but the overall tone looked informative to me. And it was about the fact that my biological sire, Adolf Hitler, trusted the Romanians more than he did any of his other allies. And the fact that they were such an enormous part of the war effort that they probably surpassed Italy in their contribution to the Axis. But the thing to remember most importantly is that the Romanians were the third largest Axis force in Europe, first being Germany, then the Italians, and then the Romanians. Now, I don't know if this video really did justice to the Romanians, but I do want people to understand this. The Romanians never switched sides during the war per se. What happened was they defeated the Soviet army, and then afterwards it was a communist insurgency that wound up overtaking and assassinating the conjugator, or the fascist leader of Romania. But basically, Germany's Eastern Front, basically the Soviet Union with its allies hid all of their military failures. The Red Army invaded Romania in April and May of 1944, and it produced 200,000 Soviet casualties and tarnished the reputations of all their commanders. So basically understand that Stalin was not as preoccupied with the direct route to Berlin as he was with this broad frontal strategy that was designed to gain territory and find vulnerable points in Germany's extended lines of defense. So there was this what was called the Iazi-Kishinev offensive that he ultimately commanded. And if it had proven successful, the invasion would have eliminated Romania as Germany's ally and cut off the vital Ploiești oil fields. And that would alone have provided a base from which to consolidate Soviet power throughout the Balkans, fueling themselves with the black blood of the Third Reich, the Romanian oil. So what was launched was the Second Ukrainian Front's offensive along the Târgu Frumos, the Iasi and the Dniester rivers axes. And the Third Ukrainian Front launched a simultaneous advance to the Dniester River, and there was this dramatic struggle to seize bridgeheads across the river and capture Kishinev. Then at that point, I think it was General Ivan Konev's strategic plan as the Second Ukrainian Front prepared its Iasi offensive to fight this climatic battle with the German Eighth Army and their Romanian allies in the Târgu Frumos region in early May. After that, there was the regrouping of General Rodion Molinovsky's Third Ukrainian Front for what they hoped would be a decisive offensive towards Kishinev, which aborted in the face of a skillful counterstroke by a threadbare German Sixth Army. This were the survivors of Stalingrad, where the Romanians had fought side by side with them. So the Wehrmacht, with the nucleus of survived combat veterans, was able to beat back the Soviet forces who were drowned by the spring floods. The rising rivers engulfed them. And that, of course, they had this already fragile Soviet logistical support that was further undermined by the Wehrmacht's scorched earth strategy. And although Konev's and Malinovsky's offensives ultimately failed. The Red Army, of course, managed to inflict heavy losses on Axis forces that exacerbated the effects of Germany's defeat in the Ukraine and made it more difficult for the Wehrmacht to contain the Soviet Juggernaut, as bloated as it was with American Lend-Lease, in their ultimate advance toward Berlin. So, but to understand this much, the Soviets invaded Ukraine all out and they lost. They were beaten back. And in the spring of 1944, the Romanians won their war against the Soviets. And it was only by a communist insurgency that captured and executed their conjugator that Romania, quote unquote, switched sides and became communist. So this is something that must never be forgotten. And again, understand Hitler trusted the Romanians more than the other allies that he had. And in terms of all his allies, they were at the top of the list of those that he found the most reliable.
Well, they had tremendous resources with the oil fields,
Yes.
and he had good cause to want to cultivate them. And I think it was in the video said that this, I forget the guy's name, the Romanian, he was a military general who took over from the king.
Yes.
He sort of forced his hand over King Michael, who recently passed away. He lived a very old age. And King Michael eventually deposed him because, when the Germans began to lose.
Right. Antonescu, Ion Antonescu.
Yeah, there was no joy for the Romanians remaining in the alliance with the Germans. It was a losing game. So they switched sides. King Michael overtook them, or arranged for this guy's, I think it was assassination.
He was brought before a firing squad, and the conjugator, that's the Romanian word for Führer, the conjugator was Ion Antonescu, and when he was brought before the firing squad, and they were a bunch of untrained louts, so the first time they fired, it wasn't lethal, and that's when he shouted at them, "Aim true, you idiots!" And that was it took a second volley of shots. They had to walk up to him and just fire point blank before they killed him. So Ion Antonescu died hard, and he certainly was the man who led Romania through the Second World War, and was someone who definitely is someone to be admired. And as for King Michael, I can't imagine what was running through his mind. Perhaps he thought that this would save his people, or perhaps prevent more fatalities or a greater infliction.
Well, to switch sides. Well, first off, according to the video, the Romanian dictator, military dictator, was Hitler could no longer support him. He wasn't paying them. They weren't getting paid for their oil, and they were getting the short end of the stick.
Understood.
And this had to do with the attrition that had occurred. I mean, when they first went in to invade Russia, everything looked great.
Yes.
But then the worm turned with the winter. And so then it became, an increasingly losing proposition to be allied with the Germans. At that point, King Michael had to get rid of him because he was no longer serving any useful purpose to anybody. He wasn't particularly good with the people.
Yes.
So they got rid of him, and they joined forces with the Americans. And, it worked out.
At that point, Romania became the fourth largest Allied army on the continent. The three largest being Britain, United States first overall, then Britain, and then the Soviet Union. Or in sheer numbers, you could say the Soviet Union, and then the United States, and then Great Britain, really. And then Romania.
That's a fascinating book, and I forget I think his name is Mihai Papau. He was the Ceausescu's chief of security, and it's a fascinating. He was somebody who left the Romanian, high command. He was working directly for Ceausescu, and he defected to the West. And he tells a very interesting story of how, goes all into the relationship of the Iron Guard, the right wing, and the connections to Nixon. Before Nixon was even president, goes way back to the late 40s.
Wow.
And operated out of I think the same building that Nixon worked in Whittier or Orange County or wherever it was, Yorba Linda, I don't know, I'm sure what it was, but there's a very, very strange connections with Romania politically.
I'm not surprised. Well, just so people know, they had, when it came to the Iron Guard, the leader of the Iron Guard, which would be the Romanian Fascist Party, was Horasima. And he escaped, I believe, at the end of the war. They wore green shirts instead of brown. Each one of the fascist parties had a solid color coding. And with, of course, the Germans, it was the brown shirts. With the Italians, it was the black shirts. With the Romanians, it was the green shirts. And in terms of the Romanian general, the conjugator, the Ion Victor Antonescu, because of the machinations of King Michael the First, I know that Stalin decorated the Romanian king. So he was actually decorated by Stalin for that, but then he was forced to leave anyway. So it's kind of like perhaps he thought he would be kept as some kind of constitutional monarch deprived of any political influence, but of course his presence wasn't tolerated at all. But just so people understand this, Romania had no choice but to ally with the Axis because the Soviets invaded Romanian territory. So they, of course, became allies of the Germans, just like the Ukrainians did. The Russians overran parts of Romania itself, and that's what ultimately led to Operation Barbarossa. This is never mentioned in the history books, just like you mentioned with the camps in Poland. So very important to remember that, and people can look that up on their own, that this was before Operation Barbarossa. Stalin invaded Romania. And then of course there was the 1944 invasion that I described that the Soviets lost. So hopefully people now begin to better appreciate Romania's role in World War II with the Axis, which was substantial beyond what we've already described. There was the American invasion of Romania through the air with massive bombing campaigns that were literally blown out of the sky. The Americans came in as low as they could, trying to barnstorm the Ploesti oil fields. And the Germans had set up their 88 guns on top of mountains and on top of huge towers, from which they fired down on the American planes and blew their entire bomber formations apart with artillery, if you can imagine that. The artillery was being fired down upon the American planes, and it just blew them out of the skies. So it was the Americans were massacred in their aerial attempt to deprive Hitler of his oil. So there we go. But
you're being way too much librarian here, and now we need artistic magician.
Yes, well, you understand that's rather alien to me. There are different parts of the artist to me. I'm not quite sure if I fit in with this one-man show of the. Of course, somebody writes the script. So, yeah,
we're working from. Whether whether produce the show is another question.
Understood.
But it's a magical reference frame, and I'm thinking like,
good point.
Yes. In Chinatown and Chinese in general, they have such fascinating props.
Yes.
Don't let the cost of the props limit your thinking.
Oh, yes.
It's like, because I think of, I haven't seen these things they do at the Met or whatever of these Chinese productions. They do these incredible Chinese musical productions.
Uh-huh. Yes.
Just, I guess it's the cultural iconography of China right now. They have these musical. I get literature on it. It's on TV, go see this Chinese musical production. Very rich in costumes, pageantry.
Yes.
Not interested in seeing it.
How come? Just,
I don't know what it is. I can't relate to it. I don't even know if it's going to be in English.
okay.
It's not really my thing.
Understood.
I have a certain amount of interest, but it's limited when it comes to opera or ballet.
Understood.
Ballet can be very interesting, but it's my interest in it is limited. It's not my thing, so to speak. But my point is, they're very rich in costume props, the Chinese, in ways that I haven't, it's just very rich. So, like, there are dramatic opportunities. And it's all about dramatic presentation. It's, we're talking about, like, if I was to convert my, career life into a theater, it's got rich potentials too, but it's how do you execute it? When you go see anything in theater, if it's really well done, it's incredible. Like, how the hell did they come up with that? Even if it's halfway well done, it can be impressive. Even if it could have done better. So they could have done better. Well, that's pretty good. And then, even if you go back to vaudeville times and you see the prop there, it's kind of really, antiquated by today's standard. The audience participates. They say, okay, that's the prop. That's the paper moon and the cardboard sea. Okay, we'll go with it. we'll go with it, because the audience is watching. That's what they have. They're watching a theatrical production. And you say, what would you pay to see? The right thing shows up. The right person shows up. So I mean, I will not hesitate to talk to people. But as I say, the two anchors I have right now are your mom and you're a public informant.
Yes.
And boy, these are two rich anchors.
Yes.
If we were to have David Anderson come up and talk about his life, be damn strange.
Yes. Did he ever speak to you about his life at all?
Oh, I've got all sorts of snippets here and there, but I don't have the dialogue I have with you. He's not that, some of it, just kind of drifts to me.
Yes.
And it's not, he's a Scorpio.
Yes.
So he's going to be secretive by nature. He's secretive. So, I mean, yeah, he could, but then why should he come forth? Because I think he's suffered a lot. He really hasn't told me he's suffered a lot, just that he's been through. When he read the Montauk Project, it seemed so real to him.
Right.
It seems so real. I think he's constantly dealing with time, and I think that means other timelines.
Yes.
So, but I'm saying is for him to just get up and start talking. I mean, if he were to really come out and, not hold back. It would be very, of course, and then you got to put it all in perspective. And when you're doing a dramatic presentation, like, wow, there's a way to present things. And then, because, I mean, just talking, like, when you're rattling off data, and if it's cathartic, that's fine. But it's just, you don't want to be catharticizing to the audience. They're the ones that are going to catharticize with you or to you. See, that's where the experience transfers. Your trauma/drama becomes vicariously their trauma/drama, and they vicariously experience what you went through. And you're making them relate to it. Like, God. Now, this is the classic story of a novel or a movie. Okay, the person has a problem. How does he resolve the problem? It builds up with a antagonist. And the antagonist then, it reaches a climax where the protagonist confronts the antagonist. It's all leading up to a crescendo, and then, the Frankenstein monster falls down the shaft, and the windmill's on fire. And somebody saved. The little girl's lost, but somebody saved, and all that sort of thing. Lon Chaney, hit with the silver cane, and then he turns back to Larry Talbot, and the gypsy comes and recites her poem, but yeah, in other words, yeah, what is the antagonist? Now I see Aquino as the antagonist.
Yes.
I see him as the antagonist. I didn't have that in his minions. He is the antagonist because he's the one you overcome.
Yes.
And of course, in the telling of the story, it gets hammed up in such a way that it has to be told in such a way that it tells the truth without all the repetition of events, because there's no time for all the repetition of events. It's almost as if you're putting the stake in the heart of the founder of the Temple of Set.
Yes.
Horus versus Set.
Yes.
To use Egyptian mythology. It's like, yeah, Aquino is the antagonist. So, I'm, just exploring this. And this is, I don't know if I said this, and I think I did before. It's worth repeating. Yes, this Dutch psychiatrist who works at Harvard, I'm sorry I can't remember his name, very astute about PTSD. If anybody look up Dutch psychiatrist, Harvard, PTSD, he says a lot of interesting things. But one of the things he said is therapeutic. And I don't think he's just talking about any trauma, is to act out in theater form of the mind, acting out the theater, doing theater in the mind. And of course, this is what Dianetics does. You're running out incidents. You're recreating a theater in the mind. Locate an incident locate an incident when you had such and such happen to you. It'd be a pain. You go back and you think of an incident and you start dramatizing the incident, whether it be a headache or sore throat, and your mind can create all sorts of colorful, dynamic activity that's causing you to have a sore throat, a pain. And what happens, you begin to tap into more than just your own imagination. You're tapping into visceral debris within your auric structure. And by creating a theater in the mind, you dissipate it. And it vanquishes if it's done thoroughly and or correctly. So he's basically telling you what works. This is what Dianetics did. That's all Dianetics did. And of course, I'm not going to say Dianetics, there's different vantage points. But it's like, to me, it's old hat. I see what he's doing. Of course, I'm not talking in the vernacular or from the quote unquote authority of a psychiatrist. He is. It's fine. Let him do it. Seems to be doing a good job. but the theater of the mind. So what I'm saying is, when we put this into a theatrical form, keeping in mind theater means of theos, God. It's a drama. We're creating a drama that the audience can relate to and can process. This is the challenge. And we've laid out the drama in your book, but this is not written in the same way. That's written more as a, information, sort of like a legal brief.
Yes.
And this is not just about the Roswell deception. The Roswell deception would be just one aspect of that. And it's sort of like the mother. And, I've read too much about all this, when you start because I've read stuff about writing scripts and screenplays and all this, and people write such crap. Oh, you got to have this. Oh, this script's no good because it doesn't have this, that, this. Well, have you ever heard, can you imagine an art movie from the 60s? They don't listen to that crap. That's formula. Now, somebody writes an art movie. Let's take, a beautiful woman and let's have her go through all these experiences in an artistic way. Okay, she has these experiences. Some of them will be sensual. And you do that. And it's a creative art. It's not a formula. It doesn't have to be a beautiful woman. It could be an abstract situation. We have a philosophical something or other, philosophical woman, philosophical man, or their interaction with an animal. But I'm saying this is art. So, in Hollywood, they're going into a formula. There's something to be said for the formula. In fact, they've gotten so cute with it and so clever that they have all these role reversals. Like in that movie I watched, I think it was called Hunters with Al Pacino. It was on, I think, Amazon Prime, about him being a Nazi hunter.
Oh, that's right. Oh, God.
But then he has the ultimate role reversal when you find out he was really a Nazi who was escaping and hiding as a Nazi hunter. But then he was the Nazi hunter. He was actually going after the Nazis to make up for what he did as a Nazi. It's all convoluted. He's got this incredible Jewish accent. It's like, so you find out that, like say in the Frankenstein movies, Igor is really the good guy. Something like that they love this role reversal because it surprises the hell out of the audience.
I still think it was absurd, and I can't believe Paula and yourself suffered through that.
No, I really enjoyed it. It was fun. Paula could only watch, the first episode, if not that, because it was too heavy for her or whatever. No, I enjoyed watching it because it was actually kind of, it was written entertaining and comical, without any regard to what, and it was just pitting Nazis and Jews together. It was kind of bringing up an old theme, and of course, as topical as it was for the time, nobody talks about it anymore. Right. So it's like any piece of media, it has its day in the sun, which amounts to 15 minutes of fame.
Right.
It was clever.
Yes.
Without, I'm not casting any aspersions onto its, value for truth. It was archetypally, pitting Jews against Nazis. From that aspect, I don't know that it was that healthy.
Right.
But it was, but it was entertaining. Yes. But my point is the entertainment value when they have the role reversal. Right. So your role reversal, it might not be in the first show, but would be ultimately that the vampires are the custodians of Christianity.
Thank you.
That's the ultimate rule, because so much of everything you have to offer is where you find out the dark is in, the dark is in the light and the light is in the dark. It's the essence. In fact, another way to anchor this would be the yin yang symbol. That's the example there. That has to be there too. You're pointing, the dark is in the light is in the dark. You'll find in the darkness the light. You'll find in the light the dark. You see, this is good. You follow, you've got the yin yang symbol in the back, and you go, well, you see, you all think Hitler is bad, and you all think FDR is good. You can have their pictures. If we got really clever, we could have the yin yang superimposed with Hitler's face and then FDR's face on each side of the circle of the yin,
Yes.
And you could probably do a good one there. Or you could have the yin yang symbol there, and then have the light come on to where it shows that, puts their faces, and you say, well, here's the, FDR was not all bad. He's the reason you have Social Security today, and he's the reason you had what is it? The Workers Progress Administration, and he gave people things. And you can say he's not all bad, and then you can say, well, but he's not all good. You don't condemn him totally, because you don't want to completely alienate the audience. And you point out, well, these are the facts. I like the facts I pointed out in the book of him, contracting, polio right after this dastardly stuff he did in Haiti.
Yes.
I mean, it can't be a coincidence. And, I had people get offended by that, not from the book, but from, me commenting on these things, big FDR fans.
Did they really? You had FDR fans who were rendering some commentary on the Roswell deception?
One in particular, not on Roswell, but I was making comments, and he was very, he said, Judith Kearns, or whatever her name is, the baseball fan from Boston who writes presidential biographies, and said, her book on Roosevelt was well researched.
Yes, if that made any point. And of
Yeah,
course,
in other words, okay, he's just, he's
beyond that, what they call well researched means, okay, so they reiterate a bunch of shit that they find in libraries from a bunch of other people who were propagandizing.
yeah, and it was probably relatively true, but it's like, okay, let's leave out the occult parts. These are the hidden parts.
Right, of course. Like
people like to wax nostalgic about different characters in history. Well, he was this sort of a person. He was that sort of a person.
Oh my God.
And okay, meanwhile, this person was Jewish. I was even pointing out the fact that, he turned down all the Jews.
Yeah, thank you. Oh my God.
It's like, people get stuck in their positions.
They do. Once they make the statement, they're like married to it. By the way, Deanna Fraser lets us know that Bezel van der Kolk is who you were.
Yes. Thank you.
Yes.
Try spelling it.
Kolk.
Spell it if you're going to say it. If anybody wants to look up this Dutch psychiatrist from Harvard.
Yes. Surname spelled Kolk, Kolk. And the rest is Bezel. First name Bessel. Bezel van der Kolk. There we are. Born 1943. Holy shit! He's older than you, Pete. I mean, not that you're very old, mind you, but
I don't understand why people are sensitive about age.
They shouldn't be.
I think it's ridiculous.
It is.
It's like, okay, if you're what's the big deal? You are what you are. You don't say, oh, I'm really, like Jack Benny would always say he's 39. Well, that was a gag. I'm 39, but it's like, yeah, it's like, what's the big problem? Why would anybody be concerned about their age? You are what you are.
Yes.
Why? I never understood that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And,
But so be it. He's yeah, I think he's worth listening to for people who are interested in solving PTSD.
yes.
Um,
Thank you.
but I was talking about the theater of the mind. It's a healing process, because if a theatrical production is well done, it's a musical review. It's a musical review. It's not going to really do anything. But if it really, it's supposed to provide a transformation for the character, and then it's a transformation for the audience. So I would find my third anchor to be the principle of yin yang. And I will tell you, audiences are suckers for anything that's Chinese wisdom.
Yes.
They're suckers for it
Yes.
because it is wisdom. There's a wisdom there that they're missing. That's what the whole Kung Fu TV show is about.
Yes.
David Carradine. People love that. They love that incident. I don't know that I've ever sat down and watched a full episode of Kung Fu.
Oh, that's.
I remember the only time I remember seeing it when it came out was with my first wife on our honeymoon in some hotel in downtown Los Angeles. And we turned on, she goes, "Oh boy, I want to watch she knew it because she, but I hadn't ever heard of it. I knew who Bruce Lee was, but this wasn't about Bruce Lee.
Right.
I think it was just ending. So she told me about the show. She took me to see Siddhartha. She really liked Eastern stuff. I'm so sorry she passed away. I never got to see her again.
Oh my God.
But so I never saw Kung Fu.
Okay.
Is that what it was called, Kung Fu?
Yeah, it was literally called Kung Fu. Yes.
That's where we all heard the term Kung Fu.
Yes.
But no. Audiences, they love Chinese wisdom. It's like all of a sudden your altitude comes up if you start talking about this stuff. It's like, even if it's a person who appears to be, what's the word? Flaky, or, if they start mentioning Chinese stuff and just defer to it, like, oh, it's like the yin yang thing. It all of a sudden their respect for them increases, whatever. People think the person's flaky, but they mention, oh, I can relate to that.
Yes, it is strange, isn't it? Yes.
No, it is. And then of course, if I come on with too much qigong, though, I can give them more. Like, for example, when I went to Romania in 2012 with Jeanette Crowley, she, as I say, I was supposed to be the spiritual guide, or the esoteric guide. And she's really doing most of the esoteric stuff because she's, a channel, and she channels and stuff. But so basically what I did is I spoke 4 times on the bus through a speakerphone and talked about the different books I did.
Yeah.
And I wasn't on stage for very long. And I really wasn't even on stage at all. I was talking through a microphone. Of course, everybody knew who I was. I might have said a few words at the welcome dinner. But when we got up to Mount Omu, 3-hour hike to Mount Omu, I think it was the morning we woke up and had breakfast, I was having everybody do Qigong. And somebody said it was so powerful because you have all these people breathing and moving their hands in a certain way. He says, "Oh, this is more than anybody can take." I said, "Yes, what you did is so, no, you did, no, nobody can take anymore." somebody said that to me, which it was like, yeah, it was energetic, all right, but there was a certain, you know, I couldn't go past that. That's the only qigong I did on the trip for a group. So I guess what it is, it can be too much for people if they're ready for it. The group I did up in Massachusetts, they loved it. I heard back for weeks. I'm going to go back there again in November. I think it's November 12th on a Saturday. JoJo's going to have me back. But anyway, people like the, you know, so if we can integrate this with Asian wisdom, doesn't have to be Chinese, and then you have authenticity because you're Asian, you know.
Yes.
And, you know, we can position it as, you know, I don't remember the word, you said the name of the laws that you were born under.
Oh, yes, the anti-miscegenation laws.
Yeah, but we don't necessarily need to go down that road. We can consider both, but we can consider, you know, play up the Chinese wisdom, make you like part. Did you ever read the Destroyer series with the Korean?
Yes, that was well known. Yes. So did you enjoy that series?
Well, I read parts of it, and it was my friend Ralph Soma in Scientology who was reading them, and he started telling me about them.
That's so
he would
cute.
Tell me so I eventually read some of them.
Yes. They
did one which was it wasn't a very good one. It wasn't a very good satire. They did a satire. One of them was on Scientology, on L. Ron Hubbard. It wasn't very good. But
you mean one of the novels in the Remo franchise, the Destroyer franchise, Remo Williams, was about Scientology as the villain, no doubt. Is that what?
Oh yeah, it was just it wasn't very good.
Okay.
But I didn't think the satire was very good. But anyway, I didn't think the story was very good. The Remo Williams, I read some of them and they were very entertaining. But they had the guy with the Chinese or the Korean. He was the Korean martial artist, and he was metaphysical. They really had him down. He could do anything. You know, we could position you like that guy. You know, the great Asian. I don't know what they called him, but he was. I forget his name.
They were referring to him as Master a lot in the series. I don't know if you saw the films. There was maybe one or two.
There was one film, and it had horribly casting of Joel Grey.
Yeah.
Horribly casting. And I would thank Joel Grey. I mean, the first time I remember Joel Grey, and it was one of the great moments of pride in my youth, is that I was at the movies in Davis at the Varsity Theater, it was called, with my friend Doug, who you met, and my other friend Tor, passed away at a young age. And we're in this movie. We watched the first movie, whatever it was, because they showed two movies. And the second movie was Stop the World, I Want to Get Off, with Joel Grey. And he comes out there, and I said, you know, this is disgusting. And I said, we got to go. We can't stay this. It was horrible. And we got to go. And we got up and we walked out, and everybody started following us. You know, and what impressed me about it, these were all college kids, and I was still in high school. Like, they were taking my cue. Like, this movie sucks. We got to get out of it. You know, it was a musical. It was just crap. And it looked like actually somebody had, I don't know how the movie was shot, but it looked like it was a play that somebody took a movie of. That's the way it looked. I didn't watch it long enough to see. And then, you know, got all these props. It was very French, very, you know, evocative of mimery, but it wasn't mimes. And, you know, and it was just horrible. And I just, like, I got up and I just, you know, just everybody followed me. It was like I said, "Oh, we got to go. We can't watch this." And everybody. I didn't view myself as a leader of our group or anything. We were all kind of just friends.
Right.
But at that moment, I let everybody out of the theater, and then everybody. They nobody thought, when they're watching, they could, hey, he's right. We got to get up and get out of this crap.
Yes.
Because that was, this was, this was the days of, liberals and hippies, and this was just commercial crap that wasn't any good. It was crap, as far as I was concerned. And Joel Gray, and I never forget when I moved into the first house we bought. And when my second wife and I, we moved into into our house, and the woman across the street came over and she says, "Oh, I have these 2 tickets for you. It was Stop the World, I Want to Get Off." It was a Broadway play, and I don't know if I said no thank you or took him. And boy, I never forgot that. What a shitty gift. Stop the World, I Want to Get Off.
Oh my God! Well, that's incredible that you relate that so well, and definitely, yeah.
He ruined. Well, let me see. He played the role as good as he could. I didn't think he did a bad job. I just thought he was miscast.
Yeah. And
then he made a big hit in New York about 20 years ago. With Cabaret. He played the lead in Cabaret, which was something I was definitely not going to go see.
Yeah.
Cabaret was a big hit on Broadway.
Yeah. I mean, and so tell me, obviously, I wouldn't go see Cabaret either myself, but why was there any particular reason why you wouldn't see it? It's just because it
doesn't appeal to me.
Thank you.
And Joel Gray, his name was mud in my book from that one. Just from seeing that one, seeing 5 minutes of him.
Oh my God!
Joe Matheny once sent me a video of Mick Jagger performing about 10 years ago, and he's performing by himself, and he says, if I ever do anything like this, he says, you have the express permission from me to shoot me. Because it was Mick Jagger performing in this just very, I would call it gay, but I don't want to insult gays. I don't want to insult gays. It would be an insult to refer to it as gay I don't want to insult gays because, they don't deserve it. It was just disgusting. It was just, I don't know.
Oh my God!
But yeah. So I mean, Joel Gray. I said, I didn't have that. I didn't. Yeah, it's just not my cup of tea.
Right. And by the way,
rather than to go see Cabaret, I'd rather go watch a college football game I wasn't interested in.
There we are.
Or even soccer, which I'm not a fan of watching soccer because it's too boring to me. I'd rather watch soccer. I might be able to get into it.
Well, that was delightful. Also, just want everyone to know Deanne Fraser is still with us, and so want to report to her if she hasn't seen it in the chat room along with Peter Moon. Before you came on, Peter, our dear friend, the Gibson girl, Brooke Gibson, she basically had her son in the ambulatory care clinic, or the the walk-in emergency room, basically, and he had 103-degree fever. So he's in all our prayers. She lets us know that she just came home. Update on Noah, that's her son. They have no idea. Negative COVID, negative strep, negative flu. So they gave him a shot and put him on antibiotics and steroids. And she also thanks me for giving her a little defense on war, since she wasn't there to defend herself. Yes, because she had been arguing against war as evil in and of itself, whereas me and all the testosterone-filled boys were
making kind of a defense of war as being integral to the human condition and one of the things that really defines us as human. But that being said, when you bring up these kinds of miscommunications or misconceptions that people can have, we have, of course, our dear friend, the Real Tech Geek, who has said he's going to try and send me a new microphone, and that's profoundly appreciated. And when it comes to Real Tech, for those of you who don't know, he's been very open about the fact that when he was young, he was sexually abused by an older man who he was, I believe, turned over to for, daycare or something. And it's very similar to what happened to someone else I knew. That individual who was filmed turning the slides for me on the Roswell and the Rising Sun presentation. Something very similar happened to him. So with Real Tech, he's been open about that, and yet probably because of that, just like I had that experience with my grandfather, and I've mentioned before, but very honest, when I've seen gay men as couples with infant children, honestly, to tell you the truth, I've only seen this once. I was with my mother, who was still alive at the time. I was caring for her, taking her for exercise, shopping, just to keep her active. And while I was doing that, this was after her brain injury, of course. While I was doing that, right in front of us, there was this gay couple of guys with an infant child and passing it between each other. And for just one moment, I just saw red. I flew into a murderous rage and had to physically restrain myself from assaulting these people. There was just something about it that just triggered me as just wrong. And so obviously I've got issues to deal with, and but of course there's always the concern that they're raising this young child and they might raise, I couldn't tell whether it was a boy or a girl, it was an infant. But if it was a boy, then they might raise it as in a way that was wrong. I mean, that's comes into our minds. And so maybe it was something similar, but Real Tech was telling me he heard the other day I was saying that I was cisgendered. And he said he felt that same just overarching rage and revulsion towards myself, something bordering on that feeling of murderous, this man has to go, before he overcame that. And he said, I realize I can live with that. And I had to explain to him, you do realize cisgendered means that I'm happy with being male. It means that I have no gender dysphoria and no sense of identifying myself as anything other than male. So, when people hear these terms from me, this is what Peter meant when he said, we've got to make this into accessible English. But nevertheless, come on, people, look up these terms sometime before you react. You'd be surprised. You might find yourself in agreement with what I'm saying. But that being said, I thought Peter might find that moderately entertaining.
Well, I think we've covered some good ground here. It's like, this is exploratory.
Yes.
We are
By the
engaged
way,
project here. Excuse me?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Go ahead. Finish what you're saying. I'm so sorry.
Well, it's like all chew and feed on this is what I said.
Yeah.
Because I've overstayed my own time limit, not even paying attention to the clock. But it's like I have three anchors now.
Yeah.
I have the three anchors are the your mom, the public informant, and the yin yang.
Yes.
And it might be good to start with Chinese wisdom.
Yes, sounds good. And by the
but-
way, we all appreciate it when you overstay your normal time boundaries. It's always fascinating, and it shows that you're really into the subject.
Excuse me, could you speak up? I got the printer working.
Oh, no worries. I was saying we always never mind whenever you overstay the normal time limits. That we always appreciate it. Yeah.
Yeah, I've got to get a. I don't know what's happening tomorrow.
Okay.
I just know the guy is not coming with the roof.
Oh, thank God.
My roofing guy, he's like, I'll come Saturday. Okay, we'll believe it if you come Saturday. That's what he said last Saturday, but then he forgot. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't call you. Okay, so it's like, where's, it's fine, he's going to show up, but he's got to actually show up. So the saga goes on. But in any case, this is like, 3 anchors. It becomes a challenge to creatively tell the story. And, because you can't rely on bop, 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 bop. This is not an information train. Yes. It is information, but it's presenting information dramatically, yes, theatrically, yeah, so as to convey an idea, and it's a craft unto itself. Yes. The drama has to be created and explored, because the problem is people don't know the story. Yes. They don't know the story. So this is the challenge. So we did good, and I guess catharsis is a part of it. Yes. We can't deny this, because this is not only your personal psychology, it's the psychology of, it's the PTSD of the deity itself. We don't think of the deity as having PTSD, yeah, but the deity suffers, is it as above, so below? Yes. The God is a reflection of his creator. Well, mankind is a reflection of the creator, is what I meant to say. If the created creature has PTSD, well, then so does the Godhead. And of course, you see this evocatively expressed in, or what's the word, dramatized in the story of Christ. It's a lot of drama, a lot of PTSD there. Messed up situation. So anyway, this is, food for thought. It's the creative muse. And I thank everybody for listening. I wish good luck to Brooke's son. I didn't know she had a son. I didn't know 103 warranted a trip to to urgent care, although it's never a bad idea. I thought when it got to 104 was when you freaked out.
Good to know. I think they may have changed that over the years. Who knows? But I think it's good to be cautious.
Pardon?
Oh, always good to be cautious. Like you said. You said it was good to be cautious, essentially.
Yeah, and Brooke, if you're listening, I would also ask your son what is going on in his life that he's protesting. Is he protesting something he really doesn't like about his life? Interesting. And you might find that there might well be something there that he's really not happy with, and maybe he hasn't vocalized, or maybe he has vocalized and nobody's listening to him. Wow. But in any case, with that, I will say goodnight, and before you know it, it'll be Sunday.
Yes. Love you dearly. Share that love with Paula.
Okay. Good night. Good night, everybody.
And you're an angel. Thank you so much, Pete. That's Peter Moon, and we have with us Sammy Romero as well as Deanna Fraser. And these people will hopefully come on, provide myself some break time soon enough, but I'll talk with them for several minutes first. So let's check everybody's
Hey, Doug. How you doing?
Oh, doing much the better for you joining us. And so tell us a bit about how your day is gone. And
where should I start? Yeah, where should I start? I came to find out today, this is a bombshell. Bombshell would be a little too dramatic, but it's interesting. Our company now is owned by the country of Singapore.
Oh my God! Holy shit!
I don't know how's that gonna play with Cathay Pacific, because as far as business wise, with their logistics, it's kind of a competitor. So I don't know how that's going to play out.
Right.
I didn't even know Singapore had that much juice in the world to buy out our company, but they bought out our company.
I think you're lucky. I think you're lucky. And I mean, don't you feel lucky? I mean,
oh no, I mean, I'll put it this way: I'm so down the food chain, it doesn't even matter. There's so many. There's so many asses in front of me that it doesn't even matter. But it's just interesting that Singapore, they're gonna be handling most of the logistics part as far as air cargo in the United States. They're gonna have a stranglehold on that industry, which is it's very interesting how our good old American company that I used to work for sold a year ago, and now we got bought out by Singapore.
Right.
They bought out the company that I used to work for. Well, actually, the company that bought us out, 1.1 billion in cash. I'll send you the link, Doug. It's interesting because it goes into kind of like what you talked about, where United States, this is where we're going to, where we can't really keep anything. Yeah. I think our industry is dead.
Yes.
Not that I give a damn. It's just another. I mean, it's just another confirmation about that it's just the world is the world. I think eventually we're just gonna be bought out. I think we've been getting bought out in the past. I just think it's just hitting me now. But anyways, and also interestingly enough, we're shipping a rhino. There's actually a rhino in the warehouse right now.
Oh wow!
Massive rhino. It's asleep, I guess, but I decided to go into training because I don't want to be near the thing.
But you've taken a look at it? Have you not taken a look at it?
No, I will not take a look at it. No. Something tells me if that rhino really wanted to break through that crate,
yes,
that you think they're holding it, it probably would. It's a full-grown African rhino.
Holy shit! Oh my god!
No, the crate's massive. I didn't realize these things almost the size of a truck.
Yeah,
almost bigger.
Yeah, they're large. They're incredible. Yes.
So that, I don't want to be around that powerful animal. Obviously, you see all the white trainers, around the crate talking about it like it's a chihuahua, which it's not. It's a fucking rhino.
Yes.
So, hopefully it does break out and I'm here safe. I can just laugh and, talk to Douglas while everybody's getting gored.
Oh my god. Oh, by the way, I want to apologize to Amor Fadi. They're in the chat room and they were saying, good to hear you all again. Hello, good tidings, long time no see, so welcome back. And as well, shout out to Tad Ricketts who says, hi, Triple D, love your bellowing laugh. Your history and things you've gone through are amazing. Thank you so much. And Brooke asks, where are they shipping the rhino? That's a good question.
They're shipping it to Hawaii, of all places.
Yes. Oh, that's incredible. Yeah. What the fuck?
They're shipping the rhino to Hawaii.
Is that like to the zoo? It's gonna live in the Hawaii Zoo, I guess. Or?
Somebody has. I don't know. I didn't bother to ask, but I'm thinking it's a zoo.
Oh,
because,
it might be a private estate where it's just some fabulously wealthy person is going to keep it. Yeah. That's
maybe Mark Zuckerberg. Who knows?
Yeah. That would be
that asshole.
Yeah, along those lines, I could see that.
But it's just I was just thinking that like you have all these people taking pictures of it, of the crate, and going inside the air vents and trying to take pictures, and like that's probably not the best idea. Whatever it is, what it is. I'm gonna be here where have enough space. I don't think. I'm just being cautious. That's all.
No, understood. I appreciate it. Thank you for sharing that. I mean, oh my God, what a day.
it's been so far. And by the way, I want to thank you, of course, just so people know. I received $50 from Sami Romero, and that will help immensely in the dry spell between paying my rent and the next SSDI check depositing, which
Yeah,
is
Dave,
always
no
on
problem.
the third. Yeah, thank
You
you.
can get yourself a ribeye and a beer, you know.
Thank you. I wish it could go to that. More than likely, it's going to go towards supplies like paper towels and shit.
Right.
You know, but you know, soon enough, something like that will pan out. And I want to thank everybody who's contributed. I will be reading them out in earnest. You know, when I go into monologue. But thanks to Douglas Marks as well. He says, "Greetings, Douglas. Glad you're still on YouTube. Appreciate all you do. Team Dietrich all day. Hugs." Thank you, sir. And so he's been down in Australia, out of the loop apparently for a little bit. Daniel Cardenas says, "Douglas, can you say if Hitler's book, I Think My Struggle, is credible to you?" And that's an interesting question. I believe it's being asked respectfully. Yeah, it is. It is. And we want to shout out to David Fitzsimons, who's contributed money in the recent past. I believe it was around 30 United States dollars. And to T. Tank Berry, who left $116 through the door slot. God bless him. I owe him so much. A different call sometime soon. And he's in Mill Valley, California through the night. One of the things I do want to bring up about Hitler's book, I do understand this, everybody. I personally, the book that got published, they cut all the geopolitics out of it. And these notes were intended for publication. They never got published in Hitler's lifetime, I don't think, or his lifetime on the surface world, rather. And then what happened was, after the war, they published them as, quote-unquote, Hitler's second book, or Hitler's secret book. And for those of you who, you know, one of the most annoying things in my fucking life is that I would go on various shows and I would always be asked about this. It happened more than once where somebody, "Did you know Hitler wrote a second book? Or did you know he wrote a secret book?" And it's like, oh God, fuck me. It's like, you know, yeah, I know. And it's just part of his first book. And there's really nothing to it. It's just simple geopolitical outline of what he thought, you know, that England and Germany should not be fighting each other. Italy must be our ally. It was pretty much a strategic outline of certain war objectives, but it was more or less along the lines of making it palatable to the public or selling his war aims rather than anything profoundly academic. And it was also what he wrote in his book Mein Kampf was just kind of like his story of his life, kind of, and just kind of like, you know, it's credible, but in the sense that he wrote it, but I'm not quite sure what the question really means, because it's like, it doesn't really tell you much. It doesn't really tell you his objectives per se. That's like with the part that got published later, but all that being said, I just put it this way, it's just not, I would just say that of Hitler's life, those books are like the least interesting part of his life. They're kind of just very, it would be like, honestly, just really, they're not that engaging and not that particularly, I would say, relevant to necessarily our modern world, but they are what they are. And in his day, they were a really big seller, and he made money off them until the day he died. So a lot of that money was held by the state. And for those of you who don't know, by the way, his will, he wrote a last will and testament that was carried out by the state. He said, "I want all my money to go to the Nazi Party unless it no longer exists on the surface world. If it's disbanded on the surface world, I want all my money that's here on the surface world to go to the state, at which point it's to be distributed to basically social causes." This is basically what happened. The state did this. So it was his last will and testament was carried out in terms of where the money went. So honestly, he in a sense had no reason to complain. He took off pretty much a happy man when he left the surface world. And had accomplished pretty much what he had wanted here, and was heading towards where he was heading, with many people to produce what he felt was a more idealized race. And
altogether, there we have that. And that being said, back to Sammy and Deanna Fraser. Deanna, are you with us?
Oh, we got Brooke. We got Brooke here.
Oh, Brooke's back. Oh my God! So that's what that keyboarding was. Oh my God! So
say hi, Brooke.
Yes, say hi, Brooke. That's okay.
Oh, okay. Maybe she's tending to her son.
I was about to say, did she take a...
No, I had to unmute. I'm sorry. I had it muted. And
okay.
It timed the phone. I told you, Douglas, I had gotten the obviously the speaker for the computer, but
yes. Oh, you sound so much better.
Well, no, here's the kicker. I'm not even on it. I literally haven't even had time to hook it up because of having to deal with my son, which, by the way, when he said, I loved, who was it earlier that said 104-degree fever?
Yeah, Pete the Moon Man. Yeah. Yeah. You like that, huh? Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't. Obviously, I did not. Like, he's not a mother.
Yes, so, thank you. Yes, oh my God. And you like how he followed that up? Ask your son what he's really protesting. Yes.
Yeah, I don't really I put a question mark with that, and I put a thank you after just because I'm sure he meant it in the best possible light. But he's got 140. Like, I'm very close with my son, and obviously no one has a perfect life, so I do know him, but he didn't get 100. I was sick this week, and I had a fever, and I got it from a friend of mine who got it from their kid. There's something going around here that apparently even the doctor knew, because before we got it back, even the test, he said, with COVID and with the flu, they did like a threesome test. They got the strep back. With COVID and the flu and whatever, there's like a third thing with that one swipe. Before they even came back, he had already prescribed. They given him a shot for the fever that was so high, and they gave him prednisone steroid, an antibiotic. Neither one of and a cough medicine, but neither one. And he didn't have a cough, but that's the kicker. Neither one of those, prednisone or the antibiotic, will treat COVID, right, or treat the flu. Okay. Right. He said, if the flu comes back positive, I will call you in flu medicine. No matter what, I want you to take these. And so whatever is going around, because I couldn't get rid of mine. Like, I had a fever for several days. My friend's 2 children came home with it that are much younger, like 4 and 5. And she had it for like a week, and still she went and had a blood test done on Monday because she had been sick for a week. So it seems to be something very odd. Like I asked the doctor when they finally called and said that was negative. I said, well, what could it be? And he said it's probably an upper respiratory micro something, but we don't have a test for that.
I'm sorry, that's awful.
But my point is, I think they're just seeing it enough that they're knowing there's something that's like more like a new little virus strain, I guess, that's just hitting people. That's not COVID, but not the flu, but it seems to be going rampant. Because my ex-husband, on the way, my son could barely talk, and on the way there, my son goes, Dad said, and I don't speak to his father. He goes, Dad said it's a bronchitis, and I'm like, okay, I've had bronchitis enough in my life. I know what bronchitis is. You don't even get diagnosed with bronchitis until you've had it like for if you look at bronchitis, it's like 4 or 5 days after a cold. When a cold goes on, they'll say it's bronchitis, a virus, and there's several viruses that can cause that. But the point to that was that I will give my ex-husband is that he said that because he's had 7 or 8 of his employees out, and they've all been diagnosed with bronchitis, which is not normal, is what I'm saying. So there's something just going around. End of story. I'm making that long. Sorry.
No,
but fine. Yeah.
I mean,
sorry, but
yeah. Go on, Sam.
Oh, yeah. That last statement by Peter was, I find it kind of creepy.
Yeah, thank you. Oh my God.
Does he know you? Are you guys related or something?
No, I do not know the man.
I know you're lesbian, so you guys never had a relationship, so I don't know that.
I mean, he was my first, but other than that,
Wow.
Why do you think I became a lesbian? Hey,
if you guys scissored, I understand. If you guys scissored, I can understand, but. I'm sorry. That was a little too much.
Peter can't scissor. What are you talking about?
Never mind. Go ahead.
Oh my God.
I'm implying that he's a lesbian too.
Oh my God.
He still couldn't. He still would never know how to fucking scissor. I'll tell you what. That'll make your husband right there.
All right, anyways, I'll move on. Go ahead. Go ahead, bro. By the way, I'll keep your son in my prayers.
Thank you there. Yeah, I think either it just scared. Well, I thought he came down this morning with 102, 101, and just thought it was normal. Gave him Tylenol, let him stay home, and then I literally took him food, and then I actually was so lazy. He's upstairs, I'm downstairs. I called him and I'm like, hey, do you want something?
Is he bilingual by any chance? I'm sorry. Are your children bilingual?
They are not. My ex-husband actually could not speak Spanish, believe it or not, even though because his father was Cuban, 100% Cuban. His mother was 100% Southern redneck white, right? So
so he's not even full Cuban then.
So no, so my ex-husband was 50. So so this is what my ex-husband loved to call my kids because I have blonde hair, and they were born with a lot lighter hair than him. He's got black hair, or very, very dark brown.
Oh God, that's terrible.
But what I'm saying is, he would always. But my kids were born with blonde hair, so he would always call them a quarter Cuban with cheese.
That's okay.
Like a quarter Cuban with cheese on their head.
That's cute.
But they are quarter Cuban. Most of my kids are a quarter Cuban.
Have you advised them though? They need to at least.
Okay.
They need to what?
Then he blanked out. The rhino got him. The rhino got him.
Yeah, he left. Did he go? Where are you?
He's gored on the.
Hold on.
Is it the rhino or the Scorpio baby? Which one's got
you? He's at work, so it would be the rhino. When he gets back, I'll try and if he gets back.
Did you hear what he said? What did he say? Phone call.
Phone call. What? Oh, he has phone call. He has to answer a phone call. Okay.
Oh, got it. Phone call. Yeah. Okay, got it.
So that poor guy. So when he comes back, hopefully he comes back. Then I'll take my break. You both speak well, so I know it's in safe hands. I mean,
did you hear what he asked me though? What was he asking me about? Did he finish that sentence about the kids?
He didn't finish the sentence. He cut off for me just like he did for you. Because he got the call. But one of the things that what was it? Did you hear what I said about the Real Tech Geek? What he had said?
No, I didn't hear it. See, what I was trying to do is rewind and play things in the beginning, and then I'd fast forward to the end in case you were there live again and say anything. I was just trying to go back and forth, so I haven't heard the entire.
Right.
Right. Yeah.
So I was pointing out that how I had, of course, obviously sexual trauma as a child, and this plays out in how we react to people's behavior, and I of course have admitted that I've reacted viscerally. Though the one time I saw two gay men together with an infant child that they had adopted, I was overcome with rage, and I had to physically restrain myself. It's one of those times. I was with my mother at the time. This was post brain injury, and I was caring for her and taking her out for like a walk, and of course. Obviously.
Post your brain injury, you mean?
Yeah, that too. Yeah, No, my mother suffered a traumatic. No,
I love you.
Yeah, and yeah. There he is. Yes, there's our man.
Yes,
saved by the bell.
Back from running from the rhino.
Yes, I was
running away from the rhino.
Yes.
No, I was just telling Brooke that maybe, have they seen I Love Lucy?
That was probably my top favorite TV show growing up, which was very odd because then I ended up marrying someone half Cuban. But I was so into it as a child and teenager.
Have they seen it?
But your kids
have your children seen it?
They've seen. I don't know that my son has. I know my daughter's seen some. I owned all the. This is how old I am. I remember my mom bought me all the videos, the VCR tapes, the whole package of I Love Lucy. I think I actually gave them away finally, just because who has a VCR anymore?
Right. Oh my God.
Wow.
Yeah.
I probably should have kept them. They probably would have been worth something. At some point.
Truly. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, really. I mean, before I take my break, though, I did want to just finish this.
Yes.
So I don't know if you heard this as well, Sammy. I was bringing up that the Real Tech Geek had been listening to me, and he expressed,
Yeah.
and I was saying how I, of course, had been traumatized sexually myself, so I understand how people can respond when they see other people's behavior, and it because they have their own issues, they respond to it viscerally, like I did with that gay couple of guys that I saw with an infant child, and just felt like I wanted to kill them. And then it was Real Tech said he felt that way about me when I was on air speaking that I was cisgendered, and then he said, "Oh, I felt just overwhelmed with rage, and this guy's got to go." And then I got over it, and I realized I can live with you being what you are, and that's he told me this to me privately, and I said, do you have any idea that cisgendered means it just means I'm straight? It just means that I'm happy with the gender I was born with. I'm not gender dysphoric, and that I have no desire to become female in a physiological sense. And
you're just a trained killer in a dress. That's part of your
yes, thank you.
Yes. Well, I don't know if he. Well, I've always interpreted it as far as you having that type of reaction to that gay couple, really with the Presidio, where
yes, thank you.
All these GIs were raping babies. So,
yes.
In a sense, a man, you see two men with the baby. I would kind of feel a certain way too. Like, hey, if you're around that, obviously there is some trauma to it. I mean, you talked about your black friend, asking you tips on, dating a smaller woman. And you told him about the whole cold shower thing. I don't know if anybody knows that story that Doug talks about. In other words, a man's member tends to quote unquote tends to shrink when it's cold water.
Well, I'll put it into perspective.
Something like that, right?
Because if you relate it from these things are always when you tell them secondhand, it just gets worse and worse.
Yes,
yes. I'm getting lost now, so you're gonna have to tell the story.
Yes. So
well, let Doug tell it, Doug.
Yeah,
yes.
So what Sammy's doing, quite understandably, and this is easy to do, he's actually conflating two separate stories. One is about a real big black guy named Anthony Howard, who was a dear friend of mine, or at least I like to think he is. And the other one was Alan Budd, who's a real big white guy who, if they were ever met each other, I'd make a joke that they were twins. But anyhow, so what happened was that Alan Budd was this wonderful security guard guy who was one of the few armed security guards in San Francisco prior 9/11. All that changed after 9/11, but prior 9/11, he was one of the few armed guards in San Francisco, period. And he stood guard at the Japantown Bank, and he got to know my family very well because we banked there in my father's naivete, thinking he thought that, the Japanese community would treat my mother well, but he didn't understand how the whole Japanese community had so radically changed with none of them really being Japanese anymore. The whole place was becoming Korean and taken over by Koreans, and the bank was bought out by the Mormons. So it became a Mormon bank that was on. It was no longer the bank he thought it was, and it was just the same building had been through several Japanese banks. The last one was Sumitomo, which just kind of like the bank industry for Japan internationally kind of crashed. I mean, without going into any of that, the whole thing changed later and was horrible. But Alan Budd, at the time that he was working there, he had a thing for Asian chicks. He was a white guy who had a thing for Asian girls, what we call yellow fever. But he was always, I never considered it to be a racist fetish with him. With many white guys it is. So, I mean, you have to just take it case by case. But in his case, he just really turned on to Asian girls. And so he was with an older Asian woman, but she was much smaller than him, probably the size of a child. And he literally could not physically enter her. And that's when I told him, because I had been surrounded all of my life working at the Presidio military base.
Wait a minute, and he was a white man?
Yeah, he's a white guy, yeah.
You couldn't physically enter her?
Yeah, because he was too big. Yeah, well, some white guys got big dicks. Yeah, that's, shit, don't make me start on a third story, okay? Don't make me start on a third story.
I had to go.
That would be the racist chick that was with Lena when she came up to sleep with me in Livermore, paid to take me up to Livermore, and then when I got it up, then her fucking buddy says, that's the white boy in him coming out. Yeah, because I was bigger than she expected, or bigger than I originally looked. And I just never felt so objectified. So, I mean, oh my fucking God. I mean, really? I mean, that's like, anyhow. So, get back to...
Hey, you come on down here to South Carolina. I'll objectify you.
Yeah, there we are, honey. Yes. So, when it came to
I'm too old for you, baby.
Yeah. So, with Alan Budd, what happened was I told him, without thought, he says, yeah, I can't, this chick's so small, I can't physically enter her. And I says, oh, here's what you do. You take a bathtub and you fill it with ice water. And then when you're sitting there for a bit and think about her preparing to have sex, just basically get that erection going. And then when you come out of the ice water, your erection will be smaller because everything shrinks.
Does that really work?
It worked for him, It does work. It does work because later on I thought to myself, why did I know that? How did I know that? And then I realized...
Why did you know that?
Because all those fucking guys at the Presidio were talking about all the children they fucked, and that's how they fit inside.
Oh, no. Oh,
that was how I remembered it. And then it was just... And then there was another incident when I was traumatized by just how I was surrounded so much in the background by child molesters and pedophiles that it was like birds chirping at the Presidio military base and where I worked in the library. When it was with Anthony Howard, the big black guy, where he was talking to some young black girl, and then I said, I tried to excuse myself. Oh, by the way, he was, just to put that in context, this was security work. He was armed and I was armed, and we were working at the Acorn projects in Oakland, which were some of the most dangerous projects in the world. They were the largest project site in the world. They were 10 square city blocks. 862 units. And we were working in this area where the Oakland police considered it too dangerous to enter. And so we were hired, the whole security contract was hired by the federal government because the Housing and Urban Development Police, the Housing and Urban Development, HUD, has its own police force. They were fired from that area because they were so criminal that they were beating up all of the local old ladies to steal their welfare checks and retirement checks and shit with baseball bats. They were like breaking their spinal columns and paralyzing them for the remainder of their paltry lives. And so they fired all the HUD officers for all that shit and then hired mercenaries. So Anthony Howard was one. He was a former NFL player, and he used to work security in an armored car, and he was, I think, probably historically the only armored car driver who ever killed about 3 bank robbers who tried to rob his armored car.
Oh, really?
And he killed them all.
Wow.
Yeah, and most of the time, armored car guys that get robbed, they die, right? Oh, no, not Anthony Howard. Anyhow, so I was with him, and so we stopped to question a young black girl. And he was talking to her, and I said, oh, I'll just excuse myself. And he was looking at me like, why are you excusing yourself? And I said, out of earshot of the young lady later, I said, I thought you might want to make a pass at her, and I didn't want to cramp your style. And he looked at me, of course, like I was nuts, and said, do you honestly think I would be sexually interested in a girl that young? And that was when it occurred to me, bear in mind, at this point, I was like, what, in my mid-20s? And probably 25 or so. I was probably like a quarter of a century old. And I realized for the first time in my life how these fuckers I had grown up with at the Presidio military base, it was so common for them to go after young girls and talk about it and look at young girls and sexualize them and talk about what they wanted to do to them. I just assumed it was universal. I mean, it was only then that it struck me that this is not universal, that this was something that could be perceived as wrong. And it's amazing that individual even stayed my friend after that. I don't know.
How old was the girl that you were trying to leave him with?
Oh, well, I'm always bad with age. I mean,
guessing, rounding.
Yeah, guessing around. I mean, and it's harder to tell because she was black. I'll be honest. I'd say maybe about 12. Yeah, maybe about.
Oh my God! And you were going to. Oh, no wonder. Yes, now I understand.
Yeah.
Why you're wondering if he would be your friend.
Yeah, but he was. I think I may have.
Like, I thought she was selling Girl Scout cookies, is what he's thinking, and you're like, I'll leave you alone.
Yeah. Yeah. It was something like that. I was thinking along those lines, really. It was. I mean, it was one of those things where he was incredibly understanding. He had been in the military. He must have been exposed to what I was talking about. So and there were times when he was with the guys where he would make statements that were just, like all men do when they're in the company of other men. But it wasn't about younger ladies. It was just about sex in general, where you would think he was kind of just your normal asshole guy, that's that was that one time they were talking about that stupid urban legend about women sticking razor blades in their vagina in Vietnam so that guys who were fucking them would get their members spliced in half and shit.
What?
It's just an urban legend. It's an urban legend.
Oh.
It's just one of these misogynistic urban legends. And, basically, he was saying, if some bitch did that to me, I'd use my bayonet and turn her into a canoe. That kind of bullshit. It was just stupid stuff like that.
Yeah.
These guys say when they're all with each other. Dumbass macho talk. But aside from something like that, and some other things he said that were, of course, homophobic, which was no surprise. It's let's just put it this way: the black community is not renowned in general for its men getting together and being very liberal progressive in that regard. But
Right.
yeah, but at any rate, aside from all of that, it was everything was copacetic, fine. It was how would I say it? I later on invited him to try and work with that director who claimed he was going to make a movie about security named Rob Nilsson. By the way, if you look up that name, Nilson, maybe a double L, but I think it's a single L, and Rob Nilsson, he was this up-and-coming director at one time, like M. Night Shyamalan. He was like, he won the Sundance Film Festival Award. He won the Cannes Film Festival Award. I mean, these are two big awards, and everybody thought he had a future, just like M. Night Shyamalan, and then like M. Night Shyamalan, he just fell down and never got up again. But with Rob Nilsson, he was planning on making a film about security, the kind of security that I did. And so I invited Anthony Howard to, do some practice runs. And we went down there to Rob Nilsson's stupid acting little community, and nothing ever came of it. And ultimately, I parted ways with Rob Nilsson. But, I really resent him for all the time I wasted with that idiot. And then later on, the guy became so deluded, he tried to sue a bunch of college kids who put together some film called Security and claimed that they were stealing his idea when all he had ever done was rip me off. So, I mean, just the gall, the stupidity, because, I mean, I was the one working in security, and so was Anthony Howard and shit, and the guy was going to make a film, but then he chickened out. So there you go. Anyhow, so enough of all
Yeah,
that.
I'm looking at his Wikipedia actually right now. It says he also wrote like a 92 to 97 Tenderloin Action Group.
Yeah, that's what I said. I took him down. I took Anthony Howard once down to the Tenderloin Action Group. Yes, that was. It was. Yeah, what a waste of time. The time I spent with those clowns, hoping that we would get the movie done, and it never got done. He was working with homeless people because his brother was homeless.
Yeah, it says each film, and then he did Tenderloin at Y Group from 98 to 2000. Each film takes a unique aesthetic approach to its subject, and all 9 films depict a world of the homeless, recently homeless, and intercity residents.
Oh God, he's just obsessed because his brother was homeless, and I told him, dude, nobody cares about homeless people. Nobody cares. That's why they're homeless. Nobody wants to look at homeless people.
If they did, they would not be homeless because people would care, which they should care. Yeah, but we don't. People don't care enough, and that's why there's so many homeless.
Yeah, well, nobody cares because we're all almost homeless. We're all borderline homeless.
And especially at this point, it's getting worse instead of better. So,
yes. I mean, he's just. Anyhow, what was it about that idiot? Here's what he led me to understand the joke, which I never got until I met Rob Nilsson. He's Norwegian, and until I met him and worked with him, and all you need to do if you want to know Rob Nilsson and what he's inspired by, he was inspired by the director named Cassavetes. And Cassavetes films are the most boring ass films you can watch. They're like if you watch them, it's like something it's like it's something you would be sentenced to as a punishment. Would be to watch those films. And they
my God! I just put early work and it said that was followed by Nielsen's landmark independent film Signal 7, dedicated to John Cassavetes.
Yes. And Cassavetes, all he does is he focuses on people's faces relentlessly, ugly faces.
I've never heard of them, but yeah.
Of course, that's why, because nobody wants to watch that shit. He focuses on ugly faces because they have character. This is what Cassavetes used to say: is that beautiful people have no character, but ugly people suffer, and they have character. So he focuses on all these ugly faces. And it was like this one stripper I knew. Her name was, Nancy Benjamin. That was her real name, was Nancy Benjamin. I forget her stage name. But anyhow, Nancy Benjamin, which is funny. I remember her real name, and I can't remember her stage name. That's actually pretty funny. But anyhow, Nancy Benjamin said, I loved it in Australia because I turned on the TV and I'd see fat, ugly people, like real people. And I'd say, bitch, I see fat, ugly people all fucking day. Why would I want to go home, turn on my television, and see more of them? I mean, you turn on the TV to escape. You want to see attractive people. You know, it's like, good God. Yeah, but anyhow, so Cassavetes is just ugly people and shit. And when it comes to Rob Nielsen, this is what the joke was that I finally got after working with him. The joke used to be, European hell is where all the police are German, all the mechanics are French, all the chefs are British, all the lovers are all Swiss, all the authors are Russian.
She's trying to make everything bad.
Yeah. All the I forgot, what was it? The Italians were the Italians ran the trains. Yeah, and everything is managed by the Polish people. Yeah, so nothing works. Yeah,
all the white people cook the chicken.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah,
just not seasoned. I just heard that the other day. Do you know that thing that's going around? Speaking of that, where they said this, I love Trevor Noah. He said, he was like, have you heard that trend? They're saying Nike, that basically don't do it. He's like, the trend on whatever it is, not Facebook, but whatever it's called, that they dare people to do it, and it's cooking your chicken in NyQuil. You season your chicken in NyQuil. And he said, they're telling people not to do it, and he's like, I'm saying why? Because if white people are finally seasoning their chicken, fucking let them fucking do it.
Yeah. By the way, is that who you named your son after? Trevor Noah?
I did not, but I'm so glad that you know me, I'm an animal lover. And it was so weird. And to be honest, that's a very easy, quick story. Noah was born, his sister's 4 years older. And so she was in kindergarten. I always loved animals, obviously. And so Noah was going through my mind, and I had not told her. And she knew I was pregnant, and I picked him up. We had found out it was a boy, which she had originally cried over. But we so we had to decide on a name. And she had been learning the Noah's Ark story because I'm in the South, and I sent her to a Christian school. And so at that time, she comes home, and she's like, in the car on the way home, she's like, it has to be Noah, because she was learning the Noah's Ark story. And she just goes, I think it should be Noah. And it was like, my heart was like, oh, because I had never said that word to her ever, like as far as Noah, or we talk about Noah's Ark, like ever. And she's not even an animal lover, so it wouldn't be that either. But I was. So I was like, that's it. His name's Noah. Has to be.
Cool. No, I mean, that's beautiful. And yes, he could help with that rhino. He could help ship that rhino for her army.
Right. He does love animals. It's actually odd that my daughter is not, but he is the one that if I'm not here, the dogs will bark, and he's the one that will come down and have to deal with them, because she'll just call me. I can be out, like I never go out, but if I'm out at a friend's house, like the other Friday night, I think I went over to a friend's house to play cards, and she's calling me at midnight, being like, "Are you coming home? I need to sleep. The dogs are barking." Because I have a dog that will just bark if I'm not here. He howls. He's like, "I want mommy." So he howls, and she's like, "You go, Mom." Well, he'll be fine if someone will sit with him. He would be fine if she would open her door and let him in her room. But she doesn't want to do that. She just wants to ignore them. So my son got here, and he's like, I told her I was white, and I got here, and he's sitting here. He's 17, and he's sitting here like, they're fine. I just sat with him while you were here. And I'm like, yeah, she's 23, she's 22. She can't even handle the dog at all. Just call him bitch. I'm like, I'm like, you're 22 and you're making $45,000 a year, and you now have a full college degree of political science. You can move out if you don't want to.
Oh my God, that's funny. That's funny. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for sharing that. And so, just to complete what I was saying before I take my break, and Sammy, are you still with us? I'm hoping you can bounce off with Brooke while I take my break. Sammy?
Sammy, you didn't leave me, did you?
Sammy. Oh,
hey, Douglas, I'm here.
Oh, thank God. Okay, there we are. Thank you.
I think Sammy's here too.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I'm here too.
Oh, wonderful. So all of you can hold that round table. So what I was just going to say to finish that off, that trans-European hell joke, then they finish it off by saying, and all the comedians are Romanian, which of course I knew that. That would be hell on earth, yeah. And then their sense of humor is sticking a pole up somebody's ass and running them up on a stake and watching them bleed to death, yeah. And then when it came to then finally they said, yeah, and all the movie directors or producers are Norwegian. And I never understood that till I worked with Rob Nilsson.
Oh, that's what you were getting to. I was like, how did he not understand all this? That part, I got you.
Yeah, there you go. And so that being said, we now have these. I don't know if our man George Knight had a moment's chance to take a look at how I revised and expanded the text on that map that I produced, but I'll be reproducing that map with another map to kind of put that in further context. But the text I was really talking about, well, he can talk about it if he was able
also,
to.
I want to say before you go, I did put this in the live chat before I came on, but I want to thank you, and with George being here, that's the only way I would say this live. Thank you for when George came on, that you were a little kinder about the war, because I wasn't here to defend myself.
Wait.
Yes.
I'm sorry, bro, but I remember you telling them last transmission, enjoy your daughter. Come on, that was a little crazy.
You what?
You told him, enjoy your daughter. Enjoy your daughter, George.
Okay,
remember?
Yes, but I didn't think that was okay. So that's where. See, that was
me. That was me. I took it.
That's what I'm trying to say. Like, I'm just thinking of as a mom, like, enjoy your day with your daughter, and I'm trying to be fast because he's hanging up.
Yeah.
So, like, I don't go day with daughter in the park. I just want to enjoy your daughter. Like, I didn't mean it in any other way, but yes, I was. I realized then.
Yeah, thank you. I had a great day with my daughter. Thank you, bro.
I hope you.
Yes.
Hey, by the way, Doug, before you leave.
Yes.
If you're gonna take a dump and your turd is sick, find out if your turd is something wrong with your turd. Maybe your turd is not telling you.
What, are you trying to be Peter with like how he was?
Yes, I am. Yes.
That's what I was like, that sounds exactly like Peter.
Yes. But in this case, Doug is talking to his turd.
Yes. That's it.
There may be something going on.
The reason he brings that up is because, of course, as a vampire, a person who's a quarter vampire, I really only eat not that much. I don't eat that often, and therefore my bowel movements are only a few times a week, and when I have them, they're quite large. And that was the point that we had made before, because I live in the state of California, and my cheap-ass landlady bought the smallest possible toilet, like a child's toilet or something, that she had installed to replace the old one when I had the toilet apocalypse, and it was eating through the floor with all of the leakage. And, I told her that when my mother was alive, and she said, tell me about it when, it begins to go through the floor. And so, later when it began to go through the floor, then I told her, and by that time, she had to call a contractor to repair, basically a quarter of saw out half the floor of the fucking bathroom. And then the toilet they put in was meeting the new water conservation standards of the state of California. So it's like this pissant flush that, it takes me 7 times to get those beasts down.
Doug, okay, I give you 2 tips. Number 1, if that's going to be your case, you should probably just go to like a Walmart or somewhere like a gas station and go, because that way you don't have to worry about
I can't go in public bathrooms comfortably because, I think of all the other people who were.
Okay, that's why you go to one that has like, if you learn what's got to be somewhere near you, has like the one stall place and nobody ever goes down. You go in there and you deal with it. They usually have big toilets anyway, but it'll flush it all, but whatever.
Yeah, I get it.
And secondly, and here's my second point, so we'll leave that to there. It's enough. Secondly, I thought you weren't gay, so you should be eating more.
Yes, I'm not quite sure what the connection is with that.
If you
is that
well,
because
you're not
I'd be like
sucking
kind
more,
of
so you
feminine,
should
kind of like an anorexic? Is that what you're saying? Is
No, I'm saying if you're not gay, you shouldn't be. You're not sucking more, so you should be eating more.
No, that's cute. That's cute. I get it now. There we are. There. So okay.
It's not cute. It's actually fun. It actually feels very good. Just try it.
Understood. So
I know. I'll leave it at that. I know y'all people don't like my sexual jokes at all. You're so bored.
Yeah, I am a bit jaded. I will say that. I mean, it was my dirty mind that took it down to the gutter when she said what she did.
I know. So that's why I'm like, why can't we laugh at eating? Come on, you should eat a little more, baby boy.
That's true enough. So there, honey. I will leave these two wonderful men in menage a trois with yourself. We will now. I'll go mute, and I'll be back soon enough. All of you, I'm confident, will hold the stage and tell us about everything going on with what's going on in the world. So with that, I'll just shut up for now.
Okay. Well, which one of you wants to eat me, or at least tell me about something intelligent first?
Well, that was a little much, bro. Come on, man.
Boring. Come on.
I'm just playing. Are you getting any residual rain because of the hurricane in Florida? Are you guys getting hit?
We are not. We are scheduled though to get hit. I believe Friday, and we're scheduled to get heavy. Start getting heavy rain. Yeah, it'll come.
How about you, George?
No,
I'm sorry, did I cut you off?
Yeah, all good. Thank you, Sammy, at this end. Yeah, across the Atlantic. Yeah, it's all right this end for the moment, but I'll keep my eyes on the weather forecast. So, yeah.
I guess they would have to go way far up and then way back to the east, I guess, too. Or, for the east. Right. Yeah, did that. But, so Sammy, I mean, I'm sorry, George, you've got the whole banking thing going on over there, don't you?
Yeah, that's right, actually. Yeah, the intervention. Yeah, that occurred. Yeah. So yeah, I've got to look into that a bit more detail. Thank you, Brooke. Yeah, no, I do. Yeah, that what I said earlier on in the transmission to Douglas was, I caught everything. I listened to the transmission last week, the last transmission. Sorry, Sunday night, and I just said it was very, very entertaining listening to you and Brooke talk about the war.
Yes, that's why I was telling Douglas. I heard it, I replayed it, and I was actually replayed my head, and I actually thought he was a little kind with me in that and took up for me since I wasn't here to you, who I now need to defend myself to. So if you want to go at it, come on, Bubby boy.
No, not at all. No, don't need to. No, it's one of those things. It's just like people obviously how do I put it? It's just people do have their own views, and this is
here's the thing. You said it was a gene, and that was another issue that I had, and I planned on obviously not having this conversation until maybe next time we talk, so I could go into true genetics on our genes and what makes us different, because I have actually studied that and looked some of that up. But just like our telomeres, like our telomere caps, or what makes us age, and what is it? I can't remember that gene that they say was manipulated with, whether it was in whatever way. But regardless, where are you getting this genetics that we are warring? Because that's what you said. And then at the same time, that's untrue, because we are completely not the only warring species. And it even genetics does not make us warring. Genetics, that's not
what warring. What is this about? I'm not following.
So last week, Doug and I got into a little debate on war being, we were talking about war, and I just said overall that I did not believe war was a good thing. Whether you called it evil, bad, good, whatever, not good, whatever you want to call it, that overall as a human species, and he said that's what makes us different as a human species, basically. And I said, no, what makes us different as a human species is because he's like, well, we came out of the trees, we defended ourselves, then we could create guns, we could create these. And I'm like, no, that's exactly what I'm saying. But it's the creativity of us. It's our creative nature. It is that we can do that makes us different, not warring. There are warring ants. There are, like, you can look up the top warring animals I did on the thing. Warring does not make us human.
Right. Well, I get your point, but I think by the way, are you openly a lesbian? This is just okay. Yes, the reason why I say that, it's because to believe it or not, in their own way, the LGBT community had to go on their war campaign, not necessarily with guns, but their resources, their influence, their financial impact.
Okay, but so there's a difference, and so let's stop right there. First of all, and let me also say, just like probably you don't agree with everything that every Black person's done, or every, you know what I'm saying, like everything coming from like any like, we can all just like not agree, and then you get thrown into a group. So like everything that's come from the LGBTQ community, there's not everything that I've always agreed with on all of that.
No.
But again, I will also say, like, you don't see LGBTQ like, okay, well, let's go out and just start killing all the straight people because we want to take over and make it more gay. Like, that's war to me. When I mean war, that's what I mean.
Right.
Is
okay.
Taking of lives. Taking of lives.
What I mean by war is not necessarily killing, but in a way fighting back with influence.
So fighting back, and if you hear the transmission, that's the other part you missed. I told him, I said, yes, defending yourself, just like, let's say, Ukraine and Russia. I said, war there, obviously it's a war now because Ukraine defended itself when Russia comes in, okay? That's what it is. That's a defense, so then you have a war. The problem is, where does the war start? It is always by taking, that's where I was going with it. It's always by usually a dictator, a country, most people wanting more land, power ultimately, but it's power from land, resources, whatever, and they are willing to take lives for that. And that is what I said is not right, and is not what makes us human. As a matter of fact, what makes us human is to be able to get beyond that.
Right. Well, the thing with the Ukraine and Russia, that's actually, Russia actually broke their treaty with the Budapest treaty they did back in '94, where Ukraine literally surrendered all their nukes. Idiotically, they did. I don't know, why would you trust a Russian? I wouldn't.
Right.
I mean, but then again, you know, that was their own naiveness in thinking, you know, NATO was going to defend them. I don't know. I think that's just stupid. In fact, if you look at any nations that have nuclear wars or nuclear warheads or armaments, they actually get treated better. It's almost like you kind of do need to have that leverage against someone, especially if your neighbor's Russia. Russia's just shady as hell.
Right. And you and I have yet to disagree, because again, on that, what I said is, I do believe we need to have a strong defense because of the world we live in now. We don't live in a utopia, right? So until we get to the point where everyone could think maybe like me, like I could get Douglas and everyone to think the same way. We need a defense. There's nothing wrong with having a defense system and obviously defending yourself. My problem comes in is where what Douglas was saying, and I believe that's what you were saying earlier. Is that not correct? That you were also saying that war is, I'm sorry, not Sammy, you weren't saying it. George, yes. And you know why I don't want to call you George? I'm so bad with names. But George does not sound English to me, even though King George obviously was English.
Basil, let's call him Basil.
It's like, to me, I don't know why. I expect some no,
let's call him George.
Yeah, I know it's George, but I'm expecting some cool, I don't know, Kindle or I don't know.
Yeah, that's the American
Kindle.
Coming out of you, bro.
It's my American scene of it. Yeah. Yes. So George, you're my King George. I'll remember that. But George, I and I've actually only known one other George, and he was my postman. He was my favorite postman. When I was a little kid, I would run every day to the mailbox, and he was this old white-headed man, and I was so happy every day came. I would run to meet him, and he loved me so much. I was like 5, 6, 7. I would run to meet the mailman, and it was George the mailman, and he ended up like he would bring me stuff. He would bring me gifts. He was just, like, it was awesome. Like it ended up like even like going to his church, like my mom taking me, like that's how close we got. Like he and his wife had never had kids. Anyway, so in my mind, when I see George's picture, which is on here with his lovely bride, like my mental picture of a George is this old white-headed man. So I'm sorry, George. That's why it's very hard for me to get, but I'm going to.
I hope one day I do become a silver fox. I do hope one day.
I would not call him a silver fox. He had a big fat belly, and he looked like a Santa Claus. That's really what he looked like to me.
Oh, bless.
But he was so sweet. He was the sweetest thing. So, but yeah, like you were, I believe you were saying, that war is what, makes us, and I just don't agree with that part of it, because what you're saying is the overtaking of another country, another country's resources is what makes us grow. And I don't believe that. I mean, because then you would say, well, okay, well then overtaking slaves in Africa, like that was okay, right? Because that's warring, like we're overtaking what we consider resources at that point. Like the whole thing is, where do you draw a line on what is right and wrong?
I know this is Douglas said it best to you. Actually, it's good that you're having this discussion. It's classed as a debate, where you've got two opposition parties, they're debating against this particular topic. The thing is, when you look at history itself, where we originated from, everything that manifests to this day is because of the conditions of war. And that's what the human condition is. It's based upon everything we have is because of war. Everything.
Oh, okay. Well, first, let's stop right there. That's untrue. Yeah. We didn't bake cakes because we didn't. No. You're so much more intelligent than me on so many more subjects, but I'm not. I am going to stop you here. Like, we didn't bake cakes because of war. Okay, we didn't learn to make love and make babies because of war. Okay,
well,
there's so many things. So when you say
it's meant.
You can, but don't say everything is because of war.
Can I interject a little bit?
Yeah.
Yes.
Please. What I think, I understand your point, Brooke, to a certain extent, but
absolutely, yeah.
Absolutely. And really, when it comes down to it, we're gonna go to war again. And when I'm talking, I ain't talking here in the States.
But wait a minute. I mean, before you say we're gonna go to war again, there's a difference. I could.
I'm sorry. Let me correct myself. Civil war. We're gonna go to civil war.
Okay? I'm not doubting that. We were probably going to go to civil war in these states. But what I am saying is there's a difference. And I could sit here and tell you right now, I'm probably going to end up cussing out my neighbor again because I won't be able to bite my tongue. Okay. But does that make it right? Does that mean that I shouldn't be able to control my emotions better and be able to be a bigger person?
Yeah. Brooke, I know exactly what you're saying. You're talking on a moral compass from a human perspective, from emotional perspective, and that is
from where we should be, because that's the one thing we were given above animals, is to be able to outthink our emotions. Otherwise, my dogs hump each other all fucking day, or they'll fight over food all fucking day. Like like we have the ability to outthink this and rise above our emotions. So what else makes us human?
That is part of the human condition. Men go to war because men are expendable compared to women. Any one man can make several women pregnant, and so one woman, it takes 9 months for him to give childbirth, to go through childbirth, to go through labor, to go through.
That's still not making sense. You're saying no. That logically,
this is all part of the human genetics. This is all. Why do genetics.
Human genetics? We need to send men to war because 9 months the woman takes her.
This is why men go to war. This is why men fight, and why the women. This was what part of what Douglas was explaining. Part of the whole what Mussolini was saying, that
Mussolini, do not quote Mussolini to me. Women
should experience childbirth as men should experience war, because Any
That
man can
is
make.
the most bullshit goddamn statement I have ever fucking heard.
Okay,
If you look at every sentient on this
No,
planet,
think about what you just fucking said. Men
Okay,
should
bro.
experience war. No. Let me finish this.
Go
Men
ahead.
should experience war the way women should experience childbirth. Childbirth was naturally given to, if you're going to say war was naturally given to you, let me stop you right fucking there. Women, you wouldn't be alive if a woman hadn't gave birth to you, okay? And she would have to have sex with a man. So it's not just her, it is sperm and an egg creating life. And then a woman has that, okay? You can say, yes, men have testosterone and more of the ability to defend and are stronger, and so they can defend, but it is defense that makes you a man, not the warring of let me take, because that is
Right.
when you become greedy and become over powerful, which is what we are dealing with dictators and people in the world right now
Right.
that just take.
Yeah, thank you.
take.
Yeah, thank you.
Let me, can I interject? Well, the thing is, history has told us that even procreating, a good example is Genghis Khan. Genghis Khan, when he conquered regions of the world, he took brides. He had a lot of
Yes,
sex.
that's why really that he wasn't the most of that.
Yes, so this means if Genghis Khan happened to go to South Carolina and conquer it, Brooke would probably.
What does that make right though? You're not giving me a right.
It's the spoils. It's the spoils. When you have a sword to your throat, and you're gonna bear my children.
How is that right? We're not. Again,
It's not right. Of course, it's not right. But at the same time, it's part of war.
It's part of war. So then let's go back. So you just said it's not right. So let's go backwards there. You admitted what that would not be right. So then let's back up. But you said it's part of war. So then what makes war right?
War makes yourself. I'll give you an example. War does bring good things. For example, even though this nation betrayed the crown in England, they betrayed the Royal Proclamation.
Yes.
We warred with the English, and we're paying for it as far as not having.
So you're saying when we went to war with England, we were right for going to war with England?
We were, in my opinion, we were wrong. We were wrong, and I tell you why. Because we have no culture in the United States. The South does. I can tell you that the South does have culture, but America, the states as a whole, we don't have a culture. In fact,
let's stop there. So let's go backwards before we even go into that. That's where I keep racking up. So should the South even have a culture? Should any of us? Because why the hell
the South
if we had not come and warred and taken Native Americans' land and tried to kill them with kill them with things, not only warring them and killing them,
right,
murdering them, we killed them with smallpox, all for what? Their land, they were already here. And they were even willing to let us sit on some of their fucking land. Some of them may have tried to kill us. Okay, to them that. But fuck you.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with that. You're totally right.
Yeah. Oh, but by the way, so I just came back. And we talking war?
Yeah, we are.
Yes, Brooke is going Super Saiyan.
We would wait till Brooke got back. It would be more interesting, and I do believe. Well, I think it's more interesting.
Yeah. That's it is. Oh, by the way, so I looked up this stuff that our man George is on, and this paracetamol. I never heard of this shit, so I looked it up, and
that's just like Tylenol, isn't it?
It's Tylenol. Yeah, it's Tylenol.
Tylenol. They give it to you in the hospital all the time.
Oh my god! I never heard of it referred to as that. That's so.
Oh yeah, you know what? The first time they gave it to me in the hospital, I swear to God, I was like freaking teacher. Like I don't know, I was like 20 something, so I was old enough to have had like a ward to have pain pills before, and they said they were giving me paracetamol, and I'm like, this is gonna be good. I'm gonna give me some good pain medicine.
That must have been a disappointment.
Like you, I was like, oh, this was just Tylenol. This
Yes. The technical name, of course, is acetaminophen, and acetaminophen, and it's basically that's the real. That's what they all are. So these are brand names. So these are basically brand names, and so there we are with that.
For some reason, even in the U.S., they will at the hospitals, in the emergency room. I don't know if it's strict people, but they'll say they're giving you the Forgever. I guess to not tell you they're giving you Tylenol's.
That's so weird. That is so weird. I never even heard that name before, thank God. And so I didn't.
Yes,
know...
they were probably giving you better stuff.
But by the way, Tad Ricketts says, I was channel surfing on BitChute or Goyim TV or whatever when in my suggestion box was an interview with Colonel Michael Aquino, U.S. Army, retired. And then he says...
Shit.
And then he says, still think you are a way better speaker than him. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, absolutely.
Yes,
yeah.
Thank you. Yes, he was the most boring fucking speaker. And I don't know where that comes from. I think it was a need to overcompensate because he was so fucking weird. He just had to make everybody think that he was too boring to be weird or something or whatever that was. But he was like...
Well, I've never watched him speak, but I don't know after everything I found out about him that I would ever want.
He was just trying to convince everyone that he had nothing to say. It was I think he was just so leery of going deep into anything that when he was interviewed by that idiot, oh God, who's the guy who said he had cancer and then the cancer might be coming back and he was in jail? Sean David Morton. Thank you. And by the way, Peter Moon was actually admonishing me for what I was saying about Sean David Morton. I said, yes, he was so depressed in prison, he was threatening to kill himself. And I said he was so fat that if he hung himself, then all the other prisoners would have thought he was a piñata, and they would have all taken all these baseball bats and shit and started beating at the body. And then Peter would say, that's not funny, while he was laughing.
We laugh, and it makes us laugh at bad stuff. You shouldn't say that.
Yeah, that's what he was saying. It's Sean David Morton, honey. He deserves it. Oh my God.
I don't know who he is. I'm looking him up now. I've never heard of him.
Oh God, that dude. I mean, oh fuck. You know, if I didn't have so much porn on file, I would show you some photos of him. But I didn't want you to see all the fucking porn that I've got. I've got him stuck in the same files, not because I jerk off over him, mind you. It's just that all my files become filled with porn at one point or another because, you know, I basically, you know, I'm too lazy while I'm cruising to stick them in a special file. And so it's like I said before, there's other men who say, man, I got to stop cruising for porn on my work computer. With me, it's the opposite. It's basically, I've got to stop doing so much work on my porn. I got to stop
working so I can cruise for more porn.
Yes. Yes. And, you know, I had a woman from Comcast because I called Comcast bitching about my bill. And I said, there was some young girl who told me I could get on a new package. I do this every year where they give you a 1-year offer. And then that way I keep my prices down by changing to a new package every year. So then I called up bitching because, you know, what she said would make the price lower didn't make the price lower. And so I was really pissed. And so I called them up. Why is my bill so high? And what can we do? And but basically, what was it? Oh, the first woman who answered the phone call she was asking me, I guess what she was trying to do was tell me that we can give you less internet, and if we give you a slower internet, it'll be much cheaper, and which is ultimately what I did, but I guess she didn't say that outright. Instead, she was asking me, what do you do with your computer? And I felt that was so invasive, and I felt like really tempted to tell. I spend all day cruising for porn and jacking off. What the fuck do you think I do? And it was like, no, but, you know, so I told her finally.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Best story ever. I was in class with this woman. I had gone back to some classes at one point. I thought I was, when I was staying at home with the kids, I was going to go into nursing until I realized that, I didn't have a stomach for it. But I was in class with this woman, and she worked at our local cable provider, Spectrum, Charter, whatever. And she was telling me one day, she was like, I get a call. She was like, I get calls. I got a call last week. She was like, I get them all the time. She's like, people denying their porn things. She said, like last week, she said this woman calls it. She's like, oh no, my bill's so freaking high because you know the pay-per-view porn, right? She's trying to like explain to her finally, you know, and then she's like, well, you this and this and this, and she's like, there's no way. Like I don't read any of that. And she's like, ma'am, do you have anybody else? Only my husband. Because you know he would have read about that. Yeah. And when she's stuck in this argument of like, well, ma'am, I mean, it can only be like, you have to click. So, and there's multiple, like, you've got 30 freaking pay-per-views of porn.
Yes.
I don't think we made an accident.
Yes.
And she's like, no, I didn't do it. My husband would never do that.
Talk about denial. Talk about denial. I had this one woman who was a contributor for a while, and she stopped contributing, of course, when I came out with, the biological father stuff. And then she was like, oh, you're going to lose all your credibility. And I knew I was going to lose a number of contributors. And so she was one of them. I can't remember her name now, fairly Italian name or something. It was, but she was a good supporter for many years, $100 a month. That was extraordinarily helpful. But anyhow, I told her, she says, my husband, she basically was kept ignorant of computers by her husband. She says, my husband won't let me near the computer. And he says that it's too delicate and I might damage it by pressing the wrong buttons and cause things to go wrong. I said, honey, he's hiding his fucking porn. He doesn't want you to see that his computer is loaded with porn. And I can't believe you acquiesce to this, to let him treat you like this. But anyhow, there you go with that. I mean, it's amazing how women allow themselves to be just abused like that. It's where does it come from? A total lack of self-respect. That's where it comes from. They have no sense of self-respect.
The denial is what gets me. Like, how are you going to sit there and tell this lady, yes, I do think that your 30 pay-per-views of porn were not for my husband. You're just wrong. Like, yeah. And she said she got calls like this all the time about porn. Like, it was the one thing that it was always like denied that nobody did.
Oh my God, yeah. And like I said, my biggest problem was keeping myself from copping to it with this chick. And instead, I finally thought of the second. That wasn't the first thing that came to my mind at all. I finally thought about it a while, and I told her, "Oh, I produce this show twice a week," and I had to think about that.
Your show first.
Yeah. Oh God, that came sloppy seconds or thirds. First thing, all I could think of was all the porn I watched. And yeah, then I finally remembered. Oh yeah, I produce a show. Oh yeah, yeah.
This is what I do for a living, but I'm not even thinking.
Yeah, but that's not in my mind is the most important thing for the computer for me. That's totally secondary. Anyhow, then I wound up getting less internet, or the speed toned down on the internet, so it took my prices way down. Shit, fuck the speed of the internet. But anyhow, so then
and I just want to prove my point right here. I've just proven my point.
That means war is evil? Everything I've just expressed means war is evil?
No, yes, I know everything you express means war is needless. Because if we could just all laugh and joke about sex and fucking get the fuck off and be like, you know what, why war when we can fuck? Like,
I hear you. The hippies used to say that. Make love, not war. Yeah.
That's it.
I'm saying, though, if you think about it, I mean, if you were to tell a guy that's fixing to go to war, well, you can go, fuck your bitch, fuck this bitch, or you can go kill a bunch of people.
That would start war of its own.
Yes, it would. Kind of.
But you know what?
Head blown off before you ever get your dick sucked again. Which one do you prefer? Get your head blown off before you get your dick sucked again?
I mean, these are unfair questions, honey. They're just not fair.
Those are fair questions. When you're gonna throw up a Mussolini freaking, childbirth is equal to war, I'm pretty sure it's fair.
Well, war is for men what childbirth is for women. I mean, childbirth is a terrible risk for a woman. It's very risky.
Yes.
Yeah, it's very painful. And it results in a lot of deaths, a lot of miscarriages, more than many women even realize.
Women had a miscarriage, okay? That's the death of the baby, but that was an accident. It doesn't even an accident, like it happened, right?
Yeah, it happens. It's like a biological selection process. But go on. Yeah.
But it's biological. It is not decided by me to go and kill the baby. Now, yes, you can see abortion. But then that's a whole other topic on abortion, which we're not going to get into. But if you're talking about what he's talking about, which is abortion, again, I can get into that.
By the way, I've defended abortion for at length on my programs, just so you know.
Yeah, I know you have, and I defend abortion. So that my thing about abortion is I don't personally believe in abortion. Mm-hmm. But I remember when I found out I was pregnant, at 21, debated it because I was so scared, right?
Understood.
I'm so glad I didn't.
Right.
But the point is, it should be between a doctor and a woman, and the woman to make that choice, because at the end of the day, that's the body, and you're gonna have to raise it. Now, I do think there are people that are going and having, even though I'm a woman, like people that are having abortions at 20 something weeks, like there is a point where, okay, you need to have decided by then, like you can't just go. Like, I really do think there should be a time limit on it, more than we have, but not at. Sometimes people don't know. I mean, you can't even really know you've missed your period until you're 5. Usually you're 5 or 6 weeks pregnant, right? So, minimum. So, and then if you aren't regular, maybe somebody doesn't know till 12 weeks. But at some point, yes, there has to be a cutoff at that. So
this is your southern upbringing. This is her southern upbringing in an evangelical environment.
Well, no, the reason I say that is because when you cut a baby, the reason I say that now is because, like, I have a nurse that lives behind me that actually my kids played with forever. We're not really friends anymore, but she's a neonatal nurse.
Okay.
And now, babies are living that are born at, such young weeks that they completely live. So if you have to take the baby out and kill it, pretty much, that's different than if the baby can't live without you. So if it can pretty much live outside the womb with help with breathing units or whatever, to me that's different than an abortion where the baby is dependent completely on you and you have to have a full-term birth. So again, that's where I say there is a line for that. I mean, what if I carried my baby to 38 weeks, and then decided, what, I don't think this is for me.
Well,
they would have
I agree that at some point that it's better to, at least at that point, wait till delivery of the child and then have the option to adopt it out.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Yes. If the baby is survivable outside the womb, then the baby should be at that point. Right. If it's survivable outside the womb, which they need to come up with, that's where doctors need to come in and say, this is the age where babies are most likely to survive outside the womb, or at least over 50% survive outside the womb, then that age should be cut off. That should be cut off.
Oh, got it. And oh, by the way, just so I can tell people what I stuck in the chat room of Skype here, I do want people to know that was an illustration I made of Max Spears, and that's in the chat room of our text right now, of the text box of our Skype. And so the reason I brought that up is because one of the men who participated in his murder, we didn't bring this up while Pete was on with us, but the man's name is Stuart Sverdlow, and it's generally known to the point where he had to actually address this. He participated in Max Spears' murder. He got him to go to continental Europe, where ultimately Max Spears wound up in Poland, where he was the victim of essentially a snuff film, basically tortured to death while it was on record, and killed. And
Max Spears was?
Yes, poor fellow. And basically he was much younger than I was, and he was a victim of Michael Aquino. He was someone who was left very damaged by that. And so one of the guys who killed him was this guy named Stuart Sverdlow. And so he sent me a friend request. So Stuart Sverdlow sent me a friend request, and so I've decided to just be public about this. I'm not going to accept his friend request, but I appreciate the fact that he sent me a friend request. But I think that this is part of the fact that the mass mobilization that took place against me recently completely failed. The people who, oh yes, I need to put this inside of the text box. The people who were responsible for that, Eric Laystick gave me a link they all went down. One of them finally, Daryl Neely, was arrested. He became a fugitive after I reported him to the FBI. And with this mass failure of these people that the deep state cult had dispatched against myself, then what happened was that they decided maybe Stewart should be sent against me. I mean, just to let you know what it was like in the day, at the time that our man Peter Moon became separated from his first wife, he lived with Stuart Sverdlow. Stuart Sverdlow gave him a place to live. And basically what had happened was that while he was living with Stuart Sverdlow, Peter Moon said.
Stuart, so just to clarify, since I don't know him, maybe other people don't. What was Stuart's? Was he in the military? What is his occupation?
Stuart Sverdlow claims that he was a super soldier, meaning like just a person trained towards program killing, and that he was a product of the Montauk Project, and that he was sent back in time using the kind of technology that was developed by Dr. David Lewis Anderson to kill Christ. That's his story. And he's sticking with it. He was sent back in time to kill Christ, and instead he claims he collected the blood of Christ and had brought it back because the second best thing to killing Christ was to bring his blood back so they could clone an Antichrist. But of course. And so basically here's the Daryl Neely who was running that radio station that Penny Bradley was on, calling Peter Moon and I criminals and saying how classy she was. And so again, let me stick that link here in the text box of the live chat. And in terms of Daryl Neely, he's now caught by the police. He was raiding the dead body of a cop and stealing his uniform. Piece of shit that he was.
Really?
So, yes.
This was over the radio
January
station.
6th. Yeah, during January 6th, he's one of the people who one of the dead cops. He was raiding the body. What a piece of shit. On film. This is all on film. It's not like it's, baseless accusation. He's caught on film doing this. And and by the way, again, as I pointed out with our man George Knight earlier, if you take a look at those photographs of him, he's obviously, trying to look incognito. He's in a public commons, and you'll notice he's first approached by a white guy who's coming up and whispering in his ear, and then this white woman is behind them following, who then comes up and holds his hand, giving him a note, exchanging a note with him, and that woman is dressed like she's straight out of the 1930s. There's almost no woman dresses like that anymore. She's wearing a skirt or a dress as opposed to, what most women wear these days, plus stockings and this beret. She looks like she's out of a film noir from Paris in the 1930s. It's just...
Maybe it was some time traveling there with her.
Yes. I mean, these are obviously people of interest. So either they're setting him up for his arrest or they're people who should be pursued themselves. But there we are. But in terms of Stuart Sverdlow, he's this kind of, just this, here, I'll put his picture here in this text box, of course, so you can see him. Everybody else can just look him up. If you look him up, you should be able to find his picture, but Stu, as I call him. So Pete Moon was living with him, and during that time, he said, Stu would get a call, every night practically, in the middle of the night, and then go out. And so he would never say this publicly, but basically, let's just put it this way. When I asked Peter, was it Michael Aquino calling him? Peter pretty much acquiesced. So basically, Stu would get a call from Michael Aquino, what Crystal River would call the chicken call, meaning like American Dad, the cartoon, is the guy who always gets this call where the guy's going...
Yes.
Kill somebody. Yeah, that's what Stuart Sverdlow was getting, was the chicken call. And anyhow, so now this guy wants to be my friend, the guy who killed Max Spears, or certainly took part in killing him. In all fairness, not that this exonerates him at all. In all fairness, he didn't put in the killing blow. Max Spears was basically beat up by a bunch of Polish guys at this horrible place in Poland where
was anyone held accountable?
No one was held accountable. I mean, this was in Poland, and basically, that poor bastard. It's like, and the snuff audio is still on YouTube. His final interview, so far as I know, has got to be out there on YouTube. They just hid all the video, which would have incriminated them. With the audio, you can tell they're slapping him, punching him, laughing at him, and you can hear it while they're doing that, while they're slamming down on him. But everybody, they said, oh, that's the sound of the fire crackling in the fireplace. Bear in mind, it's the middle of July, and it was 103 degrees outside, about as hot as your sun was on the inside, at least, over there in Poland at the time.
Right.
And they're saying it's the fireplace. Yeah. If they had that going, it
What
was only...
reason did they have? Did they have a particular reason to target him, or was it just he was just the easy target because he made himself?
They had a reason to target him because he was a victim of Michael Aquino, who was continually speaking out against Michael Aquino. You know what his last words were?
Yeah.
And George Knight will attest to this. His last words were, talk to Douglas Dietrich. Talk to Douglas Dietrich about Michael Aquino. Yeah.
Oh
and that's on tape. And so the guy who... Yeah, go on.
You've heard that too, George?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I was just going to also just mention, just to add into it, is that the newspaper articles actually released it on Michael Aquino's birthday as well.
That's right. Yeah, yes, thank you for reminding me. Then what happened, almost as an admission of guilt, almost in reveling in it, was that it was only 6 months after Max Spears' death, on Michael Aquino's birthday, that they released his obituary. Basically,
like his fucking goddamn birthday present.
Yeah, like it was Michael Aquino's birthday
terrible.
Present. Yes.
I know you've seen so many things that I can't imagine, and it amazes me how evil people can be. I guess
Thank you. Right now I'm looking through my files, trying not to get too excited by all the porn I run across. Looking for pictures of Stephen Outram.
So if you want to put up some porn, you find some lesbian porn, you can throw that up.
Yeah. By the way, you're one of those ladies I know wouldn't be offended by that. I could actually probably run through my files with you, seeing all this.
Yes,
stuff.
We'll give you a private chat with that. We can enjoy that.
Yeah, there we are. But right now I'm just looking for Fat Boy, Sean David Morton. But anyhow, Sean David Morton was this guy who actually made it into, for anybody who defends Sean David Morton, understand this guy made it into criminology textbooks for ripping off old ladies of millions of dollars. Okay, so this guy destroyed lives, and he basically was, he never did anything wrong to me, but still, he's not exactly a redeemable character. So when he was in jail, it's not like he didn't belong there. And so there you go with that. But he's this really fat, repulsive guy, and he was interviewing Michael Aquino. That's why we brought him up, was basically when we were talking about interview quality. He interviewed Michael Aquino, and when he was interviewing Michael Aquino, it was like Michael Aquino was trying to come across as this, good Joe, environmentalist, Captain Kangaroo, and you wonder, why did he bother? You just try to ask yourself, why? I mean, oh my God, you're a villain. Why not just go for it? I mean, what the fuck? Why do you try and make yourself look normal?
Because of general public like me that didn't even know about Michael Aquino until I met you. That's why. Because if everyone knew the truth, if the entire world was put on public display and they were actually to broadcast it on ABC, CBS, main news channels, then he would have been held accountable for what he did.
But honey, he was on Oprah. He was on fucking Geraldo Rivera.
Saying that what he did, he was a Satanist, and that he
he was confronted by one of his victims who said, this man, Michael Aquino, made me kill people. And Michael
really?
Yeah, and Michael tell him, George.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Just to add into that as well. Yeah, Brooke. That when Michael Aquino appeared on Oprah Winfrey, she started getting all these letters coming through. I mean, thousands of letters from people saying, these are adults now, saying that, or children saying that they identified Michael Aquino. That was the man who touched me, who did this to me.
Yes.
And
she didn't know it before she brought him on, but then she got the letters after.
But still,
exactly.
Yeah, but still, he was never held accountable. He was right there on her show, and then he was on Geraldo Rivera, and wherever he went. As a matter of fact, there was one show that, oddly enough, Peter Moon remembered, and then later on didn't remember. He remembered, but certainly I know I was with my father at the time when we saw this on national television, and of course my father knew who Michael Aquino was, and he knew there was evil shit about him. But when we saw him on this interview where he was confronted by one of his victims, and this was a girl whose face was butchered and sewn back together. She had a terribly distorted face. with stitches all over her face. And she said, Michael Aquino did this to me. And when she was speaking to him, he, of course, remained completely calm. And he was an individual who just displayed no... the thing that made it stand out and that damned him in the eyes of one of the audience, and this man stood up and called him out on it, was he said, you know, a thing I noticed about Michael Aquino is that while he denies he did anything to this young lady, the first thing I noticed is that he had no sense of compassion to even say, I did not do this, but I feel so bad that this happened to you. That he had no, even any sense of social...
Caring.
Yeah, social manners to say, oh, this is horrible what happened to you, and oh my God, I can't imagine whoever did this to you is a monster, but it's not me.
Yeah, I would kill whoever did this to you. It wasn't me, but I would kill him, something like that.
Right,
yeah.
right. So instead he just said, you know, I didn't do this to her, and just went on as if he were talking about dismissing a dog or something like that, something of the nature of, you know, obviously what happened to her meant nothing to him. And so that's what the one man in the audience called out, was I noticed that this man has no sense of human empathy whatsoever. And so there you have that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, can I add, please, that when Aquino appeared on Geraldo Rivera, you'll notice that they actually took shots around the Presidio military base. You'll see all these satanic symbols everywhere, the Star of Baphomet and you know, the inverted satanic pentagram everywhere around the Presidio.
I'm going to look all this up. Is this still out there?
It's on YouTube. Yeah, you can watch it. But yeah, what Michael Aquino was saying, because the temple was set and the Satanic Church had impunity over the San Francisco Police Department. Nobody could prosecute these people if you had a satanic pentagram anywhere that's around a crime scene. They couldn't basically investigate or prosecute anyone that was related to that incident. And what Michael Aquino was saying on Geraldo Rivera was, you need to find them, you need to call the police and get them prosecuted. Right. He was telling people, and he knew he was immune from any legal law enforcement. He had there was no legal jurisdiction on Aquino himself.
My son has. I already passed it to you.
Excuse me.
You caught what his son has.
Excuse me, I'm just clearing my throat out. Yeah.
No worries. I was there the other day. Yeah, Brooke does this to people. Go on.
I know. I know I couldn't speak after the war.
Yeah, beg your pardon. Yeah, sorry, I've just cleared my throat out. Yeah, so Michael Aquino knew he had no legal jurisdiction. There was nothing nobody can do against him. And Douglas has presented in the past about, you know, what Jim Channon has, what he accomplished. He gave them basically a diplomatic immunity for nobody can abuse the Satanic Church or anyone with a religious faith.
How the hell? Just because he was in military power? Like, how did he get away with that?
He had,
just to explain this, what had happened was that in San Francisco, we were able to get Gary Willard Hambright busted by the San Francisco Police Department, as opposed to being on the military base where he had committed the majority of his crimes. And the story behind that is basically this. On the Presidio military base, the military was essentially the perpetrator. So because the military was running the daycare centers, and so many of them all over the world where children were being abused and ritually and in every way imaginable, what happened was that the military wasn't pursuing these crimes. And so then what happened was, with the case of Gary Willard Hambright, who was my high school teacher, and also was one of the managers at the daycare center at the Presidio military base, he actually was a sworn, ordained Southern Baptist minister without a pulpit. So he lived in a church. They gave him a home in a church. It was a very strange lifestyle. And to the church's credit, he could not keep his child porn on site the church. In other words, apparently that church was true enough to its faith where they would not have tolerated that. So he wound up keeping them all on site. John O'Connell, which was the vocational institute where he was one of my instructors in commercial illustration. And they had a huge storage room where they kept all kinds of child porn, which they said was art references, art references of children that people could use for illustration. And so all the teachers knew this. But I was able to get him busted by the San Francisco Police Department because I was able to point out that he was maintaining child porn on-site city property, San Francisco Unified School District property. That's what got him busted. The woman who busted him was Sandra Gallant. And Sandra Gallant was an inspector for the San Francisco Police Department who specialized in occult crime. And basically, there was a headless body found in Golden Gate Park. That's what made her career in that regard. And she identified it as the victim of a voodoo ritual because instead of the human head, somebody had replaced the human head with a chicken head on the cadaver in the middle of Golden Gate Park. And so she said someone will come back later on to reunite the head with the cadaver to create a zombie. And so they said, okay, we think it's shit, but we'll put this under guard. Well, later on, within a few nights, somebody broke into the coroner's office to steal that body, and the security guard who was guarding that body died, preventing them from taking that body. They didn't take the body. He prevented them from taking it, but he died in the process. And so that's when she became world famous. So at that point, Sandy Gallant became the person who was the go-to expert on occult crime. She ultimately wrote a handbook on occult crime. Now, this handbook is what our man George Knight is referencing. And this handbook was how to identify occult crime, ritual crime, what kind of crimes these people perpetrate, what they do to animals as well as human beings, are both at once. And this became part of every police department manual. Now, police department manuals, if anybody's familiar with police department manuals, they're huge ring binders. And they're ring binders because they take new laws out and they throw the old ones away. They take new ordinances out, they throw the old ones away. So hers was this ring binder format instruction manual that went into all of these police handbooks and manuals everywhere. And then what happened was Michael Aquino responded by sending out Lieutenant Colonel at the time, James Channon, who was the commander of the 1st Earth Battalion, and he would go around in full uniform representing the U.S. military because Aquino couldn't. When Aquino appeared on Oprah Winfrey or any of these shows like Geraldo Rivera, he had to wear his satanic priest regalia because the military would not allow him to wear his full uniform and represent the U.S. military as a Satanist. James Channon, on the other hand, didn't need to say he was a Satanist. He was representing the U.S. military and going to the FBI and the LAPD, the various constabularies around the country, and saying, hey, if a Roman Catholic, someone raised as a Roman Catholic, was superstitiously carrying around a saint's medallion when they robbed a bank, and they happened to drop that saint's medallion on site, the scene of the crime, would that implicate the Roman Catholic Church? Would that implicate the Pope? And of course the cops said, no, of course not. Then he said, then the fact that you find a satanic pentagram around the scene of any crime doesn't implicate the Satanic Church. And they'd say, okay, let's work for us. So they took all of the ring binders and tore out that occult crime manual and threw it away. And later on, Lena Shea found me a copy of that occult manual. Still missing some parts. Some parts had been censored out, but she found the majority of it. Now, it makes it perfect sense that Lena Shea, who later on turned out to be, always part of the cult, would have access to that. No wonder she had that when no one else could find it. That makes sense she would have a copy of that. But anyhow, when it comes to what James Channon did, that meant that all police departments after that had the policy where if you find a dead body in the middle of a satanic pentagram drawn out in goat's blood or human blood, you just hosed the site down and destroyed that evidence because you didn't want to implicate these people practicing freedom of religion. You just tried to investigate it as a murder without any connections to cultic activity. And so that was the policy that then started. And because of that, all Satanists in the United States were given a 007 license to kill. At that point, they could literally get away with murder. And attended to that, Sammy, join us if you're still here, and you can tell us what you personally know about this. Attended to that, the California, they said, we will not allow the testimony of children in court. So all the children.
Yeah, I did.
Tell us.
Yes, I did a jury duty about 2.5 years ago,
And actually, we deliberated Christmas Eve about dates.
Wow.
So this was a woman accusing her husband of rape, of multiple times, and the mother tried to have the children confess or testify of them witnessing her abuse or her rape. And some things Doug talks about, and it doesn't hit you till you see it for yourself. The DA tried to present it, and the judge pretty much did a recess, kind of like a recess, but a huddle with the two attorneys, and he told us, for the record, this testimony would be thrown out, and some of the jurors were like they were a little puzzled because this is vital testimony, and it got thrown out. No questions asked, it got thrown out, and we were told, stricken this from the record. This has no meaning to the case. So it was another confirmation of what the talks about is children's testimony is not really considered
valid
at all. Valid, it's terrible.
So you can do anything you want to children in the state of California, at least, which is one of the largest, most populous states in union. In fact, there's more population in California than any other state in the union, other than maybe Texas. But in terms of its economy and its importance, obviously it's the leader in terms of economic clout. And here we allow anything to happen to children. And that was all due to Michael Aquino. It was basically what happened was the one time he was brought to court, they said, look, no, all of this testimony against Michael Aquino by all of these children, which numbered in the thousands, they said we cannot allow because it's a threat to national security. And as a result, because it's a threat to national security, they said we insist that all testimony from all children forevermore be thrown out. And they entered that into the California legal system. And that was when they thought the Presidio military base was going to stay open forever. And so it was that was how that all came about. And this was what gave him the impunity he had. And then what puzzled me was several things about his actions. One was that he always defended Gary Willard Hambright. When I got Gary Willard Hambright busted for the child porn, they brought him into court, and before a federal grand jury, he was indicted for not just the child porn, but what he was doing at the Presidio military base child daycare center. And they sentenced him, or were going to sentence him. They never had a chance to sentence him, but he was indicted by that federal grand jury for assaults against 14 children, all of them under 4 years of age. And he would have been indicted for what they said would have been hundreds more, but he died of AIDS while he was on trial. They figured he infected...
Oh my God, under 4 years of age?
Yes, he infected 1,000 children, all of them around that range of age, under 4 years of age, with AIDS. So he killed like 1,000 children. That was when AIDS was a death sentence. And yet, what's so bizarre is that Michael Aquino, who could have just thrown this guy under the bus and said it was all him, instead defended him. Until the day he died, he defended Gary Willard Hambright and said, Gary Willard is an innocent man, persecuted by all these evil Christians in their Christian conspiracy against us free-willed Satanists. And then what happened was, bear in mind, Gary Willard Hambright was a Southern Baptist minister, mind you. And then, also puzzling is why all of these people, such as, Lena Shea and Miguel Andahar and, all these people who run to Richard K. Cole Jr., who were affiliated with myself and then run to him when they start denouncing me, they all start defending Gary Willard Hambright. That seems to be like a doctrinaire point, like a doctrinal point for their cult, is that then you got to defend the good name of Gary Willard Hambright, like it's some kind of...
that's almost like he had something like I don't know, you knew the cultism, but like some blood oath type thing.
Yes.
I don't know.
Yes, it was some kind of blood oath where they were like sworn to this. And You're absolutely right. But so all these people carry on that kind of bizarre activity, that kind of behavior based on the Aquino doctrine. So there you go. I mean, the true sign of a cult. And all of that being said, I'll turn it back to George and Sammy and this lovely young lady Brooke for a few more minutes. I haven't found.
I think George left us and dropped off, but I guess it's like in the middle of the night for him. Well, I don't know what day.
No, it's his work day. He's there 8 hours ahead of us, honey. It's like noon for him. He's probably at work, and then it's like
Sorry, I sometimes report from the gates of hell. So
that's what we call background noise.
They're actually loading the Rhino on to get ready to put on the plane, and they're literally getting the forklift and raising the actual crate that's
now?
on.
Are you serious? This has happened right now?
Yeah, and I'm trying to leave before that thing breaks out.
Oh, take a picture. I want to see it. No, go take a picture.
No, that's what I mean. No.
What?
Anyways, but
Why? Are you that scared of a rhino?
Yes, I have.
Good reason to be. Yeah, I mean, it's not, honey. I think that Sammy Romero has good common sense that many other people just don't have. That's honestly.
Well, here's the difference between me and Sammy. So, Sammy does have probably better common sense, but I would be, if I had your job, I would have already figured out a way before they left to break the rhino free.
That's how. This is how white people get killed.
Yes, that's right. Yes,
they think they can tame the wild. No.
Yes.
No, this crate is massive. I did not realize how big African rhino is. This thing's huge.
Yeah.
It better be huge because they are huge and it needs some room to move around. Like, it sounds horrible to me to be shipping a rhino. It should be in fucking Africa where it fucking belongs.
Well, the crazy thing about it is you have I don't know if this is a zoo or maybe the private state or whoever's transporting this, but they're taking pictures. They're literally going on the air vents and trying to see if the rhino. I'm like, why are you guys doing it? I was tying one of the load masters for the airline. Like, why are they doing that? Wouldn't this thing be very upset?
In other words, the pictures would upset it more. Of course, we don't have cameras like we used to have, unless there's big flashes. That's what used to really set animals off.
So, I'm sure this animal can smell them. I'm sure it.
Yeah.
So I'd rather just leave because it's probably not the best idea.
I get you. Yeah. I hear you.
I mean, it's a wooden crate.
It's wooden, so it doesn't even have metal blocks.
I'm sure it's screwed on, but it's, and I'm not even trying to get close to it, but it's like a metal, not like a metal, but a wooden type of corral type of thing. I'm sure there's some metal components to it, but I'm thinking if this beast of an animal tried to, if it was upset or maybe found itself being threatened, it can easily break out.
Yeah,
it can easily break out.
So differently because, and they're both very respectful, obviously. And I know Douglas will go with you on this with self-preservation, right? Because we have to self-preserve. But I don't I'm the type that I would be like, yeah, imagine, this is what I'm thinking right now. You're sitting here thinking about what you're feeling, and you can be away from it and drive home. There's an animal in there, and he has no idea where the fuck he is in a fucking box. No idea what the fuck's gonna do. Not understanding any fucking thing, and scared to fucking death.
It's sad. It's sad.
It's a sad fucking thing.
It's sad, but at the same time, this animal is it's. I mean, you might have a tiger in there, but this is a massive rhino.
I would say the rhino is much more dangerous than a tiger, really. But go on.
Right. Okay. Yeah. I mean, this thing's a rhino, and I feel bad for it, but I mean, I can't tame a rhino, even if this thing broke out.
Yeah, you can't tame the rhino. I would have already figured out a way. I'm gonna get on top of the box where there's near runway. But then you got to think, okay, I'm gonna get it to this other crate where I can then get it in there and drive it away, and then release it into some fucking wild. I mean, I don't know. I could fucking do that, obviously. But that would be my mentality, is
No.
I want to release
Right.
this rhino out of a fucking zoo. Like, I think zoos suck unless it's like a preservation, which is not a zoo, but like a preservation
What they
to
call a
preserve
reserve.
the
In
animal.
other words, a
This
reserve.
is going to Hawaii, though. That's the crazy thing about it. This is going to Hawaii, so.
Yeah, but it's going to a Hawaii zoo. It's like Hawaii's small enough
Well,
anyway.
it could be a zoo, or it could be, as we said, a private estate where it might be kept like on some vast wandering range or something.
Oh, you mean like that family we were talking about that has their own giraffe?
Something like that, yeah.
Right, right.
These people.
Yeah, so it's.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, though.
Oh, nothing I was gonna say other than the usual stuff. I mean, privileged people, they're in a different universe. Go on.
Right. I mean, when you're shipping rhinos, but no, I'm actually, Doug is right. We shipped lions before, and they're, it's still a lion, but a rhino kind of alarms me because they seem very powerful.
Yes.
They say they are very aggressive and one of the most deadly. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, in the size of the crate, I actually thought it was they usually ship like ATVs or sometimes they ship concept cars.
Yeah.
And usually they're in parts. But no, when I found out it was a rhino, and you can smell the dung, whatever it is, whatever crap they crap, you can smell it.
I'm sure that it's shitting more.
I'm
than
pretty
it
sure if we were at Douglas's house, we could smell his dung too, though.
Yeah,
that's a good point. Touche. Yeah.
That's right. Yes, I mean, like I said, what I experience is really the male equivalent of childbirth. Whenever I'm going, that's why our man was making the statement that he did. Talk to it and ask if it's protesting.
Well, that was mostly just parroting. Peter Moon.
Of course. No, I do that. Yeah, I do that. Yeah.
I think you should talk to him. That's why he's sick. I put a question mark.
Yeah, I did take that as like, is he saying that's because maybe your son doesn't like the fact that his mother's gay? Is that what he's insinuating?
I don't know what. Yeah, I was trying to figure out what is he talking about. Like I'm not. He doesn't know me well. Doesn't know anything about my son or me.
Oh, well, he meant that in a general sense. I mean, the one way we could take that, of course, is his background in Scientology. So everything is from a kind of psychoanalytical viewpoint.
Well, that's why I just put things like he's thinking. That's what I figured. Like he's thinking. Like the only thing I could figure is that he was thinking everything maybe that has to do with being sick. A lot of people think that is then basically coming from psychological something.
Right, right. Yeah, essentially. So, ultimately. Yeah. I mean, it's like it's like they say that cancer, for instance, is really supposed to be a form of self-loathing, theoretically, according to that kind of school of thought.
So if I don't self-loathe, I can smoke cigarettes all I fucking want as long as I'm fucking happy, and I will never get lung cancer.
Hey, maybe that's how do we know? Because we know that there's people who have smoked and drank all their lives who live to be 100, right?
Well, I'm going with it because I'm still smoking cigarettes every now and then. I vape and smoke.
Yeah, there you
I'm
go.
a double digiter.
Oh my God, you're a double digit offender. Holy shit.
I am. Well, I quit smoking to vape, and I did. Yeah. And then, I don't know, in the last, 8 months or so, a friend of mine, had a cigarette, and so I picked it up, and, I had one, and then it's now I'm like, well, that was good, too. So every now and then I'm like, So it's like you quit something to start something else better, but I at least thought was healthier than smoking, and now I'm just doing fucking both. So either way, popcorn, lung cancer, I'll get something with me.
Well, I'm gonna tell you one thing, Brooke. With me, if I don't have my morning coffee, I get a headache.
Yeah.
And maybe it's just the routine of the caffeine my body's used to. But I've actually just tried to make drink orange juice or try to switch it up, or maybe tea a little bit. And obviously tea has caffeine, so I mean, big deal. But I kind of could understand that as far as the smoking part. It's part of it's part of your life or just a routine. But there's obviously the nicotine, but caffeine. But with the coffee for me, I called Doug and I was making my coffee and morning coffee. So so that was. That's just my routine type of thing.
Yeah, well, caffeine, I'm going to tell you what, I was so addicted to caffeine. That's the one thing I somehow came off of and didn't even need to. I was so addicted to caffeine. I had to have coffee all the time. And to the point that I probably spent more there was a point when I was, literally drinking 4 venti white mochas, venti white mochas with each a triple shot of espresso a day. That was a $7 drink right there.
Holy
and then I had
shit.
a cup of coffee. I had a cup of coffee in the morning at my house before I ever got that.
Oh, wow.
And then in between, I would drink coffees. I had the 2 of the ventis that were my dinner. That's all I fucking did. That's all I ate.
Oh,
That's
fucking
awful. Oh my god, how are you still alive? This is the diet of a crackhead.
I'll tell you what. I don't know how I was alive. Like, I was fine. It was great. But I enjoyed it. It was good. But the only problem that caught me and where I started cutting it out was then I had to go to the dentist, to get my normal cleaning. He's like, do you drink tea all day? Because he sees people drinking sweet tea all day or Coke, sodas. I'm like, no, I don't drink any sweet teas. I don't drink sodas. He's like, well, you've got several cavities in between your teeth. And I'm like, and then I realized it was the white mochas because that white chocolate obviously was sweet. Yeah. So after spending a few $1,000s getting crowns on my teeth, I was like, yeah, I might want to cut this out. So I did. And then slowly, obviously, I'll be honest with you, I working at my house instead of working in the office where there was coffee. And then I would make coffee in the morning. And then I started getting too lazy to make it at night where it would automatically brew. And I've slowly just become too lazy to make the coffee at night, where then I wake up in the morning and I'm like, So then I just basically have, what I'm saying is but my point to that I could drink coffee. My point to that whole story was what you're saying. I had to have it in the morning because I would have a headache and it didn't even wake me up. Because I would drink those 2 venti white mochas at night as my dinner with a triple shot of espresso in them and fall asleep drinking them. So didn't keep me awake because you get a point where it doesn't wake you up, but you have to have it in the morning or you do feel like you get a headache.
Like shit,
you don't have it.
Like shit without it.
Well, you know what? Tell you what, I might have the most, maybe 2, but most of the time it's 1, but wow, you took it to another level. That's pretty. I mean, for you not to kind of cut that off, it's incredible. I mean, I had a neighbor. I
had no idea, and my ex that I would camera was like, "How much are you spending at Starbucks?" Starbucks knew me, when I would pull up. Time, and they were just like,
but
when I quit,
Brendan Zogit's mother is like that, where Starbucks is like her life, her social life. It's very sad. Go on.
Yeah. What was really funny was I didn't go. I just slowly stopped and then just didn't go for a year. And then I drive through. My daughter's kind of hooked on it now. She does not as much as me, but she'll go get a drink. And I'm driving through with her to get her drink, and I'm getting one. And this girl comes up like, "Oh my God, where have you been? We thought you died. We didn't know something happened to you. We've all been worried about you." And I was like, I don't know. I just didn't stop. I quit drinking Starbucks for a while. But I didn't realize that all these people, even though I'd say hey to all of them, and knew all of them and tipped all of them and all that, they literally, I came every day, 3 times a day. And then I suddenly fucking stopped. And so they literally thought something had happened to me and I had maybe died or something.
That usually happens to people who are spending too much time in bars. So yeah, that's kind of funny, except it's disturbing. It's alarming in its own way, but it's actually
a little
funny.
Disturbing, yes.
Yeah.
But I'm off of it, so that's the good part. Let's go there.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, by the way, let me see if I can get this up here. This is in the okay. So I found this in one file. I can get this up here. I'll start monologuing soon enough. I just want people to know that because people have gone so far as to say they value my monologues, and
yes, they do, and that's why I wasn't even going to get on tonight because last time I talked too much. Oh
no! Don't even worry about honey. Don't.
No, but I just want you to just say it's time for monologuing.
No, it's not time for my monologue just yet. I got to finish my Coke first, but
oh my God! Let me hear you sniff it up.
Yes, that too. Let me see. I found a picture of that one asshole, OP, who I like, Olaf Phillips, who I was talking about earlier tonight, so people can see what a sleazebag this motherfucker is. Here we are. Let me open up that image and then enter that.
Which one was this?
Oh, Olaf Phillips. He's now in the text box of our Skype here.
He's the fucker
yeah.
who was the first guy who approached me.
Oh, he's so gross looking.
He is a piece of shit. He is the guy who was the first guy who approached me when I was becoming a public informant, and just doing everything he could to sabotage and suppress, and all the rest of that. So yeah, he's huge. Just what the gay community calls a bear, and so is Clyde Lewis, the guy who was his lover. And just imagine two hippos.
Yeah, he's a bear for sure. If he's gay, that's definitely a bear.
Thank you. Yes. Yes.
I mean, I'm gay. I can say it. I can tell you that's definitely a bear. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, it's so sleazy. That wink. It's like it's painful.
It's so gross.
It is.
Like, who would fucking fuck that? I don't give a shit.
Thank you.
Fucking
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, him and Clyde Lewis together. I mean, and all those skin tags. Ugh. And just rolling around. It's like two doughy hippos. Just
don't stop. So I have a problem. So I have a real problem with males. Obviously, like. So even though I'm gay, like, I'm picturing two men together grosses me the fuck out, because one man can gross me the fuck out. I even told you, Doug, I was like, you're the first man I think I've been attracted to in a very long time, and only because you had that fucking eyeliner on, and I'm like, oh,
thank you,
honey. It's a little feminine.
No, I appreciate
that. I'm
like
very liking it.
Yeah.
But I'm not, I hate, first of all, and I'm not anti anything. So like, there's a lot, like you talk about, there's a lot of people that are into, you'll see a very skinny guy with a really fat girl, that's their thing, or vice versa. So like, weight is not, but for me, so that's okay, that can be their thing. For me, weight is an issue. Like, I can only be with someone so big anyway, but at the same time, then on top of it, thinking of two men together, and then thinking of this big fat fucking man together, another fucking man, like, that is got to be the grossest image I have ever just portrayed in my mind. And I'm trying to get it out.
Thank you. No, by the way, just so people understand this, I've explained to people before how graceful women are naturally and how men are not graceful. Just take a look at the balance bars, or take a look at, what are those two rods in gymnastics that they have in the Olympics where, they're going between the two rods, just bouncing back and forth. And, when you see a woman do that, that's so graceful. When you see a man doing that, it's like a slab of beef being tenderized. It looks like a slab of beef being tenderized between two, like on a rotisserie. It's like on a rotisserie, and it's bouncing back and forth because the rods are all heated and shit. And so it just looks gross. I mean, just, okay, and think of this, to think of a woman in stockings, and automatically that's erotic. And women can appreciate that. Women can look at another woman's body and they can say, that's beautiful to look at. But, take a look at a man in a pair of socks and you just say, that's really grungy. That's really, like, I don't want to look at that.
A naked fat guy with a pair of white socks.
Yeah, and not only that, those hairy legs. There's nothing on earth uglier than a man's hairy legs. And, oh my God, that, and...
I can agree to that. Even a BBW, like even some BBWs. I mean, all women really. They're just aesthetically, they're pleasing.
Yeah.
It is what it is. I think men are just. They're just not. We're not fun to look at. But then again, I kind of like that because I don't look at men. So
yes. But tell our lady here, tell Brooke about how you've had experience working with the dead. Tell her about that. And get back off. What the hell are you on? Are you on that Bluetooth again?
There's something going echoing.
Yeah, it's his Bluetooth. Or something. Or he was abducted by the aliens. The aliens abducted him.
The scorpion didn't get him. I will tell you while we're waiting for him.
Hello?
Yeah, there he is.
He come back.
Hello?
Yes,
okay.
he's back.
Yes, I'm riding with the rhino. I rescued it. So.
Oh, Sammy, I'm so thankful.
He's sitting shotgun right here, drinking a mocha latte. Yeah. Anyway.
I was waiting until I got my commission check to send some money to Douglas, but I'm going to have to send it to you. I'm sorry instead, Douglas. I'm going to send it to Sammy.
Oh, okay.
The rhino.
And by the way, shout out to Mona Lee McRae, daughter of Joel McRae, the famous movie star. Mona Hawk is saying, greetings, Dee, just dropping in for a quick hello. Cheers. Hello, lady. Mwah. Love you dearly. So go on, both of you. So, Sammy, tell our young lady Brooks that you've worked with the dead and how you feel that the woman's bodies just resonate a grace the men don't have. The men are more like, you crate them up and ship them on their way, right? Yes. Oh, is he
Yes,
there?
Sammy, tell me.
Did he
Yes.
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh no, my one of my sisters owns her own mortuary. So I sometimes do some work for her, and it's a very interesting industry. I'll tell you that. You you forget how intimate a funeral is. Yeah, how death really is very intimate to especially with the Latino culture. It's very important to us. Believe it or not, we actually treat the dead actually better than we do the living. Hello?
Yes.
No, we do. We roll out the red carpet when they're dead, and in certain aspects, I can understand why. I have a large family, but not that I'm saying I hate them, but they get on my nerves. By the way, Brooke, I have 7 sisters. I don't know if you know that.
7 sisters. It's a miracle this man and his twin brother did not grow up gay. He's got a twin brother, by the way. Believe that? Oh my God, there's 2 of him. So there you go, honey. I mean, so she's not responding.
So yes, so one of the things that I told Doug about was my sister's funeral home is haunted, and one of them is what my sister relayed to me was this 5-year-old child. It's a very young child that sits in the chapel where they do the viewings, and this particular child, this ghost or spirit or whatever, sits in the chapel, and there's been many people that have seen a little girl sitting in the chapel just by herself, and just stuff like this that she talks about. But even with because I used to do removals, and I used to do a couple services or viewings for her, just small jobs, and you see a lot of interesting ways people die. So it's a very interesting business, to say the least.
I can imagine. Yeah, well, yeah, I'm sure there would be interesting ways people die. I'm not going to ask what was the most interesting. I guess I shouldn't
there was
ask
one
that.
poor young lady who died burned to death. You can tell her about that.
Well, yes, actually, one of it was a burn victim that we got. I was working actually during the holidays. Believe it or not, I didn't know this until I worked in that industry. That one of the busiest seasons is the holidays. The holiday seasons are actually killing season, really. There's a lot of death during the holidays. A lot of suicides.
Well, yeah, a lot of people are depressed because they don't have anyone.
Well, this young lady, I guess she was hosting a party, and they had it was catered, and they happened to have, some tacos, and they had, other foods that require deep frying, just like, deep fried, onion rings, fries, stuff like that, right?
Oh my God, that's like down here we deep fry Oreos.
So I guess something happened where it was overcrowded, the place that they rented, and it was a dance floor, and someone tipped over the deep fryer.
Jesus.
And it was kind of like a domino effect because it was during the holidays, and they also had heaters, propane heaters. So the propane heater gets tipped as well, and it was almost like the fryer, the grease obviously burns her, but on top of that, the lamp falls over, and a big flaming, like a river of flame, engulfed, pretty much led to her, and she burned to death. It was,
oh my God.
And I had to do this removal. I went to, oddly enough, this was when I picked her up, this was a Freemason hospital. I never even heard of this. This is a Freemason hospital.
Oh, really?
Doug probably knows them. I forget what they're called. And it was by the way, if you ever go to Freemason Hospital, this looks like the Marriott or better. You think you're in a hotel or some type of just luxurious place.
Okay, we don't have those. We do not have those here, but I'm going to ask, do you have to be a Freemason to go in one? If I need surgery, should I just like try to go to California and get in a Freemason house?
Yes.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, go ahead, Doug.
Oh no, I was just no. You need to tell this because my assumption was that they were trying to look charitable and they allowed her in or something like that, right?
Well, apparently, this young girl, she was Hispanic. Apparently, one of her, I guess her relatives was a Freemason. Something along the lines. She was connected to Freemasonry, and they had to transport her to Houston, and from Houston they transported her to Sacramento, where there was a hospital.
Alive?
There were, yeah, she was, but they couldn't. When she got to the Freemason hospital, she was done. They had to put the blood
To be saved.
but
Yeah.
when I did the removal and I had to identify her, this is what you have to do. It's a standard operating procedure when you work in this industry. You have to verify
How can you identify a burn victim like that?
the tag, the morgue tag.
Okay.
I had to, and she was burned, obviously. But this, for some reason, when I saw her corpse, like you can tell she died in agony, or at least the burns. Obviously, this may be very basic, or this sounds very dumb, but you could tell like this is terrible. Like,
right, she was not a peaceful thing.
Yeah, she didn't die a peaceful death. She did not. When I had to lift her leg to see the tag, when I touched her skin was, I hate to say this, was crispy.
Yes.
Oh my God.
And it gave me chills a little bit because I'm like, oh man, because it's been a while since I've done this, and you can smell. You can always know what a body smells like. Doug knows. I mean, he's been around. You can tell what a body smells like, but when human flesh is charred, it's a very particular smell. But you can feel it. By the way, she was bandaged up. She looked like a mummy. And it's very sad in the sense that you see this, but it's just the reality. Human death. Human life is just very it's just. Fragile. We're very fragile in the sense of how we can just go,
We're fucking tomatoes. We're bipedal tomatoes. Go on. Yeah. Yes.
Well, we are, and just to reiterate, let me make sure. Are you finished with that? I mean, I want to be sure that we are.
No, go ahead. That's pretty much
like thinking about human death and how we are so fragile. But technically, as you know, I'm an animal person. Every creature really is that fragile, right? We fry chickens, right? Purposely. But I was thinking when you said of someone burning, that a woman when I was doing rescue, she wasn't in my state. Luckily, if she was in my state, you guys wouldn't be talking to me because I would be in prison. She believed she was in Illinois, but she normal looking, not much different than me, but obviously looked a little more like I would just call low class white person, that apparently for whatever reason had a dog in her backyard, a larger dog, and was her dog. And then she just decided one day she was mad, she was angry, and she was angry at the dog, so she went over there and poured gasoline on it and lit it on fire.
Jesus.
And recorded it. And she was arrested, obviously, but the problem with that was she was arrested, she lit her dog on fire, recorded it, the dog suffered and died in horrible agony. And the charges for something like that, because we don't recognize animals in the same way we do as humans, because here it goes back to money. It's the meat industry is scared to even give. So if we give dogs rights, if we were to be able to say, hey, well, this woman obviously burned her dog to death purposely, and she deserves like 5 years or even 10 years or something decent in fucking prison for this shit. Well, they look at it as a thing. So they get hardly nothing, like a slap on the wrist, a fine, and maybe a few months in prison at that, a jail. And yet obviously completely fucking psychotic. Because why? the meat industry then says, hey, if we, because they're scared and they control it, just like pharmaceuticals controls things, money, they say, they know if they're scared, if you start recognizing the dog and then they're burning the dog alive, well, what point will it start affecting us on how we're treating the cows? And maybe we can kill them, but we can't treat them as badly as we are, and we'll be in trouble and fine. So it's all fault that way. And so I guess my back to that point is yes, that is a horrible fucking death. But we're not there's no creature that is more capable of causing harm than the human itself. Like that.
Yeah.
So that human did not deserve that. But then what? Humans themselves are the ones that create fucking harm anyway.
Right. By the way, is that George is back with us, and Sammy is dived into.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So go ahead, Sammy, and finish. That was just my only little spill on that because I.
That's very interesting. And I'll make this quick that way I want to hear what George says.
Sure.
One of the things that my sister told me, and I didn't know this, because you watch CSI and you think wow, everything's like CSI. Cops care. They want to investigate everything. Wrong.
Yeah, boy, that's a fantasy.
One of the things that I learned from Doug is most law enforcement or any government agency, they don't want to do any work. Yeah. So if you know this, one of the things my sister kind of told me is she had a case where this guy got beat up. He died at work, quote unquote. But what happened was he got fired. He went back to his job and tried to fight his old boss that fired him. Well, when we saw the body, he got beat up. He got stomped on. You could tell this guy received an ass whooping. They pretty much beat him to death, okay? Well, obviously the boss, knowing this, he told the person that, where was a paramedic or wherever, that pronounced him dead, that he fell off. He pretty much something hit him. It was a work-related accident, but this was an accident. This wasn't assault. And yeah, the person that pronounced him dead said, okay, they wrote down accident. A work accident. And yeah. And this happened, and I told my sister, this is, and the family was shocked, well, how did he die at work if he got fired? And well, what his boss pretty much did is, him knowing the fact that law enforcement is lazy, said, well, they're not going to want to change they pronounce this guy as a work accident. They're not going to change the cause of death. It's going to be really hard to change the cause of death. And one, this company doesn't. By the way, I'm sorry if I'm going in and out. This family don't have the resources to even investigate. And I'm not trying to be mean. It's just how
they
how
have
it
the
is.
money to hire an attorney and the deer on
Right.
all that, right?
But this makes a lot of sense in the sense that what Doug always talked about. That it's believe it or not, to kill somebody, I'm not saying it's not hard, or I'm sorry, I'm not saying it's not easy, but it's also not difficult in the sense of, if you kind of know how things work, to a certain aspect, you can kind of pull it off. Yeah. Now, don't get me wrong, there's a higher chance of getting caught, but in this case, this guy kind of knew the game in the sense that, the local cops are not, to all kind of overturn the cause of death is going to be difficult,
And to add to that, honest to God, there was this one poor bastard that I personally knew somewhat peripherally, and he was a midget, he was a dwarf, and then he was found dead, and he was obviously died by violence, but because he had a history of suicide attempts, there was no investigation into his death. The cops just said attempted suicide in the past, so he's a suicide. So this is the horror of anyone who's ever had any history of a former suicide attempt. If you're killed, they will simply dismiss your death as a suicide. It's everybody needs to be aware of this. So George is back with us now, George, and yes, what you have to say, you were at work, right? And you had to do something at work. Is that what happened?
Yeah, I've actually just ventured out to work, so I had to drop off quickly, and then I'm out in the field right now. So luckily, I think I've got a good hour or so to spare, so before I can start commencing any line of duty, any line of work at all. So
hey, good deal. Well, as long as no one tries to attack you for putting up 5G, let's hope.
Yeah. Well, let's hope not.
After that story you told me last week is what I was referring to.
Yes.
Yep.
Oh my God. So by all means, I'm going to almost finish with this can of Coke, but take your time, everyone. I think that we have, we're covering quite a bit, and I think it's all important. All of this is quite relevant. Honestly, when we speak of the dead and the importance of the dead to us, I mean, there's other subjects, of course, that we were covering earlier. So, as a matter of fact, just before you left, George, what were we on? We were talking about, of course, the crimes of Aquino. And by the way, just so you know this, fuck, I'm forgetting her name. Gibson girl, Brooke. it's just so you know.
It's okay. I forgot George's name earlier, so we discussed that, so it's fine.
Okay, cool. Just think of George Edward Knight. He's George.
I thought of King George.
King George. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. And so when it comes to these children that were raped by Michael Aquino, they basically were brought into his home, and they were put into a soundproof room where they were facing both Michael Aquino, who they were forced to call Mikey, and my high school teacher, Gary Willard Hambright, who they were forced to call, what were they forced to call him again? I can't even remember, but some kind of dorky childlike
yeah
name.
Oh God, what was it? It's not Gary.
He was Mr.
Gary or something.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah,
something like that. Yeah.
And then it was Lilith. It was
Lilith
Aquino's
was
wife,
there, yep.
And she was dressed like a man, while the two men were dressed like women. And they
what?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. And they would rape these kids, and there would be like pictures of Jesus or crucifixes on the ceiling so that they could point up and say, God's looking down on this. He wants this to happen to you because you're a worthless piece of shit and God rejects you. And this would be like, fuck the kids up for life and shit. And so the kids, of course, no one could hear their screams because the room was completely soundproof. By the way, when all of this was reported by myself and the children, the FBI would take them on circuitous trips around San Francisco, which, in case you don't know, Brooke, is the city where Los Angeles comes to film their car chases. So because they do this because San Francisco is a city of hills, and so San Francisco is a very exciting car chase city. And so, therefore, the FBI would take them on car chase rides, meaning that they would take them on circuitous rides up and down the hills like a roller coaster, and then they would always unfailingly identify Michael Aquino's home. After being, confused by a trip around the city, they could still identify his home. And then they described the inside of his home as everything was painted black. And when Inspector Glenn Pamphloff raided his home, based on the children's testimony and my own, he said everything was exactly as the children described. The lobby, the home living room, the living room was all painted black. The soundproof room was there. The soundproof dungeon was blood-stained, where children's names were written on the walls in blood and shit. And he said that...
How did he not go to prison?
They brought all the videos and everything, and like I said, it was just all rejected based on, that's a threat to national security to take this man, away from his duties. And then it's the children who are at fault. You must, dismiss their testimony, which, they did. This is hell on earth, really. George,
I heard you say when I first heard you, I told you it was really, like I said on the other channel, but you did mention him, which again was my first time hearing his name in this. And you meant, and I was trying to figure out who it was, and I obviously didn't know how to spell Aquino, but you were saying that or what's his name? The guy, Channel Jordan, was saying, he's dead now. And then you mentioned something about, dead, but not dead. But, and then also George mentioned this actually last time too, somehow we believe he's still alive in another body, or
what Michael Aquino would work with. Explain it, George, and then I'll see if I find I need to add anything to your explanation, I will. But you take it away.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So that is only in the bodily sense. That's what I was referring to last time, Brooke. So he's dead only in the physical bodily sense. But certainly, spiritually, he's still very much extant. Yeah, and Douglas can definitely explain that.
To put this into
I believe we're all spiritual creatures that can live on, but why do we think he's still here? Or like what?
Right. So to put that into some perspective, let me give you an example here. One of his followers is J.K. Rowling's, who wrote the Harry Potter novels. She's British. And she's a very powerful...
I cannot believe she followed him. Like, that amazes me.
Oh, God. Well, you can believe she followed him just by the shit she does, like trying to target the most helpless people of all, transgendered and transsexual people. These are her primary target of attack. I mean, for her to take the most disempowered people on Earth, the minority of all minorities, and basically attack them shows you the kind of bully that she is. These are what these Satanists are. And this is from somebody who was empowered through... I don't know if you're aware of this, but just to put her into some perspective for you, in case you don't know, she writes all kinds of murder mysteries under a man's name. She has a
No, I did not know. I only know her just about, her main work, and that's really all I knew about her.
And you knew, of course, she was transphobic. I'm sure you knew that.
I did not know that.
Oh, you didn't? Okay, yeah, she's a big transphobic... very vocal transphobic individual, and she herself, however, makes millions of dollars under a man's name writing murder mysteries. So I went into this long episode I dedicated to this in the past, but the whole point about her is that she describes what Michael Aquino was doing, only she puts it in Harry Potter's terms. And by the way, the very term Harry Potter is a play on the original Hindu or Vedic terms. Hari Putar means the son of God. That's Harry Potter's really a play on that. And so Hari, like Hari Krishna, Hari, and then Putar,
yes,
the son of God. And so, but anyhow, the villain Voldemort is really a tribute to Michael Aquino. And the villain Voldemort dies, but he's created what are called Horcrux. These Horcrux are fragments of his soul that basically infest other people's bodies like parasites. And so basically she was describing what Aquino ultimately succeeded in doing. We know one person named Jambo the Reese Monkey, as we call him. Jamo Reese was my former producer out of necessity because I needed someone to give me, as Peter Moon would say, T&P breaks. And what happened was that he began saying he had Michael Aquino within him, and that, this was after Aquino's death. And then he started suffering Michael Aquino's symptoms of intestinal cancer. He started having blood in his bowel movements. And we know about this because he was talking about it on his Facebook page. I mean, this is how creepy this asshole was. Like, I mean, with me, it's different. I mean, I've actually had was compromised in positions while broadcasting where I was obligated to explain to people my health issues, like when I started vomiting on air and shit like that. And I had to ultimately tell my listeners when I came back from the emergency room, because I would tell them, I'm going to call the ambulance now. Later I would come back and tell them what happened. But yeah, with Jambo, it's like, who the fuck cares? You don't need to tell people this, right? But yeah, he's telling people, blood in my bowel movements on his Facebook page and shit. Yeah, because he's so charming and shit. That's and unbelievably, when this son of a bitch severed with me, he took a bunch of ladies with him who followed him, who just said, "Oh, Douglas got rid of J-Mo Reese. We've got to leave with J-Mo." I mean, it's like, what the fuck are they on? It's but yeah, just weird as shit. And then then there was the whole story with Daniel Arola too, with his bizarro weirdness. Anyhow, the different stories, they're all morbidly entertaining in their own right.
But at any rate, so this is what we
Reminds
mean.
me of, do you remember the movie though? I don't know if you remember this movie with Denzel Washington. It was called Fallen. And he had Azazel was the demon.
Yes.
And yes, and so Azazel could pass from body to body.
Yes. Yes.
And he couldn't stop him. And the way he was a cop, and that was the way he originally, the way he stopped him by going into the woods, where Azazel couldn't move, pass through another body. But it just reminds me kind of that, like with the way you say he can, move into people. Like I just immediately picture that movie, if you're familiar with it.
Interesting. But in Aquino's case, it's like into like as described with Voldemort. We're talking about 6-7 different people would have fragments of his soul. So it's something more like that, and this is what George Knight was referencing. And but by the way, take it away, George. I'm about to finish this Coke and take a short break again, and then come back to do monologues sometime shortly thereafter. But by all means,
bless.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah,
I mean, no rush, believe me.
Yeah, thank you.
But take it away. It's yours. Stage.
Oh yeah, thank you. And Brooke, I'm not sure if you're aware also that Aquino's birthday, he's born on October 16th, 1946. Are you aware of the date of his birth?
No.
No, well that's significant also. In his own words, in the Coming Forth by Night, he presents, this is a document that he's produced, that he was born on the day of the Nuremberg trial executions of the Nuremberg, the German the Third Reich's top echelons in the military. The
really?
Generals. Yeah, he was born on the day that they were executed, and they executed 10 of them. They were supposed to have 12. Martin Bormann escaped into Exodus, and the head of the Luftwaffe, Reichsmarshal Hermann Goering, committed suicide on October 15th. So they only had 10 men that they executed in a ritual, and on that day, Michael Aquino was born. And so,
10's the number of death, and the tarot is the number of death. Like, that's your death number, right? Number 10.
Yeah.
And then 1 starts over again, which actually that's very symbolic, because 10 goes back to 1. You see what I'm saying? So a 10, like, I don't know if you're familiar with tarot, but a 10 in the tarot, which is ancient. Also, I mean, like, it's, a lot of people don't believe in the tarot, but I've watched enough people. There are people that completely can fake it, but there is enough, just like everything else, there is truth behind it. And so the 10, that's where it starts, is you do a 1 through 10, and then you have your master card. You have other cards, but your 1 through 10 is, so if you get to the 10, you're starting back over at the 1. So it doesn't go further, meaning, like, let's say on a 10 of swords would be, or 10 of pentacles would be, your greatest achievement. That would be like with everything fulfilled in your family and in your life, basically in an earth sense. So money wise and financially wise, family wise. And then if you go over, you have to go back to a 1. 10 of swords is the worst pain you're going to freaking have, but you get there. 10 of freaking wands is the worst struggle you'll have, but you always know if you're there, you get to go back to the 1 of starting over. So what I'm just saying is, it's kind of weird that there were 10, and then it's almost like those 10 souls went into that fucker, like back to 1.
It went wrong because they needed 12 men, and obviously Aquino being the 13th number. Obviously Aquino was not born on site of the actual ritual itself, but
you don't have to be born on it. There's no distance or time as far as souls go.
Yeah, of course. No, exactly. And that's how he was ushered into this world, and that's his own words. And it was to the new age of the arbiter, the age of the apostle. That's what, to reign over the military. So this is the whole inception of Michael Aquino himself. And under his own words, this is his own words. This is not my words. These are his words himself. And yet they added 2 extra bodies to that number. They added just 2 random bodies. Martin Bormann was not on site because he established a 1,000-year Reich in exile, and Hermann Goering has committed suicide.
Why did they think 13 would be the number they wanted? What
that's just part of the that is just part of the ritual. And when when they conduct them, you just speak to Douglas about when Michael Aquino was conducting his own rituals on site the Presidio military base. He was the 13th number. He was the number 13. So yeah, he had 12 officers underneath him, and they're all high-ranking officers, and he was the number 13. And it's just the significance for these rituals to commence, to actually operate. I'm not on that level. I'm not on that playing field. Like I'm not into that. So my occult knowledge is very minimal, but I understand the exposition of it. I understand.
Well, it sounds like to me. So to me, I would have guessed. So 12 is a very obviously spiritual number, like 12 apostles. There's 12, and then if he's going with 13, 13's to add to be the God over all, right? So that's the way I would see that. That's why a lot of people, like Chinese, will think 13 is a lucky number. Some people think 13 is an unlucky number, depending on where you are. But at the end of the day, that's where I would guess that's going. What I think is funny about it is that if actually only 10 died, it went wrong. And that's what I'm saying. Instead of him being the king that he needed to be, he may have had those 10 put into him, but it wasn't where he thought he was. He was never there. You see what I'm saying? Like, he was evil as shit. He may have had 10 fucking evil souls invested in him, but he didn't have the 12 that he fucking needed.
No. And they needed high-ranking echelons of a government. So that's why they took all these.
That's
12
so
By the way,
scary, though, to think about all that shit.
Yeah. But they were not, these guys, the men that stood on trial were not diplomatic men. They were not part of the government themselves. Even Rudolf Hess was a special case, an exception. And and so was Reichsmarshal Hermann Goering. They were not the government. The government relocated into exile, and that's what leads us to the 1,000-year Reich in exile. But Michael Aquino, in his own words, that's why he was so antithetical towards the Third Reich, because the symbol, the Hookekreuz, the swastika, is a ward. It acts as a ward to repel diabolism. It wards off any satanic, exposition onto someone.
Really?
Any form of casting or spell, it wards it off. It repels it.
That's what the Nazi symbol does.
That's it's the most universally recognized symbol on earth. It's the most holiest symbol on earth, and it goes back far older than Christianity itself. And so the Hookekreuz is the most universally recognized symbol on this planet. Every culture has used it apart from Semitic. Every single nation on earth has adopted it in one form or another because it's a ward. And that's why they took it up against American diabolism. And that's why Michael Aquino hates and why he's so antithetical towards the National Socialist German Workers' Party against as Nazism as a global ideology. I hope that makes sense. Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm listening. I was pulling the Nazi symbol to look at it again to be sure that I remembered it correctly. That's what I was doing, the swastika. I mean, obviously I knew the swastika, but I wanted to see it. I tried not to usually look at it because I associate it, like many Americans, as just being a symbol of the death camps.
And it's not at all. Yeah, if you look it up, it's the most universally recognized symbol on earth. Every culture has adopted it and used it, apart from the Semitic peoples. And so it is used in every single culture on earth. And you look at the original Bodhisattva, the original Buddha, he was born with the horrid swastika on his chest. So was Michael Aquino. That's how he came into this world. He was born the blue baby. He was born dead. And so, like, when I mentioned,
what do you mean born? He was born with that symbol on his chest.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Yeah. So he already had that what Douglas calls it, and what he's presented, it's a natural. What do you call it? It's a natural. I'm trying to think of the word against occultism. You're immune to
your protection. It's your protection.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, exactly. It's an immunity. It's you're not vulnerable to the.
So why did you call him the blue baby?
That would just a blue still baby just means you're born dead, and you're born. You basically when you a still birth.
That's what I mean. So, what was he technically a stillbirth baby, or do you just mean he was born dead without a soul?
and it's just like what they were conducting. Also, another example is what you have John Whiteside Parsons. They were conducting what they call the Babylon rituals, the Babylon workings, with Marjorie Cameron, along with L. Ron Hubbard. They were conducting. This is 9 months before Michael Aquino's actual inception. They were conducting these Babylon rituals where they basically to usher in the Babylon rituals was to usher in it's the New Age of the Apostle. I'm trying to think of the name because I'm not familiar with this. I'm not acquainted with all this, but I understand the concept of it. I'm trying to think of the name of the goddess. It was supposed to be. I'm trying to think of the name of the goddess, but they were trying to usher in. But basically,
what were their names again, though?
I will mention. But they brought in the child Moonchild. They brought in the baby, the Moonchild, and it's publicly aware that the Moonchild from Marjorie Cameron, the mother that gave birth to Moonchild, it was born dead. The child was born dead, but it had a twin. And it was the twin that told Douglas himself that he took out all the energy from the womb. And that was my twin brother. But the actual real Moonchild actually came into this world. And it's commonly known that the child that Marjorie Cameron birthed was born a still blue baby. It was known as a blue baby. It was born a still birth. So it was dead. It was pronounced dead when it basically emerged out of the womb. So yeah, that's just to put things into perspective. But yeah, Jack Whiteside Parsons, he was the man who was the inventor of basically you had before him you had a man called Robert Goddard who was the head. He was stationed at Roswell, New Mexico for many years, conducting his rocketry tests. And so fragments from these rocketry tests are still, these tests that were conducted at Roswell are still fragments of these rockets are still being found today. And they're identified as alien technology.
That's right. That's Robert Goddard's rockets. Yes, go on. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Douglas. Yeah. And so basically what they did was they took away, instead of going for, and it's a long story. It's a very, very long story going into such detail of this. Robert Goddard tragically died the day they dropped the Nagasaki bomb because, as we presented last time in last transmission, the Emperor Hirohito presented to the Americans an ultimatum where if you will sue for peace or I'm going to unleash my biocidal weapons, just like we presented. They launched this. Like Douglas explained, it was a phantom. It was basically black budget. It was black phantom budget. It was covert, the Air Force, because the United States and Japan never had an Air Force. They're the only nations on Earth during World War II that never had an Air Force, a separate branch of service. When Emperor Hirohito launched the Sacred Craze across the Pacific, as he presented using the jet stream, and they were presented over Area 51, the United States High Command approached Robert Goddard and said, this is prior to this event happening. How are we going to get down these, these dirigibles? Because these dirigibles and these lighter air, these Fugo bombs, these balloon bombs that launch across the Pacific, they cost pennies to the dollar, like pennies. They're so cheap to manufacture, but the rockets cost thousands, going into the millions to produce. And Robert Goddard understood that they needed an enormous amount of funding, an enormous amount of money to even counteract these dirigibles. He knew what was coming, and so. The day that they dropped the Nagasaki bomb is the day he died. He died on August, I think it was August 9th. Within 24 hours, he had a heart attack because they said the dirigibles are flying over Area 51. Yeah. And so he died on the spot from a heart attack.
Yes, they called him to tell him that, and that's when he died. Yeah. Yes, go on. Yes.
Thank you, Douglas. And so the the United States military then turned towards this, because Robert Goddard was the founding father for rocketry in the United States. He was doing it since the 1920s. He was working with I think it was liquid. I think was it solid fuel rockets or liquid? I can't remember.
I believe what he was working with was the more primitive liquid fuel rocketry.
Yes.
And then it was Jack Parsons who basically, in a sense, invented the more solid fuel rocketry, which was more advanced. You could say that because he was an alchemist, he was basically an occult alchemist, that he had kind of an edge that Robert Goddard did not, and then he had a greater edge in the fact that he was a practicing Satanist, and so they gave him Robert Goddard's job. But the man they turned to in the end was Robert Goddard when the dirigibles showed up, and that's what killed Robert Goddard. Was by that time they approached him, he said it was too late. When they came back to Robert Goddard asking, what do we do now? At that point, he told them, it's too late now. And that's why he died. But go on, George, yes.
Yeah. Oh, no, thank you very much, Douglas. Yeah, and another thing I've learned from Douglas is there is a crater on the backside of the moon that's named after Jack Whiteside Parsons. It's called the Parsons Crater. That's named after, the only one that we're aware of that is named after a satanic figure. That is the only crater, and it's dedicated to Jack Whiteside Parsons. And so this is when the Americans turned towards diabolism. This is when they changed from from one lineage to another, from one transition to another, from working, using Robert Goddard, they turned, and this man, Jack Whiteside Parsons, and replaced him. And they were conducting what was known as the Babylon rituals. I'm trying to think, Douglas, the goddess they were trying to usher in, but it was Moonchild.
It was
Thelemite. I've looked it up. Invoke the birth. It says, although Cameron was unaware of it, meaning the woman, Parsons saw this as a form of sex magic that constituted part of the Babylon working.
Right, Thelema.
Right, to invoke the birth of Thelemite goddess Babylon onto Earth in human form.
To bring the Babylon whore to fruition. Basically usher in the age of Antichrist. And so, as a matter of fact, Jack Parsons felt himself to be Antichrist. And but then again, so did Aleister Crowley. I mean, they're all kind of vying for this.
Yeah, it shows Aleister Crowley's, even on Wikipedia, which I know they have Aleister Crowley's picture underneath when he came back to. Apparently, she was going to have the pregnant woman, Cameron, was going to have an abortion.
Yes.
But he returned to her.
Yes.
And
I believe George might have explained to you that I spoke with Moonchild, or a man who claimed he was Moonchild. So I guess George explained that to you. Of course, his voice sounded like he was drowning, what they call a wet voice. Medically, a wet voice means somebody whose lungs are filled with water. So when they speak, they sound like they're talking from underwater. He sounded like he had a wet voice. By the way, that's a sign that someone's dying. But in his case, he didn't sound like he was dying. He simply sounded like he was talking underwater, like he was comfortable with this fact. And but it was Aquino told me this individual was incredibly deformed. And that I think George gave you the story, so no need for me to repeat it. But go on, George. Yes.
Oh yeah, no, I'm just it's incredible, and I'm glad you're doing what you're doing, Brooke, because you're actually verifying. It's actually all out in the public domain. You can actually everything that we are saying is you can verify it to be true.
Yeah.
This is all conducted in January 1946 to 1946, from the January to the February to the March period, the months.
It scared me because I was born on January 15th, and it said the parsonage after they met at the parsonage on January 18th. I'm like, that's a little too close for comfort to my own birthday. I don't like that. Not the same.
Right,
but thank God not the same year. But they spent 2 months, although Cameron was unaware of it, Parsons, because he had literally attracted her doing, he said, basically, Parsons had just finished a series of rituals using Enochian magic with his friend and lodger L. Ron Hubbard, all with the intent of attracting an elemental woman to be his lover. Upon encountering Cameron with her distinctive red hair and blue eyes, he considered that would be the individual whom he evoked. After they met at the parsonage January 18th, they were in 1946. They spent the next 2 weeks in Parsons' bedroom together. Although Cameron was unaware of it, Parsons saw this as a form of sex magic that constituted part of the Babylon working, which we just talked about, bringing Thelemite, the goddess Babylon, onto form of an earth.
Yeah, and that's the thing. That's the point. What you get, that's from Wikipedia, isn't it, as well, bro?
That's just Wikipedia. I'm sure there's much more. That's what I'm saying. Even just Wikipedia has this.
Yeah, Wikipedia does present information, some, very informative information, things that are very substantial. But the problem is they don't tell you the reasons behind it, and that's
right. That's what I'm saying. Like you would have to go deeper to find out more.
You have to talk to me or Douglas to get the reasons why.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have even known to look it up though, and that's what a lot of people also wouldn't know. To even these names to look up, you know. So I think that too. So.
Thank you. It's
but yeah,
true.
definitely.
Yeah. And yeah, by all means.
So what was the baby's name though? So the child
they just called
had
him Moonchild, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all they called, like the no name.
The man I was speaking to, that's what he told me when I answered
Moonchild.
the phone, because I would answer the phone for Michael Aquino, acting as his receptionist to a degree. And the man who called and I picked up the phone, he claimed I'm Moonchild, and that's pretty much. He said that's all I've ever been called. Is basically what.
Well, you know what's so weird on here, and like I mean, I haven't read, like there is some under Alexander Crowley under there, but everything I've read and I've been reading the whole time, like so it says she became pregnant. So Parsons. So basically, for doing a brief visit to New York City to see a friend, Cameron, the female, discovered that she was pregnant and decided to have an abortion. Parsons, meanwhile, had founded a company with Hubbard and Hubbard's girlfriend, Sarah Northrup, Allied Enterprises, into which he developed his life. Then it goes on to blah.
L. Ron Hubbard, the man who started Scientology, ran off with Jack Parsons' life savings and his wife. Yeah.
Sarah,
yeah. Yeah,
he
it's
ran off with
as
Sarah.
he invested his life savings. It became it became apparent that Hubbard was a confidence trickster who tried to flee with Parsons' money, resulting in the end of their friendship. Returning to Pasadena, Cameron. So this is the one that's supposedly pregnant, but see, it never says she had the abortion.
Yeah, it never says she delivered the baby either. You'll never find
right.
anywhere.
There's nothing on there. It just says Cameron consoled Parsons, painting a picture of Northrup with her legs severed below the knee. Whatever that meant. But there was, and then it goes on to talk about them as a couple. But it never said, and even it says how, like the Thelemite believes the cult practices shortened her name to Candida. They've given her the magical name of Candida, which I find hilarious. Like Candida, that's like
a yeast infection. Yes.
Yes, that's what I was trying to think. Like that's what I would never want. Candida, often shortened to Candy, which became her nickname, but never mentions whether she actually had an abortion or a baby, like in here at all.
Yeah. No, you're not going to get that. Yeah.
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 Oh my God!
But Moonchild was definitely born.
Yeah.
It's you know.
But it's so obvious. I guess that's what I'm just trying to agree with y'all on. Like it's so obvious because it would have said she had an abortion. It does not say that.
Yeah.
It says she went there, discovered she was pregnant, and she decided to have an abortion.
Like, by the way, there's very little information about Marjorie Cameron. There's very little you can actually find out about her. It's on the web or anywhere. There's very little information about her at all, but she's a very substantiated figure.
Yes.
She was, absolutely. That's why this information is out there on Wikipedia. That's why this is out there.
Well, but by the way, there is a book that is written on her that was published by Feral House Press, I believe, or it was, or maybe not, Mandrake Press, and it's written by a guy named Spencer Kanza, and it's called Wormwood Star, Magical Life of Marjorie Cameron, and spells magic with a K, meaning real magic as opposed to stage magic. So this book is fairly substantial. I wouldn't call it exhaustive, but this guy spends a lot of time shitting all over Peter Moon in this book. So it's like, if I look up Peter Moon in the shall we say the what do we call it, the what do you call it? Bibliography? No, it's index. They don't put them in books anymore. This book has an index. It's old enough to have an index. They don't have so if I look up Moon Peter as opposed to Moonchild, Moon Peter is on page 249. Let's see what this guy says here is basically Oh God, fuck. I'm not even really seeing anything about Peter Moon on 249, but I do remember when I was first reading this book, I was looking through the part he wrote about Peter Moon. It's definitely in here. I think their index is all fucked up and it's not written right. He's not in the places where this guy says he's got his stuff, indexed. But he was definitely shitting all over Peter Moon, basically saying that that Peter was like. That Marjorie wasn't impressed by him and all this other shit is what he was claiming. So, it is what it is. And fascinating in that regard. So just so people know, this is out there for what that's worth. And so that being said, that's about the only book that's ever been written about her.
Shit. There is more, though. There is. So the children, Kenneth Anger and Curtis Harrington, 1996. In medical language, now this is something written by a Gerald York, writing to Carl Germer. I don't know if you know either of those people. Okay. It says, in medical language, Cameron is a lunatic. I'm going to assume these are doctors. Elementals and forces and ideas like Babylon, when uncontrolled, are dangerous. She is now uncontrolled because Jack is dead. Her lunatic 4 or 5-fold black and white moonchild operations or attempted operations are summarized by AC's. They always called him AC, but Aleister Crowley's comment. I get fairly frantic when I contemplate the idiocy of these louts. I would insist on a vow of holy obedience and forbid all workings. In my opinion, the poor girl is too far gone now to stop. She should dissolve and excommunicate her if she does not take and keep the oath. She will be shut, and rightly so, in a lunatic asylum as soon as she comes out in the open.
Well, there you go. I mean, shows you what Crowley thought of all that. But what does all that bring to your mind, George, or Sammy, if he's still with us, if he was... Meanwhile, I'll take a look through this index and see if I can find something. I'll try and start any minute now my monologue, but we're taking advantage of this time to just kind of put things into some perspective. We're on a very important topic. Here we are. The new decade brought close encounters of a not dissimilar kind in the guise of the author Peter Moon, an ex-Scientologist, fixated with Jack and L. Ron's Babylon working. As an upshot of their meeting, Cameron was woven into the time-warping tapestry of the Montauk mythos, Moon's series of books investigating alleged time travel and mind control experiments conducted at a disused Air Force base in Montauk, Long Island. By all accounts, Cameron initially enjoyed the attention Moon's far-out theories gave her, which only added to her legacy and legend. But according to Bill Breeze, who originally introduced the two of them, the meeting of minds was a short-lived thing. William Breeze, then a colon, to show that they're entering a quotation, Cameron eventually wrote back to say he was too extreme for her. She was This is a woman who tried to give birth to an antichrist and gave birth to a deformed child that had sucked the life out of the other atrophied fetus, and she says Peter Moon is too extreme for her, mind you.
Right.
I think Peter Moon's pretty tame myself, but...
Yeah, it even says she became pregnant as a result of these rites, which is something else she went on to do, and the Moon Children, who would be devoted to Horus, and then termed her forthcoming child the Wormwood Star. So yeah, she's a little out there.
Moon's slant on Cameron was later documented in his book Synchronicity and the Seventh Seal, which amongst other things made mountains out of molehills of the fact that Cameron shared the Wilson family name with L. Ron Hubbard, as well as the same Cameron surname with some of the other shady protagonists in the Montauk mystery. Moon also roped Crowley into the mind-bending mix, claiming that when the Great Beast visited the area back in 1918, he created the space-time portal through which the USS Eldridge was catapulted during the infamous Philadelphia experiment. I think that this is a bit of straw man work here. I don't believe even Peter said something like that, but yeah, it's just what it is. There we have that. And, by all means, anything else you want to bring up before I take over in a matter of minutes. And, of course, once I get started, I suck all the oxygen out of the room and everybody dies. as our Lady Judith Eggert used to say. So, oh my God! And she never did. She like anyhow. So enough on that for now. So what else comes to both your minds before again? And let's see if Sammy's back with us. Whoever's on the call, be willing to, of course, say goodnight to our listeners, and that'll leave me pretty much alone because our Lady Deanna Fraser seems to be asleep. And, but take your time and wind things up. Yeah.
Well, thank everyone for listening to me, putting up with me. Thank anyone for their prayers for my son. I appreciated that. For good thoughts, for positive energy. And I appreciate it. Was a great night talking to everyone. I enjoyed it and enjoyed learning. So thank you so much.
Yeah, you're very important, Brooke. It's very important to have you, and I think you're a very valuable person to have on, actually, because the questions you ask, it's so valuable, and it's really important that you do bring up, your perspective as well. That's why I think you're a very valuable person. So I just wanted to share that with you. Yeah.
No, that means so much because I question every time. I'm like, should I even go on there? Because I feel like all I'm doing is asking questions.
Oh, no,
it's brilliant.
Yes, no, you have no idea how blessed we are with your presence, honestly.
Thank you both. So thank you. That means so much to me. Really needed that little uplifting moment because we all question ourselves sometimes. So thank you so much, George.
Yeah. Sorry, bro. Sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to say to you, like, your moral compass, your standpoint on, like, I just wanted to say to you earlier, you're absolutely right, absolutely correct, and it's so valuable to have, what you're saying. It's so critical and it's important for the human, for basically our progression and our experience for the future. These questions need to be raised and needs to be debated. It's so important. But you're absolutely right. You need to just understand, nobody's disagreeing with you because everyone is standing on the same level. We're on the same playing field as each other. What me and Douglas present is the historical reality of war. That's what that is what we're presenting. It's nothing to do with what's right and what's wrong. It's got nothing to do with that. We're not standing on a point where we're advocating war or anything like that to that level or that degree or that nature. It's what we're presenting to people is an education. It's making it
and that's what I love. And so thank you for saying that, because that's what I want and crave and need, because again, you can't really understand and truly move forward if you don't understand true history, right?
Yes, absolutely.
So you've got to do that. But then at the same time, like I remember one of the first times I was on here and I was saying, well, we'll stop. And I was just stopping someone from saying something. I was saying, but we're going, what I wasn't trying to say, let's not talk about history because that's what we are. But I was like, when do we talk about the future? Because so I guess maybe that's why I was brought here, because I do think we also need to, that's what the point is, put out the truth about the history. And then also let's start moving to and how can we put the truth out? And then also keep the realization that there is a positive movement forward that we can also promote. Exactly. That doesn't have to be the past again, that we don't have to keep living in the same circle, that we are capable of getting out of it. That's why we are humans. But that's why Douglas is here. That's why you chose to, you both choose to speak out the truth, because you believe in not doing the same circle and believe in the truth. And that's what gets us out of continuing to repeat mistakes, right? So I guess that would be where I'm so thankful for both of you to just put that out there and educate everyone. And thank you for educating me, and anything I provide, I'm like, I appreciate what you said. Like, that's just very meaningful to me. So thank you.
Wonderful.
You're very welcome.
That's wonderful. Of course, I do want to say that as time goes on, we'll have more time to articulate the nuances of what it is I mean. When I say something about war, obviously this is an incredibly complicated topic. I've brought up before the fact that, there's an old kind of mythopoeic concept that the Eskimo people, or basically the Inuit, or the native northern indigenous peoples. Eskimo is really a racist term, but they basically have multiple terms for snow or ice, that they have like supposedly 20 words for the different types of snow and ice because they disambiguate between the different types for their survival. We really need that many types of words for war. War is simply such a generic term. It doesn't do justice to the fact that there's so many different types of conflict and armed conflict, and as the U.S. government has said in a number of forms that started back when I was working with the Department of Defense, the term was violence processing that they were using for different types of warfare. It's semi-ridiculous, but at the same time, understand that there's so many different types of violence. It's somewhat better than war as a term. So we need about 20 different words for war. There are several different kinds of war, and understand that when I speak of war, I do believe in, of course, trying to wage war with a concept of laws of war, a concept of general modes of behavior that one should attempt to live up to, but at the same time, we can go into that more in the future. But
yes. And I would say my last comment would be this, that my biggest thing would be that war is not our ultimate enemy. It is control and power. It is power and the need of more, like, people that take power and continue to want more power. What is that word I'm looking for? The greed of power. Because once you give power and someone takes power over another, period, the power is where the actual, if you really were to go into it, where everything falls apart. Because let's say right now, I could sit here and say right now that I agreed to go to war if we could stop let's say all these evil dictators, all these things that are going on in the world where 2% of the population has all the money, and start making things more equitable, make the world better. Let's say, okay, well, that would take, half the world going or more of the world going to war with these people. If it was going to stop that, okay, yes. The problem then becomes, and what it has always been really, is then when you set up another society, whether you think in America you're going to set up democracy and it sounds great and it's good, the power, at some point when you give power over, the power then it overreaches, and then you just are in the same fucking boat. So it's can we ever then set a society up where there is not a power struggle? And I don't know I don't know. That's a good question. It's what we need, but how do you do it?
Right. Well, we'll talk about that as time progresses.
Yeah.
And
y'all don't like that talk. You're scared of it.
Yeah. Oh, come on, young lady. That's a bit.
It would take hours.
That's a bit. Oh, come on. That's a bit harsh. So
I will let you get into your monologue. I love you both so much. Y'all have a great night.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Take care, bro. Thank
All
you.
right. Yes. Bye, guys. Thank y'all for having me.
Thank you. It was a pleasure. And of course, hugs to you, dear George. And again, we'll be speaking soon, okay?
Yeah, we will be. Thank you very much, Douglas. Thank you for having me on. And thank you. Good night.
Take a quick look at the revised and expanded text on the map. I'll be revising it and expanding it further in the near future. But
thank you, Douglas. Yeah, I've got the link that you sent me. Thank you so much for that. Yeah, and I will revise that. Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay.
And reciprocate it onto you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Hugs.
Take care. So my best to all. I want to thank everybody. Sammy, Romero, if you're with us, do say goodnight. Otherwise, let me see. I'll assume that I'm on alone with a sleepy-headed Diana at the other end somewhere. So Sammy took off. God bless him. Okay, so I want to thank Mr. KP. KP says, Mighty Triple D, you're the best. Your friend, KP. KP contributed 30 United States dollars. I want to thank Mr. Aristide Yornaz. Aristide Yornaz sent $50 United States dollars, and he said, thanks for putting your ass on the line and mooning us every week. By the way, he is being completely respectful with this in a humorous sense. He's talking about Peter Moon, get it? Mooning us every week, putting my ass on the line. And of course, it all is very clever, really. And so aside from that, from these wonderful individuals, there are many others. I'm going to check into the PayPal here and take a look at the the payment from other people and see if that any of this comes through to where I can read this. You've got money, and this is half $100 United States dollars from Sammy Romero, who says, "Thank you, Doug, for being a true friend. Got the clasped hands in prayer, like the Buddhist greeting, and the peacock for the peacock angel. Wonderful human being." And that's Sammy Romero, of course, who appears on this show. Notification of donation received, half $100 United States dollars from Marcus Mazevich in Germany, United Germany, and of course a wonderful human being as well. God bless him. Want these people to understand that I try to get everyone credit for who has been contributing, and so hopefully I've got them all from as of late. I'm trying to see if there's someone else who might have contributed that I might have missed. If that's the case, my profoundest apologies. Yeah, of course, $4.14 from Network Alliance 414, which is why they sent $4.14. That's Common Sense Cures, and I was surprised they sent anything after what I said about them. But yes, it was just, that all works out. So, speaking of economics, again, to emphasize the special nature of this day, what we started off with when our man George Knight came on in the opening hour, the United Kingdom Central Bank intervened in the market to halt an economic crisis yesterday at this point, and in an extraordinary intervention. The Bank of England took emergency action, temporarily undertaking purchases of an unlimited quantity of long-term British government bonds over the coming fortnight, the 14 nights or 12 weeks, to combat a recent slide in British financial assets, a major intervention in financial markets to stabilize the United Kingdom's financial markets and head off a crisis in the broader economy after the government spooked investors with a program of unfunded tax cuts, sending the pound sterling tumbling and the cost of government debt soaring. 45 years ago, that date yesterday, meaning September 28th of 1976, the British pound sterling fell to a low of $1.64 in the foreign exchange market, which was about 12/3 of what it had been worth at the end of 1971. That drop reflecting fears that the Labour government at the time would have been unable to stem Britain's double-digit, inflation. So all of this is very telling this side of the Atlantic in the wake of what happened 45 years ago and what the British did to the very date thereafter, 45 years into the future, but yesterday, and what's happening this side of the Atlantic with our recession watch, where we have very concerning signs of serious economic slowdown emerging as our stock market has recently collapsed. So top line being that we've got a growing rash of economists who are warning the odds of a recession have increased amidst a historic inversion of the yield curve. That's a telltale sign of a looming economic slowdown after the Federal Reserve on, basically yesterday, by now, Wednesday, raised rates to the highest level since the Great Recession and signaled its policy would be more aggressive than previously anticipated. Now, obviously, these weeks pass by very differently for me. I process them very differently than many other people. I live in a sense of cosmological time as opposed to chronological time. And it may have been last week, really, now that I think about it, that the Federal Reserve did what it did. But the key facts that I remember were that yields on the 10-year Treasury surged more than 10 basis points to nab a new 11-year high of 3.829% on Friday into last weekend, while the 2-year Treasury hit a 15-year record of 4.266%, deepening the yield curve inversion to some 0.5 basis points, the widest gap in more than 30 years. See, since July, the yield curve has been inverted. When short-term yields fall below longer-term returns, in a sign investors are more bearish about the economy's long-term prospects, and the inversion only deepened after the Fed midweek last, on Wednesday of Yester Septimania last week, raised rates by 75 basis points and suggested it might institute another unusually large hike again in November. And in a note to clients, the analyst Tom Essay of the Sevens report explained the steepening inversion makes sense because a more aggressive Fed and higher rates that make borrowing more expensive will temper demand and stunt economic growth in hopes of reducing inflation. But he also warned the magnitude of the inversion has become very concerning. His words. Now, a Federal Reserve study. And I'm just checking the live stream here to make certain we've still got connection. I notice Nathan Brooks says, "Greetings, beloved." So thank you, Nathan, for joining us. Deeply appreciate that. Let me check as well. Whatever's coming through on a potential message. Oh yes, the Real Tech Geek mentions that smartphone sales have also declined in the last 10 years. Thank you for that, sir. Deeply appreciate it. Apple ditches the iPhone production increase after demand falters. Apple Incorporated is backing off plans to increase production of its new iPhones this year after an anticipated surge in demand failed to materialize. This is from the Real Tech Geek. Thank you so much, sir. Deeply appreciate it. Let me see if I can return to our call at all, which is always a pain in the ass. I get on something and then I have to get back on call, which is riding on the Sleeping Beauty, Deanna Fraser. God bless her. And going to check as well our live stream in terms of the online broadcasting software. Okay, back to where we were. Basically, there was a Federal Reserve study in 2018, and it found that every recession in the past 60 years has been preceded by a yield curve inversion. And SAA, Tom SAA of the Sevens report, he concludes that the widening gap between the 2-year and 10-year treasuries is, in his words, screaming that a serious economic contraction is coming and everyone should be preparing for a material economic slowdown in the coming months and quarters. And in a Friday note into last weekend, the Bank of America economists said they expect the economy will fall into a recession in the first half of next year, with real GDP, or gross domestic product, falling 1% after adding 5% last year, and unemployment rising to 5.6%, potentially wiping out more than a year of job gains. As for the Fed officials doubled down on their most aggressive economic tightening campaign in 3 decades midweek last, raising interest rates by 0.75 of a percentage point for the 3rd time in a row and pushing borrowing costs to 3.25%, 3.25%, the highest level since 2008, which was the year of the great stock market collapse. Though they had originally projected the federal funds rate would only climb to 3.4% this year, they now project it will climb to 4.4%, suggesting another 75 basis point hike could be on the table in November. Per Mace McCain, the chief investment officer of Frost Investment Advisors, with this new alignment between the Fed and the markets, the questions now are when and how bad the recession will hit. And that, of course, brings us to the stock market. Stocks plunged deeper into bear market territory after the Fed's hawkish message, with major indexes eclipsing yearly lows on Friday into this weekend last. The Standard & Poor's 500 is down 23% this year, and economists at Goldman project it will sink another 3% by December and could take more than a year to recover losses. The tech-heavy NASDAQ has plummeted 32% since January, the Dow nearly 20%. Adam Crisafulli, the founder of Vital Knowledge Media, has been quoted as saying, "Looking out over the next 1 to 2 months, we don't have much conviction at all on equities. Sentiment is palpably horrible." And of course, there's the housing market. Existing home sales fell for the 7th straight month in August as rising interest rates continued to sideline potential home buyers. That's according to the National Association of Realtors, whose site I'm accessing right now. In a statement, the association's chief economist, Lawrence Yun, called the housing sector most sensitive to the Fed's interest rate hikes and said the softness in home sales reflects this year's escalating mortgage rates, which hit a 15-year high of nearly 6.3% last week, driving up the cost of monthly payments on new mortgages by more than 55%, an average of hundreds of dollars each month. As for the labor market, despite pockets of the economy already reeling from the Fed's hawkish policy, the job market remains firmly strong, effectively justifying the aggressive action. Initial jobless claims were little changed last week, and continued claims actually edged lower. However, many experts say it's inevitable that the labor market will soon start to cool. Per Bill Adams, chief economist for Comerica Bank, he says it's possible that the unemployment rate could gently glide higher and wages cool without an outright recession, but it's never happened before. And we have inflation. Though it slowed for a second month straight, inflation clocked in at a worse than expected 8.3% in August, far worse than the Fed's long-standing target of 2%. Bank of America economists project inflation won't return to that level until the end of 2024. All this while we have a mass exodus of draft-eligible men continuing from Russia as fears grow that the Kremlin may close its borders. Of course, Finland and the Baltic nations have closed their borders to these incoming Russian men. The flow of Russian men of fighting age looking to leave the empire persisted yesterday, the day before yesterday by now, amid fears that the government would soon close its borders to stop those trying to evade the new draft. This mass exodus came as dictator Vladimir Putin's government tries to energize the Russian Empire's faltering offensive in Ukraine and looked likely to swiftly annex 4 occupied territories, where referendums on joining the Russian Empire were closing Tuesday, where people were being forced to vote at gunpoint to join the Russian motherland as integral territory. I'll explain that in a minute. So amid this mass exodus from Russia, the Russian Empire's energy war entered a new phase. After mysterious explosions hit 2 Russian gas pipelines and led to leaks on the Nord Stream 1 and Nord Stream 2 pipelines, European leaders are bracing for the worst. These Nord Stream gas pipeline explosions are not only a major escalation of the energy crisis, they signal escalation to hybrid war as Russia weaponizes energy. The senior fellow analyst at the think tank Bruegel Simon Tagliapietra tweeted that today Russia brought its energy weaponization against Europe to the next level, from economic to hybrid war. The European Union called the explosions a deliberate act, and the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, pointed to sabotage. Now, here we have these explosions at Nord Stream gas pipelines, marking a major escalation in the European energy crisis, already stemming from Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And it's the analyst that I'm sourcing, Simone Tagliapietra, a senior fellow at the Brussels-based think tank Bruegel, who tweeted that Russia has brought its energy weaponization against Europe to the next level, from economic to hybrid war. Need to adjust our response and preparedness accordingly. I had to look that tweet up so I could remember that last sentence. I didn't remember it when I first quoted it, so I had to look it up to get it. This was again tweeted the day before yesterday by now on Tuesday of this week. These explosions occurred on the same day that a separate gas pipeline from Norway to Poland that flows in the same vicinity of the Nord Stream pipelines officially opened. Tagliapietra also tweeted that security and surveillance of key infrastructure across Europe should be reinforced. He warned, if what we have seen today happens at any of our pipelines from Norway or Algeria during the winter, we are in real trouble. And the European Union, it cannot be overemphasized, called these explosions a deliberate act, and NATO has pointed to sabotage. Both Norway and Denmark have increased security measures surrounding their oil and gas infrastructure. The United States is supporting efforts to investigate the apparent sabotage of the Nord Stream pipelines, and a national security advisor has confirmed that senior German lawmakers have pointed the finger at the Russian Empire. Now, the United States Central Intelligence Agency has warned United Germany weeks ago about potential attacks on Nord Stream, as was reported the day before yesterday in the Deutschen Sprach, or the German language magazine, Der Spiegel, or The Speaker. And while Nord Stream 1 and Nord Stream 2 are shuttered and not delivering gas to Europe, European natural gas futures jumped 11%. But yesterday, by now, on Wednesday of this week, as investors assessed the new risks to pipelines. Russia's Gazprom also threatened to shut down a gas pipeline that runs through Ukraine, which is the last one that still serves Western Europe. Now, Europe is contending with an energy crisis in response to a major gas crunch as Russia's war on Ukraine continues. The Kremlin has halted flows to a swath of countries and has threatened to cut off more if countries join in on Western sanctions and penalties in response to Moscow's war. Now, Europe's energy crisis is destroying the multipolar world. The European and the Russian Empire are losing their competitive edge thereby. That leaves the American and Communist Chinese empires to duke it out. The ongoing energy conflict between the Russian Empire and the West means that period of multipolarity is now over. Though Russia's arsenal of nuclear weapons will not go away, the empire will find itself a junior partner to a Commu-Chinese-led sphere of influence. The relatively small impact of the energy crisis on the American economy, meanwhile, will be cold comfort for Washington geopolitically. The withering of Europe will ultimately degrade the power of these United States, which has long counted the subcontinent, we call it the continent surely as a respect for its historical impact. It's truly a subcontinent like Asian India, the European superpeninsula, I mean. We've counted it always as a friend. The energy crisis provoked by the war in Ukraine may prove so economically destructive to both the Russian Empire and the European Union that it could eventually diminish both as great powers on the world stage. The implication of this shift, still dimly understood, is that we appear to be moving swiftly to a bipolar world dominated by two superpowers, the Communist Chinese Empire and these United States. If we consider the post-Cold War moment of unipolar American dominance as lasting from 1991 to the financial crises of 2008, then we can treat the period from 2008 to February of this year, when Russia invaded Ukraine, as a period of quasi-multipolarity. Red China was rising fast, but the European Union's economic size and growth prior to 2008 gave it a legitimate claim as one of the world's great powers. The Russian Empire's economic resurgence since about 2003 and continued military strength put it on the map as well. Leaders from New Delhi, the capital of Asian India, to Berlin, to Moscow, hailed multipolarity as the new structure of global affairs. Across Europe, politicians and policymakers are now bracing for a winter of discontent caused by spiraling energy prices and high inflation due to the double whammy of the costs of the pandemic and Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Now, despite what I've said about the waning of European power and the fact that the coming winter promises to be dark and difficult on a scale of the Game of Thrones, doomsters may still be proven wrong in anticipating that the war effort in Ukraine's support will divide European Union. European unity can endure this winter of discontent. If most political leaders had hitherto chosen a low-key narrative to justify the war effort, Europeans returning from their holidays are hearing another message, that the war could break the recently found unity in the European Union and even in NATO. We have been here before, as the past years of crises have repeatedly shown. The brink of disaster has sowed paralyzing nationalist and Eurosceptic populism, with the EU emerging progressively weaker and divided. Pro-Russian populists, somewhat quieted by the scale of the atrocities committed in Ukraine, are still a political force in Europe, evenly winning the Italian elections. The would-be autocrat Viktor Orban consolidated his hold on Magyarország, Hungary, in his April election, fixed as it was. Marine Le Pen's National Assembly tripled its numbers in the French Assembly in the June parliamentary election. Italy's election of September 25th, but a few days agone, resulted in a right-wing coalition government led by a far-right nationalist party, the Brothers of Italy, heir to the post-fascist party, and trois pro-Russian parties. Coupled with the likely cost of living protests, governments across Europe will find it hard to justify their continued financial, military, and humanitarian support of Ukraine. But there be reasons for cautious optimism that the European Union, NATO, and its members will stick to their resolve. It has belatedly sunk in and changed the mindset of European politicians and government that Russian dictator Vladimir Putin's strategy is to divide Europa. This is now also a war tactic. And with this, the gap between European Kremlin hawks and doves has shrunk out of necessity, even if it still exists in public opinion. February 24th, 2022 did lead to a cognitive change in understanding the Russian enemy. Aside from strategic perceptions, there are some very concrete reasons why European Union unity can endure. Firstly, as the Ukraine support tracker of the Kiel Institute for the World Economy shows, the military and financial support still relies heavily on these United States in terms of leadership and material support. this will not end in the foreseeable future. Within European Union itself, the countries most invested in supporting Ukraine, Estonia, Poland, Latvia, Lithuania, in this order that I've just given, are not going to buckle in a cost of living crisis. For them, this war is existential. So there is a disconnect between the countries driving the EU's support and those that fear social unrest. This last week, the European Union diplomats staved off yet another Hungarian threat to the continuity of sanctions. This is a familiar pattern since 2014, when Russia first invaded Ukraine. But Brussels, the erstwhile capital of Europa, has never reversed its sanctions policy. Insofar as supporting Ukraine is concerned, Europe as a whole looks set to remain committed. Secondly, the type of whole-of-government response that the EU has adopted entails locking in interdependence between policies and among EU members. Policymakers are, even as I speak, engaged in highly complicated negotiations over the complex and so far insufficiently integrated energy market. The solutions they will find are likely to strengthen mutual solidarity in the energy field, potentially laying the foundations of a belated energy union of sorts. Weaning Europe off Russian gas and accelerating the transition towards green energy cannot be reversed at the obstruction of one member state. These are structural and material shifts. Thirdly, these policy choices are whole of government because of their spillover into other policy areas. The war has prompted a series of interconnected responses: energy and climate, migration and temporary protection of refugees, security and defense, food security, and agriculture. In and of themselves, they may not be game changers, but they each contribute to locking in cooperation, making it harder to press the rewind button. This follows similar interdependencies that the EU's response to the coronavirus pandemic underscored. Without tracking the process of each of these areas of EU activity, there is one common denominator that could sustain cooperation by necessity: footing the bill. The costs of the pandemic, the war effort, and the reconstruction of Ukraine will be exorbitant, and public debt is suddenly no longer a taboo. If the EU institutions and member states can use the opportunity to address the disjuncture between its monetary union and fiscal policies, it is even possible to imagine a strengthened EU emerging from the horrors of this war. It goes sans saying that there be plenty of counterarguments, risks, and some wishful thinking. Europe is still dependent on these United States, despite its significant decisions on security and defense. The EU has made the historical commitment to accept, eventually, Ukraine and Moldova, but its track record in the Balkans is far from a continent-wide policy of transformation, such as that developed after the Second World War. Alongside the challenge of becoming a regional power is the need to reach out to the rest of the world, which is on the chessboard of geopolitical actors and no longer that attracted to the West. And perhaps most importantly, it is not yet a given that the European Union will manage to use the war effort as a vehicle to promote a green transition. One final thought on this particular topic. It is possible that the shape of the union that will emerge from this will not be to most conventional persons' liking. It may be more protectionist than liberals will like, more interventionist than Democrats will like. It may lose some members, pushing back on greater integration. It may be a more inward-looking than internationalists would like. But as long as the diversity of opinion between left and right, nationalists and internationalists, federalists and intergovernmentalists lasts, it will still be a good place. Now England, on the other hand. Do we have an iron lady emergent on the Isles of Saxonia? The British Prime Ministress, Liz Truss, would like to think of herself as a new Margaret Thatcher, but she is inheriting economic turmoil and Brexit headaches. But this brings us to the surprising potential of King Charles's reign. In summary, the United Kingdom's constitution will not change, but he could subtly influence policy in one specific area. Nobody can be certain how the reign of King Charles III will play out, but we can be sure of one thing that will not happen. Despite being far more controversial than his mother, Elizabeth II, and far less popular than his oldest son, Prince William, Charles will not be deposed, either to hand his crown to his son, or, even more dramatically, to make way for his kingdom to become a republic. Unlike most of Europe's monarchs in recent decades, Charles will keep his job for life. How can I be so sure? The reason is simple and reflects an important truth about the United Kingdom. Apart from trois spasms in the 17th century, its story is one of persistent pragmatism and gradual change. National constitutions tend to comest in trois varieties: those that bend and those that shatter. Some shatter as a result of revolution, civil war, coup d'etat, or military catastrophe. These upheavals have afflicted the great majority of European countries in the past century, and their constitutions have been torn up and rewritten as a result, sometimes more than once. In contrast, the United Kingdom has endured no such catharsis for more than 3 centuries. They beheaded one king in 1649 at the end of a brutal civil war, and banished another to exile in 1688, following the bloodless, glorious revolution. But since then, their constitution has been bent continuously, but never shattered. Step by step, power is shifted from the monarch to parliament, too slowly for many, but fast enough to ward off turning the United Kingdom into but another fucking republic. Even today, the tyranny Britain suffered during their brief experiment of living without a monarch between 1649 and 1660 is seen as a stain upon their history. So the circumstances in which they might get rid of their monarchy have not arisen and, for all their current problems, show no signs whatsoever of erupting any time soon. To say as that is not to claim any democratic virtue in selecting a head of state through the hereditary principle. However, only a minority of Britons believe their constitutional monarchy does any great harm. In fact, most of them think that in various soft power ways it does quite good. They have a classic example of an arrangement that works in practice, even as they struggle to explain how it can possibly work in theory. There is another reason why their constitution bends but doesn't shatter. It is commonly said that the United Kingdom lacks a written constitution at all. This is half true. Yes, they lack a single document bearing that name, but the elements of a constitution, the rules that govern the ways in which they operate as a society, do exist in written form. They comprise countless laws passed and amended through the centuries. Some last longer than others. From time to time, judges still draw on the words of the Magna Carta from 800 years agone to decide their rulings. The point here being that the United Kingdom's constitution resembles the pages of a loose-leaf binder, those police manuals I spracketh of, more than those of a leather-bound book. Fairly frequently, old pages are removed and new ones inserted. Thus, gradually, and usually in small ways, the constitution of the Greater British Empire evolves. Because it can be bent relatively easily, it hasn't yet needed to shatter. Insofar as the future can be predicted at all, the Constitution will not shatter while Charles is king of the realm. Pragmatism apart, what will his reign be like? Here the crystal ball turns cloudy, but it is bound to be different from his mother's in 12 major ways. First, Britannia in 2022 is vastly different than it was in 1952, when Elizabeth became his queen. The empire of old has gone. Despite having nuclear weapons, the United Kingdom is no longer a global military power. In the aftermath of World War II, the United Kingdom was easily Europe's largest economy. It now lags behind Deutschland, the new United Germany, and struggles to keep up with France and Italy. Even so, they are still far richer than they were and socially much more liberal. Britain's population is more varied by ethnicity, religion, and family roots than it was 70 years agone. And the concept of the United Kingdom itself is open to question today in a way it wasn't then, with the possibility that either Scotland or Northern Ireland, or both, might vote to leave the United Kingdom while Charles is on the throne. Just as the United Kingdom is now different from the United Kingdom in 1952, so Charles today is different from Elizabeth then. This brings us to the second major contrast in the accession. She was 25 years old, with no known views on any public policy. He is 73, with half a century of involvement in various controversies. We know what he thinks about a range of issues, of which climate change is perhaps the most significant. Charles has been passionate about the environment for decades, long before we all learned to be concerned about global warming. His own carbon footprint is inevitably large, but he has to set a good example where he can. He has installed solar panels and heat pumps on his estates, purchased electrical vehicles, and powered his Aston Martin mainly from bioethanol derived from surplus English white wine and fermented whey from the cheese process. Charles has already said he will abide by the constitutional principle to avoid controversy as king. Every speech he makes will be cleared by his government. However, his people and his government ministers know the strength of his views on a subject that has the power to shape the destiny of life on our planet in this century and beyond. That fact alone gives him the potential for real influence, even if he never says anything in public about it ever again, though he will surely make his views known privately to the Prime Minister in at least some of the weekly meetings. From time to time, as now with the soaring price of gas, ministers might want to relax policies designed to reduce carbon emissions, but they may hold back for fear of being seen to contradict King Charles's known and deeply held views, views that, deep down, most of them know are right. The British subjects of the crown, to be more accurate, their grandchildren, should not be surprised if, decades from now, Charles's lasting reputation flows not from anything he says or does as king, but simply from their knowledge of his passionate commitment to a greener planet and the impact that passion could have on the policies of the Greater British Empire, and, possibly thereby, other countries. In this way, This approach would continue the pragmatism that past monarchs have demonstrated and show that pragmatism can be the ally of principle and not its rival. Now, the pure evil that is represented by the Russian Empire, and of course, the evil of other empires taking advantage of that evil to feed their own empires, is what promotes the latest round of brutal violence that be aimed as much against Russia as against Armenia. The genetic heritage site, the ultimate womb world of my own son that I've adopted. Azerbaijan's military action in Armenia has gravely damaged chances of a settlement. EU-mediated negotiations, the only viable peace talks, need greater international support. There are more storm clouds gathering over Armenia and the aggressor Azerbaijan. In normal times, the latest upsurge in violence in the South Caucasus would have attracted a lot more attention. Nearly 300 soldiers died in a large-scale Azerbaijani incursion into the territory of Armenia this month, mid-month. The Ides of September is dated the 13th through the 14th. Armenia confirms that 202 of its own soldiers and 5 civilians died or are missing. Azerbaijan has put its losses at 80 soldiers. Let's not forget that these are countries with very small populations, where these awful numbers resonate even more strongly. A ceasefire has stopped what was by far the worst violence since the 44-day war of 2020 between those two countries. But Azerbaijani forces appear to be still in control of territory in border areas of Armenia. What exactly happened? The fighting occurred only a fortnight, 14 nights, 12 weeks after a fourth round of EU-mediated high-level talks in Brussels between the 12 leaders, Azerbaijani President Ilham Aliyev and Armenian Prime Minister Nikol Pashinyan, where progress was being made. Importantly, it followed on the heels of Russia's military humiliation by Ukraine in the Kharkiv province. Some media reports have misleadingly described the fighting as border clashes and made reference to the disputed territory of Nagorno-Karabakh, the locus of conflict for more than 30 years. But no fighting took place in the Karabakh, now a base for Russian peacekeepers, or indeed in Azerbaijani territory. It was all inside the territory of Armenia itself, my son's genetic homeland. In fact, indeed, as far as we can ascertain, he might actually have been born there. Of course, he wouldn't be able to consciously remember that. Understand that his past is much in question in a number of ways, as I purchased him off the streets as a child, being prostituted by a black pimp at that time, running away from his parents who had rejected him when he was a girl because of what was then her gender dysphoria. Now, Azerbaijan said there were Armenian provocations, a claim which, of course, cannot be verified because it's a lie. Eyewitnesses describe heavy shelling of military targets and civilian infrastructure in, amongst other places, the village of Sotk and the resort town of Yermouk, whose civilian population was evacuated. There be credible reports of atrocities and the hideous desecration of 2 dead Armenian female soldiers. Since winning an overwhelming victory in the war of 2020 with the help of the Turkish Empire and Israel, Azerbaijani President Ilham Aliyev has used what a senior Azerbaijani described as a strategy of coercive diplomacy against Armenia, a mix of negotiations and force. What used to be called gunboat diplomacy in the age of world-spanning maritime empires. Having achieved most, but not all, of his war aims in 2020, Aliyev has new goals. The first one is compelling Armenia to sign a peace treaty in which it renounces claims on the Armenian-majority region of Karabakh. That will lead, of course, to a campaign of extermination of the people in that vital zone. The second, a demarcation of the Armenia-Azerbaijani border that suits Azerbaijan. The third is a new road, rail, and link across Armenian territory to the exclave of Nakhchivan, which it calls the Zangajur Corridor, with minimal checks and controls, of course. The latest round of violence is the most brutal and dangerous since 2020. It seems aimed as much against Russia as against Armenia. Russia is obliged to assist Armenia, both thanks to a bilateral defense treaty and to their joint membership of the CSTO, the Collective Security Treaty Organization, the Eurasian NATO. But the Russian Empire is also, of course, almost flat on its back, with its ass somehow simultaneously in the air in Ukraine. Azerbaijan looks intent on proving both that the Russian Empire is slow to support its ally and that the CSTO is a paper tiger, as its failure to act over Tajikistan's cross-border attacks in Kyrgyzstan also demonstrates. All this year, Armenia and Azerbaijan have been engaged in negotiations mediated by Charles Michel, president of the European Council. The violence yesterday, last week, does not mean, as some commentators have asserted, that the talks were a sham or a waste of time. They actually made a lot of progress. The two sides agreed the substance of a deal on transportation routes earlier in the summer before the Russians raised some complications, which halted everything. Over the summer, they worked intensively on texts which square an interstate treaty, Azerbaijan's demand, with provisions for the rights and security of the Karabakh Armenians, Armenia's demand. The problem is one that has dogged all mediators in the Armenian-Azerbaijani conflict since 1991. No one pays a price for saying no. Condemnation for bad behavior is weak. For Azerbaijani actions last week, just as it was for egregious behavior by both sides, such as the Armenian occupation of the Azerbaijani territories prior to 2020. Leaders feel they can renounce in public what they agreed to in private, play for time, or use force. There is also the problem of forum shopping. Russia is still a mediator with powerful interests, even if it is not trusted as an honest broker. Moscow has also reportedly commenced up with a draft peace treaty, which indefinitely postpones the issue of the status of Karabakh, a formula that the Armenians like more than the European proposal. Simultaneously, these United States, whilst strongly supportive of the European Union, also raised Armenian hopes by appointing a new Caucasus envoy, Phil Rieker, who is named as co-chair of the OSCE Minsk group, the previous mediation mechanism that Yerevan, the capital of Armenia, favors. Just so people understand, the OSCE is a very important organization, one of the most important that you've never heard of, the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe. That being said, the point to be made is that the Blitz solidarity visit to Armenia by U.S. Congress Speaker Nancy Pelosi, who visited my own Taiwan, sends more mixed messages. the European Union itself comes across as ambiguous. In July, European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen visited Baku, capital of Azerbaijan, on a mission to buy Azerbaijani gas. In her public remarks, she called Azerbaijan a reliable, trustworthy partner and did not mention the words peace or conflict even once. Azerbaijanis interpreted this as a big PR, public relations victory. The real meaning of PR is propaganda. Whatever he intended or knew, this may be the moment when President Aliyev of Azerbaijan overplayed his hand. The latest fighting has undermined the domestic standing of a serious interlocutor, Armenian Prime Minister Pashinyan, who has committed himself to talks with both Azerbaijan and Turkey in the teeth of domestic opposition. It has also triggered dissent inside Azerbaijan for the first time, even among some who supported the 2020 war. A pro-peace activist was sentenced to 30 days in prison. A prominent independent expert called Aliyev maximalist and irredentist, and blamed him for squandering a historic opportunity to make his peace with Armenia. As funerals take its place in Armenia and Azerbaijan, there will now be new efforts to get the leaders back to negotiations. For it to have any chance of success, the Charles Michel process, currently the only viable one, needs much stronger support from the European Commission, the EU member states, and these United States. If it peters out or fails, the two dismal alternatives are that mediation again defaults to Moscow, or worse, that the two sides get ready to fight the next war. Which brings us to the immediate question. Why is Putin upping the ante in Ukraine? From special operation to defensive war. The Kremlin's propaganda defeat explains it all. Now, in the 3 hours remaining, Nathan A. Brooks says, if you would like an extra voice so you can get a break, then I will be with you, DDD Sensei. Thank you, sir. Thank you. I can't remember whether he's even got a Skype account or not. I think I accepted his Skype account friendship. So, yeah, we can do that in the future sometime. Yes, wonderful. Russian leadership seemed to think that the best course of action was to retain the appearance of ordinary life. Now, all of that could change. Rapidly unfolding events in the Russian Empire are effectively transforming the conflict in Ukraine from a special operation on someone else's territory into a war to defend supposedly Russian land. The Russian dictator Vladimir Putin has raised the stakes in his war against Ukraine, announcing a partial mobilization on September 21st, meaning 300,000 reservist troops can now be sent to fight in Ukraine. Let me try and validate Our Lady Brooke Gibson's point by articulating the monstrous cynicism of Putin's draft. Vladimir Putin's latest steps in the war, his mobilization of hundreds of thousands of Russians, and his sham referendums in occupied areas of Ukraine, which he plans to annex, reflect a new level of not just risk, but outright monstrousness. His behavior is monstrous not only to Ukrainians, nothing new there, but also to his own citizens. He is drafting them into the army and sending them to the front lines completely unprepared. Contrary to his pledge, the call-up is not excluded to reservists. Men who have never been in the army are getting called up too. Even most of those with time in the army have no experience in combat. Russia hasn't fought a ground war since Afghanistan. Fighting in Chechnya and Syria was confined mainly to bombing and shelling. Most armies give new recruits several months of training before sending them off to fight. The new Russian draftees are getting 2 weeks at most. Their purpose is to plug up holes in the Russian army's defenses, to keep Ukrainian soldiers from breaking through and enveloping them. In other words, they are serving strictly as cannon fodder, to make sure that Russia has enough troops to hold the line, even if a lot of them get killed. And because they will be forming in tighter concentrations, a lot of them will get killed. If they're ordered to go on the offensive, they are certain to get killed, or perhaps scatter in desertion more quickly. Take just 2 minutes and watch this appalling phone video of a Russian commander cynically telling his new men that he has no idea what they'll be doing, where they'll be going, what arms they'll be carrying. I'll put the link right here in stream. So here we are, and check that out. If not now, then later. He tells them, "I came here 3 days ago just like you. I've never seen this regiment before." No leadership, no unit cohesion, no sense of mission, no skills. This is an army holding on for dear life. Or rather, this is the sign of a dictator, Putin himself, holding on for dear life, not caring how many of his own people he has to sacrifice to avoid ignominious defeat. It gets worse. The referendums in 4 Russia-occupied districts, Donetsk, Luhansk, Zaporizhzhia, and Kherson, held to determine whether the residents would like to join Russia, didn't so much as pretend to be free or fair. Women with ballots knocked on doors. Masked men with guns showed the residents which box to check. And so, between 87 and 99% of them are said to have voted for annexation. This means that men in these streets will now be eligible for the draft as well, and ordered as good, loyal Russians to shoot their once fellow Ukrainians. Another recipe for demoralization, desertion, and easy marks for Ukrainian bullets, bombs, and missiles. It's not just the poor grunts who will suffer, and many, perhaps most, of these grunts don't want to be in the war. The latest reports telling of soldiers and intelligence agents stopping young men trying to flee the country and slapping them with draft notices. The officers will suffer too. Most officers want to take care of their soldiers, if for no other reason than to make sure they stay alert, develop some loyalty, and fight well. An officer's standing, his chance of promotion, decorations, and so forth, depends on how well his units do. In other words, officers are going to hate this draft. It's one reason why many American officers prefer an all-volunteer military. They prefer to lead troops who want to be there. Of course, I've explained how that doesn't function that way in America because you have a cult that has recruited those who are unworthy of employment or unemployable anywhere else. Criminals that have no option but to join the military or join it for the reason of killing and raping children, which is what the Army gives them a chance to do without legal repercussions. Your military is based on a bunch of baby-raping Satanists, a cult that must be put down, replaced with a draft. That's America. In Russia, the entire effect is completely inverse, as you might imagine, or should understand, and things work differently there. The situation now is that their draft sucks. It's not entirely clear how Putin will pull this off. Who's going to train these units? To the extent they're trained at all. Non-commissioned officers who usually do this are already fighting in the war. Who will lead them once they come onto the battlefield? There's already a shortage of Russian officers. Where will they get enough food? water, places to sleep, much less ammunition, flak jackets, helmets, and the like. Supply shortages are already a problem too. If his commanders do manage to rouse and deploy all these draft days to the front, and if they hold the front lines through winter, Putin will have at least pulled off the feat, albeit at enormous cost, of stretching out the war until next year, by which time he hopes Kiev's Western allies will begin to lose patience after having lost their own civilian lives through the frigid months of darkness that will doubtless be the hardest Europe has faced since World War II. However, if the lines falter, even with all the extra troops, the military chiefs, some of whom are said to be losing patience with Putin already, may decide enough is enough. And as more soldiers come home in body bags, ordinary Russians may decide that as well. Some thought this might happen at the start of the war, but it turned out many mothers were proud, or were convinced by state media propaganda to be proud, of their sons' sacrifice. However, if the dead young men were sent to Ukraine against their will, or if they were contract soldiers whose well-paid 6-month terms were indefinitely extended, another aspect of Putin's mobilization, then attitudes could shift very quickly. This leads to the other risk in Putin's calculation, the risk to his own rule. In the 7 months since this war began, he has steadily stepped up the stakes. First, he claimed that he merely wanted to halt Ukraine's genocide in Donetsk and Luhansk. Then he invaded all of Ukraine with an aim to toppling President Volodymyr Zelensky's neo-Nazi government. Then he talked about eliminating Ukraine as a nation, which he claimed didn't exist anyway. Then he viewed the battle as a holy war against the West and Western-influenced scum at home, many of whom swiftly emigrated, and as a holy mission to restore the greater Russian Empire, which he is now trying to get underway with the pretend annexation of bigger chunks of Ukraine. Checking some incoming notifications here. And Francesca Simone marked herself as safe during Hurricane Ian across Florida. She was a good friend of Laura Lee Solomon, one of my former manageresses, gone sour, as they all have, right? Well, from what you should understand by what I'm articulating about Vlad Putin, he is all in, well past the point where the offer of any exit ramps might tempt him to back off. He sees the outcome of this war as his legacy. If he wins, Russian school children will recite his name in the same breath as Peter the Great. If he wreaks much more damage, with nothing to show for it, then he faces the possible fate of infamy and ouster, another bearer of crimes and harebrained schemes. Which brings us to Russia's army itself, an overestimated power in the war against Ukraine, if ever there was one. At the outset of the invasion of Ukraine, Russian dictator Vladimir Putin believed in a quick victory that did not come to pass. How strong is Russia's army really? After the fall of the Soviet Union, Moscow did everything it could to maintain its status as a superpower, including as a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council. When it became as clear that the Russian Empire could not claim a right to the spot as an economic power, it instead defined its greatness in military terms. Over the decades, Russia's army has been touted as one of the strongest, if not the strongest, in all the world. Indeed, a nuclear-armed military. As if to remind the world of this fact, dictator Vladimir Putin has regularly treated both Russians and the world to perfectly choreographed parades and military exercises. How powerful an army really is, however, cannot be demonstrated by goose-stepping on the Red Square, but on the battlefield. The Russians are being shown up by a much smaller army in Ukraine, an army that didn't even exist until a few years ago. How can that be? Just how big is Putin's army? According to Marguerite Klein of the German Institute for International and Security Affairs, on paper, the Russian armed forces claim to have 1 million soldiers, and in the near future, 1.1 million. But the real size is much smaller. A large number of the deployable Russian units have already been used in Ukraine. Exact casualty numbers are difficult to determine, but American intelligence believes Russia has suffered at least tens of thousands of dead and wounded. The very idea that Russia has infinite reserves of deployable soldiers is a far cry from reality. George Barros of the Institute for the Study of War, an American think tank, has emphasized that the course of this war, the course it's taken so far, proves that the world has long overestimated the strength of the Russian army. It took till now for a think tanker to conclude what I have always told you for years and years, a decade by now, from my Revolution Radio days when everybody said I was crazy. That, anyone who even thinks about war against Russia is a madman. Now, the goal of Putin's recent partial mobilization push is only to maintain the current front line after all the losses. Men sent to the front without training or equipment. Reservists need to be trained and equipped before they deploy to war. However, many will now receive only 1 or 2 months of training, which is far from enough, if that. Others are even being sent to the front lines without any training or equipment. The only thing these conditions are likely to accomplish is increasing the casualty numbers. According to the American-based Russian security expert, Pavel Lutzin, Ukraine will never abandon the fight, even as Putin's henchmen carry out sham referendums in the east of the country. Furthermore, Russia's arms industry is not in any position to provide significant amounts of supplies in the short term. Certainly not for those currently being drafted. They are now using old weapons and bullets that have been in storage since Soviet times. Then again, it is unclear how many of these stored weapons have already been sold as the result of corruption, or if they are even in working order anymore. The Russian arms industry lacks the necessary microchips for high-precision weapons and other spare parts. The only advantage Russia has, really, is a greater population at its disposal to draft into the military. However, any army needs more soldiers, but every army needs more than soldiers to be successful. It needs modern weapons, good training, leadership, motivation, and logistical planning. The state of Russia's military strength can also be illustrated by the groups of people currently being drafted. This observation has been backed up by numerous stories and videos posted to social media. To quote the aforecited defense expert Barros, simply putting more men on the front lines is not going to solve the problem the Russians have. There are men there who are over 50 years old and have health problems. The well-trained and well-equipped mercenaries have also not had the desired impact. So that leaves us to intimidating the West with talk of nuclear weapons. Experts concur that using the specter of nuclear weapons is meant to intimidate the West. The goal is to undermine the West's support for the Ukraine. Militarily, the deployment of nuclear weapons would achieve nothing. They could have some use politically, but their deployment is unlikely given that it would almost certainly lose Russia the key support, the support of key allies, Red China and Asian India. And as Marguerite Klein has said, this threat is not new. They have suffered major losses in terms of soldiers killed or injured. However, other experts, such as Ted Gallen Carpenter of the Cato Institute in Washington, point out that, in his words, if Putin is faced with the choice of either using nuclear weapons or having to answer for his crimes in an international court, he will choose the nuclear option. Carpenter said that Putin still wants to end the conflict quickly, and that if Ukraine and the West showed a willingness to negotiate, Moscow would probably come to the table. On the other hand, Klein, Barros, and Lutzen all agree that the war will only really come to an end if the West either abandons Ukraine completely or Putin suffers a total defeat. The previous day, prior mass mobilization, with no prior announcement, amendments to Russian law were introduced to the Duma, their parliament, and immediately passed in 3 readings. They stipulate harsh penalties for failing to report for military duty, surrendering, or refusing to fight. That same day, the Russian imposed administrations of all the regions of Ukraine currently partially or wholly occupied by Russian troops submitted requests to hold referendums on becoming part of the Russian Empire as early as the end of this week. The message sent to the West by the combination of these 3 developments I've articulated is this: you chose to fight us in Ukraine. Now try to fight us in Russia itself, or, to be precise, what we call Russia. The hope is that the West will balk at this. At home, meanwhile, these events transform the conflict from a special operation on someone else's territory into a fight to defend supposedly Russian land, granting the Kremlin almost unlimited rights in terms of what it demands it can make of the general public. The idea of foreign troops crossing Russia's borders, even if the border is not where it was only yesterday, is being abused by Putin to justify reconfiguring the special operation into a war, embarking on partial mobilization, and ramping up the threat to use nuclear weapons. In his speech on September 21st, Putin said, "Those who try to blackmail us with nuclear weapons should know that the prevailing winds can turn in their direction." Russia may also now start targeting Ukrainian sites it had previously been reluctant to attack. The truth is that time is not on Moscow's side, and the human, material, and diplomatic resources needed for the special operation are running out, prompting Putin to take decisive action to try to end the war as soon as possible, cut its losses, and keep its gains. If he doesn't succeed in ending the war, then he can at least put the blame for that on other people and turn his invasion of a neighboring country into a defensive war in the hope that that distinction will make the conflict more legitimate in the eyes of ordinary Russians, leaving the Kremlin free to make whatever decisions and take whatever measures it deems necessary. The problem is that Russia's opponents do not believe that Russia has the right to any of its gains in this war. Since the beginning of this war, there has been a divide within the Russian regime between the party of war and the party of the special operation. The latter party believed that only professional soldiers should be involved in the conflict, and that it should remain on the periphery of everyday life, which should largely continue as normal. The party of war, in contrast, believes that the invasion of Ukraine should fundamentally change everything in Russia itself, from the economy to cultural and everyday life. This party backs up full mobilization and would like to see the confiscation of assets from the business community and an end to consumer culture in Russia, period. For a long time, it seemed to the Russian leadership that the best course of action was to retain the appearance of ordinary life, and that the market economy and a consumerist society were the best guarantee of weathering sanctions. Now all of that could change. In Putin's anti-logic, he was not lying when he insisted that Russia was not at war with Ukraine and was carrying out a limited special operation there. For Russia has not deployed all of its troops there, has avoided carpet bombing, and most importantly, has largely avoided sending conscripts to fight in Ukraine. In addition, the operation was planned to last for months, if that, not years. Officials made no secret of this. And it is entirely in keeping with Putin's modus operandi as a former Secret Services officer. His ascent to the Kremlin at the end of 1999, the decimation of the TV channel NTV and Yukos Oil and Gas Company, the choosing of a successor to Putin in 2008, the year of the stock market collapse, his return to power in 2011, the year my mother was murdered, the year of Fukushima Daiichi, through 2012, what the Mayans predicted as the end of the world as we knew it, the changing of the Constitution to reset the clock on presidential terms, to be infinite in his case, and even the Second Chechen War and annexation of the Crimea were all carried out within the time frame, up to 6 months, of a special operation. Until recently, therefore, Putin was firmly in the special military operation camp, if not its leader. But the war has been raging for 7 months by now, and now Ukraine is fighting back and regaining some of its lost territory. The Russian army's chaotic retreat from Kharkiv heralded a victory for the party of war and mobilization. Logically, that retreat could have caused plans for referendums in the occupied areas to be postponed indefinitely or abandoned altogether. After all, it's far more shameful to lose part of one's country than occupied territory with undefined status. Nor can you simply abandon your own territory and, well, to go and reinforce other parts of the front, as Russia has explained its actions in Kharkiv. The fact that the Kremlin has taken completely the opposite approach and set imminent dates for the referendums looks almost like some kind of superstitious attempt to break free from a curse. For while it is generally accepted among Russian people that their country might suffer military defeat beyond its own borders, in a people's war on their own land, Russia will always prevail. The anti-logic, therefore, appears to be that if the Kremlin maketh the occupied land part of Russia itself, as it once was before, then victory is secure. Legally redefining the occupied areas as Russian territory is unlikely to put a stop to attempts to take them back, but it will help the Kremlin solve several tasks. Seizing entire regions of another country with the involvement of few troops requires the cooperation of a significant proportion of the local population. So far, Moscow has found enough Ukrainians, though far fewer than it was counting on when it launched its invasion, who are either pro-Russian or simply sufficiently indifferent to be able to run the occupied regions. But following the Russian retreat from Kharkiv, when collaborators were left behind, people will be more reluctant to cooperate. The referendums send a message to people in the occupied territories that Russia's territorial intentions are serious. Another problem has been the number of contract soldiers who have refused to fight in Ukraine on the grounds that under the terms of their contracts, they are not obliged to take part in fighting on foreign territory. Declaring the occupied Ukrainian regions part of Russia would remove those grounds. Russian officials have always said that the goals of the special operation would be achieved come what may. This was a convenient formulation since the goals were so vague that they could be changed at any time. If it proved impossible to take just all of Ukraine, Russia could limit itself to taking the country's south and east. If that proved unfeasible, it could limit itself to the territory of the Donetsk and Luhansk regions. If that could not be done, as it hasn't right now, Russia could stop at what it already has and boost the status of its war spoils by turning them into new regions of Russia itself. After all, the main goal was not the prize itself, but having the opportunity and resolve to take it, thereby demonstrating that the Russian Empire was not fooling around and that it had the right to do so. In recent weeks, this virtual achievement has been forfeited almost entirely. To try to restore it, Putin is once again raising the stakes in the hope that the other parties involved will stop where they are. If he is wrong once again, he will have to show that he wasn't bluffing. He may resort to even more disastrous means to do so. What if Russia uses nuclear weapons in Ukraine? We have no nuclear strategy. The American empire cannot keep ignoring the threat these weapons pose. Americans have had a long respite from even thinking about nuclear war. The so-called Cold War, the Third World War in effect, ended more than 30 years ago, when the Soviet Union was dismantled and replaced by the Russian Federation and more than a dozen other countries. Communist China at the time was not yet a significant nuclear power. A North Korean bomb was purely a notional threat. The fear of a large war in Europe escalating into a nuclear conflict faded from the public's mind. Today, the Communist Chinese nuclear arsenal could, theoretically, destroy most of these United States. The North Koreans have a stockpile of bombs that could, theoretically, destroy most of the Empire of Japan. And the Russian Federation, which inherited the Soviet nuclear arsenal, has launched a major war against the Ukraine. As that war began, Russian dictator Vladimir Putin ordered his nation's nuclear forces to go on heightened alert and warned the West that any interference with the invasion would have consequences that you have never experienced in your history. Suddenly, the unthinkable seems possible again. There was a time when citizens of these United States cared about nuclear weapons. The reality of nuclear war was constantly present in their lives. Nuclear conflict took on apocalyptic meaning and entered the American consciousness not only through the news and politics, but through popular culture as well. Movie audiences in 1964 laughed while watching Peter Sellers play a president and his sinister advisor in Dr. Strangelove, bumbling their way to nuclear war. A few months later, they were horrified as Henry Fonda's fictional president ordered the sacrificial immolation of New York City in the film Failsafe. Nuclear war and its terminology: overkill, first strike, fallout were seen, well, they were soon very constant chronic themes, like chronic pain in every form of entertainment. We not only knew about nuclear war, we expected one. But during the Cold War, there was also thoughtful engagement with the nuclear threat. Academics, politicians, and activists argued on television and in op-ed, opinion editorial pages about whether we were safer with more or fewer nuclear weapons. The media presented analyses of complicated issues relating to nuclear weapons. CBS, for example, broadcast an unprecedented 5-part documentary series on national defense in 1981. When ABC, American Broadcasting Corporation or Company, in 1983 aired the movie The Day After about the consequences of a global nuclear war for a small town in Kansas, it did so as much to perform a public service as to achieve a ratings bonanza. Even President Ronald Reagan watched the movie. In his diary, he noted that The Day After was very effective and had left him greatly depressed. I myself was among those who cared a lot about nuclear weapons. In the early days of my career, when I was seeking to ultimately work in a government think tank, I went through training to become a Russian-speaking Sovietologist, working in think tanks with government agencies to pry open the black box of the Kremlin's strategy and intentions. Now that work could be unsettling. Once, during a discussion of various nuclear scenarios, a colleague observed matter-of-factly, "Yes, in that one, we only lose 40 million. That scenario he was referencing, he meant 40 million people. I remember an Air Force major coming up to me after one of these classes and telling me he'd never heard of MAD, M-A-D, Mutual Assured Destruction, which goes to show you how ignorant your leaders in uniform truly were. Effectively fucking worthless. The end of the Cold War, however, the Third World War in effect, with that having been fought and won by the American Empire against the Soviet Union, which lost and fell, led to an era of national inattentiveness toward nuclear issues. We forgot about nuclear war and concentrated mostly on keeping nuclear weapons out of the wrong hands, which reflected the American preoccupation with rogue states and terrorists after 9/11. This change in emphasis had worrisome side effects. In 2008, a Blue Ribbon Commission headed by a former Secretary of Defense, James Schlesinger, sounded the alarm. A new generation of nuclear weapons personnel in the Air Force and the Navy did not understand its own mission. In 2010, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Admiral Michael Mullen, warned that American defense institutions were no longer minting nuclear strategists, himself so saying, "We don't have anybody in our military who does that anymore." Now, when I was a Department of Defense librarian, in contact with other librarians in other defense facilities, I saw this firsthand at the United States Naval War College. That's a graduate school for mid-level and senior U.S. military officers, where I was exchanging communications with a man who had taught there for over a quarter of a century. Nuclear issues fell out of the curriculum almost immediately after the Cold War ended. Now, when that Air Force major came up to me after one of those classes that I was attending in the hopes of ultimately a career in a think tank, when this motherfucker came up and said he'd never heard of MAD, the Mutually Assured Destruction acronym, the concept that underlies nuclear deterrence. Well, he had never heard of it until I had brought it up in the lecture we had both attended that day, showing that I knew more than any goddamn Air Force fucking major. And voters no longer cared either. During the Cold War, regardless of what other issues might be raised, every presidential election was shadowed by concern over whose finger would be on the button. In 1983, Ronald Reagan, hardly a detail-oriented president or master policy wonk, asked for an uninterrupted half hour of television during prime time to discuss his defense budget and his plans for a national missile defense system, replete with charts and graphs. Millions of Americans watched. But in 2015, when Donald Trump was asked during the Republican Party primary debates about American nuclear forces, he could only say, "With nuclear, the power, the devastation is very important to me." Such an answer would once have been disqualifying for any candidate. This time, millions of Americans shrugged. It was perhaps inevitable after the Cold War that serious thinking about nuclear weapons would be stashed away, in the words of a NATO nuclear planner some years ago, like the crazy ant in the attic. But the end of the Cold War did not resolve the most crucial question that has plagued nuclear strategists since 1945. What do nuclear weapons actually do for those who have them? The American security analyst Bernard Brodie declared in the mid-1950s that nuclear weapons represented the end of strategy, because no political goal could justify unleashing their apocalyptically destructive power. In the 1980s, the political scientist and nuclear deterrence scholar Robert Jervis amplified that point, noting that, in his words, a rational strategy for the employment of nuclear weapons is a contradiction in terms. American leaders, however, did not have the luxury of declaring nuclear war to be insanity and then ignoring the subject. The dawn of the Cold War, an extended Third World War, and the birth of the bomb occurred almost exactly at the same time. The Soviet Union, once propagandized as our ally, was now our foe, as it always was, and soon its nuclear arsenal was pointed at us, just as ours was pointed right back. Someone had to think about what might come as next. When contemplating the outbreak of nuclear war, the British strategist Michael Howard always asked, what would such a war be about? Why would it happen at all? History supplies an answer and reminds us that the perils of the past remain with us today. The American nuclear arsenal was constructed as the United States dealt with a series of what it deemed to be post-war crises, or what was promulgated as post-war. These were happening while America was still legally at war with the Thousand-Year Reich and the Japanese Empire. From the Berlin blockade to a hot war in Korea, communist dangers were, by all evidence, self-evidently spreading unchecked across the planet. By 1950, the communist bloc extended from the Gulf of Finland to the South China Sea. With America and its allies outnumbered and outgunned, nuclear weapons and the threat of their use seemed to be the only Western recourse. Nuclear planning in this period was shaped by the inescapable dictates of geography. The Greater Soviet Empire straddled 2 continents and spanned 11 time zones. The United States was relatively safe in its North American fortress from anything but an outright Soviet nuclear attack. But how could Washington protect NATO in Europe and its other allies scattered around the world? With Germany a divided nation, and Berlin a divided city, any future conflict in Europe would always favor the Soviets and their tanks, which could roll across the plains almost at will. This set up the basic structure of some future World War III in a way that every American of that period could understand. No matter how or where East and West might comest into significant military conflict, the Soviets were certain to move the confrontation to Europe. A crisis might begin somewhere else, maybe the Caribbean, maybe the Middle East, but war itself would move to Germany and then spiral into global catastrophe. American strategists tried to think through the possibility of limited nuclear wars in various regions, but as Schlesinger later admitted to Congress, none of the scenarios stayed limited for long. Everything came us back to escalation in Europa. This was not an idle fear. In 1965, for example, when these United States began bombing North Vietnam, the Soviet General Staff proposed a military demonstration of an unspecified nature aimed at Berlin and West Germany. The Soviet defense minister told Leonid Brezhnev and other Soviet leaders, "We do not fear approaching the risk of war." The leadership declined the defense minister's advice, and the episode was kept secret for decades. But the Kremlin and its high command continued to plan for defeating NATO quickly and decisively in Germany, no matter where a crisis might begin. They knew it was their best option, and so did we. Once war moved to Central Europe, events would cascade with a brutal inevitability. The only way the United States could stop such an attack would be to resort to the immediate deployment of small, short-range nuclear arms on the battlefield. As Soviet forces advanced, we would strike them on NATO's own territory with these tactical weapons. The Soviets would respond in kind. We would then hit more targets throughout Eastern Europa with larger and longer range weapons, hoping to bring the Soviets to a halt. Again, the Soviets would respond. With so many nuclear weapons in play, and with chaos and panic enveloping national leaders, one side or the other might fear a larger attack and give in to the temptation to launch a preemptive strike against strategic nuclear weapons in the American or Soviet's heartland. All-out nuclear war would follow. Millions would die immediately. Millions more would perish later. These United States and NATO not only expected this nuclear escalation, but threatened to be the ones to initiate it. There was a terrifying but elegant logic to this policy. In effect, the West told the Kremlin that the abuse of nuclear weapons would occur not because some unhinged American president might so wish it, but because Soviet successes on the battlefield would make it an inescapable choice. By the 1960s, that decade into which I myself was born into this vale of tears, the march of technology had allowed both East and West to develop a triad of bombers, submarine-launched missiles, and land-based intercontinental missiles, ICBMs. Arsenals on both sides soon numbered in the tens of thousands. At these levels, Even the most aggressive Cold War hawks knew that, in a full exchange, theoretically based on their belief, indoctrinated into them by a permanent employment program, a lifetime employment program for engineers, that obliteration was inevitable. Detailed and exacting war plans would definitely collapse in days, or even hours, really, into what the nuclear strategist Herman Kahn, one of my lifetime heroes. I never speak of him much, but I should do so more. He called it spasm, or insensate war, with much of the northern hemisphere reduced to a sea of glass and ash. This was, of course, sheer fantasy. The majority of these weapons wouldn't even fucking work. That being said, enough damage would be done by the few that did to render our world collapse, at least economically and in terms of social civility. The reality that nuclear war meant complete devastation for both sides, economically, societally, if not physically, led to the concept of MAD, M-A-D, all uppercase, as an acronym, Mutual Assured Destruction, a term coined by American war planners. MAD was at first not so much a policy as a simple fact. In the early 1970s, the United States proposed that both sides turn the fact into a defined policy. The superpowers would recognize that they had enough weapons and it was time to set limits. The Soviets, with some reservations, agreed. The race to oblivion was paused. Well, put on pause. Mainly because the Soviets were afraid of going broke. Today, MAD remains at the core of all strategic deterrence. The American and Russian empires have taken some weapons off their quick triggers, but many remain ready to launch in a matter of minutes, theoretically. By treaty, Washington and Moscow have limited themselves to 1,550 warheads apiece. The basic idea is that these numbers deny either side the ability to take out the other's arsenal in a first strike, while still preserving the ability to destroy at least 150 urban centers in each country. This, in the world of nuclear weapons, is progress. The fall of the Soviet Union changed many things, but in nuclear matters, it changed almost nothing. The missiles and their warheads remained where they were, theoretically. They continue to wait in silent service, well, in the case of the Russians, degenerating to the point of uselessness, but they have bluff. The crews in silos, submarines, and bombers now consist of the grandchildren and great-grandchildren of the people who built the first nuclear weapons and created the plans for their use. And yet for years we have conducted international politics as if we have somehow solved the problem of nuclear war. If the American nuclear arsenal exists solely to deter the use of enemy nuclear weapons, then it is time to say so. Nuclear weapons are a crutch we have leaned on to avoid thinking about the true needs and costs of defense. With hardly any debate, over a period of 30 years, we doubled the number of nations under NATO's nuclear guarantee. We have talked about drawing down forces in places such as South Korea and shied away from expensive decisions about increasing our naval power in the Pacific, all because we think that nuclear weapons will remedy imbalances in conventional weapons and that the mere existence of nuclear weapons will somehow stabilize these intrinsically or inherently unstable situations. Worrying about whether this broad reliance on nuclear deterrence risks escalation and nuclear war seems outdated to many. Memories of the so-called Cold War, a young scholar once said to me, are a form of baggage that inhibits the making of bold policy This brings us, of course, to Ukraine. The war there could put 4 nuclear-armed powers, Russia, these United States, the United Kingdom, and the Fifth French Republic, onto the same battlefield, along with a 5th nuclear power, Communist China. All of them seated on the fucking UN Security Council, and yet arguments over the American and NATO response to the Russian invasion have sometimes taken place in a nuclear void. President Joe Biden has rallied a global coalition against Moscow, whilst remaining determined to avoid a direct military conflict with the Russian Empire. He has wisely declined to raise American nuclear readiness to match Putin's nuclear alert, but he has had to steer this careful path while buffeted by demands from people who seem unmoved or untouched by memories of the Cold War. Calls for a more aggressive confrontation with the Russian Empire, including my own demands for a no-fly zone over Ukraine, backed by American power, have also been advanced by a range of prominent figures. Republican Representative Adam Kinzinger even introduced a congressional resolution authorizing Biden to deploy American military force against the Russian Empire itself. God bless him. With my full support and backing, in this case, that Republican and I stand shoulder to shoulder in this world. Such being said, in the time we have remaining, how do I say this? The Harvard professor, Graham Allison, earlier this year wrote that these demands ignore the reality that in the event of a hot war between nuclear superpowers, the escalation ladder from there to the ultimate global catastrophe of nuclear war can be surprisingly short. Now, Allison's warning could be considered especially relevant today when the Russian Empire and NATO have effectively switched places. Russia is now the inferior conventional power and is threatening a first use of nuclear weapons if faced with a regime threatening defeat upon the battlefield. Our collective amnesia, our nuclear great forgetting, undermines American national security. American political leaders have a responsibility to educate the public about how and how much these United States rely upon nuclear weapons for our security. If we mean to reduce American conventional forces and go us back to relying on nuclear weapons as a battlefield equalizer, then the public should know it and think about it. If the American nuclear arsenal exists solely to deter the use of enemy nuclear weapons, then it is high time and beyond to say as so and spell out the consequences. Every presidential administration since 1994 has released a nuclear posture review that supposedly answers the questions of why exactly America even has a nuclear arsenal. Is it to fight nuclear wars or to deter a nuclear attack? And every administration has fudged the response by saying, essentially, it's a little bit of both. This is not a serious answer, and it avoids the deeper question. If we do not, in fact, wish to use nuclear weapons, then what must we do to ensure that our conventional capabilities match our international commitments? We have accepted evasions from our leaders because we take it strategic nuclear deterrence for granted as something that exists around us almost independently, like gravity or the weather. But deterrence relies on human psychology and on the agency and decisions of actual people who must continually manage it. Decades of denial have left Americans ill-prepared to think about the many choices that keep the nuclear peace. Effective deterrence, even in a post-Cold War world, requires the capacity to face the reality of nuclear war squarely. And it means understanding, once again, what it would feel like to hear those sirens and to wonder whether they are only a drill. Because Russia's nuclear threats are all Putin has left. Russia faces existential danger from its own president. Throughout these past months, I have discussed the shambolic attempt underway in the Russian Empire to conscript hundreds of thousands of men. Within this week, one of Vladimir Putin's minions again threatened the use of nuclear weapons in Ukraine. Just what do these threats mean? The most fearsome weapon. That's what they said in the Russian. One of Russian dictator Vladimir Putin's cronies renewed Putin's nuclear threats against NATO this week. Dmitry Medvedev, in a post on Telegram, said that the West would not intervene, even if Russia is forced to use the most fearsome weapon against the Ukrainian regime, because the demagogues across the ocean and in Europe are not going to die in a nuclear apocalypse. Medvedev is sometimes dismissively called Little Dima in Russia, due to both his short stature and his utter subservience to Vladimir Putin. Despite being a former Russian president himself, he may not have all that much power in Moscow, but no responsible American administration can simply wave away such statements. How worried should we be? Although Putin may be willing to take his greater risks as the military situation in Ukraine deteriorates, he likely knows now that the cumulative effect of his multiple blunders in Ukraine have been to jeopardize the stability of his regime and the Russian Federation itself. The Russian Empire is now a pariah state. The entire nation and its leading figures, right down to Putin's rumored girlfriend, are under sanctions. Young men, supposedly Russia's great macho warriors, are jamming the roads to Finland and Georgia in the Caucasus, trying to flee their own country. Putin's own commanders are asking for permission to retreat. And even some of Putin's most gleeful warmongers in the Russian media, including the ghoulish Margarita Simonyan, seem freaked out by the accelerating disasters that have changed Russia's image from a major power to a cornered weakling in only 7 months. All of this was 70 years of pro-Russian propaganda that only Douglas Dietrich ever exposed. And anyone who's listened to me since the early days at Revolution Radio knows that for a fact. No empty bragging here. No braggadocio be needed. Douglas Dietrich was the only man who said, go to war against Russia and we could occupy Moscow in a matter of days. And everyone said, oh, he's crazy. Yes. They say that about my father too. Oh, his decision that led to the end of the Third Reich was invading Russia, as if he had his fucking choice with their invasion of Romania. He had to do what he had to do, and What cost him the war on the surface world was the fact that none of you understand what the fuck he was doing. The war was a war of plunder. My father was taking everything that wasn't nailed down, and all the people he felt were his enemies were converted into carbon and compressed into artificial diamond, all of which financed the plunder and the human diamonds, his Aryan exodus into Unterland, the real objective of everything my father wanted. He won his goddamn war, and you're still at war with him, which is why the propaganda is never ending, and you had to pump up your goddamn Soviet ally as the greatest military in the world, hoping they would save your ass if he ever came back. Well, he's back now in the sense that the 1,000-year Reich in exile has its own hand in Ukraine, devastating your Russian allies. And you're left looking like idiots for having been scared of these Slavic freaks for all your fucking lives through generations. Your cowardice of the ghost that you created on screen and in your popular media makes me sick. Now, in the last few hours we have remaining, understand that Medvedev correctly described Russian nuclear doctrine as allowing a resort to nuclear arms if the existence of the Russian state and its territorial integrity are under existential threat. The dark paradox here being that Russian doctrine says nothing about what to do if such a threat emanates from its own president. Nonetheless, I still conclude that Russian abuse of a nuclear weapon is unlikely. This is only an informed guess, because my expertise on the Russian Empire does not extend to the interior of Putin's skull. But Putin has almost certainly contemplated the high probability that abusing a nuclear weapon could bring about the end of his rule faster than any of the bungled decisions he's already made. This is not because global nuclear war would break out, although any use of a nuclear weapon runs that risk, but because a nuclear attack on Ukraine could provoke a collapse of the Russian regime itself. Assume, for example, that Putin decides to shock the world by exploding a relatively small nuclear weapon, perhaps against Ukrainian forces close to the Russian border, claiming that he needs to halt a catastrophic Ukrainian offensive into Russia itself. Putin is a product of the Soviet system. His thinking has always shown a heavy reliance on old Soviet catechisms about the West, and he would likely expect such an act to produce panic, the fracturing of NATO, unrest in these United States and Great Britain, and a Ukrainian capitulation under pressure from Washington and Brussels. That could happen, I suppose, but the lessons of the past century, from the promulgated destruction of the Nazis on the surface world, to their defeat of the Soviet Union, to the resistance in Ukraine, suggest that that's a bad bet. More likely, the entire world would coalesce against Putin, including Red China and others who have so far quietly tolerated this brutal escapade. Direct Western military action, something that so many have until now advised against, would become as far more thinkable, especially if an international coalition, one that would almost certainly find support beyond NATO, came together to stop Russia's war in Ukraine. By the way, journalists should stop asking American officials what exactly President Joe Biden would do if Putin uses nuclear weapons. No one will answer that, and no one should. Much of deterrence relies upon uncertainty. Putin may think he could weather such a storm, but chaos would also erupt in Russia itself. One of the reasons Putin's been able to prosecute this war is that he promised it would be quick and painless. Risking nuclear war after trying to drag hundreds of thousands of men into his military, whilst radiation blows across Europe after a nuclear attack on Ukraine, would likely be the breaking point for Russian society and a fair number of its elites. As the writer Peter Pomorantsev said recently, the war in Ukraine was meant to be a movie, not a personal sacrifice. If there's one thing Russians fear more than Putin, it's nuclear war. And now he's the one bringing it closer. Dwell upon that for a little bit. And think upon the madness that that man represents. He is truly the end of Russia's world, not ours. And understand, we need to strike back. I'll get to that point in but a few. But I certainly want to gather my breath, take a few minutes to take a look at what time we have remaining. 2 hours. Think about what I can fit in to say during that period of time. There's always just too much. It's incredible how all of this requires a thinking. Putin knows from history how fast an invulnerable position in the Kremlin can become exceedingly vulnerable. For one thing, Putin is well aware that Joseph Stalin's most feared lieutenant, the secret police boss, Lavrenti Beria, fell from power in a matter of weeks and died in a basement pleading for his life. Other Kremlin figures likely know these risks as well. But if all is lost, and the Russian Empire is coming unglued both physically and psychologically because of this mad scheme in Ukraine, Putin might think that a nuclear bomb is his only option. Whether anyone would stop Putin from giving this order, or whether the Russian High Command would even carry it out, is anybody's guess. Now the crazy anti-logic of brinkmanship is back. And the West can only counter Putin's nuclear threats with ruinous threats of our own. In March of 1955, United States Secretary of State John Foster Dulles publicly threatened to drop atomic bombs on the Communist Chinese Empire if that regime continued to bombard the islands of Quemoy and Matsu, occupied by forces of my nationalist China as re-established on the 100 islands of Taiwan. The crisis was ultimately resolved through diplomacy, but in a fawning article in Life magazine the following January, Dulles boasted of his gifts at nuclear blackmail. Dulles was quoted as blithely saying, "Some say that we were brought to the verge of war. Of course we were brought to the verge of war. The ability to get to the verge without getting into the war is the necessary art. That is the origin story of the term brinkmanship. Dulles's nuclear saber-rattling, widely denounced at the time, came to be seen as so wildly reckless that no senior statesman of a nuclear power has engaged in it until Vladimir Putin did so. Ever since he proceeded with his war of aggression. The Russian dictator said, but yester septimania, last week, in the event of a threat to the territorial integrity of our country and to defend Russia and our people, we will certainly make use of all weapon systems available to us. This is not a bluff. Ukrainian forces are, of course, defending their own territory, not jeopardizing Russia's. But once Russia formally annexes what it is now Ukrainian land, any attempt to retake it would cross Putin's line. Similarly, in his speech announcing the advent of hostilities on February 24th, Putin obliquely threatened to abuse nuclear weapons against those who may be tempted to interfere. Last week, Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov clarified that supplying advanced weapons to Ukraine means the direct involvement of the West in the conflict. So Putin will soon have two rationales for the unspeakable. It is a testimony to the lunacy of nuclear blackmail that leaders have declined to deploy it even under the most intense pressure. In the midst of the 1973 Arab-Israeli War, when Israel's very existence briefly seemed threatened, Israeli Defense Minister Moshe Dayan proposed readying the nation's nuclear forces for a demonstration blast. But according to an extensive study of that incident, the nation's war cabinet rejected the idea. India and Pakistan fought 3 wars before both nations acquired nuclear weapons, but neither has ever openly threatened to use them against the other. Nuclear theorists cite both of these acts of restraint as evidence that the prospect of mad, mutually assured destruction makes nukes, on balance, more stabilizing than destabilizing. Some, such as Kenneth Waltz in his 1981 essay entitled The Spread of Nuclear Weapons, subtitled More May Be Better, have even insisted that we should welcome the proliferation of nuclear weapons, arguing that all nations that have acquired them have become more responsible, not less. Bullshit on a stick when you think about North Korea, but hey, all this be but fine theorizing anyway. And indeed, the very metaphor of brinkmanship seems crazy, in part because it treats nuclear posturing as if it were a game of chess. In The Strategy of Conflict, that's a title of a book, a famous 1960 work applying game theory to warfare, Thomas Schelling noted that even the most rational government is, in his words, necessarily an imperfect decision system. And thus, nuclear gamesmanship is shot through with unknowable and uncontrollable elements. In a pointed rebuttal to statesman Allen Dulles's claim of mastery, Schelling wrote, "The brink is a curved slope, that one can stand on with some risk of slipping. The slope gets steeper, and the risk of slipping greater as one moves toward the chasm. We should all recall that during the 1962 Cuban Missile Crisis, the one instance in which nuclear-armed powers brought the world to the brink of cataclysm, in theory, Soviet dictator Nikita Khrushchev did not threaten to fire nuclear missiles, but only to station them at the United States' doorstep. That alone was enough to provoke a chain of events that terrified leaders on both sides. All of us alive today are deemed fortunate that both Khrushchev and American President John Fitzgerald Kennedy were rational actors who regarded no conceivable objective as worth the risk of a nuclear exchange and thus found their way out of their game of chicken. All of that is the bullshit storyline, of course. The reality is Khrushchev ordered the nuclear launch from a Russian submarine. The commander, of course, gave the command, and none of their missiles would launch. Bigger and whale shit. That's why Khrushchev lost his job. As Peter Moon says quite accurately, he was made to look the midget. I use that term because he once claimed that his meeting with John F. Kennedy was a meeting between a giant and a pygmy. Now, the myth, however, is that these were two rational actors. And it is increasingly clear that that cannot be said of Vladimir Putin. Losing a war to Ukraine would not endanger Russia, but it might endanger his rule, since he has staked his own prestige on victory. The mobilization he has ordered will not affect the tide of battle for months to come. What if, in the meanwhile, the Ukrainians break through in the south and threaten Russia's control of the Crimea? What if Russian forces continue to retreat in the east? What if Russian militarists begin to openly assail Putin's leadership, putting his legitimacy open to question? Putin would surely attempt intermediate steps, such as seeking to wipe out Ukraine's energy and communications infrastructure, or increasing the pace of terrorist bombing of civilians, as he did in Syria. But that almost certainly would not work. What then? The metaphor of the brink assumes rational actors who would not risk mass destruction for a limited objective. But Putin might go nuclear to assure his own survival and that of his regime. The Russian dictator has spracketh of the lessons he learned from cornering a rat in a stairwell as a boy, as Roger Cohen recently reminded readers of the New York Times. The question the world may have to answer, a question that wells up from our nightmares, is, how do you deter a cornered rat with a nuclear arsenal? The most obvious answer is, don't corner the rat. Realists, such as John Mearsheimer, have blamed the West for seeking military victory in Ukraine, an outcome that Putin cannot tolerate and will not accept. Of course, the whole point of nuclear blackmail is to raise the stakes to the point where the other player folds. But since Putin's objective is not merely a neutral Ukraine, he could have had that on February 23rd, but a prostrate Ukraine with a puppet government in thrall to a neo-imperialist state, the West would be buying peace at an intolerable price. In any case, Ukraine would, of course, continue to fight for its survival, even in the absence of all outside support. Putin must fail if Ukraine is to succeed. The best outcome might be a failure that Putin does not regard as a catastrophic reversal. Ukraine's Washington-led alliance may have no choice but to proceed as carefully and consciously as possible down the steep and slippery slope of brinkmanship. Putin must be persuaded that the costs of conducting even the most limited nuclear strike against the Ukraine are intolerable. American President Joe Biden has not yet spelled out those costs, saying only that they would be consequential. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan less equivocally described those consequences as catastrophic. Biden has surely learned from former U.S. President Barack Obama's experience in Syria not to draw a red line that he is not fully prepared to enforce. Nevertheless, as nuclear theorist Matthew Kronig of the Atlantic Council has written, Biden will need to convey a public threat, even if a non-specific one, in order to show Putin that Washington, too, is not fucking bluffing. You cannot, of course, threaten nuclear retaliation unless you are prepared to carry it out. Kennedy was prepared to do so in the face of a direct nuclear threat. The stakes here are simply not that high, and perhaps weren't then either. Kronig suggests some combination of enhanced weapons supplies to Ukraine and sanctions on the Russian Empire, and a limited conventional strike on Russian forces involved in the war. The additional protocol, how do I say this? I definitely have to gather my thoughts here. Because even such moves assume that Putin is making calculations of national rather than personal interest. It may be that the only prospects that could deter Putin would be regime death or personal death. Absent an invasion of the Russian Empire, an act of madness, as so many cowards would call it, the only option that the West may have, the West may not be able to convincingly threaten Putin with the loss of power or life. Others, however, can. Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping could stay Putin's hand by privately informing him that Red China would renounce its alliance with Russia and add its weight to Western punishments and sanctions should he loose a nuclear strike, a development that might well produce a coup d'etat. As for fear of death, a strong hint from the head of Israel's Mossad to the head of Russia's Federal Security Service that Putin himself would not survive a nuclear attack on Ukraine might be highly persuasive, as the Israelis are infamous for their assassination successes against other powers on the surface of this earth. To gather my thoughts further upon this. Putin almost certainly is, in fact, bluffing. But the nuclear threat sends nations down a spiral, or an ever-steepening slope, in which unforeseen events supersede cool calculations. Not just the West, but the whole of this world has no choice but to take Putin's threat seriously. A Russian victory against Ukraine would ergo be devastating for Europe's security and stability. European governments have no excuse for not realizing what is at stake. And for that reason, it is imperative and self-evident that Ukraine must win. Reflect upon it. A war is taking place in Europe. Again. In the 1990s, the former Yugoslavia plunged into a bloody civil conflict. The scale of the violence and the depth of the hatred was frightening. All this was happening a few hours' drive from Vienna, the capital of the nation of Austria, into which my biological sire Adolf Hitler was born. And the scars are still present today. There be but a fragile peace between Serbia and Kosovo-Metohija, the holy land of the Serbs, now occupied by the Albanians. NATO troops are still maintaining stability in the Kosmet, the Kosovo-Metohija. And there be ethnic divisions in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Russia and Red China are meddling there, and in the rest of the Western Balkans. Meanwhile, the EU is still trying to forge a coherent strategic policy toward the Western Balkans, which it should have done immediately after the Kosovo War in 1999. It didn't. It had neither a foreign nor a security policy to deal with its own backyard. There is a connection between the Western Balkans and the Russian Empire's invasion of Ukraine that started nearly 7 months ago. If Russia defeats Ukraine or manages to establish a frozen conflict in parts of that country, such a victory of sorts will have devastating consequences for Eastern Europe, for the Western Balkans, and for the European Union as a whole. As a new paper by the European Council for Foreign Relations concludes, unfortunately, the war shows little prospect of ending. The violence may subside at times, but the absence of any sort of resolution will mean that it could reignite at any moment. If that would be the case, the prospects for change in Belarus or White Russia would disappear. Dictator Alexander Lukashenko would see no reason to loosen his grip over a country in which he has suppressed all opposition, imprisoned thousands, and forced many into exile. Pro-Russian movements in Georgia and Moldova and in the Caucasus would be encouraged by a Ukrainian defeat or a negotiated settlement that would leave Kiev, the capital of Ukraine, with a compromised territorial integrity and independence. Leaving aside the immense political and economic costs, the Kremlin could use a victory in Ukraine to try and reassert its influence in the post-Soviet sphere. And other authoritarian leaders could be emboldened by Russia's so-called achievements. In the Russian Empire itself, a victory would deal a devastating blow to the pockets of civil society and small opposition to the war. Russia's authoritarianism could gain further momentum. As a result, the specter of instability in Eastern Europe could not be ruled out as reformers and pro-Russian movements struggled to shape the direction of their societies. Such instability would have repercussions for the rest of Europe. Some EU leaders might be persuaded to renew ties with the Russian Empire. The long-held unity of the sanctions regime and the European Union imposed on Russia would falter. Were that to happen, it would mean a return to recent times when several EU capitals, notably Berlin, and Paris viewed Eastern Europe through the prism of Russia's eyes. Not only that, the EU would become as more divided and weaker, a development long pursued by Moscow. Recriminations would run deep, with Poland and the Baltic states blaming big EU member states such as United Germany, France, and Italy for not doing enough to provide Ukraine with the military means to win. And political parties sympathetic to the Russian Empire would revel in a victory that could give a fillip to populist movements throughout the EU. In contrast, Ukraine's victory, and a situation in which Ukraine could enter negotiations from a position of strength, would have immense significance for the rest of Europa. It could trigger a domino effect of the most positive sort. Lukashenko would certainly be weakened. The young pro-European government in Moldova would be strengthened. The infighting in Georgia just might give us way to a chance to restart the reforms with the aim of being granted EU candidate status. Pro-Russian insurgent movements in parts of the Western Balkans, particularly in Serbia, would be weakened. If that were the case, this could be the chance for the EU to assert its influence in region. In short, the outcome of Russia's war in Ukraine, with its shocking scale of brutality, torture, and destruction, is about Europe's stability, freedom, and democracy. It is about the credibility of Europe and the West. The EU was not prepared for the war in the former Yugoslavia. It has been pitifully slow in picking up the pieces in region. European governments now have no excuses not to understand what is at stake in the Ukraine, especially in the face of the crime of crimes. We are dealing with a genocidal, a mass murderous, and exterminatory synaxis of the Semitic and Slavic aggressors. The crime of crimes. There is a United Nations report on Communist Chinese activity in Xinjiang that leaves little room for interpretation. We're witnessing these crimes against humanity before our very eyes, and you're probably buying stuff from companies that benefit from this. What if I told you that there are concentration camps in today's world? Concentration camps that host not a few hundred or a few thousand people, but likely over 1 million. According to this new report, Red China's treatment of the Caucasian, ethnically Turkic Uyghur minority leaveth no room for interpretation. This report features mentions of torture, mass rape, mass detention, forced labor, and universal surveillance. And a lot of companies are taking advantage of it all by claiming these are vocational camps. Over the past years, reports have increasingly highlighted that something very dark is happening in the Xinjiang region of China. Northwest China, what should properly be free as Eastern Turkestan. Xinjiang, the Communist Chinese Empire's largest region, where they conducted the overwhelming majority of their nuclear testing, no less, is also home to a large Uyghur minority. The Uyghurs are predominantly Muslim as a population and have thusly attracted the wrath of the Communist Chinese government. According to then U.S. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, Red China is committing genocide in Xinjiang and a systemic, he said systematic, attempt to destroy Uyghurs. While Pompeo's statement may be politicized, Several high-profile investigations have highlighted the inhumane practices carried out in Xinjiang. In 2020, a Pulitzer-winning investigation by BuzzFeed confirmed that Red China was blurring its maps where the concentration camps are located, showing a large-scale system of detainment. Other investigations by BBC and the New York Times have shed more light on the scale and impact of Red China's practices. In 2018, another UN report estimated the number of detainees in Xinjiang between, well, 1 million and 2 million, or 1.5 million. This report practically forces Red China to admit the existence of what it calls vocational training centers. But Red China asserts these are necessary to counter terrorism and extremism from Xinjiang. Despite these damning facts, the Communist Chinese Empire is continuing on with business as usual. The empire doesn't allow any external investigators to see the camps for themselves, and companies, including Western megacorporations, continue to benefit from the forced labor in Xinjiang. Even as this new United Nations report leaves no room for plausible deniability. It's all about, among other things, blood cotton. You ever hear that term, cotton picking? Are you out of your cotton picking mind? That's an old Southern term for calling you a nigger. Because they pick cotton. Get it? And Xinjiang Nigeria, these whites are Red China's niggers. Eastern Turkestan, what the Chinese call Xinjiang, produces the majority of cotton used in Red China's textile industry. 84% is a commonly cited figure, and a lot of cotton for Western companies as well. In addition, the region has rich fossil fuel and mineral resources, including coal, gas, lithium, zinc, and lead. Xinjiang also produces almost half of the world's polysilicon, which is important in the production of solar panels. According to the new United Nations report I'm sourcing, much of these resources are extracted and processed using forced labor. The report also mentions labor transfer schemes, where Uyghurs from Xinjiang are forced to relocate and work elsewhere in China. The report then naively asks the Chicoms, the Chinese communists, to release the people who have been arbitrarily detained and investigate human rights abuses. That seems to make little sense, especially with Red China on the security panel of the United Nations and their no vote to stop any such activity, or largesse. China didn't exactly slip and fall into detaining well over 1 million people in concentration camps that it then refused to acknowledge. As Justine Nolan, a professoress of law and justice at the UNSW Sydney, notes, that's like asking a fox to guard the henhouse. And I think that's being a little too kind. It's like asking a pedophile to run a nursery. Oh shit, that's exactly what Americans did at the Presidio. Red China won't even allow independent observers to come and see the camps, let alone carry out any investigation. They even tried to stop this report from being published. And as the United Nations report leaves no doubt large-scale arbitrary detention is occurring, no one in good faith could continue doing business as usual. Yet, lots of companies benefit from forced labor in Xinjiang. Whether it's blood cotton or other products, a 2020 report from Australia found that dozens of high-ranking companies likely have blood on their hands. These companies include the likes of Adidas, Amazon, Apple, BMW, Bavarian Motorwerks, Calvin Klein, Dell, Google, H&M, Hisense, Hitachi, Huawei, Lacoste, Mercedes-Benz, Microsoft, Mitsubishi, Nike, Nintendo, Sony, Victoria's Secret, Volkswagen, and Zara. The revelation of the relocation transfer schemes is also important. It means that if you want to make sure your company's product is clean, it's not enough to simply avoid working with Xinjiang. You need to be certain that you're not benefiting indirectly from human rights abuses. Understandably, it's hard for companies to avoid cheap labor. It's easy to just take the stuff and not worry about where it comes from. But at some point, you have to wonder if this is really worth financing modern chattel slavery and concentration camps. In his article for The Conversation, Nolan concludes, until there is broader access and independent verification of working conditions in Xinjiang, business should now assume that goods connected with this region are tainted with modern slavery. Ultimately, until there is true transparency and independent verification of the conditions in Xinjiang, businesses should assume that goods connected to the region are tainted by modern slavery. I said that twice to make a point. Because we as consumers also carry a responsibility. Now, I know it's hard, and I remember one older white lady who couldn't afford to buy anything but the cheapest toys for her grandchildren. And she said, all I can do is buy these cheap Chinese toys and pray for the little people who made them. Well, it's hard to celebrate Christmas when you think of Santa's elves as a bunch of white Muslims being worked to death. And contrary to common misconceptions, an atrocity does not become a genocide when it surpasses some statistical threshold of people slain. Rather, genocide is a process with specific dynamics that arises from its perpetrator's intention to extinguish a group. Raphael Lemkin, a Polish attorney, coined the term genocide during the era of the Nuremberg trials. He began his lifelong crusade to enshrine genocide under international law after discovering that no relevant statutes existed to prosecute the Ottoman Turkish instigators of the slaughter of my son's Armenians during World War I. Lemkin also categorized the Holodomor famine, which killed millions of people in Soviet Ukraine from 1932 to 1933, as a Soviet genocide in Ukraine. Many scholars having proven that Joseph Stalin engineered that famine to suppress Ukrainian rebellions against Soviet collectivization and to forcibly Russify Ukraine, as Vladimir Putin wishes to finish his job. Lemkin called genocide the crime of crimes, as it attacks the most fundamental right of a group, the right to exist. This designation has stood the test of time, and has been enshrined in international law. Spurred on by the horrors of the Nazi Holocaust and the revelations of the Nuremberg trials, the United Nations' legal definition of genocide, as well as the mandate to prevent and punish the occurrence of genocide, entered into force circa 1951, just before the Americans effectively entered surrender to the Japanese Empire, opening their markets and honoring the demands of Japanese victory. Now, under the United Nations Convention, genocide is defined as any of the following acts committed with intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group, killing members of the group, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part, imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group, and forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. No country or organization has ever fundamentally challenged this legal definition or the international community's obligation to stop genocide. Scholars and practitioners propose that trois criteria separate genocide from other, equally condemnable forms of atrocities. A genocide targets all segments of the population, men, women, and children, in a process that requires systemized coordination and a willingness on the part of the perpetrators to inconvenience themselves in pursuit of their heinous goals, such as by chasing victims. Second, genocides seek to destroy a group, not just harshly repress it or batter it. Genocide is not achieved only by slaughter alone. Killing, as the UN definition of genocide clarifies, is but one way that perpetrators try to erase a group. Other actions, including rape, deportation, and efforts to wipe out the language and culture of a group, can also be indicative of a genocide. In this light, Russia's conduct in Ukraine carries all the hallmarks of a genocidal campaign bent on eviscerating Ukrainian national identity. This brings us to genocide in Ukraine. That's Russia's Xinjiang. Now, for years, Russian leaders have denied the validity of Ukrainian national identity and spoken of eliminating the Ukrainian nation, in itself evidence of premeditated intent to commit genocide. Since the invasion began in February, the evidence that Russia has genocidal intentions has only mushroomed. The Kremlin doesn't just want to conquer Ukraine, it wants to eliminate Ukrainianness in essence. Of course, genocide is a charged and redolent term, recalling the systematic precision of the Holocaust and the society-wide butchery of the Rwandan genocide. Events in the Ukraine may not yet appear to look like those past horrors, but that doesn't make their description as a genocide inaccurate in the least. Genocides occur for a variety of reasons, often animated by ethnic and religious motivations. The case of Ukraine is different. Putin and other Russian leaders have fixated on the threat posed by Ukrainian national identity since at least 2014, when pro-democracy protests toppled a Russian-aligned government in Kiev and precipitated a Russian invasion. Those events accelerated irreversible transformations in what it meant to be Ukrainian, melding notions of traditional Ukrainian heritage with values of freedom, self-organization, growing pluralism, and multiculturalism, values at odds with an increasingly autocratic Russia. More than denying Ukraine its sovereign nationhood, Moscow's attempt to destroy Ukraine's identity hints at its own brittle insecurity and unwillingness to coexist with such a national group next door. Russian forces in Ukraine have conducted point-blank executions of civilians, committed torture and mass rape, and deliberately bombed residential complexes. These acts have targeted Ukrainians across all gender, age, and social demographics, going far beyond isolated incidents of battlefield frenzy. The Russian military has also killed and maimed children, authorizing violence against those who pose no military threat. Exempli gratiae, the infamous March bombing of a theater in the city of Mariupol killed as many as 600 people, including many children, and injured hundreds more. Russia bombed the structure even though it was a known civilian shelter, outside of which was written in enormous letters visible from the sky, "Children!" In the town of Bucha alone, local authorities have claimed that Russian forces killed 31 children under the age of 18. Their bodies are mute testament to this reality. Many of them bleeding from their anal and vaginal orifices, from where they had been raped by multiple soldiers before they were finally put out of their misery. In many ways, many other ways, Russian acts all fit the various criteria of the UN definition of genocide. Accounts of the rape of adults and children in front of their parents' eyes point to a Russian effort to destroy the ability of Ukrainians to even bring future generations into this world. In another warning signal, the Russian Empire has repeatedly prevented civilians from fleeing targeted areas and blocked internationally brokered evacuations, indicating that Russian forces are not simply satisfied with taking land and looting towns. The so-called Islamic State chased my Yazidi peoples, whom I'm related to through my possession by their peacock angel, up Mount Sinjar in Iraq in 2014 during the genocide aimed at that minority group. Similarly, Russian action suggests that the violence is motivated by a desire to eliminate a troublesome population, and specifically to eradicate those they cannot de-Ukrainianize. In April, the Russian state-owned media outlet RIA Novosti explicitly defined this genocidal objective, stating that denazification will inevitably include de-Ukrainianization, that Ukrainian desires for independence veiled the country's true Nazism, and that Ukrainianism is an artificial anti-Russian construct that must be eliminated. Russian forces have held fleeing civilians in so-called filtration camps, a term that harks back to Soviet camps set up during and after World War II to screen soldiers and civilians for their loyalty to the state. Designed to weed out those who cannot be forcibly Russified, that is, those who will not accept the Kremlin's propagandistic claims that Ukrainian national identity is an artificial construct. Reports from human rights organizations, the American State Department, and numerous media outlets have proven that Russian authorities mark for death, disappearance, or torture those detainees deemed irredeemably Ukrainian to achieve their destructive objectives. Genocides require an exceptionally high degree of coordination. Famously, a constellation of administrative bureaucracies carried out the Holocaust. Hundreds of thousands of Russian soldiers and civilians are currently working together to eliminate those the Kremlin sees as unnameable or unamenable to Russification. According to American officials, the Kremlin prepared plans for the filtration camps prior to the full-scale invasion in late February, offering more evidence of the premeditated and systematic character of Russia's self-described campaign of de-Ukrainianization. Since the invasion, Russian officials have set about dismantling Ukrainian educational systems, erasing the Ukrainian language, wiping out Ukrainian history in occupied areas, and legalizing the adoption of trafficked Ukrainian children deported to Russia to spend a lifetime in sexual slavery. Russia's forced deportation of approximately 2 million Ukrainian children, with Russian officials themselves confirming that 307,423 Ukrainian children have been fast-tracked for adoption by Russian parents, fulfills yet another clear criterion for genocide. The fate of those children is unthinkable. Moscow's desire to extinguish Ukrainians as a national group helps explain the confounding behavior of its forces as cholera outbreaks gripped Mariupol in June. Russian occupation authorities prioritized making minuscule changes to Ukrainian language road signs over delivering humanitarian aid to the very civilians they were ostensibly rescuing from a so-called fascist Ukrainian regime. As Mark Hertling, a retired U.S. Army general, reflected in June after Russian missiles hit a kindergarten and apartment building in Kiev. It makes no sense. But such acts of wanton violence do make a horrific kind of sense when understood as part of a genocidal campaign. As in other cases of genocide, large numbers of ordinary Russians participate in their country's campaign knowingly and willingly. Those responsible don't just include the people who conduct the killing, mostly soldiers. There are also the organizers of the genocide, Russian bureaucrats, officials serving in the administration of occupied areas, military recruiters, planners and advisors, and consular officers and people working in children's services who facilitate mass deportations of these younglings who will spend the rest of their lives servicing Russians sexually. The authorizers of the genocide range from the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin at the very top to field commanders signing off on genocidal battlefield directives. The genocide has been enabled by top Russian Orthodox religious leaders who have blessed the war, and commentators on state media who dehumanize Ukrainians and routinely call for their open extermination. Therefore, every Russian is guilty because every Russian knows. That was never the case with Germans in the time of my father's Reich, where the death camps were kept a secret from the German people, who had, during wartime, when the Americans were trying to exterminate them by firebombing, no ability or time to invest in investigating where all the Jews went. They had their own problems to worry about. The Jews had the fortune of entering those ovens dead. The Germans were burned alive, consumed in the firebombing the Americans instigated, generating firestorms with temperatures hotter than the sun. They could only wish for the mercy of being gassed to death, as the Jews were blessed with at the mercy of my father. Genocide. No genocide takes place without bystanders, who may not approve of the Russian government's actions but do nothing to stop them. Genocide requires the perpetrators to view their victims as less than human. Russian news media reports and social media posts brim with justifications of violence against Ukrainians, which is no longer seen as an unfortunate cost of the war, but as something to be desired. Not a means, but the very end. Dmitry Rogozhin, the former head of Russia's space agency, exemplified this trend when in June on Twitter and Telegram he demanded that Russia put an end to Ukrainians, describing them all as an existential threat to the Russian people, Russian history, Russian language, and Russian civilians. Let's get this over with, once and forever, for our grandchildren. Let there be no Ukrainians left alive. These are the vocalizations of cruel intentions. All signs point to a coordinated, systematic bid to destroy the Ukrainian national identity. Now, Clarice Claudette, Goddess bless her. Love you, honey. I speak every day of your care package, which I still take advantage of. I derive succor from what you delivered unto me in that care package every day. Not a day goes by without a thought of you because of your kindness and grace. She says all this sounds like mass loosh farming or mining. Loosh was the concept of, oh God, help me out here, honey. What was his name of the institute? Robert Monroe. He had this concept of loosh being mined by parasites, cosmic parasites. She says to cause rear and mass scope of people. Yes. Thank you, darling. Your input is definitively appreciated, as are you yourself. And so, in terms of this, as evidence builds of genocide in Ukraine, so too does the legal and moral pressure to stop it. Ratified by 152 nations, the UN Genocide Convention mandates both the prevention and the punishment of genocide. Genocide is also destabilizing, as many in Washington have recognized. In 2011, the year my late and sainted mother was murdered, just prior, Fukushima Daiichi, actually just a week after. U.S. President Barack Obama then designated the prevention of genocide a core national security interest. And in 2018, Congress deemed that genocide and other such crimes threaten both national and international security. Beyond recognizing the security implications of genocide, the White House has also been more willing to describe violence against particular groups in stark terms. U.S. President Joe Biden has been praised for assenting to the mass murder, extermination, and massacre of Armenians in World War I as genocide, as well as describing ongoing atrocities within the Communist Chinese Empire against the white Uyghur Muslims as such, Myanmar against the Rohingya Muslims as such, and Ukraine against Orthodox Christians massacred by godless Russians as genocide. This rhetorical clarity is emerging as a signature component of Joe Biden's foreign policy platform, but it also has several implications for the American response to Russia's genocide against Ukrainians, because genocides only end, one way or the other, in total victory. The devastating campaigns in southwestern Africa from 1904 to 1907 against, by German military forces against the Herero and Nama peoples, and by Joseph Stalin against Ukrainians in the Soviet Union, were so successful in crushing their intended targets that they largely escaped international attention at the time. In other cases, victims successfully fought back. The Rwandan Patriotic Front's military victory in the Rwandan Civil War brought an end to the country's 1994 genocide. Decisive outside interventions have brought an end to genocides as well. From the ultimate defeat of Stalin in the Korean War, which led to his assassination by his own fellow Russians, those within the position to do him harm, because of his attempting to start World War III in a manner that the Russians could never win, to the Vietnamese toppling of the brutal Khmer Rouge dictatorship in Kampuchea, Cambodia, circa 1979. Policymakers in these United States, the West and beyond, must face the stark reality of the Kremlin's true intentions. The fact of genocide in Ukraine fundamentally changes the policy options available. Typical diplomatic strategies, ceasefires, and negotiations over territory do not stop genocidal wars. The West should have learned this lesson in countering Joseph Stalin's aggression and atrocities, and must remember it again in calling a spade a spade. The West can avoid an escalatory spiral with NATO troop deployments to Ukraine, for instance, and the potential deployment of nuclear weapons by ourselves, while still helping Ukraine halt the genocide. Western governments must treat Russian negotiations around ceasefires with particular skepticism, as every day of extra time allows Russian forces to consolidate their grip on occupied territories and deploy their ruthless campaign of Russification. The Kremlin cannot be shamed into stopping, but consistent and coordinated messaging regarding Russia's genocidal neocolonialism may discourage Africa, Asian, and Middle Eastern governments from direct collaboration with the Russian Empire. Conventional policies around protecting civilians will achieve only limited success in the context of a genocide. Many Ukrainian women and children are returning to Ukraine as the European Union countries scale back refugee services. They add to the pool of civilians vulnerable to attack. Western governments should help Ukraine with anti-trafficking initiatives related to children, for instance, by funding and providing training for Ukrainian preventive services to work to stop Russian deportations. And they should implement related deterrence efforts, such as the United Kingdom's new wave of sanctions on Russia for the barbaric treatment of children. Governments should also address the networks of people who abet the genocide, drawing from efforts such as the United Kingdom's recent sanctions against Russian perpetrators and enablers, which broadened the scope of those targeted beyond just the killers. International courts should prosecute people involved in this genocide, with national courts exercising universal jurisprudence or a universal jurisdiction to prosecute individuals for serious international crimes. Perpetrators must be brought to justice, even if they are tried in absentia. Russian deserters who agree to testify in such hearings should be guaranteed that they will not be extradited to Russia. So too should governments seek to constrain the enablers around Vladimir Putin himself. Blocking foreign investments by Russian businessmen, imposing sanctions, and freezing the assets of individuals should work to turn powerful figures against one another, splintering the oligarchic circles that wield considerable influence and power in the Russian Empire. Western governments should make it clear in their communications that Putin himself is running the Russian economy into the ground, with devastating consequences for many oligarchs. Western visa bans should communicate to low-level genocide organizers, bureaucrats, and functionaries that their actions eliminate the possibility of travel and international education opportunities for themselves and their families. The creation of the joint British, EU, and United States Atrocity Crimes Advisory Group for Ukraine, intended to assist in the prosecution of those responsible for crimes committed in the Russian invasion, was a laudable step. That group should receive broader support from among the United Nations Genocide Convention's hundreds of signatories. Alongside all these measures, Western governments can aid Russians who actively oppose the war in Ukraine and no longer want to remain bystanders by supporting them in efforts to stage decentralized protests that are hard to quash, providing them with secure communications equipment, and aiding local Russian attempts to rescue deported Ukrainians. Global advocacy campaigns for Russian political prisoners can help protect them while incarcerated. Just double it, goddammit, and get the job done! Because all that said, once it has advanced to a certain level, a genocide can only be stopped by force. Western military assistance to Ukraine is crucial in arresting Putin's bloody, hateful campaign. Ukraine's military success relies on quickly acquiring a greater supply of heavier weapons. The West must embrace an unprecedented effort to transform the Ukrainian military into a NATO-caliber force in its equipment and its maintenance, logistical and training capabilities, even as Ukraine's army fights a war. Policymakers would rightly note that these are mammoth tasks, monumental to undertake, but the Russian Empire cannot be allowed to continue down the path of genocide in Ukraine. Should governments allow the Russian Empire to perpetrate this crime of crimes, they risk unleashing a chain reaction in which Russia will be emboldened to press further with its imperial agenda, and its autocratic partner, the Communist Chinese Empire, might flex its own muscles in pursuit of its own territorial ambitions, at incalculable cost to civilian life and in dire threat to the global order. Under the thrall of his Israeli handler, the American Disraeli, Henry Kissinger, U.S. President Richard Mulhouse Nixon memorably barked, "Double it!" and "Get the job done!" in his response to Israeli military requests during the Yom Kippur War in 1973 that enabled Israel's very survival. That spirit of determination and willingness to equip an imperiled ally in existential peril will be necessary to halt the terrible destruction and the attempted erasure of a nation, to stop a genocide in motion in Europe today. Ukrainians need more weapons, period. Hesitation is irresponsible and morally unsustainable. But herewith we confront the second issue concerning the state of United Germany's military. When the war began, Germany had a short supply of military hardware that could readily be delivered to Ukraine. This problem limited how rapidly Germany could come to Kiev's aid, but also, for many German commentators, seemed to present the government with a dilemma. Would it be better to maintain Germany's admittedly insufficient defense posture? Or should Germany accept that its own security is currently being defended by Ukrainian forces at the Dnieper in Ukraine and not at the Elbe in Germany itself? Those convinced of the latter position argue that Germany should deliver as much heavy weaponry to Ukraine as possible. Amid these competing views, the United German government has often appeared indecisive, resulting in significant delays in getting military aid, particularly heavy weapons, to Ukraine. Meanwhile, the United Germany's continued reliance on Russian gas imports has become a growing point of contention between Berlin and some of its European allies. It is now clear that the Kremlin will use this dependence against Germany and the other countries whenever it deems it necessary. The German government must therefore make weaning itself from Russian gas its highest priority. The less gas Germany buys from Russia, and the sooner the war ends, the less vulnerable Das Vaterland, the fatherland, will be to the accusation that it has become a major revenue supplier to Gazprom and thus to the Kremlin's war machine. But the United German government also faces the serious challenge of rapidly rising gas prices and the threat of gas shortages as winter approaches. Consequently, even the anti-nuclear Greens are now participating in a policy debate on whether and how to extend the lifespan of Germany's 3 remaining nuclear power plants, another example of the extraordinary number of key tenets of German foreign and economic policy that have already been abandoned or are under review. The Scholz government of Germany seems to hope that its partners and allies recognize the magnitude of the political shift Das Vaterland is making, and that they will give Berlin the leeway it needs to navigate these complex issues. But further German delays on Ukraine could risk undermining Germany's position in Europe, as well as undercut Germany's own interests. Better sooner than later. The case for more German action in Ukraine is not hard to make. For one thing, the United Germany should make it clear its interest in seeing the war end, as recent examples from the Balkans to Iraq to Syria have demonstrated. The longer a local or regional conflict lasts, the more polarization and hate it will produce, creating immense barriers to future efforts at reconciliation. For Germany and its European allies, the result of a prolonged war in Ukraine could be many years of instability on Europe's borders. And although the United Germany stands to benefit from a rapid end to this war, it will not benefit if such a resolution happens by Russian diktat. United Germany must therefore do everything it can to support Ukraine in its effort to reclaim areas in the south and east of the country. Berlin, along with other European allies, must be prepared to provide much more heavy weaponry to Kiev to help bring about the necessary conditions for ceasefire or peace negotiations. Such negotiations will begin only if each side concludes that its military options are exhausted. 5 months, 7 months by now, after the start of hostilities, both parties appear quite far from making this calculation. Russia has not lost enough, and Ukraine has still not won enough. Das neue Deutschland, the new United Germany, therefore, should aim to change the equation and do everything in its power to help Ukraine fight better. And it must do so now, rather than in the medium-term future. Ukraine cannot afford to wait. So far, Scholz's efforts to shift the United Germany's approach have met with significant resistance from the left wing of his own Social Democratic Party. For much of the spring and summer, Scholz has been confronted by complaints about the potentially damaging political and economic fallout of gas shortages this winter coming now, as well as about the Kanzler's controversial decisions to support unprecedented sanctions on the Russian Empire, dramatically raise the defense budget, and promise heavy weapons shipments to Kiev. But there be signs that this opposition can be overcome. Astonishingly, one of Scholz's coalition partners, the German Green Party, formerly known for its anti-war, anti-American stance, has leapfrogged the SPD to become as the champion of realism in the governing coalition. Confronting Russia? No problem. Arms deliveries to Ukraine? Absolutely. Keeping nuclear reactors going? Maybe even that. The Greens appear to have grasped the shifting mood of the wider German public, which has begun to understand that the Russian invasion represents a turning point in global politics. Indeed, a survey commissioned by the Munich Security Conference for the G7 meeting last June found that it was not just Germans who perceived the Russian invasion as a Zeitenwende. Between 60 and 70% of respondents in all G7 countries agreed that the new era would be shaped by the return of traditional security threats, and that the West is entering a new Cold War with Russia. Unsurprisingly, in all G7 countries except Italy, Russia was seen as the greatest threat. 32 years ago, German leaders cheerfully and correctly announced, "We are now only surrounded by friends." Today, that sounds like a message from the last century, which it is. Now, there is a war in Europe, one that will require Europe and the United Germany to act. And it will be up to Scholz to bring the SPD more fully around to that reality. I mean, whose Europe is this? In addition to keeping the German public behind him, the German Führer, which is simply the word for leader, must keep the European Union together, with the United Kingdom continuing to exchange angry post-Brexit recriminations with Brussels, with French President Emmanuel Macron having lost some of his star quality, and with Italy abruptly ending the reliable administration of Prime Minister Mario Draghi and returning to political volatility. Many are asking whether Berlin is once again prepared to lead. Yet successful leadership depends as much on trust as on preparation. Unfortunately, Germany has lost some of the trust it built up in Europe over the last 3 decades because of its intransigence on Nord Stream 2, its long-planned and now suspended pipeline project with the Russian Empire, and its dangerous dependence on Russian energy. And European misgivings have been compounded by Berlin's less than enthusiastic position on weapons deliveries to Ukraine. When Scholz presented some important proposals to the EU in July, including on how to reform the EU's foreign policy decision-making process, it came as no surprise that some Eastern member countries were less than lukewarm. They questioned the arrogance of such initiatives by a country that has followed far more often than it has led on Ukraine, and that had, for so long, in their view, stubbornly refused to listen to its partners about Russia and energy. If the United Germany can overcome this skepticism, however, it will be poised to lead. Perhaps the best opportunity lies in reforming and advancing the EU's capacity to act. At the moment, of course, Europe needs American political and military leadership more than ever. But a stronger EU that has greater capacity to act militarily is surely in the shared interest of the entire transatlantic community. 12 steps in this regard need to be taken now. First, the EU must be more capable of military action when NATO is unable or unwilling to act. The less Europe is seen by American voters as free riding off security paid for by our tax dollars, the easier it should be for future American presidents to defeat isolationist and anti-NATO currents in Washington, such as those that defined the Trump administration. Clearly, United Germany is well equipped to lead such an effort. For 70 years, it has provided the most important basis for the American military presence in Europe, and its military has been fully integrated into NATO structures. In any military contingency in Europe, United Germany would be the obvious strategic and logistical hub for these United States. Second, the decision-making process of the European Union must change. According to current protocols, any EU foreign policy decision requires unanimous support of all member states. Any single member can cast a veto that can prevent action. Many members have proposed eliminating the unanimity requirement and replacing it with majority voting. Until the EU eliminates the cost-free veto, it will never be taken seriously as a major actor on global security. Scholz has now started to address that challenge, but because of Germany's trust deficit, he lacks support from some of his 26 partners in the European Council. One way to make progress would be for Scholz to simply declare that United Germany will not exercise a veto in a 26-0 situation, but would instead abstain, inviting others to follow this example. Even if success would not be guaranteed, such a bold step in Berlin would surely start an intensive debate and demonstrate the German commitment to advancing European Union. And we're talking then about a different country. The new united Germany faces many challenges all at once. It faces the most serious crisis of European security in decades. It faces a crisis of trustworthiness, in which many European governments have doubts about Germany's readiness to stand up to the Russian Empire. It faces the collapse of its traditional economic diplomacy, the German strategy of providing prosperity by exporting goods and importing energy while outsourcing security, and of seeking to use trade and investment to effect change in Russia and Red China. And United Germany also faces a crisis of the European Union, which, despite its size and economic power, has not been able to define itself as an independent international actor capable of defending and advancing its own security interests. Although greater leadership from Germany could help tackle some of these challenges, they also point to a larger strategic issue for United Germany and its allies. Consider the war in Ukraine. It has become popular among Western powers to claim that decisions about a ceasefire or peace negotiations must be left entirely to Ukraine and Russia. Proposals regarding how to bring about an early end to the war have been widely criticized. Yet countries that have been offering significant military, intelligence, financial, and economic support to Ukraine have a legitimate stake both in the conduct of the war and in efforts to end it. That is why it is necessary to build a broader forum in which Europe, these United States, and all our allies can discuss all possible options related to the war with the Ukrainian leadership. Obviously, such discussions cannot be conducted publicly, for this is a strategy that will require quiet diplomacy, but much more could be done. Exempli gratiae, these United States and our major European allies could initiate a confidential contact group, together with Ukraine, to ensure that both Kiev and its Western supporters act in concert. The Ramstein Air Base meeting, a forum of defense ministers led by these United States in April to discuss the Ukraine invasion, could serve as a useful model. In this respect, too, however, United Germany has an unusual opportunity, since it currently chairs the G7. Clearly, the Russian invasion of Ukraine has put the spotlight on differences between autocratic and democratic countries. But if the West wants to prevail in an era of growing geopolitical cleavages, the G7 will need to build a coalition with countries in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. Since the Ukraine war began, many governments in the global South see themselves not as allies of the G7, but as casualties of Western sanctions, a view that both the revanchist, revisionist Russian and Red Chinese empires have nurtured. Within the G7, Germany is perhaps the country with the lightest post-colonial burden. It has also had little, if any, involvement in Western military interventions in the Middle East and elsewhere. Thus, Berlin, under the right circumstances, is particularly well suited to help lead a global campaign against the revival of Russian imperialism and colonialism in the Ukraine and elsewhere, and against the destruction of the rules-based international order. If Germany can build on Chancellor Scholz's Zeitenwende program, and embrace change instead of clinging to the status quo, it can help provide the leadership that is sorely needed in the European Union and among other democratic nations as they confront increasingly aggressive authoritarian regimes, not only on Europe's borders, but around the world. But it all begins with a foothold for democracy. Teach Beijing a lesson in Ukraine by seeing of parallels. What Red China learns from Russia's invasion of Ukraine will inform its decision-making on my Taiwan. The Biden administration has made democratic renewal a cornerstone of its domestic and foreign policy agendas. There be no better way to demonstrate democratic resolve than by defending American values and interests in the Ukraine. A Ukrainian victory would not only limit Russia's capacity for future military aggression, but also cement democracy's foothold in Eastern Europe, offering a powerful lesson to would-be authoritarian aggressors and democratic nations alike. A Ukrainian loss, by contrast, would signal an acceleration of the wave of authoritarianism and democratic decline that has washed over the globe in this last decade. To ensure the triumph of democracy in Ukraine, the United States must...
Progress, I have arrived.
Oh, wonderful. And
I don't cut you off, though. I have some things to share, but finish your sentence.
Well, sure.
Finish your paragraph. Finish your page if you need to.
Well, to ensure the triumph of democracy in Ukraine, the United States must first change its own thinking patterns and learn from decades of mistakes. Recognizing the poisonous Russocentrism of United States foreign policy is the first step toward a better approach to Amero-Ukrainian relations. As Russia's war effort falters and the prospect of a direct confrontation between the American and Russian empires begins to look unthinkable once again, it will be tempting to revert to old ways of thinking and plan for normalized relations with a post-Putin Russia. But such an outcome would once again risk privileging Russia over Ukraine. Even if Putin is deposed or replaced through some other means, the American empire should not assume Russia can change for the better. Rapprochement must be earned, not given. By freeing itself from its Russocentrism, Washington will also be better able to engage with and listen to its partners in Eastern and Northern Europe, which have greater proximity to and more clarity on national security threats from Russia. Their knowledge and expertise will be critical to Ukraine's victory over the Russian Empire, future Ukrainian reconstruction, the prosecution of war crimes, prosperity in Eastern Europe, and, eventually, the establishment of thriving democracies across Eurasia. Beneath the United States' misplaced aspirations for a positive relationship with Russia lies immense hubris. Americans tend to believe they can accomplish anything, but perpetually discount the agency of their interlocutors. In truth, the United States never had the influence to unilaterally change Russia's internal politics, but it always did have the ability to nurture a more promising outcome with a more willing partner in Ukraine. Unless the American empire fundamentally reorients our foreign policy away from aspirations and toward outcomes, we will miss an even greater opportunity to bring about a peaceful, democratic Eastern Europe. The world is becoming more dangerous. Russia's war on Ukraine is entering its 7th month, whilst Red China has become increasingly aggressive towards my Taiwan, with recent large military exercises around my island China and the regular crossing by jet fighters of the median line that divides the Taiwan Strait. The lessons the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party, learns from Moscow's invasion of Ukraine will inform Beijing's decision-making on my Taiwan. We'll come back to this on Sunday, which will be here, as our man Peter Moon has said, before you know it. For now, we'll turn towards Peter Moon and we'll ask him what, when he says, "I've arrived, I've come," it sounds like he's had a bit of inspiration here. Let's have him share this with all of us.
Well, I've had, it's not necessarily that I always want to come down and, participate at this early stage of the morning for me.
Oh, it's always welcome when you do.
Well, I'm talking about me on my end.
Understood. Yeah.
Well, it's like it's just, sometimes it's just nicer to stay in bed. But there's two things. I had a dream, and the dream was like, I can't remember. I was like really engaged in it. I was like really moving energy, doing stuff. It was whatever it was, and I ended up in this location. It had some tables, and it, I was going from a construction environment into a military environment or semi-military environment, and vague hints of Romania because it's different over there, but it was American, and different factions. I said, there's different factions here in the military. They all have different agendas. Some are not so negative. Some are certainly not so positive. And then David Anderson came into the fold, and I, said like, okay. And it was like, it was kind of off the wall that he showed up. Like, what's he here for? Oh, great. But it's nice that he's here, but I wasn't like over, it was more regular than a big deal. Yet it was a big deal. And I said to him, well, there are rival factions in the military that vie for power that really have nothing to do with the military proper. It's just powerful factions. And I mean, that was really, because I had to kind of like ace somebody out who was there, and I had to push this guy away, get him out of the environment before I said anything, because he was negative, but he wasn't horribly powerful either. And David then said, that was a given, what I said. And then he said something that was very cogent, very relevant. He says, they're from another time. In other words, the factions that he rivals with are not in this military or in this political construct. They're from out of this timeline. Wow. And that was the import of the dream. Which makes me more aware, okay, we're not dealing, it's not to say that the factions in this government are good. Mm-hmm. It's to say that they're being operated from another time. This is what he was saying. Yes. Which is interesting. Yeah. That's the essence, but that's not all of that dream. Then I was with people, and it was more of a social situation with, I remember friends there, he was there, and it was all very kind of loose. It was like a breakfast sort of table. And then one woman came across, and she was Southern, not overly, but she says, she started talking and she didn't know who this was. And I introduced him to this. I think I know who that is, the Southern girl now, because it's not how she looks in real life. But then I said, oh, and then she brought this cake. And I said, I'm not going to have any of that cake because it was sugar. And then there was coffee cake. I would have the coffee cake. It seemed safe to eat. So then I was given coffee cake, and we're all having coffee cake. I was going to eat coffee cake. Coffee cake is, of course, when there's a social situation and you're eating, it's good, it's harmony, and coffee represents waking up. So that was my dream. But it was just the part about the power coming from out of time was very interesting. Yeah. I will also tell you, this is just a quick comment, in that German essay that I sent you last night, there is a reference to the kings of Edom in it.
Wow.
I don't know. I think it's talking about the Goths. It's a little, I didn't have time to read it and see if he had it right or if he had it wrong or whatever he was saying, because he mixed it with some other things, but he does represent that. So the other thing is, as I began to muse, I went to bed last night musing over your mother and the anchor points that I mentioned, the anchors of which is the yin yang symbol and the public informant. These three things, it's like, I mean, it just becomes very obvious to me as a writer, editor, that these are 3 points I can anchor onto. Not that there won't be others. It's like a carousel's going by, and you got to, get the brass ring. So as I began to run over your mother's history that you shared with me last night, this is a very the genesis of her, before we even get to your incident in Rochester. Yeah. It's like, woman is fascinating. She is fascinating. Just this story, these three things. Like, how could you make up a story that's good if you're creating a character for a novel?
Thank you.
But it's a real person.
Yes.
And I said, wow, this gave me a new insight into your mother. It's not that I hadn't heard these things, but it's the emphasis and the reiteration of them and the humanizing of the situation. Humanizing, this was a real person. Yes. And we need to prop her up. Yes. And while I think she deserves it, and I'm saying this I'm not saying it without love and admiration and compassion. This is about structure, which is what the sign of Capricorn, ruled by Saturn, adds structure. Trying to add structure to this story drama. Yes. And so then I'm thinking, like, wow, this is damned interesting, introduction or first chapter of a book. Yes. Your mom.
Yes.
Just writing who the hell she is and going into some of these, details, not in great detail, because it's too much, because you excite the interest of the reader. Here's another L. Ron Hubbardism for you. He says, and I don't remember even the context he said, this is the context of life. It's the context of life. I don't remember the specific context of how he said it or when he said it, right? Because it was in writing. But he talks about what you want to do is follow your interest. If you follow your interest, you'll be fine. Like, what are you interested in? What do you find? Like somebody goes in the library, they find their interest. Some people will be interested in going to Chilton's manuals and reading about the different type of carburetors,
right?
That they used to have, or the story carburetor. Some people have interests that would be obtuse or abstract to other people, but they fit right into it. My daughter would be very interested in watching the Food Channel and seeing how different types of food make. She's an excellent cook.
Wow.
So I can, get into that a little bit, but I only devote so much time to food. So we all have different interests.
Right.
My interests will often be very, what I'm calling intellectual or, esoteric or whatnot.
Yes.
Not exclusively. So, but this, like, man, this character is interesting. This Diana Dietrich is damned interesting character. The father's interesting too. Yes. But you only have so much time.
Understood.
to dedicate to them. And then so I have to start writing a script, and maybe the script will turn into a book. Maybe it'll turn into a slideshow. You know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like you did an incredible slideshow on your own with the Roswell thing in Sacramento. It's an incredible slideshow.
Thank you.
But then again, it, you know, so much gets lost because, you know, you've been doing this for 12 years or 10 years.
Yes.
And it's like, okay, it went in everybody's ear and out the other.
Yeah. Yes.
And it takes, and it's not that I'm not interested. I was like interested in working with you from day one.
Yes.
Which is unusual for me to be interested in working with anybody.
Right.
And because I have enough things of interest on my own.
Yeah.
And I say like, wow. And it took so long to get through the mire of characters.
Yes.
Of fractured characters. And,
yes.
And it's only been for a few months that we got rid of, you know,
yeah.
Mr. Fracture himself and these characters. And I have to say that with all of their malevolence, they were so much better than what we had before. You know?
Yeah. In some ways, in other ways, you know, it's all the same. They're all shit. But go on.
Yeah, but they were more useful shit.
Yes. There we are.
You know, Salmon even sent you money.
Yeah, true enough. He did.
So
yes.
Now it's like, yeah, we sent you money, so now we own you.
Yeah. Well, he was getting paid for his service in the sense that, you know, or getting services in exchange for his money in the sense that he was given time here, right? So he could advertise his own chicken shit little channel. You know. So
yeah. So we don't need to spend time talking about him. But so I realized, I said, wow, now I'm starting to get to the point where, okay, I can't write the whole show because I don't have to lay it all up, but I got these 3 anchors, and I need to start composing them, you know, coming from the point of wisdom, the yin yang, the duality, and combining it with my knowledge of qigong or whatnot, just to give an overview to where you're sounding like the, you know, Korean martial artist, the great master from the Destroyer series.
Yes.
You know, it's a sort of like anchoring that Chinese wisdom, and then because, you know, there being insight, this is, you know, and the ninja stuff too.
Yes.
It's like, okay, it's like if you tell an audience that this is, you know, you put the Tai Chi in there, the symbol, you put the you know, the Chinese wisdom angle, the royalty angle, this character who's never been known to history, you present her as a prodigy, and then you throw in the ninja. Whoa, wow. It's like they're in an environment where their ears go up. Yes. Their ears are perked. Like, what the hell is this? Yes. This is interesting. They're being introduced to something that they'd never heard of. And you got their attention.
Yes.
And, you know, it's, that's why the slideshow, you know, you show that, you know, the ninja, you know, Bruce Lee with the nunchucks or whatever people want to see in black leotard, you know.
Yes.
Because this is the actual art, and here it is being applied in real life.
Yes.
You know.
Yes. Yeah.
It's being applied in real life, and this is, you know, you've heard all these stories. You know, this is not Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. There's a lot of mutants in the story.
Yes.
Some teenagers.
Yes.
You know.
Yes.
Ninjas, but no turtles.
Yes.
So it's like, actually, this dream with David Anderson tells me I'm on the right trail.
Claudette agrees in the chat room. She says exactly out of this timeline. So go on. Yeah.
Well, yeah, and one could say that's obvious, but all of this is about context. It's about, you know, I'm trying to ground it. Of course, they're out of this timeline. He's dealing with, you know, factors, because obviously, as I've said before, he has the technology, you know, to go, you know, to time temporal tremor detector, he calls it, and with satellite technology, and he can go and find out, he can tell if somebody's monkeying with time. Yeah. So he can go knock on the door of the Chinese government or the Japanese government and say, I know you're doing time experiments. And they go, who the hell are you? Okay, well, let's see. So all of a sudden he opens the door because he's on their frequency.
Yes.
And then by the same token, if he has the technological capability to do that, one has to wonder if somebody came to him and says, whether they be aliens, entities, Chichoa, or, space commanders from another time zone, say, Mr. Anderson, we know that you've been monkeying with time technology.
Right.
All of a sudden, so how do we know that hasn't happened? It would seem to be in the cards.
Yeah, stand to reason.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, so he's in tune with a whole lot of frequencies that the average person is not, nor are they meant to be. And I imagine he has his struggles with them. He has his genius with them, but he's here for a purpose under the sun. And, with somebody like Preston was in touch with this stuff too. But the whole problem is it becomes too fuzzy, too faded, too convoluted. So where it's just it ends up with just a bunch of crazy people talking about crazy things.
Yes.
And it goes, it's nothing you can sink your teeth into. And to the degree you sink your teeth into it, you should be being more grounded. So to put it polite as possible. So that's what I came downstairs to share, and
wonderful.
I'm glad I did. But it's like it makes me more focused on getting into. I think the writing process can maybe begin.
Yes, I agree.
And I'm thinking but it says that advice is you write a really tight script. Yes. But before you can write a script, you have to have a story. Yes. What's the story we're going to tell? We can have this, talk about mom in a few paragraphs, right, and have it be utterly riveting, creating a desire to know more. Yes. And then we go from mom to, public informant, yin yang, all that, what order it goes into, I'm not sure. And,
we work with it as it develops organically, and it'll develop its own life, of course.
Yeah, we may end up having to hire a voodoo priest to go resurrect that Pat, what's his name, Morita, the guy who was in Karate Kid.
Yeah,
we might have to resurrect his body so he can do the show himself. Something extreme. Hire a.
I mean, that was ultimately the most offensive thing about the movies and the television series that they made about the Destroyer.
He was Okinawan?
Yeah. Well, no, I'm talking about the Destroyer series as opposed to the Karate Kid. Was the Destroyer series was a white guy pretending to be the Korean martial arts master, wasn't it? I mean,
Joel Grey, and that's and that's.
But it was funny.
I thought it was just so inappropriate because, although I have to say, for as bad as the casting was, he played the role very well.
He did. I thought it was quite funny, really. It was one of those things where I really didn't find too much to complain about because he was so funny. He did handle it well.
He's the guy's a professional actor. To get up and, anybody could do and perform in cabaret like he did, or that stupid show I watched. I mean, you're making a complete ass out of yourself. and an actor can do that without any inhibition.
Yes.
And I don't know that that's the best thing.
Yeah, understood.
They're capable of playing any role. I mean, a good actor, it's a question of what role do you want to play? What do you want to be known as?
That's true. That's true.
It's just like,
I mean, that's why I never wanted to do comedy because, that poor Bob Hope, he tried to do a serious film once and nobody would take it seriously. It's just
Bob Hope?
Yeah, Bob Hope. He tried to do a serious film once in which he played the villain, some kind of gangster, and he just does not compute. You look at it and it doesn't. You just don't recognize him, and it wasn't. I understand it wasn't successful, and he never tried that again. So I can't remember the title.
He was probably trying to show his true character.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah,
that's what they said about Reagan, because I told you, I think Reagan was in a movie called The Killers. It was the last movie he ever did. I think it was 1964, right, where he plays this gangster in L.A. and he's evil.
Right.
And it was said by his critics that this was he's sending out a signal. This is who he is.
By the way, yeah, thank you. I do want people to know we've got about 6-7 minutes left. Of course, we don't want to risk it because the other day what happened was it cut off some very great interaction